As night enveloped the earth, the myriad stars above intertwined in a competitive display, seemingly flaunting their dazzling brilliance. Yet a singular red star streaked across the sky. In an instant, the celestial bodies dimmed, with the incandescent starlight serving merely as a backdrop for the crimson orb. With the red star's disappearance at the horizon, a gust of wind swept through, carrying a hint of moisture. Outside the city of the Wasteland Nation, crows circled beneath the dark clouds, their raucous calls echoing as if they awaited a divine offering. A flash of white light erupted from the depths of the clouds, resembling the intricate veins of a leaf spreading within its confines. Accompanying this phenomenon was a low rumble of thunder, which rendered the noisy crows suddenly silent. Startled, they vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. As a second white light flickered, the gleaming black armor of soldiers materialized, yet these figures stood motionless, akin to statues. Apart from the whispering wind, an eerie stillness prevailed. The fleeting shadows passed, and the entire black-armored battalion was once again shrouded in darkness, their silence suffocating, as if they awaited an unseen signal. With a resounding boom, the gates of the Wasteland Nation slowly creaked open, and the citizens within surged forth, their faces alight with exhilaration, as if every pore were celebrating triumph. It seems that even without this rain, the Wasteland Nation would not witness the dawn of today, remarked a figure standing at the forefront of the multitude, observing the jubilant citizens with keen interest, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, lost in contemplation. Beneath him loomed a colossal wolf-like beast, standing at an impressive height of 3 jans. At that moment, it writhed restlessly, its pale blue fur bristling, revealing a mouth filled with sharp fangs from which foul, viscous saliva dripped, accompanied by a low growl emanating from its throat. The rider on the beast's back affectionately stroked its head, murmuring, "Blue Nightmare, be patient, soon you shall feast to your heart's content." As the words left his lips, the citizens of the desolate land, who had been running ahead, reached the feet of Blue Nightmare. When one of them lifted his gaze, he unexpectedly locked eyes with the beast's fierce glare, causing his legs to quiver in fear at the sight of such a monstrous creature. I humbly greet His Majesty Mo Jianyuan of the Sand Kingdom. The gates of the desolate nation's city have been breached by the populace. Please, Your Majesty, enter the city to vanquish the demon child. It seems that upon your arrival, the heavens have opened and rain has begun to fall. I implore you to ensure the purity of your court. The man, terrified by Blue Nightmare, struggled to articulate his words. Ha 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 ha. Splendid, splendid. Today, I shall indeed act on behalf of the citizens of the desolate land. Blue Nightmare advanced into the city. No sooner had Mo Jianyuan spoken than Blue Nightmare raised its head and emitted a resounding, echoing call. Immediately, Mo Jianyuan tugged at the reins, and the beast swiftly surged forward into the gates of the desolate nation. Behind Mo Jianyuan, the army stirred as if awakening from slumber, their silver armor clanking heavily as they marched towards the desolate land, scattering the crows that had been startled by the sudden commotion. The citizens within the city knelt on either side of the main thoroughfare. As the Sand Kingdom's army crossed the threshold, they eagerly cried out in unison, "We welcome His Majesty of the Sand Kingdom. Please, Your Majesty, act on behalf of justice, eradicate the demon child, and purify your court." Mo Jianyuan gazed upon the grand scheme now fulfilled, unable to contain the elation swelling within him. He called out to the people, "Your sovereign, and Chuan, disregards the lives of the populace, willing to sacrifice the entire realm to protect his own prince. Though our desert nation is but a vassal to your barren land, if the ruler does not uphold righteousness, the subjects bear the responsibility. Today, let us together risk our lives in admonition, striving for justice for the world. Our domestic affairs are not to be meddled with by foreign powers. My people, your sovereign stands before you. Why should you kneel before others?" His voice resonated like the tolling of a great bell, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the vast skies. Mo Jianyuan, upon hearing these words, turned his gaze to see Chuan, the sovereign of the barren nation, standing atop a colossal sword of gold and deep green. Beside him lay a youth in the bloom of his years. Controlling gold to fly? Mo Jianyuan was taken aback. Only upon reaching the golden sovereign tier could one manifest the elemental forces within into tangible forms. It had only been a few years since their last encounter, yet Inchuan had ascended to such heights. Mo Jianyuan faintly recalled that he and Inchuan had begun their cultivation concurrently, yet now he found himself merely at the golden monarch tier, a full rank beneath Inchuan. It is well known that since the inception of the Qiyuan era, few have attained the sovereign tier across the 7 domains and nations. Having only entered the golden monarch tier a year prior, he dared to step into this barren land today. Yet, it seems he had been overly conceited that in the midst of the chaos, and Xuan paid no heed to the astonishment etched upon Mo Jianyuan's face. With a wave of his hand, he harnessed the elemental forces to lift the youth lying beside him. His countenance bore a tragic resolve as he proclaimed loudly, "This desolate nation is not solely the domain of the Inchuan family without you. This land would cease to exist. Therefore, for the sake of the nation and all its inhabitants, I shall personally slay my own son, for he has succumbed to the will of destiny. I had intended to inform you at dawn, yet due to this rain, many treacherous beings from beyond our borders have revealed their malevolent intentions. They can no longer wait to obliterate our great land. Citizens, awaken. Drive these 4 tribes away. Is this Prince Insheng? Has he truly been sacrificed to the heavens?" Confronted by the motionless, blood-soaked prince, the populace exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the reality before them. Unbelievably, Emperor Inchuan has indeed sacrificed his own flesh and blood for the welfare of the people. It appears this storm was summoned by him. The tribes of the Sand Nation are not of our kin. Do not be deceived by their guile. Since Emperor Inchuan is willing to forsake his own son for our sake, he is worthy of our trust. As the citizens around him shifted their sentiments, Mo Jianyuan felt a surge of disdain swell within him. He mused that the foolish are indeed foolish. They are both simple-minded and devoid of principles. It takes but a few grandiloquent words to sway their allegiance. Though there exists no distinction among people in terms of worthiness, there remains a clear divide between the noble and the base. In this world, the multitude of base souls is overwhelming and devoid of value. Under ordinary circumstances, Mo Jianyuan might have been lenient towards these simpletons. However, today, with war looming on the horizon, anyone who poses a threat to the Sand Nation must meet their end. Mo Jianyuan turned his head and spoke resolutely to the soldiers behind him. "Pillage the city. From this day forth, I wish to see no more of the people of the wasteland." The citizens of the wasteland gazed in disbelief at this ruler of the Sand Kingdom, utterly bewildered by this sudden change of heart. The black-armored army of the Sand Kingdom surged forth like a mighty serpent, pouring into the city through the gates, roaring as they flooded the streets within. "Treacherous scoundrels! How dare you disturb my great wasteland? The Phagine army shall form ranks today. We shall annihilate the Sand Kingdom in one fell swoop." At Inchuan's command, the Phagine army of the wasteland swiftly took formation and charged towards the black-armored troops of the Sand Kingdom. The citizens of the wasteland, caught in the turmoil, scattered in terror like startled birds. Inchuan, sensing the chaos, was about to intervene when he was interrupted by Mo Jianyuan's voice. "Inchuan, I fear you lack the energy to concern yourself with them." Inchuan scoffed. "You think you can stand against me with merely your gold sovereign rank? While it may seem like a mere rank apart, the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth." With that, Inchuan slowly raised his palm toward the sky, then swiftly brought it down. In an instant, the entire Phagine palace behind him rose from the ground, melting into liquid gold under an unknown force. And then, as if reformed within a furnace, it coalesced into a massive golden sphere suspended in the air, gleaming like a sun amidst the cold, rainy day. "What is this?" Mo Jianyuan's pupils dilated, a sense of inexplicable pressure rising within him. This formidable power seemed akin to that of a deity, leaving one in awe. It was inconceivable that the force of the gold element, upon reaching the imperial rank, could possess the ability to recreate the sun and moon. Should the 5 elements be perfected, the ramifications would be beyond imagination. Yet this is not the end, and Chuan cast a disdainful glance towards Mo Jianyuan. With a clenched fist, and Chuan's descending palm conjured a powerful gust from behind Mo Jianyuan, coalescing towards the golden sphere. It spiraled rapidly around the sphere, igniting into flames that grew increasingly fierce. Overwhelmed with dread, Mo Jian Yuan exclaimed, "Golden sun, shroud the sky. To deal with you, a single strike suffices. Perish." With that, Xuan raised his hand, pointing directly at Mo Jian Yuan. Amidst the fervent clash of wills, a hand stealthily reached towards the bloodied prince and Shang. Grasping him, the figure dragged him into a shadowy alley and gently checked his breath. "You're fortunate, lad, you still cling to life." He then exerted pressure with his fingers on a specific acupoint on Shang's neck. With a painful groan, Shang slightly opened his eyes, gazing weakly at the figure before him. "Tian Fugua?" Shang uttered feebly. The newcomer was none other than Tian Xianyu, the advisor of the Desolate Kingdom. In this world where cultivators reign supreme, the sovereign ensures the nation is shielded from foreign incursions. However, governance is not the sovereign's forte. It necessitates the counsel of astute individuals like Tian Xianyu to devise strategies that secure the peace and prosperity of the populace while stabilizing the nobility status. Tian Xianyu sighed with a bitter smile. "Do not call me an advisor any longer. The chaos in the Desolate Kingdom is of my own making, and I am unworthy of the title." Having spoken, he produced a finely crafted box of jade and gold from his sleeve, opening it to reveal a single elixir. He promptly placed the pill into Ansheng's mouth. Struggling to swallow, Ansheng gasped heavily and inquired, "What is this?" "This is the Ascendance Pill, capable not only of saving your life, but also of granting you the supreme power without the need for arduous cultivation." "Ha!" Ansheng replied, his lips pale, offering a faint smile. "I was already a dead man had it not been for your intervention. I would have long since turned to dust. Your current plight stems from my actions thus. I now return you this gift of life. Embrace it and begin anew." Tian Xianyu declared. "Begin anew." You say. Ansheng fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 2. Prince Ansheng. One day prior, the resonant chimes of the clock resounded thrice. Within the study, a diligent young attendant approached a youth clad in a silver-white silk robe, bowing slightly before whispering, "Prince Ansheng, it is time for the morning lessons. We must proceed to Feijin Academy at that moment." Prince Ansheng was deeply engrossed in a tome, sunlight streaming in with perfect precision, illuminating his handsome visage. The interplay of light and shadow enhancing the contours of his striking features. Upon hearing the attendant's gentle reminder, Ansheng cast a glance outside the window, slightly furrowing his brows as he replied, "Understood. Let us depart shortly." The attendant comprehended the prince's intent. Since the day of his birth, this desert kingdom had been beset by calamitous disasters. The already scarce oasis farmlands had been ravaged by an unprecedented swarm. And for over a decade, not a single drop of rain had graced the parched earth. Refugees flooded into the city, their desperate pleas echoing through the streets, painting a scene reminiscent of a hellish existence. Yet, the populace attributed all these misfortunes to the prince's arrival, labeling him a cursed child, a harbinger of calamity, insisting that only through a sacrificial offering could peace be restored to their beleaguered nation. Rumors spread like a plague, infiltrating the palace, where even the noble families could not withstand the overwhelming tide of dissent, gradually casting Ansheng in a different light. Over time, the young prince could no longer endure the weight of such unwarranted scrutiny. Thus, he sequestered himself within the confines of his chamber, immersing himself in books, rarely stepping beyond the palace except for his lessons at Feijin Academy. As the time drew near, Ansheng remarked, "Let us be off." With his fingers delicately pinching the pages, he slowly closed his book and addressed the attendant. "Ensure the necessary texts for our lessons are prepared." The attendant, gathering several volumes from the table, assured him, "Rest easy, Your Highness. Everything is ready. Today's lesson revolves around the teachings of Master Tian Xianyu on the history of cultivation." Ansheng nodded slightly, then gracefully waved his sleeves, clasping his hands behind his back as he proceeded towards the academy. Wherever Ansheng and the attendant traversed, the surroundings were crafted from the unique Feijin alloy of the Desert Kingdom. The walls and pillars of the palace, gleaming with Feijin, reflected in Ansheng's eyes, the dark golden radiance dancing at the corners. Both eerie and breathtaking. Countless guards stood sentinel along the corridors, each wielding weapons forged from the same exquisite Feijin, a splendid blend of jade and gold, exuding an air of formidable elegance. Among the 7 realms and nations, only the Feijin Palace of the Desert Kingdom could boast such grandeur. In this world, All aristocrats took pride in owning a piece of the Desert Kingdom's superior Feijin, renowned for its exceptional hardness. This precious alloy served not only as currency but also as an ideal weapon and magical artifact for cultivation. Consequently, many martial practitioners, eager for fame and recognition, would sacrifice their fortunes in pursuit of a weapon crafted from superior Feijin, a symbol of their worth and prowess. However, while Feijin was a rarity that drove outsiders to madness, within the Desert Kingdom, it was employed extensively for the construction of palatial edifices, the opulence of which left the world in awe. Despite its remote geographical location, the Desert Kingdom, monopolizing Feijin, emerged as the wealthiest among the Seven Realms. The Feijin Academy is an esteemed institution located within the Feijin Palace of the Desolate Kingdom, where the students attending classes are none other than the offspring of the royal family and the nobility. However, due to the internal power struggles rife within the kingdom, the princes and noble scions are far from harmonious. As Anqing approached the entrance of the Feijin Academy, he fortuitously encountered the perspiring Mr. Tian Xianwei, who was hurrying to deliver his lecture. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I have been caught up in pressing matters, Mr. Tian said, his face flushed as he wiped away beads of sweat with his sleeve, swaying slightly as he made his way into the classroom, oblivious to the identity of the student before him. Noticing this, Anqing performed a courteous bow at the entrance, lowering himself in respect to the teacher, and promptly offered him a handkerchief, saying, "Please, sir, use this." Upon hearing the voice, Mr. Tian focused his gaze, and, upon recognizing Prince Anqing, his countenance brightened with joy. "Anqing, you truly are my most considerate student." Mr. Tian, the Minister of State for the Desolate Kingdom, also took time to instruct these royal heirs, with Anqing being his favorite among them. Perhaps due to Anqing's modest demeanor despite his noble status. However, this may also be influenced by the rumors circulating outside, which have rendered Anqing somewhat more mature than his peers a few years prior. Upon hearing the gossip about Anqing from the common folk, Mr. Tian had never wavered in his opinion of him. Instead, he often reassured Anqing, "My dear Anqing, the events transpiring in this world are seldom without cause. All lies and oaths are fundamentally tied to self-interest. The calamities befalling our kingdom place you at the epicenter of turmoil, yet the ultimate purpose may not pertain to you at all. But why must it be I?" Anqing had often felt confusion and grievance. "Our fates are inextricably linked to this nation. As a prince of the Desolate Kingdom, this is an inescapable destiny. Now, go inside. Do not overthink it. Focus your attention, for this may be our final lesson together," Mr. Tian instructed. "Final lesson? What do you mean, sir? Will you no longer teach?" Anqing inquired with curiosity, observing that Mr. Tian did not respond. He performed another respectful bow and turned to enter the academy. However, within the classroom, whispers arose, audible yet not too loud to be ignored. "The cursed child is here. How unfortunate. Indeed, a prince yet a harbinger of disaster. Bearing the visage of a fallen kingdom that I hear the emperor has never allowed him to cultivate his skills. Perhaps he fears he would become a murderous fiend, wreaking havoc upon the land. Even the royal relatives have opportunities for cultivation, yet he is but a waste of space. It is utterly laughable." Anqing, with a stoic expression, walked straight through the mire of these slanderous words, taking a seat in an inconspicuous corner of the classroom and quietly opening the book handed to him by a page. A prince unqualified for cultivation is destined never to ascend as the next emperor. Thus, even with his exalted status, he poses no threat to the other nobles that in his childhood. Whenever Anqing encountered such harsh words, he would argue in his defense. Yet as time passed, confronted with this undeniable reality, he learned to turn a deaf ear. For what else could he do but invite more distress? "Silence," Mr. Tian declared as he entered the classroom, slamming his palm upon the lectern with fervor. Tian Xianyue also heard these humiliations, and though she wished to assist in Shang, she could not alter the undeniable truth of his inability to cultivate. Beyond silencing the other students, she found herself at a loss for better solutions. With a resigned shake of her head, Tian Xianyue continued, "Today's lesson concerns the history of our cultivation as members of the royal family. It is imperative that you comprehend the historical context of cultivation to grasp the intricate connections and bonds between the nation and its cultivators. If you desire lasting peace for our country, this lesson is of paramount importance in your lives." Chapter 3, The Seven Domains and Seven Kingdoms. Clearing her throat, Tian Xianwei expounded, "It is widely acknowledged that our world is divided into 7 domains, each encompassing 7 kingdoms and 3 forbidden zones. The The 7 kingdoms include the Sha Kingdom and the Huang Kingdom in the northwestern barbaric domain, the Feng capital in the southwestern dark domain, the Feng Kingdom in the southern mysterious domain, the Longjing and Yi Kingdoms in the eastern sea domain, and the Balin Kingdom in the northern ice domain. In addition to these, the 3 forbidden zones are the Ghost Domain and the Ghost Feng Forest in the southern part of the Balin Kingdom, the Demon Mountains south of the Feng Kingdom in the mysterious domain, and finally, the Divine Domain, which lies at the very center of our world. Pausing for a moment, Tian Xianwei continued. The Divine Domain represents the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator. Only those who meet its rigorous standards through personal cultivation may enter. The Supreme Deity within the Divine Domain has established the fundamental laws governing all existence in our world at this juncture. A student inquired, "Teacher, what is the distinction between these 2 realms?" The 4 realms of power consist of the Camel Heart Realm, Lion Heart Realm, Crimson Heart Realm, and Sacred Heart Realm. A cultivator must attain the Sacred Heart Realm to advance in their next life. For instance, a practitioner of the Hell Path who reaches the Sacred Heart Realm may then transition to the Hungry Ghost Path in their next life, beginning anew from the Camel Heart Realm, and so forth. Each realm of power enhances the lifespan of the cultivator to varying degrees. The Camel Heart Realm can extend life to 200 years, the Lion Heart Realm to 400 years, the Crimson Heart Realm to 800 years, and the Sacred Heart Realm to 1,400 years. After the Qi Yuan Immortal took command of all beings, he redefined the rules of heaven and earth, leading to the emergence of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by journeying to the elemental realms to cultivate elemental power and uniting these 5 forces may one enter the Divine Domain. However, cultivation of the 5 elements does not prolong life. It can only be practiced within a lifespan of a little over a century. With a knowing smile, Tian Xianwei remarked, "You have pinpointed a crucial question. The 4 realms of power and elemental power cannot be cultivated simultaneously. The former primarily focuses on the cultivation of the mind and body, relying on internal strength and the enhancement of physical longevity. In contrast, elemental power involves absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, refining impurities from the meridians, and replacing the meridians with elemental forces. Thus, cultivators who are left with the 4 realms of power must exhaust their time before concluding their lives, forever barred from entering the Divine Domain, signifying the dissolution of their existence. Are there currently any elemental practitioners who have entered the Divine Domain?" Another royal descendant queried. Tian Xianwei pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the window, before sighing, "It has been 500 years since the Qi Yuan era began, and not a single person has ascended. The Divine Domain is rapidly becoming a legend. Why is that?" the questioner asked, perplexed. "Because this world is vast, while the 5 elemental realms are scattered across different kingdoms. For instance, the realm of the metal element, which you cultivate, is located in the Sha Kingdom. The reason the Kingdom of Sha permits the royal aristocracy of the Kingdom of Huang to undertake their spiritual pursuits lies in the advantageous geographical position of the latter. While both kingdoms inhabit the barbaric domain, their locations are worlds apart. The Kingdom of Sha is situated to the west of the barbaric domain, at a more peripheral edge of this realm, whereas the Kingdom of Huang occupies the east, with its southern borders adjoining the Shadow Domain and its eastern frontiers bordering the Ghost Domain's Guitang Forest. For the citizens of Sha to venture beyond the barbaric domain, they must inevitably traverse through Huang, and likewise, for citizens of other nations wishing to enter Sha for their spiritual cultivation, they too must pass through Huang. Hence, for Sha to secure the resources necessary for survival, it must open the elemental grounds of Huang, while Huang, in turn, monopolizes the gold element, rendering Sha a subordinate state to Huang. Where, then, do the other elemental grounds reside? Inquired a student. The fire element is located in the Shadow Domain's Fengdu. The water element resides in the Sea Domain's Longjing. The wood element is found in the Ghost Domain's Guitang Forest, and the earth element is situated in the mysterious domain's Yaoshan. Thus far, due to the monopolization of the elemental grounds by the kingdoms, most practitioners can only cultivate a singular element, and these practitioners are predominantly of royal lineage. Each element comprises 5 tiers, namely, Master, Overlord, King, Sovereign, and Emperor. Only upon mastering all 5 tiers can one be deemed successful in their cultivation of that element. In truth, both the wood and earth elements are open to the public, free from any monopolistic control. However, since the commencement of the Qi Yuan era, no one has embarked on the cultivation of these 2 elements. Why is this so? The crowd pondered in confusion. Currently, the royal strategy involves completing the cultivation of the gold, fire, and water elements before daring to challenge the earth and wood elements. Yet, it is worth noting that not even a single individual has fully mastered all three elements to date that a human life spans but a century. A fleeting moment in time. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a profound silence. However, does not the establishment of such arduous cultivation rules by the immortal Qi Yuan render the path of spiritual advancement even more formidable for all beings? The thoughts of the divine are beyond our comprehension. The immortal Qi Yuan, having perfected the 6 paths over approximately 5 millennia, made such a choice based on his extensive experiences. Our qualifications pale in comparison to his. Akin to blank parchment, we can only endeavor to do what lies within our capabilities, remarked Tian Xinyu solemnly. Could you elaborate on the perils of Yushan and Guatang Forest? A curious individual inquired. Yet, the might of Qingtu was overwhelmingly formidable. Indeed, had there been no preoccupation with ascension to the celestial path, Qingtu could have already been considered an immortal. Following Qingtu's demise, his corporeal form dissipated, yet his immense divine power and lingering resentment enveloped the entire southern mountain, causing it to be shrouded in perpetual mist. This divine energy also instigated mutations among the flora and fauna within Southern Mountain, resulting in terrifying anomalies. Henceforth, Southern Mountain became known as Yaoshan, classified as a forbidden realm. What of the Guatang Forest, then? Though the Guatang Forest is a treacherous place, it is indispensable to this world. One might say that our very existence is contingent upon the presence of the Guatang Forest. The crowd, upon hearing this, wore expressions of bewilderment, at a loss for explanation. Tian Xinyu proceeded to speak. There exists an unknown entity within the ghostly ravine forest that instills dread in the monstrous beings of the northern cold realm, preventing them from crossing the forest to intrude upon our central plains. Should they dare to do so, our nation would cease to exist, and humanity would be rendered prisoners. What could be so fearsome? I, too, am in the dark regarding this matter. These perilous unknowns must be explored by you esteemed cultivators, for I am but a humble scholar. Chapter 4. The visitor at the hour of the tiger, as Tian Xinyu eloquently articulated his thoughts. And Sheng appeared to be lost in a reverie, gazing absent-mindedly out of the rear window at the passing scenery. For in Sheng, such academic discourse held little significance, as the realm of cultivation felt exceedingly distant. And he could not envision his place among the great cultivators. Rumors circulated in the outside world that the next ruler of the wasteland kingdom would not be him, for only a cultivator could ensure peace in the land. And Sheng had never comprehended the decisions made by his father, Emperor Anchuan. Although he was a prince, he felt more deserving of the opportunity to cultivate than the noble relatives around him. Yet, from the moment of his birth, his father had revoked his qualifications for cultivation, imposing no stringent academic requirements upon him. As long as he did not engage in malevolent deeds, most of his actions were tacitly tolerated. Perhaps his identity as a demonic child complicated matters for his father, who likely feared that should he embark on the path of cultivation, he might lose control of his nature and bring calamity to the realm. Each time he contemplated this, the resentment in his heart was often assuaged by a sense of guilt. Due to the preferential treatment from his father, most of his peers in the Feijin Palace were reluctant to associate with Sheng. Thus, aside from his own side palace, the place he frequented most was the Feijin Academy, where, during times devoid of academic obligations, few other students would venture, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Another reason for his preference was the presence of a companion. This so-called companion had never exchanged words with him. Rather, they shared an unspoken understanding, each safeguarding the other's secrets. Sheng vaguely recalled that on the day he turned 10, after enduring isolation and exclusion from his peers, he found himself weeping quietly in a corner of the academy following a day of classes. At that moment, a soft, delicate hand gently patted his back, and a handkerchief was offered to him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the most radiant starlight within the eyes of a girl of similar age. Her every expression seemed to freeze time, indelibly etched into Sheng's memory. Sheng hastily wiped away his tears with his sleeve. His face flushed, and after a long moment of hesitation, he stammered, "I am not crying. Something merely went into my eye." Upon uttering these words, he realized the girl had vanished without a trace. In the years that followed, whenever classes commenced at the Feijin Academy, Sheng would often catch glimpses of the girl peering in, eavesdropping on the lessons. Whenever she noticed Sheng stealing glances at her, she would make a playful face resembling a weeping ghost, followed by a shushing gesture. playfully warning him not to reveal her presence, lest he expose her secret of having cried. Xing was more than willing to cover for her, for having a companion who engaged with him was a rare blessing indeed. The two individuals often communicated through expressions and gestures, and as their interactions accumulated, they became good friends without having exchanged a single word. Xing found himself quite curious about the background of this young woman. Perhaps she was a royal maidservant who refused to accept her fate, driven by a commendable ambition, he mused. However, today, as the lesson had progressed significantly, Xing noticed her absence. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and gradually rose, saying, "Sir, there is no need for further words." Tian Xianyue interjected, "I am aware of your thoughts. You deem the content of this lesson insignificant to you. Am I correct?" Xing nodded in agreement. "You also understand that I shall likely not encounter such matters in the future." Ah, Xing, some knowledge may appear to relate solely to cultivation, yet it encompasses far more than that, Tian Xianyue said earnestly. "What else could it possibly pertain to?" Xing inquired. His curiosity piqued. "Do you wish to uncover the answer? Come to the Feijin Palace's main hall at the hour of the tiger tonight, and you shall learn," Tian Xianyue replied, casting a meaningful glance at Xing before turning to depart at that moment. As the Feijin Palace neared the shift change, the guards on duty could no longer suppress their weariness, yawning audibly that a few even stood with their eyes partially closed, stealing brief moments of rest. Faint snoring escaping their nostrils, the slumbering guards were abruptly roused, extending their palms to feel the air, their expressions transforming into excitement that it is rain. The great wilderness shall be blessed with rain. Heaven bless our great wilderness. The guards shouted joyously as the moon journeyed westward. The hour of the tiger arrived. Within the main hall of the Feijin Palace, the emperor of the wilderness, and Chuan, gazed intently out the window at the suddenly illuminated sky. Yet this timely rain, which could save his people from calamity, elicited not a shred of joy within him. Indeed, the emperor is truly prepared for unforeseen circumstances. An aged voice suddenly resonated from a corner of the hall. Caught off guard, and Chuan turned abruptly, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the source of the voice. Being the highest-ranking sovereign infused with the element of gold, his hearing, sight, and perception were enhanced 1,000-fold by this elemental power. Yet, despite this, he had failed to sense the presence of another within the hall. Could it be that he had been too engrossed in thought? Nevertheless, the title of a monarch is not a mere facade. And Chuan swiftly reacted, channeling the elemental gold within his veins, enveloping himself in a radiant golden aura. With a subtle lift of his right hand, a massive spike jutted forth from the gilded walls of the hall. Pointing menacingly toward the darkened corner, "This gold is as rare as a phoenix's feather in this world, and yet the kingdom of the wilderness has constructed its palace from it. It seems this gold is a manifestation of your elemental power." And Chuan remarked, "There is no need for the emperor to be angered. I come in peace," the figure in the corner said, trembling as it stepped into the light, cloaked in a black robe. Its features were shrouded in shadow. "If you harbor no malice, why not reveal your name?" And Chuan replied, his tone softening, yet his stance remained poised like a lion ready to pounce. The cloaked figure slowly extended a hand, weathered and wrinkled, and removed its hood, revealing an aged visage. "Your Majesty, it has been a long time that it turns out to be the ghost diviner. Why do you not enjoy your twilight years in the serene confines of your ghostly forest, but instead venture into my desolate realm?" And Chuan inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor one of condescension. Ever since the dawn of the Qi Yuan era, he had secluded himself within the ghostly forest, remaining unseen for over 3 centuries, leading the world to believe that the ghost diviner had departed from this mortal coil. Some even whispered that the terrifying creatures within the ghostly forest were mere manifestations of the ghost diviner himself. This night has brought forth an extraordinary phenomenon. As a malevolent star traverses the skies, an old man, have pursued the trail of this star to seek out an individual, the ghost diviner proclaimed. "And who might that be?" And Chuan asked slowly. "A person born with a hunchbacked heart," the ghost diviner replied. And Chuan paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face before it was quickly replaced by a shadow of gloom. "How did you come to know of this royal secret?" "As an old man dwelling within the realm of hungry ghosts, I possess formidable spiritual powers and have cultivated the art of divination. Thus, I am aware of the changes that occur in this world," the ghost diviner said, stroking his beard. "Last night, a rift suddenly opened in the divine realm, through which this malevolent star emerged and established a connection with someone from your desolate kingdom. However, the identity of that individual remains unknown to me. Then how do you know that this person with a hunchbacked heart resides in my palace? And Chuan pressed that it is I who spoke of it. Tian Chuan Yu said with a smile as she emerged leisurely from behind the ghost diviner. Long ago, I detected a peculiar aura hidden within this Feijing palace. Initially, I believed there to be an elderly predecessor with a hunchbacked heart within the palace. However, as my investigation deepened, I discovered that this aura actually emanated from a young girl. And Chuan regarded Tian Chuan Yu with a face that fluctuated between stormy and serene. Tian Chuan Yu, as a minister of our nation, how could you conspire with others? Skeptically, and Chuan murmured, are you suggesting that this individual with a hunchbacked heart is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal? Tian Chuan Yu continued, there is no need for you to conceal the truth any longer. Emperor, and this girl is none other than your concealed biological daughter. The moment she was born, celestial phenomena manifested, and with her innate hunchbacked heart, you feared that she would attract calamity. Thus, you allowed the son of a servant born on the same day to take her place as the prince, bearing the misfortunes meant for her. Indeed, as you suspected, the Sand Kingdom, under the guise of the common folk's crusade against the demon child, seeks to invade the desolate kingdom. You intended to sacrifice the false prince and Sheng at noon today to appease the populace, thereby avoiding any military engagement, while simultaneously showcasing your benevolent yet ruthless nature, earning the love of the people. However, Tian Chuan Yu paused for a moment, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she let out a derisive huff. You have calculated every possible outcome, yet failed to foresee the rain that would come at the hour of the tiger. This not only undermined the rumors surrounding Sheng as the demon child, but it also stripped the Sand Kingdom of its pretext for invasion, hastening their advance towards your city. I surmise that before dawn breaks, the Sand Kingdom will lay siege upon your gates, which likely explains the troubled expression upon your face. An Chuan scrutinized the expression on Tian Chuan Yu's face, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. He questioned her with discontent. Minister Tian Chuan, with such a grave threat looming, you appear unfazed, conversing with this old scoundrel as if you share a common agenda. What are your true intentions? In the face of An Yuan's interrogation, Tian Xuan Yu displayed not a hint of trepidation, but instead spoke with resolute clarity. Your Majesty An Yuan, do you not recall the oath sworn between us? Upon hearing her words, An Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. Tian Xuan Yu let out a cold laugh. Since you choose not to speak, allow me to articulate it for you. You once vowed that should I assist you in the annexation of the Sand Kingdom, you would open the land rich in golden elements for the cultivation of cultivators from all corners of the world. Now that the Sand Kingdom lies within the grasp of the desolate nation, you choose to monopolize access, permitting only the nobility of the desolate nation to practice there. Such a betrayal of your promise. What are your true intentions? Thus, since you have strayed from your original intent, I shall no longer harbor any extravagant expectations. In truth, whether it be the rumors surrounding the sacrificial demon child or the impending invasion of the Sand Kingdom, I have been intricately involved, or rather, it was I who orchestrated it all. With a shake of her head and closed eyes, Tian Xuan Yu declared, the rise of the desolate nation originated with me, and so shall its fall. Just as An Yuan was about to respond, he suddenly perceived a faint disturbance outside the main hall. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hand, the gate of the Feijing hall morphed into the shape of a palm. Seizing the intruder and hurling them into the chamber, the three of them focused their attention. They discovered it was Prince Anxing. Anxing, did you hear that? This is the answer you sought, Tian Xuan Yu intoned slowly. Anxing had been waiting at the main hall's entrance long before the hour of the tiger, believing the voices of contention within to be his father engaged in deliberation, and thus refrained from interrupting. However, as the clamor escalated, he grasped the entirety of the discourse in a wonder. Over the years, his father had only indulged him with lavish feasts while neglecting his education and cultivation. It became clear that not only was his status as a prince of fabrication, but his fate was also sealed, rendering any notions of education and cultivation utterly meaningless. That moment, a soldier clad in golden armor burst into the hall, kneeling before An Yuan and exclaiming, Your Majesty. Dire news. The army of the Sand Kingdom has gathered at the city gates, chanting slogans to purge the court and eradicate the demon child. They are poised to strike, and the citizens within are clamoring to open the gates for them. Our forces are on the verge of being overwhelmed. An Yuan, upon hearing this, cast a furious glare at Tian Xuan Yu. You wish to see the downfall of my great desolate nation. You, a mere scholar, indulge in foolish dreams. I shall first eliminate you, and then drive these detestable scoundrels from the Sand Kingdom away. With that, An Yuan raised his hands, and the entire main hall swiftly transformed into a pool of golden liquid. enveloping him entirely. When the golden water receded, On Yuan emerged clad in golden armor, while the remaining liquid morphed into countless sharp spikes that buzzed ominously in the direction of the three that witnessing this. Gue Bizi hastily declared, I merely seek to find the reincarnation of King Tazu. Your affairs are far too intricate for my involvement. I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished like a specter, leaving no trace behind that moment. The spikes lunged toward Tian Zuanyu and Anqing. With a powerful shout, Tian Zuanyu produced a folding fan from behind her, and with a casual wave, the golden spikes before her inexplicably vanished. In stark contrast, Anqing was pierced by the spikes, collapsing to the ground, motionless and lifeless. On Yuan gazed at Tian Zuanyu in disbelief. The earthly realm's Lionheart realm? How is this possible? Tian Zuanyu, furrowing her brow and gasping for breath, revealed that though I may not be your match, should you wish to take my life, it would require considerable effort on your part. Bayan Chuan, lost in thought, waved his hand, transforming the golden darts into a cascade of golden water that enveloped and shung. Lifting him into the air, he then addressed Tian Xianyu, stating, My country has not yet reached the end of its road. The moment is most opportune. With that, the golden water beneath and Chuan morphed into a colossal sword, elevating him into the sky as he swept and Sheng, who was on the brink of death, away through the door. Chapter 6. The divine elixir. The sounds of battle resonated throughout the city of the wasteland. Yet within a secluded alley, a brief tranquility prevailed. If only this world could be unified, Tian Xianyu remarked, unable to suppress his thoughts as he listened to the distant, piercing cries and groans. And Sheng, struggling to rise, inquired, Is this your ideal, sir? Yet, the ranks of cultivators were numerous. At one point, there existed hundreds of nations, often sending armies composed of common folk to vie for superior geographic positions and resources. In their own words, it was preferable for the populace to fight than for them to take the field themselves, for the formidable powers of the realms would lead to greater casualties. Over the course of centuries, the forces in this world gradually stabilized, leaving only 7 nations. The once mighty cultivators dwindled as they engaged in mutual slaughter. However, for the past century, ordinary citizens have lived in dire straits, witnessing the daily sunrise being a mere luxury. Although wars between the 7 nations have become infrequent, the common folk and wandering cultivators remain akin to slaves, bound to serve the royal aristocracy. Then, did you betray the people of the wasteland for the sake of the common folk? And Sheng's words struck at the very core of Tian Xianyu's heart. Stunned by the question, Tian Xianyu momentarily faltered, a hint of helplessness crossing his face as he replied, To break the deadlock, one must first enter the game. And Sheng, perplexed, asked, What do you mean by this? After Chuan monopolized the resources of the golden element, I fell into despair. Under the pretext of inspecting various nations, I traveled and discovered that all the sovereigns were cut from the same cloth. Only Mo Jian Yuan of the Sand Nation shared my vision of unifying the 7 nations. A self-deprecating smile crossed Tian Xianyu's lips as he continued, I understand that our goals are the same, yet our purposes differ. At the very least, our direction aligns. Suddenly, Tian Xianyu's gaze grew resolute. Thus, even if some actions contravene my wishes along the path to our destination, they serve as necessary groundwork for the greater good. Sensing his words had grown overly intense, he forced a stiff smile and said to Sheng, Let us not dwell on this. From today onward, you may live your own life. What life do I have left? I do not even know who I am. And Sheng shook his head. Your surname is Yu. Your mother was a palace maid, and your father served as a guard of the Fei Jin. Where are they now? And Sheng's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with hope as he grasped Tian Xianyu's sleeve. His voice filled with urgency. Your father was executed for breaching palace regulations by consorting with a maid, and your mother perished in childbirth the day you were born, Tian Xianyu replied, lowering his gaze and speaking somberly. Anqing gently lowered his hand, which had grasped Tian Xianyu's sleeve, and his bright eyes dimmed once more. Observing this, Tian Xianyue remarked, You must cherish this life of yours. The ascendant pill is exceedingly precious. There are scarcely a few in existence, and I procured it from the black market at great expense. Anqing looked at Tian Xianyue and inquired, You have never practiced cultivation. This sudden power to confront Anquan must surely be a result of consuming the ascendant pill. Anqing, puzzled, asked, Does that mean after we consume it, we will acquire the abilities of a practitioner of the 4 realms and live for 1,000 years like them? Tian Xianyue shook his head and replied, For those not of the reincarnated body, consuming the ascendant pill will grant the powers of a cultivator of the four realms, yet it will not bestow longevity. Moreover, this power can only be wielded 4 times in a lifetime. The first use will lead one into the camel heart realm, followed by the lion heart realm, then the crimson heart realm, and finally the holy heart realm. Once these 4 uses are exhausted, the non-reincarnated body will dissipate into nothingness. Upon hearing this, Anqing exclaimed in astonishment, "So, when I use it for the last time, I will attain the realm of ascension to the divine domain?" Indeed, hence the name Ascendant Pill. After the splendor comes eternal silence, Tian Xianyue explained. What is it like to experience splendor? Anchuang pondered, reflecting on his royal birth, wondering if it could be deemed splendid, perhaps compared to the common folk. It was. After all, he feasted on delicacies every day without the burden of subsistence. Furthermore, he could fashion rare jade gold into trinkets for amusement. Yet, within the jade gold palace, none regarded him as human. All avoided him, fearing the taint of ill fortune. This was due to Anchuang's own disregard for his worth. But what fault lay with him? The child born of the maid and palace guard should have perished over a decade ago. Yet Anchuang allowed this child, bearing the title of prince, to bask in the opulence of the jade gold palace for years, the price being the sacrifice of his own daughter. It seemed a reasonable exchange. Moreover, after hearing Tian Xuanyue's words, Anchuang found himself understanding his own resolute actions as the sovereign of a nation. The welfare of the people and the state naturally took precedence. After all, sacrificing one for the sake of the realm was a transaction that anyone would deem worthwhile. At that moment, Anqing suddenly recalled Anchuang's teaching, to never trust the words of others, but to observe their actions, for while the mouth may deceive the ear, one's conduct is difficult to conceal from the eyes. Suddenly struck by a thought, Anqing addressed Tian Xianyue, saying, "Sir, I indeed must live anew, but before that, I wish to stand alongside Anchuang to face our adversaries." Tian Xianyue, bewildered, retorted, "Why so? He is not your father and nearly took your life. How can you be so obstinate? You mentioned that Anchuang merely almost killed me. As a sovereign of the Golden Throne, how could he commit such a grave error?" Anqing replied, "If you fight alongside Anchuang, you are opposing me," Tian Xianyue insisted, gripping Anqing's sleeve tightly. "That will not be the case. Given my current abilities, I cannot alter the outcome. I merely wish to accompany my father as a son to face our challenges together." Tian Xianyue, upon hearing these words, fell into deep contemplation for a considerable time. "Anqing, you truly are a person of great kindness." Anqing bowed respectfully to Tian Xianyue and declared, "Esteemed sir, regardless of the outcome of this battle with thee, I shall follow you closely after it concludes and assist you in achieving the grand endeavor of unification." Chapter 7. The battle reinforcements and Chuan hovered in midair, his gaze fixated on the thick fog that rose from the explosion. Pondering that the technique he employed, the golden sun veiling the sky, had indeed concentrated all 10 parts of elemental power, aimed at delivering a fatal blow, and no matter how formidable Imo Jinyuan's life might be. This time he surely faced dire consequences as the fog gradually dissipated, and Chuan could hardly believe his eyes. Imo Jinyuan stood unscathed in his original position, not even a speck of dust upon him. Just as Chuan was taken aback, he suddenly heard a wail from Imo Jinyuan. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was his steed that had perished in the explosion. Imo Jinyuan, cradling the head of the great wolf, cried out with a face full of sorrow, "Lan Yin, I shall seek justice for you." For Imo Jinyuan, Lan Yin was far more than merely his steed. It had been his companion since childhood, sharing in countless battles together. This sudden turn of events left Imo Jinyuan heartbroken. Could it be that his steed had shielded him from the blow? And Chuan's thoughts began to stir. Given his capabilities at the Golden Emperor level, he could obliterate half a city with 10 parts of his power. How could this steed withstand all that force? Furious, Imo Jinyuan lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his hands coming together as he gathered the elemental power of gold within him. Although the power of a golden sovereign cultivator pales in comparison to that of a golden emperor, akin to the disparity between grains of sand and a sand dune, it was merely a difference in strength. As long as he could seize the right moment and employ skilled techniques, even a mere needle could prove lethal. Slowly, Imo Jinyuan pulled apart his hands, and to his astonishment, a shimmering golden staff materialized between them. Grasping it firmly, he swung it forcefully towards Anchuan, and the staff elongated as if it were capable of stretching, aiming directly for Anchuan's head. The swiftness of the strike caught Anchuan completely off guard. Since the stabilization of the situation among the 7 nations, to prevent further chaos and conflict, the 6 nations, excluding Balin, had jointly signed an agreement. According to this pact, should the ruler of any of these nations ascend to the divine realm or meet an untimely demise without leaving a will designating a successor, or if the newly appointed successor lacked the support of the populace, a new ruler would need to be selected from among the cultivators of the realm. During such times, cultivators would gather near the divine realm, at a place known as Huanliu Island. They would compete in a tournament format to determine the ultimate victor, who would then be crowned the new ruler. This was the only avenue for common cultivators to alter their destinies. Mo Jianyuan rose to fame through this very process, transforming from an obscure common cultivator to a renowned figure on the arena. Employing his adept techniques and unexpected maneuvers, he vanquished many who were stronger than himself, ultimately being crowned the emperor of the Xia Kingdom at the Golden Overlord level. That he was the sole individual since the inception of the Reincarnation Era to attain the position of emperor from the entry-level ranks. Faced with a cultivator adept at overcoming the formidable with the feeble, and Xuan found himself under immense pressure. Born into nobility, he had garnered his family's favor solely due to his exceptional talent and cultivation, earning the right to succeed as the emperor. However, opportunities for combat had been scarce. In contrast, figures like Mo Jianyuan, a commoner who had fought in over 1,000 fierce battles and had relentlessly forged himself into an emperor, possessed an abundance of combat experience and skill. In this moment, and Xuan felt restless, exerting every ounce of his strength to summon the golden elements around him to form a protective shield. Yet, after the recent skirmish, the golden elements within him had nearly vanished. Drawing from the natural world required time, and he feared it would be too late. Was this to be the end? Despairing, and Xuan closed his eyes, extending his arms to shield his head, bracing himself to withstand the fatal blow. However, after a crisp sound of impact, he felt no discomfort at all. Slowly, he opened his eyes to discover that someone had positioned themselves before him, wielding a branch that shimmered with a faint white essence. The realm of human Tao, Tua Xin Jing. The hallmark of human Tao lies in utilizing the physical body as a vessel, channeling meridians to materialize the essence within into weaponry, thus achieving a state of unity between man and instrument. Tua Xin Jing represented the degree of essence utilization, serving as the entry level of the 4 realms, merely attaching essence to tangible matter. And Xuan pondered, among the friends he had made, none practiced the 4 realms. Why would this individual shield him from such a lethal strike? Yet, as he scrutinized the silhouette and form, an inexplicably familiar sensation washed over him. And Sheng? And Xuan tentatively inquired that a wave of comfort surged through him, soon followed by a profound guilt, for throughout his life, he had been worthy of everyone in the world, except in Sheng. Thus, he had endeavored to provide in Sheng with the most abundant life possible while maintaining a distance, fearing that too close a bond would transform their relationship into something akin to father and son, turning this impetuous youth into his Achilles heel. However, contrary to his intentions, when he had acted against Sheng, instinctively avoiding any fatal harm, he realized that Sheng had seamlessly integrated into his life. The moment he witnessed Sheng fall, his heart clenched violently, an inexplicable pain coursing through him. "Why do you save me after all I have done to you?" Xuan questioned in bewilderment. "Perhaps your intentions in naming me as your son were not pure. Yet throughout these years, you have never harmed me. In the face of the current turmoil in the sacrificing one to save the multitude is a transaction worth contemplating, especially since I have always been but a pawn in your game. Even so, you have never dealt me a fatal blow." And Sheng replied that I wish to live again, and before that, I do not want to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. After hearing this, Xuan nodded and said, "Very well, once this upheaval concludes, you shall live for yourself. If they can weather this storm, the doors of Fei Jin Palace will forever be open to you." Sheng felt a swell of emotion at these words. Xuan was uncertain of his own feelings. Yet this declaration hinted to Sheng a glimmer of paternal affection. A rare moment of candor. The usually stoic emperor, devoid of any expression, uttered such words, revealing a glimpse of genuine emotion. Yearning for reminiscence, he mused that after death, there would be ample time in the grave. After a prolonged silence, Mo Jianyuan, growing impatient, interjected and turned his gaze towards Tian Xianyu, silently seeking assistance. At that moment, Tian Xianyu stood with her arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the stone wall at the alley's entrance, coldly surveying the chaotic battlefield. Mo Jianyuan offered a resigned smile, then declared, "Isn't it merely a 1 against 2? Watch as I unify the barbaric territories today." Chapter 8. The demise of Inchuan's such aspirations were nothing short of delusional. Enraged by Mo Jianyuan's arrogant proclamation, Inchuan felt a surge of fury. With his thoughts clouded, he realized that, due to the earlier battle, his internal gold elements were nearly depleted. He could now only rely on close combat, while gradually drawing upon the elemental forces of nature. With this in mind, Inchuan concentrated his energy in his right hand, summoning a jade gold sword. In an instant, he appeared before Mo Jianyuan, thrusting the sword directly towards his adversary's face using the force of his arm and core. Mo Jianyuan's heart sank as he recognized the impending danger. He quickly raised the golden staff before him. Releasing his grip, he directed the gold elements to form a circular defensive field. In a mere heartbeat, the jade gold sword collided with the defensive barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the stone path beneath Mo Jianyuan, causing him to sink half a body's depth into the ground. A testament to the tremendous force behind Inchuan's strike. Beads of sweat formed on Mo Jianyuan's forehead, revealing the strenuous effort required to withstand the blow. With a vigorous push forward, he directed the field, now expanding, to envelop Inchuan, transforming it into a sphere that encased him within. Mo Jianyuan then executed a swift side kick, propelling both the barrier and Inchuan into the distance. Seizing the opportunity to escape from the pit, inside the sphere, Inchuan remained unperturbed. The barrier's separation from Mo Jianyuan diminished its potency. With a casual slash, he shattered the field into fragments. However, at the moment the protective barrier disintegrated, Mo Jianyuan had vanished from sight. Inchuan cautiously scanned his surroundings, aware that Mo Jianyuan sought to avoid direct confrontation, instead intending to strike from a distance through his techniques. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to call out to Insheng, "Hurry to my side." Before his words could fully escape, a shadow darted behind Insheng, brandishing a staff aimed at the crown of his head. Seizing the moment, Inchuan refused to grant Mo Jianyuan any respite. He hurled the jade gold sword towards Mo Jianyuan's right hand, with no time to restore the staff using gold elements. Mo Jianyuan could only use his left hand to muster energy and block the blow. Yet, Inchuan followed closely behind the sword, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Mo Jianyuan's face. Unable to evade in time, Mo Jianyuan was struck, causing his body to contort in response. At that moment, Insheng appeared behind him, gripping a branch and thrusting it towards the heart at Mo Jianyuan's back. Breathing heavily, Mo Jianyuan felt blood saturating his shoulder. Slowly, he withdrew the branch from his shoulder, tearing away a significant portion of flesh. It seemed that someone's ambition to unify the barbaric realms was destined to fail. Inchuan mocked, "The unification of the barbaric lands is merely my initial step. If I cannot achieve even this, what harm would there be in my demise today?" Mo Jianyuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and, gritting his teeth, addressed Inchuan, "My ultimate ambition is to unify the 7 nations, abolish the nobility, and allow every individual in this world the opportunity to cultivate." Inchuan pointed at Mo Jianyuan and burst into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "How ludicrous! Do you remember what became of the last person who aspired to unify the 7 nations? Mo Jianyuan fell silent, prompting Inchuan to continue, "With your solitary strength, how do you intend to stir this undercurrent? The realm has only just begun to stabilize. Do you wish to incite chaos, rendering the populace unable to sustain themselves? Peace in the world has never had shortcuts. Only through unification can harmony be achieved." Mo Jianyuan gazed resolutely at Inchuan, whose eyes reflected a striking resemblance to his former self, a realization that dawned upon him. Once, in his youth, he too harbored dreams of uniting the 7 nations, paving the way for cultivators to traverse freely to the elemental realms. Yet, upon ascending to the throne, he discovered that only through relentless warfare could unification be realized, and that the other 6 nations, for their own interests, had banded together to resist the Wasteland Kingdom, leaving the common folk struggling for survival. "Allow me to awaken you," Inchuan scoffed, and with that, he raised his hands, revealing a colossal golden orb. During their discourse, Inchuan had discreetly drawn upon the elemental gold from nature, now culminating in a powerful manifestation. Not again, Mo Jianyuan, having lost too much blood, fell weakly to the ground, quietly awaiting his end. Inchuan hurled the orb, which soared through the air like a scorching sun, and with a resounding explosion, A deep crater formed where Imo Jian Yuan had once stood, leaving him vanished from sight. Your Majesty Yuan, with the formidable foe now eliminated, it is time for us to part ways. And Sheng approached in Chuan, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty? And Sheng's swift change of address revealed the toll that his years in the Fei Jin Palace had taken on him. How is this possible? How could you evade my golden sunstrike twice? What is your true power? And Chuan, nearly on the brink of despair, questioned. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he discerned a figure atop a nearby roof, cloaked in black. The person's face obscured by a hood, emanating an aura of immense pressure. This individual possessed unfathomable strength, leaving in Chuan uncertain whether they were foe or ally. If they were an adversary, today could spell disaster. He whispered to Inxing, observe the situation closely. If it turns awry, flee swiftly. Our fates have reached their conclusion, and you owe me nothing. No sooner had he spoken than the figure atop the roof shifted, causing the air around them to contort into a barrier, as a fierce wind battered against them, rendering their eyes unable to open, forcing them to shield themselves with their sleeves. At that moment, a colossal dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon danced through the air, spiraling before suddenly charging towards Inchuan and Insheng. Is that a high-tier beast? Insheng inquired, bewildered against the tumultuous winds. We shall find out, Inchuan declared, channeling the last of his elemental energy into an 8-foot Fei Jin dragon-slaying blade. He swung it towards the oncoming dragon's head. However, as the colossal dragon sword passed, the dragon-slaying blade struck nothing but empty air, while the dragon's form dissolved into countless streams of ethereal energy. These currents, sharp as the edge of a blade, shredded the garments and flesh of the two individuals. Inchuan, witnessing the disintegration of his own flesh, cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, he seized Inxing's arm, transforming the dragon-slaying blade into a protective barrier that enveloped them both, and with a mighty leap, he propelled himself out of the turbulent winds. Inxing had fallen into unconsciousness, oblivious to the peril surrounding them. Inchuan, bearing Inxing upon his back, ran tirelessly until exhaustion overtook him, collapsing onto the ground. Gazing at the battered Inxing, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to declare, your life is not yet over. I will not permit you to perish here. Chapter 9. Enling, the waning rays of the setting sun cast a fiery glow upon the barren sands of the desert, scorching the earth beneath with relentless heat, while the arid atmosphere rendered breathing a laborious task. It is difficult to fathom that amidst such a harsh environment, a tavern still stands in the heart of the desert. The innkeeper's assistant dozed upon a long bench at the entrance, mumbling incoherently in his slumber, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth and pooling upon the ground. The tavern's proprietor sat alone on a small stool, sipping his spirits in solitude, occasionally tossing a few peanuts into his mouth. The potency of the liquor caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, cascading down his face and into his bowl, where he drank the mingled concoction with relish. Lost in thought as he gazed at the descending sun, its brightness becoming somewhat unbearable, he contemplated the likelihood of any patrons arriving that day. Just as he rose to close the tavern's door, he noticed two figures emerging on the horizon. With a swift kick, he roused the slumbering assistant, who tumbled from the bench like a rubber ball, choking on a mouthful of sand. Stop your nonsense. There's work to be done. Rob these two travelers, and today you shall reap your fortune, the proprietor instructed, gesturing towards the approaching figures. This tavern, situated in such a desolate locale, was established specifically to ambush passing travelers, who, traversing the vast desert, inevitably carried substantial wealth. The proprietor had dedicated himself to preying upon these unsuspecting souls. The assistant followed the direction of the proprietor's finger, spotting two individuals riding camels through the desert, clad in black garments and obscured by black scarves, their heads adorned with wide-brimmed hats, advancing slowly in single file. Before long, the two arrived at the tavern's entrance. The foremost dismounted from his camel, securing the reins to a wooden post, then assisted the other from the second camel. After tending to the camels, they entered the tavern, and the leader surveyed the interior before inquiring. Innkeeper, do you have any vacant rooms? The proprietor, his face alight with obsequiousness, eagerly responded, Indeed, indeed. Please, esteemed guests, allow me to provide you with some refreshments while my assistant prepares your accommodations. The leader nodded slightly and settled at a nearby table. Removing his hat and scarf to reveal the visage of Gui Batsi, that he called out, Bring me a bowl of wine and serve your finest dishes. The innkeeper's heart soared with delight at the prospect of such generous patrons. It appeared that fortune favored him today. Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. After a brief silence, Gui Batsi turned to his companion, who remained standing in a daze, and said, "Sit down and partake of some food. Do not dwell on it too much. The kingdom of the wild has already fallen." The companion let out a soft sigh as he settled across from the fortune teller, shedding his heavy garments to reveal a strikingly handsome visage. The innkeeper and the young attendant, upon glimpsing this countenance, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape for an extended moment. The innkeeper, unable to contain his amusement, playfully slapped the attendant on the forehead and remarked, "You rascal, with your clever schemes, can't you keep your wits about you when faced with such beauty?" The attendant, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his forehead and replied, "It's been 2 years without a taste of meat. Even a dog would find that intolerable, let alone a person." Seeing his nephew's lack of ambition, the innkeeper chided, "You've stumbled upon a golden opportunity when it's time to serve them drinks. Be generous with the wine. Today, you shall reap both wealth and fortune." Meanwhile, the two individuals in the main hall remained blissfully unaware of the sordid machinations taking place in the kitchen just yesterday. Amidst the fierce battle between the sovereigns of Anquan and Mo Jinyuan, the entire outer wall of the Feijin Palace had been absorbed into Anquan as a form of elemental gold, granting the fortune teller the chance to enter the palace in search of the reincarnation of Qingtu Ikiti. That moment, the reincarnation was concealed among a throng of palace ladies, hiding in a corner of a side hall. Upon first setting eyes on her, the fortune teller immediately recognized the extraordinary girl and revealed his identity and purpose to her mother. The fortune teller's renown echoed throughout the 7 domains. And upon learning of his presence, the imperial consort, concerned for her daughter's safety, permitted her to remain by his side. "What shall become of me now that the kingdom of the wasteland has fallen?" Tears cascaded down the woman's cheeks, her haggard appearance evoking deep sympathy. Though she had concealed her identity during her time in the wasteland, the love from Anquan and the imperial consort had never waned. Thus, even if the world remained oblivious to her true identity, she was willing to accompany her parents as an anonymous figure. "Come with me to the ghostly hollow forest, that shall be your new home. As long as I, the fortune teller, draw breath, I vow to shield you from any harm." He reassured her, "You are the reincarnation of Qingtu, and one day, your true self shall awaken. These earthly ties will inevitably be severed." "Why do you insist on finding me?" the woman asked, perplexed. "Apologies for the wait. Esteemed guests, here is the premium sand-buried wine from the barbaric domain. This exquisite wine has been buried in the sands for nearly 30 years. Boasting a rich aroma and superb flavor, it is our establishment's signature offering." The young attendant placed 2 bowls of wine on the table, adding, "Your meals will be ready shortly." The fortune teller inhaled the fragrant scent of the wine and nodded approvingly. He then placed a few scattered black silvers on the tray and said, "This is a token of appreciation for you. Off you go." Black silver was the most commonly circulated currency, albeit of the lowest quality. Typically used by the common folk, larger merchants or officials tended to employ better quality light silver, while ordinary nobles traded in black gold. For Feijin, it was considered a luxury item, reserved for the royal family. Aside from the wasteland, after a day of exertion, the fortune teller, feeling the weariness of age, lifted a bowl of sand-buried wine to his lips. After a few hearty sips, he exclaimed, "What a marvelous wine!" However, before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the table, his bowl shattering on the floor with a loud crash. The woman across the table stared in shock at this scene, pondering just how reliable this old man truly was. As she mused, his tolerance for alcohol is rather pitiful. She grasped the arm of Gue Bizi, shaking him vigorously in an attempt to rouse him. The innkeeper, upon hearing the commotion, chuckled and remarked, "Ah, what a pure and innocent young lady we have here." The woman, offended by such coarse words, couldn't help but furrow her brow and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Observing her reaction, the innkeeper signaled to the waiter and said, "I shall step outside to inspect the camel for anything of value. This young lady is in your care." The waiter, elated by the innkeeper's words, exclaimed, "Uncle, you are indeed my dear uncle. Please, do hurry." The innkeeper shook his head, closed the inn's doors, and strode outside. He rummaged through the pockets of the camel's saddle and soon discovered several pieces of jade gold. Frowning at their rarity, such precious items were typically within reach of mortals, only to be claimed at the cost of their lives. That he couldn't help but ponder whether these two were connected to the royal family. Perhaps they were a troublesome hot potato that needed to be dealt with swiftly. Just then, a cacophony of shattered dishes erupted from inside, inciting his ire as he muttered, "You reckless fool, causing such a commotion over a woman. How much will this cost me?" He tucked the pieces of jade gold into his garments and hurried back inside. only to collide headfirst with the departing Gue Bizi. Casting a glance at the scene within, the innkeeper was struck by the sight of his nephew contorted into an impossible shape. Anguish and fury surged within him as he shouted, "Did you not succumb to unconsciousness? How could you awaken?" Gue Bizi replied dismissively, "With such feeble tricks, I could see through them even with my eyes closed. Since you are so confident, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, the innkeeper lunged at Gue Bizi, aiming a palm strike towards his neck. Unperturbed, Gue Bizi effortlessly deflected the seemingly fierce attack. "Oh, Ajin Shurjia, you are a cultivator as well," he observed with keen interest. "Since you possess some skill, you must recognize this." He then pressed his hand to the ground, gradually channeling his energy. And astonishingly, a colossal sword emerged from the earth. The sword, entirely black, emanated a white ethereal aura, the Baichun's sword. "You are Gue Bizi," the innkeeper exclaimed. Legend spoke of the Baichun sword being forged from the stars above. A divine relic left by ancient immortals, ageless as the sun and moon. The former Gue Bizi, empowered by this sword, had once battled at the Saint Heart realm of the Hungry Ghost Path against the Saint Heart realm of the Shura Path, without faltering. To perish by this sword, one must have previously served the desolate kingdom. Otherwise, why wield a cleaver against mere ants? The innkeeper felt darkness envelop him, consciousness slipping away. Gue Bizi regarded the innkeeper's severed form and turned, asking, "Were you frightened?" The woman, puzzled, inquired, "If you were not truly unconscious, why did you not intervene immediately to stop them?" Gue Bizi replied, "This world is far more intricate than you realized. I feigned unconsciousness to discern their true intentions, and partly to teach you a lesson about the dangers of indiscriminately partaking in what lies beyond." The two exchanged a long, silent gaze, and after a moment, Gue Bizi added, "There is some dried food in my backpack. After we eat, let us depart this cursed place." Soon, the two mounted the camel and ventured into the night. Before setting off, Gue Bizi asked, "You still have not told me your name in this life." "And Ling," she replied. Chapter 10. The token of loyalty. Anshin was abruptly awakened by the clattering of iron. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he sat up, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings until a voice called out, "Dinner is served. It will be taken away in a quarter of an hour. If you do not eat, you shall go hungry today." After checking himself for any wounds, he found none. That he vaguely recalled that in the final moments of his life, Anchuan had infused him with a surge of power, a force that had brought him excruciating pain, leading him to faint. Anxing turned restlessly, unable to comprehend the situation, and ultimately chose to empty his mind. Slipping into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he encountered the nameless royal maid, her face smeared with blood as she shouted at him. Yet, he could not hear her voice. In a panic, he ran towards her, desperately leaning in close, only to hear her articulate each word. "It is you who has brought about our demise. The souls of the fallen from the wasteland will never spare you. This accursed child." The clanging of iron resounded once more, jolting Anxing awake as he cried out, "I am not an accursed child." Upon regaining his senses, he realized it was the jailer striking the cell door with a sword. The jailer regarded him with a look of confusion, and after a pause, said, "Step out. Lord Imo wishes to see you." Hearing the name of Lord Imo, Anxing suddenly recognized that he was imprisoned within the confines of the Sand Kingdom. But why had they not executed him? He was escorted by several jailers out of the prison. On the way to the palace, Anxing observed the destitute beggars lining the streets and the dilapidated houses, prompting him to inquire, "Is this the Sand Kingdom?" Beside him, a jailer spat and retorted angrily, "What? Have you never seen such a wretched country? It's because of you wasteland scoundrels, severing our trade routes, that our Sand Kingdom is so impoverished. You feast on delicacies while remaining oblivious to the plight of us common folk. Thankfully, our Lord Mo is the true champion of the people." In just a few simple sentences, the jailer conveyed the profound sorrow of the Sand citizens. Anxing pondered deeply, reflecting on the brutal casualties of the war between the Sand Kingdom and the Wasteland. Who truly fought for justice? The Wasteland sought to safeguard its prosperity, while the Sand Kingdom yearned to claim it. It appeared that neither side was at fault, yet the Sand Kingdom's misfortune was somehow blamed on the Wasteland. He recalled Tian Xuanyue's words, "All matters in this world are fundamentally tied to interests." Anxing was brought to a nondescript building where the jailer removed his shackles and forcefully pushed him to his knees. "My beloved disciple, we meet again." Anxing recognized the familiar voice and looked up to see Tian Xuanyue sitting leisurely, fanning herself, while at the end of the corridor sat the throne of Mo, Jinyu and Mo Jinyuan gazed down at the kneeling Anqing and remarked, Tian Fugua has informed me of your circumstances. Acknowledging that you two were a victim of Anquan's schemes and recognizing your benevolent act towards Anquan, I have decided to absolve you of your previous transgressions. Tian Xianhua smiled brightly, stepped forward to assist Anqing to his feet, and said, From now on, you shall serve Lord Mo until then. I will continue to guide you. Quickly, express your gratitude to Lord Mo. However, Mo Jinyuan waved his arm and remarked, Hold on, I merely stated that the charges would be absolved. But I did not imply the absence of punishment. Quite the contrary, you are well aware that my steed, Lan Yin, perished in the war against the, and I am in dire need of a new. Mo Jinyuan continued at a leisurely pace. Moreover, I have learned of your consumption of the Ascension Pill. You have already depleted the medicinal potency of the Camel Heart Realm, and now it is time for the Lion Heart Realm. I require you to capture a new inn, for the Lion Heart Realm is sufficient. Such utter nonsense. Do you not comprehend that for one who has ingested the Ascension Pill, each use of its power is a drain on one's very life? This pill may only be utilized 4 times in total, Tian Xianwei retorted. After this use, there will still be 2 remaining. I in any case, and Shang will eventually be cultivated towards the direction of this. And the instances of employing force will be few and far between. I can protect him. Let this be regarded as a token of his allegiance to my. Mo Jinyuan scoffed, just as Tian Xianhua was about to speak. And Sheng extended his hand to halt him. Very well, I shall go. Tian Xianhua gazed at Sheng in disbelief, as if to ask, Do you not understand the significance of each life? Yet Sheng replied, Since I have resolved to serve Emperor Mo, it signifies a severance from my past. It is both reasonable and just to expend a portion of my medicinal power for the. Upon hearing this, Mo Jinyuan was filled with elation. A promising youth indeed. And Sheng, should you succeed in your return, I shall elevate you to the position of Prime Minister, second only to your master. You will be granted a seat to attend court and may enter the esteemed Black Gold Academy of my. Tian Xianwei, upon hearing this, found herself lacking the strength to counter such enticing terms. The position of Prime Minister was a candidate for the next, and the privilege of attending court was a benefit reserved solely for that realm. Currently, none of the other Prime Ministers possess such a qualification. And the Black Gold Academy was a place for the royal nobility of the study, entry into which signified access to all future core figures of the. Feigning composure, Tian Xianhua stated, I hope Emperor Mo will fulfill his promises. Upon hearing these words, although the past was bygone, the absence of the surname still pierced deeply into his heart. Understood, I shall obey, Yu Sheng acknowledged. Mo Jinyuan waved his hand. Let the black armored guards escort you to the hunting camp. I must take my rest. Chapter 11. The hunting camp. Chui Shoujiang. I have brought someone for you. A soldier emerged from the corner of the military camp, his robust frame and rugged appearance complemented by a piece of unfinished meat in hand, greasy lips forming an unclear shout. Why are you sending me more people? My team is already at full capacity. The black armored soldier who came to deliver the message replied. How would I know? It was a direct order from Emperor Mo that this individual accompany you for the hunt. Chui Shoujiang surveyed the young man behind the black armored soldier, noting his frail demeanor, and mocked. With that physique, are you meant to serve as prey for the? With that, the black armored soldier departed, leaving Yu Sheng and Chui Shoujiang exchanging glances. Chui Shoujiang scoffed at the departing figure, cursing, what a load of nonsense from the black armored army. What's so impressive about them? If it weren't for Emperor Mo, they would have turned this battle into mere cannon fodder. Once he had spoken, Chui Shou surveyed Yu Sheng from head to toe and inquired, From which battalion have you come? After a moment of contemplation, Chui Shou remarked, the Emperor's personal guards. Pray, follow me, but do mind the step at the entrance of this tent. The black armored guards, handpicked by Mo Jinyuan from the elite of the black armored army, typically remained by the Emperor's side. Yet, when the drums of war sound, any one of them might be dispatched as a commander of the black armored army. They are indeed the Armée de la Armée, capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. Upon hearing of such a formidable unit, Chui Shou naturally felt compelled to adjust his demeanor. Once they entered the military tent, Chui Shou cast aside the rib he had been gnawing on, clapped his hands, and called out, Brothers, the esteemed Yu Sheng, a valiant officer from the black armored guards, has come to join us. Within the tent, a dozen or so men lounged about haphazardly. Upon hearing Chui Shou's call, they sprang to their feet, raising their cups and exclaiming, Welcome, Lord Yu Sheng. With you here, our expedition to the Demon Mountain is assured. Yu Sheng, taken aback by their address, hastily replied, "Gentlemen, please refrain from calling me Lord. I am merely here to learn from esteemed predecessors like yourselves." The tent was thick with the aroma of meat and wine, and most of the hunters were already inebriated, shouting, "Once you arrive, you are one of us. Tonight, let Chui Shou take us for a feast to bolster our spirits before we set out." Upon hearing this, Chui Shou rushed to cover one man's mouth, hurriedly explaining, "Pay no heed to these drunken fools. We here are rough men, accustomed to the wild, and lacking in worldly refinement. They speak nonsense, so do not take offense." Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's of no consequence. Enjoy yourselves as you please. Do not mind me." As Yu Sheng observed the soldiers of the hunting camp, he noted a stark contrast to other units of the black armored army. Here, the discipline was lax, and camaraderie seemed to flourish. Chui Shou led Yu Sheng to a table at the far end of the tent, kicked aside the clutter surrounding it, gestured for Yu Sheng to take a seat, and lifted 2 cups of wine, proclaiming, "Brother Yu Sheng, since this is your first visit, let us drink together." Seeing Chui Shou's carefree demeanor, Yu Sheng felt it inappropriate to refuse. He accepted the cup and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat and into his stomach, causing him to cough a few times at the unexpected intensity. Chui Shou chuckled, "Here, we do not have the fine wines of the palace. It's mostly strong spirits, but at least the flavor is decent. A piece of meat will temper the fieriness." The potent aroma of the liquor began to affect Yu Sheng, who casually took a piece of meat from the table and bit into it. Only to find the taste somewhat gamey, he inquired, "What kind of meat is this, and why does it taste so peculiar?" "That is mountain fox meat that we eat whatever we catch. We have no particular preferences as long as there is meat." Chui Shou replied with a hearty laugh. "What activities does this hunting camp engage in?" Yu Sheng asked, his curiosity piqued. "What else could we possibly do but serve in the army's kitchen?" "This hunting camp operates independently from the Black Armored Legion. The military does not bear the burden of our expenses. Instead, we capture wild beasts and supply them to the military's kitchen, allowing them to transform these creatures into provisions for the army. Occasionally, we take advantage of our positions to venture into areas inaccessible to common folk, capturing exotic animals to sell in the black market. The more we discuss hunting, the more exhilarated we become. Most importantly, we capture magical beasts for the nobles and generals, enabling them to ride these creatures. Since we already have horses as mounts, why seek out magical beasts?" Yu Sheng asked, puzzled. "Do you sell magical beasts regularly?" Yu Sheng inadvertently inquired. However, this question seemed to encroach upon a sensitive topic for Commander Chui, who abruptly leapt up, cursing vehemently, "Damn it! Selling magical beasts in the military is a capital offense in the Sand Kingdom. Are those black-armored soldiers slandering our hunting camp? I wondered why you were sent here. Are you here to investigate us?" Commander Chui's explosive reaction startled everyone in the military tent, and Yu Sheng glanced around to see their faces etched with anger. While a few exchanged furtive glances, seemingly evading something, Yu Sheng began to grasp the implications and hurriedly clarified, "Not at all. My visit is unrelated to this matter. I was merely ordered by the sovereign to assist due to the perils of the Demon Mountain, and nothing else." Upon hearing this, Commander Chui's temper subsided somewhat. Realizing that his reaction had been overly conspicuous, he then forced a smile and said, "Please don't take offense, my younger brother. I lack refinement and tend to speak bluntly. Life in the Sand Kingdom has been exceedingly harsh these years, with the entire Black Armored Legion relying on our hunting camp to fill their bellies. After the battle in the Wasteland Kingdom, things have improved, and the Black Armored Legion has finally regained its pride. Yet, we toil away in obscurity, performing menial labor without ever having the chance to shine." Yu Sheng reflected that the internal dynamics of the Sand Kingdom's military were rife with conflict. Although the hunting camp was modest, it was fraught with complexities. Despite the apparent calm between the two, Commander Chui's enthusiasm for Yu Sheng had noticeably waned. He took a large gulp of wine and began to gnaw on a piece of meat. Before eventually addressing Yu Sheng, "Not long ago, a talented individual arrived. Around your age. He rarely mingles with us, but I'll make sure to introduce you too. You might just hit it off." Intrigued by the prospect of someone his age in the hunting camp, Yu Sheng perked up. "Oh, who is he?" Commander Chui, chewing on the meat, mumbled indistinctly. "His name sounds rather pretentious and effeminate, something like Feng Ru Wu, and he carries himself like a wealthy young master." Chapter 12. Feng Ru Wu. Yu Sheng sat idly in a corner of a large square table. As the day of departure for the Demon Mountain approached, prior to the journey, Commander Chui had summoned all the brothers of the camp to this establishment, the 100 Flowers Tavern, though it was called a tavern. Its true business was of a more carnal nature. Due to the blockade imposed by the arid nation, the Kingdom of Sand finds itself with limited avenues for wealth generation. However, businesses such as brothels and casinos flourish remarkably. Many respectable families, driven by the dire need to support their kin, reluctantly enter the realm of vice, while others are sold as mere commodities to these establishments. As Yusheng gazes upon the scene before him. It is a vivid display of debauchery. The brothers of the hunting camp each seem to have a fair, pale maiden at their side, their revelry heightened, as they embrace and cavort, the maidens appearing like two glistening white serpents entwined around the rotund form of their companion, lavishly flattering and enticing him to drink more. Cui Shou, observing the bashful Yusheng amidst the festivities, appears intent on teasing him, addressing the alluring figure beside him. Do you not see that my little brother has an empty space beside him? Go and keep him company. Upon hearing this, Yusheng feels as if he has consumed potent spirits, his neck flushing crimson and his face mirroring his embarrassment as he stammers, "No," before he can finish. A pair of fragrant lips presses against his, the wine flowing like ambrosia into his mouth, cascading down into his stomach. Yusheng raises his hands in bewilderment, unsure where to place them, and, lacking any support, he falls to the ground with the woman atop him. She playfully reaches down and laughs. "Oh, still a virgin, are we?" This remark ignites a roar of laughter from the crowd. Cui Shou boldly proclaims, "Whoever can claim his virginity tonight shall be rewarded with a whole piece of black silver." Upon hearing this, the women abandon their patrons and hastily rush towards Yusheng, employing all their charms to ensnare him. Yusheng, in a state of panic, clutches his trousers and clumsily escapes from the private room, fleeing the tavern in haste. What a collapse of decorum! Utterly shameless. Both wine and lust are filthy. Curse you. Upon his exit, Yusheng utters a flurry of idioms, culminating in an unexpected outburst of profanity that he gasps for air. As though emerging from a fierce battle, a nearby burst of laughter catches Yusheng's attention, and he turns to see a youth shaking with mirth, clad in identical hunting camp attire. "What are you laughing at?" Yusheng retorts, irritation evident in his tone. The youth waves his hand dismissively, indicating to let him finish laughing. After a quarter of an hour, accompanied by a few dry coughs, he finally composes himself, adjusts his clothing, places his hands on his hips, and remarks, "You look utterly ridiculous. Your face is as flushed as that of a bashful girl." Insulted by the youth's mockery, Yusheng feels a surge of discontent. He scrutinizes the lad, noting his sun-kissed skin and slightly robust physique, his features rugged yet appealing, and inquires, "I don't recall seeing you in the camp." Yusheng has a hunch about the boy's identity but feigns ignorance, asking, "What is your name?" The youth leaps onto a stone, looking down at Yusheng with a commanding presence, and declares, "Remember this. I do not change my name nor my surname. I am Feng Ruwu." Feng Ruwu's declaration elicits a flurry of emotions in Yusheng, his face shifting from pale to flush as he retorts, "That name lacks any grace. It is you who resembles a monkey with a rear end for a face." With a surge of anger, Yusheng launched a powerful kick aimed at Feng Ruwu's legs. However, Feng Ruwu was undeterred. With a light step, he deftly maneuvered behind Yusheng and executed a swift capture, binding his hands and feet. In no time, they were grappling, with Feng Ruwu taunting, "You're not even a woman." He held Yusheng's wrist firmly. Yet, at that moment, Yusheng sensed a familiar force emanating from Feng Ruwu's body. A vital energy reminiscent of the breath he experienced when unlocking his own Tua Xian state. All right. I concede that I won't fight you anymore. You're far too uncouth," Yusheng retorted, still sharp-tongued. Upon hearing the admission of defeat, Feng Ruwu released Yusheng's hands, remarking, "It wasn't I who initiated the conflict. You're the one being uncouth." Though their first encounter was marked by combat, one in which he had lost, Yusheng's heart brimmed with joy. After all, he had not forgotten his experiences in the wild country, having been isolated since childhood. He felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of conversing with peers willing to engage with him. As he straightened his wrinkled attire, he inquired of Feng Ruwu, "Why don't you join them in their revelry?" Feng Ruwu scoffed, "The ambience here is deplorable. A bunch of brutish men slaughtering pigs and cows. What kind of amusement could they possibly offer? Have you experienced a more refined environment?" Yusheng jestingly replied, "How about this? You acknowledge me as your elder brother, and I shall introduce you to the world beyond." With a mischievous grin, Feng Ruwu responded, "And given your lackluster skills, should you ever find yourself bullied, I shall protect you." With such generous terms for calling you brother, how could I possibly refuse? Yusheng spat in mock disdain. Your imagination knows no bounds. At that moment, the tavern was filled with the sounds of laughter and cheer. Yet Yu Sheng gazed at the lights within, his expression clouded with worry. Noticing his demeanor, Feng Ruwu said, "Though these people may be coarse, their intentions are not malicious. They jest with you merely for amusement. There's no need to take it to heart." Before Feng Ruwu could continue, a sudden cacophony erupted from within the tavern. Chairs were overturned, dishes shattered, and a woman's scream pierced the air. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously uttered, "Something's gone awry." As they ran, Yu Sheng was astonished by the extraordinary agility displayed by Feng Ruwu. He truly was a master of his craft. "What has transpired?" Yu Sheng quietly inquired of a nearby brother from the hunting camp. The brother's face was contorted in disgust as he growled, "The dancers of Baiwar Tavern have been taken by us, and now these black-armored soldiers, seeking entertainment, have the audacity to attempt to snatch someone right from under our noses." One of the black-armored soldiers spoke up, "Chui, you and your hunting camp should not be so arrogant. What gives you the gall to stand against us, the Black Armor Army?" Chui Shou, who had long harbored resentment towards these black-armored soldiers, saw this as an opportunity to confront them. He boldly declared, "I have not opposed the Black Armor Army, it is merely you few. Had it been any other brothers, sharing a few lovely ladies would pose no issue. Yet you lot come here, flaunting your authority. What do you think you are, disrespecting the Black Armor Army like this? Do you not fear the trouble that may find you in the future? I have never shied away from trouble. If one seeks to find fault with me, why wait for a later time?" Chui Shou declared resolutely, "The imperial orders are as steadfast as a mountain. Tomorrow, your grandfathers shall set forth to the Demon Mountain. Today, we stand here. Should you wish to engage in conflict, feel free. However, if our journey tomorrow is delayed, I shall report the matter truthfully to the higher authorities." Chui Shou articulated his sentiments with remarkable precision. With the imperial command to depart on the morrow, any misstep today that hinders our march would bear grave consequences, and Chui Shou was certain they would not dare to act recklessly. The several black-armored soldiers exchanged glances, speechless and silent for a moment, until one of them finally spoke. "Let us depart." "Hold on," Chui Shou called out loudly to halt them. "Before you go, do you not owe us an apology? Particularly to the one who overturned our table." At that moment, Feng Ruwu executed a flip, landing gracefully on the floor from the kneeling black-armored soldier. The soldier groaned as he stood, glanced around, and clasped his hands in a bow, saying, "I was unaware of my rudeness and disrupted your enjoyment. I sincerely apologize to you all." Chui Shou shot him a disdainful glance, stretching lazily, and smugly replied, "Be gone." The few black-armored soldiers, heads bowed and silent, quickly exited the tavern, which was immediately filled with cheers. Chui Shou raised his cup, exuberantly proclaiming, "Brothers, today we have truly vented our frustrations. Tomorrow we embark for the Demon Mountain. This journey shall surely be smooth." Chapter 13. The departure. As the first light of dawn broke, the desert realm lay shrouded in a veil of gray, yet a group had already begun their journey. The soldiers in the ranks donned black and red armor, adorned with prominent spikes, specifically designed for combat with monstrous beasts. Upon closer inspection, the faint red hue of the armor revealed itself to be dried blood. The soldiers appeared utterly listless, each bearing dark circles under their eyes, a clear indication of sleepless nights. However, among them, Yu Sheng was unusually animated, galloping on his steed, weaving around the long line, his eyes eagerly surveying the surrounding scenery. "Yu Sheng, do calm yourself," Chui Shou remarked with an amused expression. "We have only just set forth, and the road ahead is long that if you continue to run about like this, you may endure it. But your horse certainly cannot." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yu Sheng rubbed his nose and replied, "I have lived in this wild land all my life, never having ventured beyond. Upon learning that we would traverse the territories of other nations, I was filled with curiosity." Chui Shou nodded in understanding. "Indeed, your black-armored guard has always remained close to the Emperor. With the Emperor confined by the wasteland state, he has been unable to travel beyond the desert realm for years. And you must have similarly felt the constraints." Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng reflected on the plight of Mo Jianyuan, feeling pity for him. Despite being an emperor, he was bound by the restrictions of Enchuan. It appeared that he was not the only one deprived of freedom. "This young lad, Yu Sheng, had been pestering me since last night, requesting tales of wonders from other nations, leaving me with little time to rest." Feng Ruwu complained, riding behind Chui Shou with a displeased expression. Chui Shoujong remarked, "You need not be overly excited, Yu Sheng. Our journey to the demonic mountain, while it necessitates traversing the dark domain and the maze domain, must be conducted discreetly due to the absence of an official communique. We will navigate through the borderlands without encroaching upon the territories of other nations. The expanse of the region is immense, with nations occupying merely a fraction of it. The remaining areas are predominantly inhospitable wastelands, with certain locales designated as forbidden zones, teeming with rare and exotic creatures. The resources within these restricted areas are the exclusive property of the nation. Thus, access is denied to common folk. However, beyond these confines, the nation tends to ignore the other parts of the region. Hence, the hunting expedition's route will lead us through these scarcely trodden territories to reach the demonic mountain. I understand the rationale, Yu Sheng interjected, gesturing toward the carts laden with cages of exotic beasts that trailed in the midst of the procession. But why are we embarking with these cages of strange creatures? Cui Shoujiang elucidated, as I previously mentioned, while the Sand Kingdom does not cover the daily expenses of the hunting camp, it has granted us the privilege to hunt freely within its forbidden zones. The animals captured during our hunts, after fulfilling the dietary needs of the Black Armored Army, may be disposed of at our discretion. I am aware of that. Yet is it not customary to sell them in the black market of the Sand Kingdom? Yu Sheng inquired. Cui Shoujiang explained. That was the case when the Wasteland Kingdom severed the Sand Kingdom's trade routes, leaving us no choice but to rely on self-sufficiency. Now that the Wasteland Kingdom has fallen and trade routes have reopened, we naturally aim to introduce the Sand Kingdom's unique offerings to the black markets of other nations, where they can fetch a higher price. With a mocking grin, Feng Ruwu observed Yu Sheng's bewilderment and quipped. Monkey-faced, you truly are a naive country bumpkin. The entirety of our camp's expenses for this expedition will hinge upon the profits from this batch of exotic beasts. Yu Sheng rolled his eyes at Feng Ruwu and retorted. Do not be so arrogant. When we reach the demonic mountain, do not expect me to rescue you should you encounter peril. Feng Ruwu, noticing Yu Sheng's silence, chuckled inwardly, thinking, a single remark has left you flustered. Your thoughts are plainly etched upon your visage, revealing your naivety. He then spurred his horse to catch up with Yu Sheng, patting him on the shoulder and saying, remember this, call me big brother, and I shall look out for you. Yu Sheng, clearly unimpressed, pinched Feng Ruwu's hand between his fingers and flung it off his shoulder, dusting off the remnants of dirt, and declared, with such meager skills, you dare to assume the role of my elder brother? Feng Ruwu huffed and turned his head away, and the pair departed in silence, their camaraderie momentarily strained. The midday sun cast its warm embrace upon the earth, the temperature steadily rising. Cui Shoujiang surveyed their surroundings and stated, we shall walk for half a day more before reaching the border of the barbaric domain. Let us find a place to satiate our hunger. Feng Ruwu responded, Shoujiang, I shall scout ahead to see if there are any accommodations available. Cui Shoujiang nodded in agreement, and with that, Feng Ruwu leapt from his horse, disappearing from view in mere moments. Yu Sheng, taken aback by this display of agility, could not help but ask, Shoujiang, who is this Feng Ruwu, and how does he possess such remarkable lightness of foot? Cui Shoujiang spoke. He hails from the Wind Kingdom, a realm nestled amidst majestic mountains, where valleys and rivers abound. Consequently, the denizens of the Wind Kingdom are accustomed to traversing the rugged terrain from an early age, and over time, they have all developed remarkable agility. Yet, what brings him to the Sand Kingdom for employment? The Wind Kingdom suffers from a scarcity of resources, and its citizens, possessing such skills, almost invariably venture forth to seek their fortunes upon reaching adulthood, finding it not difficult to secure positions of authority in foreign lands by leveraging their unique talents. Cui Shoujiang continued, stating that the journey from the Sand Kingdom to the Demon Mountain would take roughly half a month at our current pace. However, Feng Ruwu could cover the distance in merely 3 days. To have him accompany us on horseback would indeed be a burden. As he spoke, Feng Ruwu arrived as though riding the wind, pointing towards the southeast and declaring, there is an inn a mere 10 miles from here, where I have already requested provisions of food and drink. Upon our arrival, a meal will be ready for us. Cui Shoujiang, pleased, remarked, indeed, bringing you on board was a wise decision. You have won my favor. Feng Ruwu, brimming with pride, cast a glance at Yu Sheng and made a provocative gesture. Yu Sheng, lowering his head, muttered, what airs you put on? You call me a country bumpkin, yet you too emerged from the mountains as a wildling. As if he had heard. Feng Ruwu glanced at Yu Sheng, who quickly looked up, feigning ignorance of the exchange. Chapter 14. News from the sea. The flames in the stove blazed fiercely, as the head chef fervently stirred a large pot with his right hand, while his left hand wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth draped over his shoulder. Grumbling, in this desolate backwater, there are seldom many patrons. Yet suddenly, I must prepare meals for a dozen people. This is exhausting. Beside him, the innkeeper busily gathered ingredients for the chef, exclaiming, "The recent arrivals have bestowed upon us a substantial sum of black silver. This amount could sustain us for a year. Why complain when there is profit to be made?" After preparing the ingredients, the innkeeper turned to exit the kitchen, stepping into the main hall, only to be met with a troop of soldiers stationed outside the inn, their imposing leader instilling a sense of dread within him. With trepidation, the innkeeper approached to greet them, timidly inquiring, "Esteemed officials, have you come for a meal?" Chui Shoujong waved his hand impatiently, stating, "Meals, meals. Hurry with the food and drink. We are famished." The innkeeper hurriedly ushered the dozen or so soldiers into the inn, saying, "Our humble establishment is lacking in provisions, offering only some rustic dishes. I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed officials, in no matter. Just serve what you have," Chui Shoujong commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yu Sheng and Feng Ruwu were seated at a small square table, both awkwardly avoiding each other's gaze as they focused on the wild vegetables before them. Aside from the hunting party, there was another table occupied by two travelers, whose attire suggested they were not of ordinary stock. Amidst the meal, Chui Shoujong noticed the two individuals casting furtive glances in their direction and could not help but exclaim in irritation, "Those two odd fellows over there. We are not delicate maidens. What do you find so interesting?" One of them rose and said, "I observe that your attire resembles that of the Sand Kingdom. May I inquire if you hail from there? How much further is it to the Sand Kingdom?" Chui Shoujong replied, "We are but half a day's journey away. From whence do you come? And what business do you have in the Sand Kingdom?" Another individual spoke, "We hail from the maritime realm of Yi and have journeyed to the Desert Kingdom to pay our respects to Emperor Mo." Chui Shou, perplexed, inquired, "The barbaric realm and the maritime realm have no ties. What brings you here?" The man replied with a smile, "It matters not to inform you, for soon it shall be proclaimed to the world. After the fall of the Yin clan was nearly annihilated, and the 7 emperors of the realm are indispensable. Thus, at the behest of the Jiao Emperor of Yi, I am here to inform Emperor Mo that in early spring of next year, a martial arts conference will be held on the island of Huanyu to select a new emperor at that time. The other emperors will also attend to preside over the gathering. After all, Emperor Mo also hails from the martial arts world, and his attendance would undoubtedly elevate the occasion. Every time Yu Xing heard the mention of the Yin clan, his heart would involuntarily ache. He sighed, pondering when the strife in this world would come to an end. Just as Mo Jian Yuan had unified the barbaric realm, the other emperors were eagerly supporting the ascension of a new emperor, perhaps fearing the Desert Kingdom's dominance. Filled with worry, and Sheng took a bite of his meal, only to notice that Feng Ruyun beside him seemed somewhat unnatural. His hand, gripping the chopsticks, trembled suddenly, and his demeanor grew serious. Yu Sheng observed him, unable to help but speculate. Could it be that Feng Ruyun was also from the mourning for it? No, he was from the Wind Kingdom. Then what could be the cause of his behavior? Was it due to the martial arts conference? With his meager skills, he would merely be cannon fodder there. It was implausible. Yu Sheng racked his brain in confusion, unable to comprehend, and finally asked, "Are you all right?" Feng Ruyun shook his head, replying, "I am fine, just a bit urgent that moment." Yu Sheng wished he could hurl a plate at his face. After a hearty meal, the hunting camp was organized and ready to set off once more. Along the way, Feng Ruyun jested with Chui Shou, "Commander, why not take your skills to Huanyu Island and try your hand at becoming an emperor?" "Wouldn't that be delightful?" Chui Shou replied, "If I went, I would surely be slain. Though I too am a cultivator, having crossed 50 years, I have only reached the Golden Master tier. I am quite content being a humble general of the hunting camp." Feng Ruyun chuckled at this, and Yu Sheng chimed in, "I have heard that Emperor Mo ascended to the throne as a golden overlord, only 1 tier above you." Upon hearing this, Chui Shou remarked, "But how can that be compared? Emperor Mo, at the tender age of 12, cultivated himself to the Golden Master tier, and within less than a decade, he reached the Golden Overlord tier. Now, at merely 30 years old, he is on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Sovereign tier. Such evident talent is not something an ordinary person can rival. There is something I have always been curious about." Yu Sheng inquired, "How could he defeat opponents 2 tiers above him in the king and sovereign ranks? It seems utterly inconceivable." Chui Shou smiled warmly and explained, "The elemental power does not enhance combat strength as significantly as the 4 realms power does. With each tier ascended, the increase is not as dramatic. Elemental power is a gentler force. Unless one reaches the Emperor tier, the combat strength enhancement is minimal. Could you elaborate on this?" Yu Sheng appeared eager for knowledge. After obtaining elemental power, cultivators find their meridians gradually replaced by the elements. The so-called tiers merely measure the quantity of elements within. Perhaps your tier is high, but if you cannot utilize it effectively, the combat strength manifested will not meet expectations. Thus, the essence of combat prowess predominantly requires the enhancement of techniques. Mastering magical arts is of paramount importance. Chui Shou continued. Currently, many powerful spells are predominantly held within the hands of the royal aristocracy. Ordinary individuals can only rely on their own capabilities to innovate spells. Mo Huangzu is a prodigious youth who has independently created numerous new spells, which are in no way inferior to those of the royal elite. What extraordinary talent must one possess to reach the realm of Mo Huangzu? Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng could not help but feel a surge of admiration for Mo Jianyuan. Indeed, the current practitioners have succumbed to despair regarding ascension to the divine domain. A genius youth like Mo Huangzu, at this age, has yet to break through to the Golden Emperor stage. Thus, to gather all 5 elemental forces and elevate them to the royal tier in order to glimpse the divine domain is truly an arduous task. Chui Shou lamented. No wonder Tian Xinyu aspires to unify the 7 kingdoms, Yu Sheng pondered. Mastering even a single element to the royal tier is already a formidable challenge, and now, with the royal families monopolizing elemental resources, coupled with political factors, acquiring elemental power has become a significant dilemma. It turns out that Tian Xinyu seeks to clear the path for practitioners across the realm, an act of such magnanimity that fills Yu Sheng with respect. After a prolonged silence, Feng Ruwu suddenly inquired, Shou, do you know who the Jiao Huangzhu mentioned earlier is? Feng Ruwu continued to ask, Jiao Sha. Is he the founder of the Sand Kingdom? But why has he now become the ruler of the Yi Kingdom? Feng Ruwu questioned in confusion. Chapter 15. The past of the 7 kingdoms. Chui Shou raised his gaze to the sky and remarked, since the journey is still long, and we have time to spare, I shall regale you with a tale that dates back to the establishment of the Qi Yuan era 500 years ago. During that time, practitioners had 2 paths for cultivation. One was to cultivate the power of the 4 realms, and the other was to perform good deeds to accumulate karma. However, very few chose the path of virtue. As goodness lacks a definitive standard, no one knows what the divine criteria for goodness are. What is deemed good for oneself may be viewed as evil by others, and a slight misstep could yield contrary results. Nonetheless, while practitioners were advancing through the 4 realms, they still endeavored to perform as many good deeds as possible, using the karma from their benevolence to compensate for their shortcomings in cultivation. Among them, the 7 most formidable individuals established the 7 kingdoms, which are now known as the 7 kingdoms. At that time, the rulers of the 7 kingdoms were all practitioners of the 4 realms. Yet, as time passed, some of these monarchs were slain, while others succumbed to old age, leading to the gradual succession of the throne by a new generation of elemental practitioners. Among the sovereigns of the 7 kingdoms was a paragon of excellence. Yet he was a victim of unfortunate timing. Had it not been so, his ascension to the divine domain would have been imminent. He was Yi Li, the founder of the Yi Kingdom, which at the time, under his command, dominated the eastern seas and commanded the respect of all other kingdoms. Yi Li was a figure who abhorred evil and was an exceptionally good monarch, although the laws of heaven and earth had changed, and his own prospects appeared bleak. He still aspired to unify the 7 domains and integrate the resources of the 5 elements to benefit practitioners throughout the realm. However, for reasons unknown, the Yi Kingdom began to crumble from within. Its citizens fled en masse to join the forces opposing Yi Li, leaving the once mighty kingdom with only Yi Li struggling in solitude. Later on, Yi Li vanished without a trace. Whispers circulated throughout the 7 domains. Some claimed he had perished under the joint efforts of the 6 sovereigns, while others insisted he had transcended the boundaries of the divine realm and ascended. Even more fantastical were the rumors that he had fallen in love with a woman and subsequently adopted a life of anonymity. Shunning worldly affairs, in any case, opinions varied greatly, and no one could ascertain the truth. Following Yi Li's disappearance, the founder of the Sand Kingdom, Jiao Sha, ascended to become the mightiest sovereign, coveting the advantageous geographical position of the Leaf Kingdom. He took it upon himself to relocate there to silence the voices of the world. He opened the elemental grounds of the Sand Kingdom for the unconditioned cultivation of all practitioners, thereby gaining their allegiance. However, this golden era was short-lived, as Jiao Sha's prolonged negligence in managing the Sand Kingdom led to its gradual annexation by the sovereign of the Wasteland Kingdom, who monopolized the elemental grounds. Yet, not long after, this sovereign met his demise. paving the way for the establishment of the Martial Arts Conference, during which Chuan ascended to the throne of the Wasteland Kingdom. Cui Shou exhaled deeply and remarked, "The events that unfolded thereafter are likely well known to you all." Yu Sheng, lost in thought, found the downfall of the Leaf Kingdom to be strikingly reminiscent of that of the Wasteland Kingdom. He was acutely aware of how the Wasteland Kingdom fell. Could it be that the Leaf Kingdom too succumbed to the machinations of foreign conspiracies? Yu Xing vaguely recalled that Tian Xian Yu had once subtly conveyed to him that to destroy a person, one must first obliterate their beliefs. In this regard, it seemed that the same principle applied to nations. To dismantle a country, one must first undermine the faith of its people. What allure does the divine realm hold that so many yearn for it? Feng Ruwu inquired. Feng Ruwu, however, scoffed at the notion, stating, "I find this world to be quite pleasant. To live freely, devoid of desires. What use is eternal life? A single day lived splendidly is sufficient. Why aspire to be a tortoise for a millennium?" This elicited a hearty laugh from the assembly, to which Cui Shou added, "Brother Feng has indeed grasped the essence of life. We wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments." Yet, Yu Sheng, after listening, expressed a differing perspective. But is there truly freedom in this world? Each person appears free, yet they are incessantly bound by both body and spirit. This remark piqued Feng Ruwu's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What do you mean by that? Consider our current journey. We bear a mission, and even venturing to the Demon Mountain may exact the price of our lives. This is not our desire. It is a necessity dictated by survival." Yu Xing glanced around at the others and continued, "True freedom ought to entail the ability to act as one wishes, to refrain from actions one does not wish to undertake, to live without the incessant toil of satisfying physical and spiritual desires, and not to be ensnared by the expectations of others, but rather to be one's true self. Is it not?" A profound silence enveloped the group following his words. After a long pause, Feng Ruwu finally spoke. "Indeed, we each carry far too many burdens of expectation, yet we are compelled to act against our own hearts. Such a life is indeed tormenting. Perhaps there is a reason for the existence of ascension to the divine realm." Cui Shou then glanced at the darkening sky and proclaimed, "Nightfall approaches. Let us set up camp here. We shall rest early tonight to rejuvenate our spirits. For in a few days, significant matters await us." Yu Xing inquired, "What significant matter is at hand?" Cui Shou let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Merely a visit to the marketplace." Chapter 16. The Realm of Shadows. As the name suggests, the Realm of Shadows is perpetually shrouded in darkness, a consequence of its location within the rainforest, where rain falls incessantly and ominous clouds linger in the sky, reluctant to disperse. Yu Sheng tugged at his garments in irritation, exclaiming, "What a wretched place this is! It is damp and chilly. The slightest perspiration clings to my clothes, rendering me utterly uncomfortable." Feng Ru, in a mist-like manner, remarked, "Every region possesses its unique characteristics. Having never ventured beyond the barbaric domain, it is only natural that you find it difficult to acclimate. The barbaric domain, situated in the desert, seldom witnesses rainfall, and having grown accustomed to the arid air, this humidity is indeed a torment for you." After several days of travel, the hunting camp finally departed from the barbaric domain and arrived at the borders of the Realm of Shadows. They did not dare to delay, hastening directly towards the shadowy market. Since entering the Realm of Shadows, Yu Sheng observed an increasing number of solitary women along the way, a sight rarely seen in the barbaric domain. In his recollection, women seldom ventured out alone due to the multitude of bandits. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yet here, numerous women were seen selling their wares alone, and many laborious tasks were also performed by women, which piqued Yu Sheng's curiosity. He could not help but ask, "Why do women in this Realm of Shadows seek to earn a living? Where have the men of their households gone?" Cui Shou, with a beaming face and a sense of enthusiasm, replied, "The Realm of Shadows is indeed a remarkable place. Do you know which nation lies within it?" Yu Sheng responded, "I do. It is Fengdu, the very heart of the fire element." Cui Shou smiled knowingly and said, "The sovereign of Fengdu is the only female ruler among the 7 kingdoms. Are you aware of this?" Yu Xing shook his head. Having been raised in the depths of the palace, he had little knowledge of the affairs among the 7 kingdoms and had previously shown little interest. Cui Shou continued, "The ruler of Fengdu is named Hua Wuxing. It is said she possesses beauty that rivals the finest flowers and is known for her flirtatious nature." At this point, Cui Shou swallowed hard. Gazing ahead with a smile, lost in thought, Yu Sheng, witnessing this rare expression from Cui Shou, could not help but chuckle and asked, What does this have to do with the women in the realm of shadows seeking a livelihood? Chui Shou explained. It is precisely because the ruler of Fengdu is a woman that this nation exhibits exceptional tolerance towards women, granting them a status of unparalleled nobility. However, it is equally true that women must strive to sustain themselves, independent of men. But do they not fear encountering bandits? Yu Sheng asked, puzzled. Do not be deceived by their gender. Each one of them is a cultivator, and should bandits dare approach, they would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Chui Shou chuckled. Isn't the elemental territory of each nation exclusively accessible to the royal nobility? Yu Sheng queried. Here, women themselves are the nobility. Thus, women from other nations who wish to cultivate often travel great distances to Fengdu, where all women enjoy equal status. Chui Shou elucidated. Yu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. Chui Shoujiang lamented, were it not for the pressing nature of our journey, I would undoubtedly lead my brothers into the city to revel. I have heard that the brothels here are truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng was greatly astonished. If women are regarded as equals here, why then do brothels still exist? Chui Shoujiang chuckled. Ah, you seem unaware of this, my friend. The women within these brothels come of their own volition, for the ethos of Fengdu is to liberate the feminine spirit. They are not only equal in mind, but also in body. Fengdu permits women to seek sexual liberation, free from condemnation. As long as they desire it, they may engage in whatever pursuits they choose. That he continued. Fengdu is famously known as the city of no return for men. Those who venture here seldom wish to leave. Hearing such discourse, Yu Sheng's eyes widened with curiosity. Although he held little personal interest in such matters, he could not help but desire to witness this phenomenon. Just then, a group of around 10 women suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. The leading woman shouted, "Surrender your possessions, or you shall not pass." With a smile, Chui Shoujiang turned to Yu Sheng and said, "Look, even the bandits here are women. Those who have ventured out to seek their fortunes have nothing to fear." Yu Sheng thought to himself, at a time like this, how can he jest? They are here to rob us, not to entertain. Chui Shoujiang jested with the robbers. Ladies, we are from the hunting camp of the Sha Kingdom, merely passing through. We wish to avoid conflict with such charming individuals. Would you kindly let us pass, and perhaps we can be friends? The robbers, incensed by Chui Shoujiang's words, retorted, "It matters not where you come from. Leave your belongings, foul men, or we shall castrate you and feed you to the dogs." Seeing their blatant disrespect, Chui Shoujiang's expression darkened, and he roared, "Then let us see if my blade does not find its mark." He promptly drew a long knife from behind him and spurred his horse towards the robbers, with his soldiers following closely behind. Yu Sheng, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt compelled to assist, but was restrained by Feng Rumi, who said, "Stay put. Though you have not called me big brother, I will still protect you in a moment." Chui Shoujiang broke through the ranks of the robbers and swung his blade at their leader. The leader, clasping her hands together, summoned the elemental force of fire, and astonishingly, she met his strike head-on. Chui Shoujiang, in a struggle, attempted to withdraw his blade, only to find it firmly grasped by the leader. Immovable. In an instant, the blade, infused with the fire element, began to glow a fierce red. Unable to endure the searing pain, Chui Shoujiang relinquished the hilt, and in that brief moment, the knife shattered into fragments upon the ground. Without hesitation, he clenched his fists tightly, muttering an incantation, and as the golden element gathered within him, a pair of golden barriers emerged around his fists. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself from his horse. Soaring into the air. He reached the apex above the robber's leader. He plunged downward, channeling the force of his descent alongside the strength of his muscles to deliver a formidable punch. The leader, undeterred, crouched low, her hands pressing against the ground, and a semicircular red shield materialized around her, ready to withstand the impending blow. Chui Shou delivered a powerful punch against the protective shield, and with a resounding explosion, the shield shattered into countless fragments. The leader, caught off guard, raised her arms in a desperate attempt to absorb the blow, instantly spitting out blood. The ground beneath the bandit chief sank deeply, resembling soft mud. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she executed a roll to the side, awkwardly escaping from the pit. Witnessing the ferocity of her opponent, the female leader coughed up blood and shouted to her still fighting comrades, "Retreat." The brothers of the hunting camp, seeing the bandits collapse in disarray, were eager to pursue, but Chui Shou halted them. "Do not chase a desperate foe. We have more pressing matters to attend to, and we must avoid unnecessary casualties." He then spat on the ground in the direction the bandits fled, lamenting, What a pity for grandfather's fine blade. Chapter 17. Entering the black market unexpectedly. This realm filled with women also harbored bandits. Yu Sheng lamented. Feng Ruwu remarked. In this day and age, any resource of value is monopolized by the royal aristocracy. Transactions in the black market are largely intertwined with noble dealings, ordinary cultivators, and common folk. Aside from serving the nobility to earn a meager living, can only pursue wealth through such means. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement, and then heard Cui Shou say, what the young man Feng said is true. The transactions in the black market are essentially scraped from the cracks of the nobility. The precious items found here are inextricably linked to the aristocrats, much like the exotic beasts we intend to sell, which cannot be openly traded due to our hunting camp's privilege of accessing forbidden areas, allowing us to reap such modest gains. Yu Sheng, puzzled, inquired, if we can sell exotic beasts, then why not sell demon beasts? Upon hearing this, Cui Shou cast an oddly curious glance at Yu Sheng and replied, exotic beasts and demon beasts are fundamentally different. Exotic beasts emerged after the era of enlightenment. To put it plainly, they are mere livestock. Though some exotic beasts are incredibly rare, their purposes are limited to being kept as pets or having their hides and bones fashioned into peculiar items, since our hunting camp is largely self-sufficient. The emperor turns a blind eye to our private dealings in exotic beasts. At that moment, Yu Sheng finally understood why Mo Jin Yuan insisted he accompany the hunting camp, in the Demon Mountains, where demon beasts roamed freely. Capturing a demon beast of higher rank was indeed a daunting task for the hunting camp. Only with his earthly realm lion-hearted prowess could he assist them in accomplishing this endeavor. Just then, a brother from the hunting camp returned from scouting ahead, reporting to Cui Shou, Commander, we have reached the black market of the Dark Realm. Cui Shou responded, good. Brothers, change into civilian attire. Let us sell these exotic beasts and exchange them for some coin. Then find a place to feast heartily this evening. Cheers erupted throughout the hunting camp as they began preparing to enter the black market. The black market of the Shadow Domain differs significantly from that of the Barbarian Domain. Yu Sheng vaguely recalls his childhood when Xing Yang implored Tian Xianyu to take him on a stroll through the black market of the Barbarian Domain. The atmosphere there was eerily desolate, with each individual's countenance etched with tension and caution, and conversations were often laced with skepticism. In stark contrast, the black market before him in the Shadow Domain was alive with the cacophony of haggling and calls of vendors, each merchant's face radiating excitement, while buyers thronged in a seemingly endless stream, creating a bustling crowd that stretched beyond sight. Feng Ruwu playfully patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder and remarked, little brother, you must stay close to your elder brother. This black market is a veritable den of iniquity. Do not let anyone abscond with you. Yu Sheng rolled his eyes at Feng Ruwu and retorted, who wishes to be your little brother? Take care of yourself first. Feng Ruwu merely chuckled in response, offering no further comment. The stalls within the black market were densely packed, one right next to the other, displaying a dazzling array of goods, predominantly consisting of exotic beasts of countless varieties, some of which were astonishingly peculiar in appearance. Yu Sheng inquired of Feng Ruwu, why are there so many varieties of exotic beasts here? Feng Ruwu, intently examining a trinket at a stall, casually replied, these exotic beasts have been transported from various domains, hence the abundance of species. Why aren't these exotic beasts sold in their local black markets? Why travel so far to this place? You don't understand, do you? It is called rare commodities can fetch a high price. In the black market of the Shadow Domain, the local exotic beasts are rather scarce. Most are from other domains. The differing environments in which these beasts thrive result in their distinct characteristics. What differences might there be? Take the exotic beasts of the Barbarian Domain, for instance. Situated in a desert with scarce water, they typically possess thick skins to retain moisture, and some even have spines on their hides to aid in food storage. These traits are absent in the exotic beasts from other domains. If someone wishes to create an insulated water pouch or a garment adorned with spines, selecting beasts from the Barbarian Domain would be ideal, much like the armor of our hunting camp. Crafted from the spiny hides of barbarian beasts, such attire is unmistakably a product of the Barbarian Domain. After hearing Feng Ruwu's explanation, Yu Sheng finally comprehended why, in the dining establishment, the two individuals from the Sea Domain instantly recognized the attire of the hunting camp. Fei Jin dagger. Fei Jin dagger. A fine Fei Jin dagger. Come and take a look. Suddenly, Yu Sheng heard a vendor's call. A Fei Jin dagger? Fei Jin is a substance derived from the elemental power of Enchuan. Ever since the fall of the Wild Nation, Fei Jin has ceased to be produced alongside Enchuan's demise. Hence, The Fei gene available in the market has become a priceless treasure, with those who possess it eager to hoard it. So who would dare sell it? Yusheng pulled Feng Ruwu to the stall of the vendor peddling Fei gene, where an array of small weapons from various nations was displayed, with a resplendent golden Fei gene dagger prominently placed at the center. Vendor, where did you acquire this Fei gene dagger? Yusheng inquired with curiosity. The vendor, with a smug expression, proclaimed, I have a relative from the land of the desolate. When their nation fell, he fled to seek refuge at my home, exchanging this jade gold dagger for some clothing and provisions before escaping to other countries. With skepticism etched upon his face, Yusheng inquired, this jade gold is so precious. Did he truly settle for mere garments and rations? This dagger alone could fetch several acres of arable land in any realm. Upon hearing this, the vendor's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort as he retorted, when one's life is on the line, such matters are surely of little concern. Yusheng, undeterred by the vendor's words, took the dagger into his hands, examining it closely and discerning something amiss. Having grown up amidst jade gold, with every aspect of his life crafted from it, he knew its true nature well. Normally, jade gold appears golden on the surface, yet under the sunlight, its depths reveal a lush, verdant hue, ending at a dark green base. Regardless of the refining process, the essence of jade gold remains unchanged upon solidification. However, the dagger before him exhibited patches where the dark green base was conspicuously visible, indicating its authenticity was in question. Chapter 18. Words lead to misfortune before a connoisseur of jade gold. Such trivial deceptions were utterly transparent to Yusheng. He pressed his finger firmly against the exposed edges, causing a fine dust of gold powder to flake away, revealing that a layer of dark gold had been applied over the jade. Although the materials of this dagger were indeed robust, its fraudulent nature did not diminish its considerable cost. How much do you sell this jade gold dagger for? Yusheng asked, feigning ignorance. The vendor pondered for a moment, pretending to hesitate, before stating, you are aware that jade gold commands a high price, yet this is a relic of a fallen nation, and I have no desire to keep it. If you are truly earnest in acquiring it, a sum of 100,000 black gold notes will suffice. 100,000 black gold notes equate to a substantial weight of black gold. 1,000 black silver can be exchanged for a single piece of bright silver, and 1,000 bright silver can be traded for one piece of black gold. Jade gold stands in a league of its own above these. Wealthy nobles do not typically carry heavy gold and silver around. Instead, they deposit their wealth in note banks, which then issue gold and silver notes, stamped with the bank seal. Among the 7 nations, only one note bank exists, located in the maritime realm of Yi, known as Tianyi Note Bank, while the other nations host its branches. Yusheng, fondling the dagger, chuckled. If this were a larger jade gold artifact, 100,000 black gold notes might be reasonable. However, this diminutive dagger is priced excessively, especially when it is clearly a counterfeit. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruwu intended to cover Yusheng's mouth, but alas, it was too late. The vendor's expression shifted from embarrassment to a dark scowl, and he angrily shouted, who is this country bumpkin daring to sabotage my business? Seeking death, are we? With that, the vendor brandished a machete from behind his stall, pointing it menacingly at Yusheng, exclaiming, let me see if I don't cleave you in two today. You little wretch. As he lunged from behind the stall, without further ado, he swung his blade. Feng Ruwu urgently grasped Yusheng at this moment. At the opposite end of the market, the stall of the hunting camp was bustling with activity, as people eagerly placed bids to purchase the exotic beasts from the barbaric territories. One of the brothers from the hunting camp, while counting his money, joyfully remarked, I never expected that the creatures from our wild lands would be so sought after. This trade is surprisingly prosperous. Had I known, I would have brought even more with me. Cui Shoujeng replied, it is precisely because of the previous desolation of the wild lands that the trade routes to our realm were severed, rendering the exotic beasts from our territories almost non-existent in the market. Now, however, our goods are in high demand. At this moment, Feng Ruwu and Yusheng were panting and huddled in a dark alley corner. At the mouth of the alley, the knife-wielding stall owner was scanning the crowd in search of the two, but soon vanished into the throng. The duo let out a sigh of relief, and Feng Ruwu turned and playfully slapped Yusheng on the back of the head, scolding, fool, how dare you speak so freely? Yusheng, rubbing the back of his head, protested, why shouldn't I? It was clearly a fake. I was merely trying to prevent others from being deceived. Feng Ruwu sighed and shook his head, stating, anyone who ventures into this black market knows that transactions rely on one's own skill. Once a deal is made, it is final. Even if it is fake, one can only accept their misfortune. Even if you discerned it was a counterfeit, you could simply choose not to buy it. Openly shouting it out only serves to ruin his business. Among these stall owners, there are certainly those with noble connections, selling genuine rare items. Yet most are simply impoverished folk looking to share in the spoils. Feng Ruwu continued, the stall owner we just saw, aside from that counterfeit jade gold dagger, was selling only ordinary trinkets at reasonable prices. It is evident that he intended to deceive some wealthy nobles with that fake dagger to pocket a bit of their gold and silver. With your outcry, he might find it difficult to sell even his modest wares. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Feng Ruwu mused that Yu Sheng was truly stubborn. Curiously, despite his apparent ignorance of the intricacies of the affairs among the Seven Kingdoms, he had an uncanny eye for jade gold, suggesting he was not merely a country bumpkin, but perhaps a scion of a wealthy family. Yu Sheng stealthily approached the alley's entrance, and upon seeing that the coast was clear, he beckoned Feng Ruwu to continue exploring the market. Feng Ruwu cast a sidelong glance at Yu Sheng and teasingly inquired, "Monkey face, do you think that the nobles of this world are so affluent that they are free from the woes faced by the impoverished?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Sheng replied, "Not at all. Nobles have their own troubles, perhaps even more than ordinary folk. Commoners struggle for survival, yet if they can eat and drink to their fill, they consider themselves fortunate. In contrast, the nobles engage in treachery and deceit among themselves. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. That I believe the nobles fare even worse." Feng Ruwu couldn't help but chuckle quietly. This lad was utterly unguarded, unwittingly revealing his own background with a single statement. With a teasing tone, Feng Ruwu remarked, "I didn't realize you had such insight into the nobility." Realizing he had spoken too much, Yu Sheng hurriedly explained, "I deduced it from the stories told by Cui Shoujiang. The relationships among the royal families are so chaotic, it must be as I said." After saying this, he nervously glanced in Feng Ruwu's direction, and quickly changed the subject. He hastily approached a nearby stall, exclaiming, "Oh, look at these trinkets. They are quite charming." As the wind, resembling mist, observed his antics, it resolved to indulge him in this performance once more. This lad was quite amusing, and there was joy to be found in teasing him. The wind approached Yu Sheng, casually picking up a bowl-like object from the stall, while the corner of its eye remained fixed on Yu Sheng's expression. Why does this cup feel so peculiar, with a texture so smooth and warm, unlike anything fired in a kiln? Yu Sheng pondered aloud, caressing the cup in his hand. He steadied the wobbling bowl and admonished, "Be careful not to break it. You're so clumsy." Yet, the wind brushed aside the cup from Yu Sheng's grasp, directing its gaze toward the stall owner. This proprietor was a woman, her delicate features veiled by a sheer scarf. But her graceful silhouette suggested she was a beauty. The wind inquired of the stall owner, "Is this object made of human bone?" Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng looked at her in astonishment, awaiting her denial. To his surprise, the stall owner nodded, confirming, "Indeed, it is human bone, and thoroughly polished. These cups and bowls are easy to clean, resistant to breakage, and can be handled with ease. Over time, their surface develops a patina, ultimately achieving a texture akin to jade, which is quite exquisite." Chapter 19. The first tower of the world. Unexpectedly, a terrifying stall of bone artifacts was presented by this seemingly delicate woman, who described it with the nonchalance of a butcher at a pork stall. The stall owner rose, revealing that her robe was cinched at the waist, splitting elegantly below her hips, her alabaster legs subtly visible through the fabric. The contours of her form were accentuated by the robe, rendering her figure even more alluring. With a gentle motion, she unveiled her face, revealing an extraordinary beauty, slender eyes with upturned corners, a dignified nose, and luscious lips, all strikingly captivating to both Yu Sheng and the wind. The stall owner flashed a beguiling smile, her eyes shimmering with allure, and softly said, "Gentlemen, I find your features quite charming, and it delights me immensely. Should you be interested in human bone artifacts, why not accompany me to my abode? I possess a plethora of intriguing curiosities that will surely broaden your horizons." Observing the stall owner's predatory demeanor, both Yu Sheng and the wind instinctively took a step back, hastily shaking their heads in refusal. No, no. Perhaps another time. A careful examination of the stall revealed that it predominantly showcased male bones. And in a land like Fengdu, where women held a position of reverence, it was hard to argue that such actions were not tacitly approved. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Yu Sheng found himself unwittingly yearning for the fabled divine realm. Perhaps it was only within that realm that true freedom could be attained. Shouldn't the cultivators of this world share similar aspirations? Yu Sheng mused. Cui Shou, brimming with pride, declared, "Indeed, The exotic beasts of the barbaric domain are exceedingly popular. Can you guess how much gold and silver we have earned today? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Sheng replied, I wager your exuberance indicates at least 10 taels of silver. Cui Shou erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, not merely that, but a full block of black gold. Now we need not worry about food and lodging for this journey, and we have even earned enough for our return trip. As Yu Sheng and Feng Rumu listened to the mere sound of a few exotic beasts being sold for a substantial fortune. A wave of joy surged within them. Cui Shou called out to his comrades in the hunting camp, let us find a larger venue tonight. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. With that proclamation, Cui Shou was surrounded by his brothers from the hunting camp as they exited the black market. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby shadowy corner, a woman was fixated on their departing figures. A subtle, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. The nights in the dark domain were perpetually accompanied by a gentle drizzle, the damp air and impenetrable darkness creating an atmosphere that was unsettling, particularly in the desolate outskirts where the black market thrived. There was not a trace of warmth to be found, yet, not far from the black market, a tavern stood brightly illuminated. This establishment was grand in scale, rivaling the opulent gardens of royal estates. Its very existence was to accommodate merchants traversing to and from the black market. The tavern's sign boldly proclaimed the words Tianxia Dai Lu, or the first tower under heaven. Such a name was befitting, for it boasted an abundance of rooms, capable of hosting nearly half an army, rising 5 stories high. Each level varied in its level of luxury. The first floor catered to ordinary merchants, featuring a vast hall adorned with thousands of tables and chairs to serve these common traders their meals. While surrounding the hall were compact lodgings, each room accommodating no more than 2 guests for the night. The second floor comprised private dining rooms, each furnished with large tables capable of seating 100 patrons, frequented by wealthy merchants who arrived in groups. The decor of these rooms reflected diverse exotic styles from various regions. The third floor offered individual sleeping quarters, distinct from the first floor's lodgings, as these rooms were equipped with private restrooms and bathing facilities, eliminating the need to share communal amenities as on the first floor. The fourth floor was even more lavish, with each guest room spacious enough to accommodate 100 individuals, featuring all necessary amenities, including private maids dedicated to attending to the guests' needs, a level of opulence that was beyond the reach of common folk. The exorbitant price of the guest rooms reached an astonishing sum of 1 piece of dark gold per night. However, the 5th floor contained but a single room, its tightly shut door forbidding entry to anyone, and it was said that no one had ever ventured inside. Speculation abounded among the public, with many believing that the cost to enter would be unimaginably steep. Under the leadership of Cui Shou, the hunting camp extravagantly spent hundreds of bright silver coins to secure a private room on the 2nd floor, while the sleeping quarters for the brothers were arranged on the 3rd floor's prestigious level. The Tianxia Dai Lu was not known to provide services of debauchery, yet it was renowned for accommodating the requests of its patrons. Thus, it came as no surprise that under Cui Shou's arrangement, a troupe of exquisite dancers was summoned from Feng. The private room featured a raised platform where the dancers gracefully performed, and amidst this enchanting atmosphere, the members of the hunting camp found themselves in a state of blissful intoxication, many having imbibed to the point of disarray, while some had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, Cui Shou remained exuberantly engaged amidst the relentless rounds of toasting, showcasing his impressive capacity for liquor. Cui Shoujiang was poised to raise his cup alone, exclaiming, "Keep drinking. I am far from satisfied." Apart from Cui Shoujiang, 2 others remained sober amidst the revelry, Yu Sheng and Feng Ruwu, who were huddled at the edge of the table, due to their divergent personalities. The festivities failed to acknowledge their presence, yet they found joy in observing the dancers on stage, their mouths full of food, relishing the moment. Just then, the dancers concluded their final performance and began to descend the stage. Unexpectedly, the dozen or so dancers revealed fierce expressions, drawing longswords from beneath their skirts, and charged towards the brothers of the hunting camp. Chapter 20. An assassination at the Feng Ruwu was the first to sense the impending danger. He shouted a warning and leaped before the massive table, positioning himself to block the path of the dancers. At that moment, Cui Shoujiang heard the commotion, looked up, and was taken aback to see the once gentle and graceful beauties now brandishing weapons. He rose and demanded, "Who are you to cause such chaos before me?" The leader of the dancers abruptly tore off her veil, revealing her to be the bandit leader from the previous day. She laughed mockingly, saying, "I have never suffered defeat on my own turf. I have been secretly tracking you these past few days, and tonight I finally have my chance to reclaim the humiliation of the other day. Cui Shoujiang, unfazed, retorted, "You overestimate yourself. Did you not learn your lesson when you were defeated by my subordinates?" However, the leader showed no trace of fear and boasted, "Today is not like any other day. I have skilled allies at my side, and I shall take your life." Infuriated by her audacity, Cui Shoujiang declared, "Such arrogance is unbecoming." He then leaped from his seat, channeling the power of gold elements. Conjuring a pair of shields in his hands, he executed the same technique that had vanquished the leader before, but she deftly retreated, escaping his attack range. Yet, her companions were not as fortunate. Cui Shoujiang's powerful strike turned them into a mist of blood. Their bodies reduced to mere pulp. Unperturbed, the leader shouted, "You cannot defeat me with the same trick twice." Cui Shoujiang growled, "Then let us see how you fare against this move." With that, he charged towards the bandit leader. Meanwhile, her 10 or so accomplices seized the opportunity, rushing towards the massive table, clearly aiming for the inebriated brothers of the hunting camp. At that moment, Cui Shoujiang found himself at a loss, urgently calling out to Feng Ruwu and Yu Sheng. "Protect our brothers." Yu Sheng watched in awe as Feng Ruwu drew 2 daggers from his sleeves, grasping them firmly as he leapt into the fray among the bandits, with the agility of a swallow. Feng Ruwu reversed his grip on the daggers, spinning amidst the chaos, swiftly severing the carotid arteries of 2 nearby bandits, their blood gushing forth like a fountain, the remaining bandits witnessing the carnage. Hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Feng Ruwu. After a brief exchange of glances among the bandits, they altered their strategy, utilizing their long swords to encircle Feng Ruwu, thrusting towards his vital points in a coordinated assault. However, Feng Ruwu displayed no fear whatsoever. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the bandits' assault, he deftly maneuvered behind one of the brigands. With a swift turn and a powerful kick, he sent the assailant sprawling onto the blade of his accomplice. The sword's edge piercing through her very being. In an instant, the encirclement aimed at Feng Ruwu was shattered, as he adeptly employed his agile movements to dispatch the remaining bandits one by one. Before long, a dozen or so brigands lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Although Yu Sheng did not engage in the fray, his attention remained fixated on their battle. This time, he gained a comprehensive understanding of Feng Ruwu's techniques. Notably, Feng Ruwu did not invoke elemental power during the confrontation. Rather, the aura emanating from him, while wielding his dagger, was that of the 4-realm strength. The manner of fire elemental manipulation differed from that of metal. While the latter could adhere to the surface of the body, forming a tangible shield, the former could not linger on the skin, continuously generating from within. The activation time for fire elements was significantly longer than that of metal. The bandit leader persistently attempted to consolidate her fire element, yet Cui Shou offered her no respite, his rapid strikes leaving her overwhelmed. Observant, as ever, Yu Sheng then noticed a dancer standing atop a high platform. Despite the multitude engaged in battle, none had detected her presence. She suppressed her aura to the barest minimum, rendering her nearly undetectable unless one observed closely. Could this be the formidable expert spoken of by the leader? Yu Sheng pondered, sensing that the figure on the platform awaited a moment of opportunity, much like a lion in a pride, poised to deliver a fatal blow when its prey was utterly exhausted. Just as Yu Sheng intended to alert Cui Shou to this individual, the leader suddenly proclaimed, "Lord Hua Qing, if you do not intervene now, when will you?" At that moment, the individual known as Hua Qing on the platform slightly opened her eyes. Her aura surging dramatically, with a single strike of her palm, a torrent of flames erupted like a dragon soaring from its lair, roaring towards Cui Shou. Cui Shou could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such a conflagration could spell certain doom if encountered. Swiftly, he unleashed the metal element from his body, utilizing the recoil to propel himself backward. He fell from midair, executing a backward roll to stabilize his form. Panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Fire Sovereign level. You are of the Hua clan from Fengdu?" Hua Qing replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, upon entering my domain of darkness, one must abide by the rules of the Dark Realm. My subordinates intended to allow you to depart with your possessions, granting you a path to survival. Yet, not only did you harm others on my territory, you dared to engage in black market dealings." Showing a blatant disregard for Fengdu, seeing that the newcomer was a member of the royal aristocracy of Fengdu, Cui Shou had no choice but to clasp his hands in a respectful gesture and bow slightly, saying, "We are here on the orders of His Majesty Mo of the Sand Kingdom, passing through the Dark Realm to conduct some minor business. Unaware of Fengdu's customs, we hope that you, Lord Hua, can show leniency." Hua Qing, however, dismissed him with disdain, stating, "Do not use your emperor's name to pressure me. The insignificant Sand Kingdom has never been of consequence to us. Today marks your demise, and I, Hua Qing, shall bear the consequences alone." Cui Shou, incensed by her arrogance and her insult towards the Sand Kingdom, felt his fury reach its zenith, although the opponent's strength surpassed his own by more than one tier. For the dignity of the Sand Kingdom, he nonetheless steeled himself and declared, "If that is the case, let us engage in battle. I, Cui, may not be a hero of legends, but I am certainly no coward. Acknowledging your fierce temperament, I shall confront you in a fair duel." Hua Qing slowly rose, looking down at General Cui Xiaojun, stating, "I shall use the might of your barbaric domain to vanquish you." With that, Hua Qing dashed forward in a swift motion, raising her hand to strike down at Cui Xiaojun. Before her hand could descend, a brilliant golden light radiated from her palm. Cui Xiaojun, Yu Sheng, and Feng Ruwu were simultaneously taken aback. How could she wield the power of the gold element? Chapter 21. The turn of events, let alone the distant Feng capital in the dark domain. Within the Seven Kingdoms, practitioners capable of harnessing the gold element were exceedingly rare. They could hardly fathom how the noble Hua clan from Feng capital had acquired such elemental prowess. Yet, the current situation left them no time for further contemplation. Faced with Hua Qing's fierce assault, Cui Xiaojun, though astonished, dared not slacken his defense. He crossed his arms, and due to the urgency of the moment, the gold element within him was not fully mobilized. Manifesting only a faint halo surrounding his arms, Cui Xiaojun attempted to withstand the blow with his body, though the price could very well be severe injury. However, as the strike fell, its potency was not as formidable as Cui Xiaojun had anticipated. With a determined push, he managed to repel Hua Qing. "Your mastery of the gold element is merely at the threshold, having only reached the level of a master," Cui Xiaojun remarked to Hua Qing. Naturally, he could not tolerate such humiliating words, and with clenched fists, he lunged at her face. In the face of Cui Xiaojun's wrath, Hua Qing remained unfazed, boldly retorting, "Though my rank in the gold tier is the same as yours, at the master level, your magical prowess pales in comparison to mine." With that, Hua Qing summoned the full extent of her gold element, gathering energy into her hand, which instantly transformed into a resplendent longsword. Cui Xiaojun's pupils constricted, cursing inwardly. This was indeed high-level magic capable of condensing gold into a weapon. Such magic could only be wielded by those who had attained at least the Gold King tier. So how could the mere gold master Hua Qing possibly summon it? No time remained for Cui Xiaojun to ponder further, as a golden sword lunged towards him. The speed of Hua Qing's strike dazzled him. With a resounding clang, her sword pierced through the elemental shield surrounding his fist, driving straight into him, embedding itself within his arm. Cui Xiaojun let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground as blood stained his entire arm. Large beads of sweat cascading down his face, he writhed on the ground, the pain excruciating. At that critical moment, a figure stepped in front of the sword. Feng Ruwu hurled a dagger that struck Hua Qing's sword edge with precision, the force causing her golden blade to tremble. Hua Qing, unwilling to be outdone, moved with the grace of a dancer, wielding her sword, yet each of her strikes was deftly neutralized by Feng Ruwu. Their movements so swift they appeared as mere shadows in constant motion. In a fierce clash, the two adversaries found themselves evenly matched, while on the ground, Cui Xiaojiang, gasping for breath, observed the scene before him. Realizing that the martial prowess of Feng Ruwu surpassed his own, he silently lamented, "This insufferable brat could have come to my aid much sooner." However, Feng Ruwu had no lack of desire to assist. He had merely been taken aback by Cui Xiaojiang's valiant demeanor, initially believing he could effortlessly dispatch the band of robbers. Little did he anticipate that the sudden appearance of the Hua clan noble, who had mastered dual elements, would present an unprecedented challenge. Seeing herself unable to gain the upper hand, Hua Qing discreetly summoned the fire element, enveloping her entire being and igniting her golden sword in a blaze. With each swing, the searing heat distorted the air around her. Unable to close the distance, Feng Ruwu executed a swift backflip to evade Hua Qing's assault, contemplating the formidable combination of the Gold Master tier and Fire Sovereign tier. Though her Fire Sovereign strength did not quite match that of the fully realized Gold Sovereign, she was undeniably a force to be reckoned with among the Seven Kingdoms. It seemed he would have to exert his full strength. Feng Ruwu mused. The cultivation of the four realms differed from elemental power, particularly in the realm of human endeavor. which placed greater emphasis on the enhancement of the physical body and the utilization of weaponry. Thus, practitioners of the Four Realms often exhibited superior endurance and explosive power in battle compared to their elemental counterparts. Feng Ruwu calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and stood resolute, appearing to enter a state of stillness. Hua Qing, observing his demeanor, hesitated to act recklessly, circling around him in search of a vulnerability. Suddenly, Feng Ruwu opened his eyes with a fierce intensity, bellowing, "Wind concealment technique." In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving the air thick with an eerie silence. Having never engaged in combat with a practitioner of the Four Realms, Hua Qing was understandably cautious in the face of such phenomena. She held her breath, concentrating her mental energy to perceive the subtle shifts in the surrounding air currents. To her astonishment, despite Feng Ruo's apparent disappearance, she sensed his presence woven throughout the atmospheric flow. It turned out that Feng Ruo had maximized his agility, utilizing his robust physique to achieve a speed so extraordinary that not even a trace remained. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck from behind, and as she turned to defend herself, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Pain surged through her as Feng Ruo's kick sent her flying. She crashed violently against the wall before plummeting to the ground, feeling as though her bones had shattered. Struggling to rise, she was met with another crushing blow to her right side, propelling her into the air as she expelled a mouthful of blood. Before she could land, Feng Ruo reappeared above her, dagger in hand, poised to strike at her heart. Cui Shoujiang, despite his severe injuries rendering him immobile, summoned the strength to rise and cheered for Feng Ruo, exclaiming, "What a magnificent strike from the heavens!" Just as Hua Qing seemed doomed to meet her end, she unleashed an unknown force, summoning a torrent of water that diverted the dagger's trajectory, causing it to pierce her shoulder instead. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Qing, gritting her teeth against the agony, pivoted to deliver a kick towards Feng Ruo's abdomen in a bid to evade the blow. He had no choice but to relinquish his dagger. Hua Qing crashed heavily to the ground, while Feng Ruo executed a graceful spin midair before landing smoothly. As a mere bystander, Yusheng couldn't help but slap his thigh in admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible!" Hua Qing, panting heavily, struggled to rise from the ground, her disheveled appearance a stark contrast to her noble status in Fengdu, a situation she had never encountered before, with an expression of fury etched upon her face. She gritted her teeth and declared, "Since it has come to this, I shall unleash my full power." Chapter 22. The Three Elements. Accustomed to a life of luxury, the aristocrat of Fengdu found herself utterly humiliated today at the hands of a mere youth. Driven to desperation, Hua Qing let out a heart-wrenching roar. Although Feng Ruo had gained the upper hand in their recent confrontation, he remained perplexed by the sudden appearance of the flowing water. Though it was fleeting and swift, so much so that neither Cui Shou nor Yusheng had witnessed it, he was certain it was no mere illusion. In the midst of Feng Ruo's contemplation, Hua Qing's actions suddenly illuminated his understanding. She began to gather her energy to activate her elemental powers anew, but this time it was markedly different. The golden sword in her grasp, though identical to before, now manifested a pair of wings made of fire on her back. With a gentle flap of the fiery wings, Hua Qing ascended gracefully into the air. "Are you attempting to leverage the height advantage for a battle?" "Knowing I cannot fly," Feng Ruo muttered to himself. He believed that despite his inability to soar, his cultivation of the Four Realms had endowed him with a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person. Thus, his lightness of foot rendered his movements akin to flight, leaving him unconcerned. Ignoring Hua Qing's assent, Feng Ruo propelled himself off the ground, exclaiming, "Mirror technique!" In an instant, over a dozen phantoms of Feng Ruo materialized within the room. A technique of his own invention designed to exploit his speed to create afterimages, confounding his opponent with unexpected attacks. Among the myriad of illusions, one abruptly shifted, launching an attack at the airborne Hua Qing. Upon seeing this, she immediately fanned her fiery wings, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Feng Ruo. However, upon contact, the flames passed harmlessly through his form. It was merely an afterimage. In quick succession, the multitude of Feng Ruo's phantoms launched their assault on Hua Qing, utilizing the walls and furniture as leverage to reach her in the air. Hua Qing adeptly wielded her dual elemental powers, parrying the direct assaults with her golden sword while defending against the rear attacks with her fiery wings, momentarily thwarting Feng Ruo's advances. Yet, unbeknownst to Feng Ruo, the humidity within the room intensified, enveloping the entire space in a thick mist. Reluctantly, he resorted to employing the wind concealment technique once more, attempting to shroud himself in speed as he sought an opportunity to strike. However, this time he found it increasingly difficult to muster his speed, rendering his form conspicuous, observing the ever-visible Feng Ruwu. Hua Qing could not help but laugh derisively. A mere clown, daring to vie for glory against the sun and moon. Upon hearing her words, Feng Ruwu finally recognized the excessive moisture in the air, which impeded his speed due to the resistance of the water, hampering the efficacy of his technique. At this juncture, Hua Qing declared, "The time has come to ensnare you. Water prison, confine the beast." Hua Qing, as if releasing a pent-up frustration, threw her head back and let out a long, piercing cry. "Aren't you fond of running? Continue to run." Feng Ruwu, appearing as if she had seen a ghost, wore an expression of astonishment. The power of the water element? At that moment, Cui Shou Jiang, who lay on the ground, was once again struck with disbelief. 3 elements? Who on earth are you? And how can you wield the power of 3 elements? Hua Qing, dismissively, replied, "This water element power is something I have only recently acquired. To harness its force requires an extensive duration, which is why I have been stalling for time before the water prison is fully formed." Yet you fools failed to notice. Cui Shou Jiang, however, questioned her. "Your gold element is merely at the master level, and your water element has not even reached a rank. So how can you summon such a high-level spell? This defies logic." With a scornful smile, Hua Qing retorted, "That is of no concern to you. Why should the doomed add to their woes?" She then turned her gaze towards Feng Ruwu, trapped and immobile within the water prison, and continued, "It seems that your martial prowess is the highest here. I shall deal with you first to prevent any lingering troubles, and then I will slowly torment your brothers." At that moment, Yu Sheng beheld the gravely injured Cui Shou Jiang and the immobile Feng Ruwu, and a sense of despair and helplessness surged within him. This scene reminded him of the fallen kingdom of Huanghua, as he watched its populace perish beneath the blades of Shagua. If only Huanghua had been stronger, it might not have been coveted by other nations. If all respected the powerful, they would not dare to act recklessly. Perhaps a person of such overwhelming strength could indeed bring about peace, provided that they held compassion for all beings and a desire for harmony. While Tian Xianyu harbored such aspirations, he was regrettably reliant on a potent sovereign, yet the person he depended on would only temporarily align with his ideals for their own gain. Over time, they might just as easily revert to their original intentions. Much like in Chuan, if only he could become strong, he could protect those around him, and not have to face the fate of that beloved little maid, who had vanished without a trace. Perhaps she too had perished amidst the flames of war in Huanghua. Each thought brought him a pang of anguish, as if he were being cut by a blade. Perhaps consuming this deity ascension pill was meant to change all of this. Even if it cost him his life, he would strive to effect even a slight transformation in this world. Thus, he resolved to begin anew from this day forth. Just as Hua Qing lifted her sword to strike at Feng Ruwu, she suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure pervading the entire space. This hostile aura set her heart racing with apprehension, prompting her to hastily soar to the edge of the room, seeking the source of the oppressive presence. There, in the corner of the grand table, stood a young man. Hua Qing felt a stir within her. She had never before noticed this boy. How could such an immense pressure emanate from him? Could it be that he had been suppressing himself all along? Yu Sheng stepped into the air as if traversing solid ground, ascending step by step into the void. Such a realm would already be considered of a revered level within elemental mastery. Yet Hua Qing sensed not a trace of elemental energy from this young man. Cui Shou beheld the remarkable prowess of Yu Sheng as he soared through the air, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in disbelief. He mused to himself, "This lad is truly no ordinary individual." Yet, one cannot help but wonder why he had not showcased such talents sooner. Had he known of these two formidable beings, he could have simply reclined in comfort, avoiding the tribulations of physical suffering. Though Yu Sheng now possessed a profound mastery, he had not practiced martial arts, and thus could only swing his fists as he rushed towards Hua Qing's position. Feng Ruwu observed his absurd movements with a perplexed expression, a wry smile escaping his lips as he remarked, "What a splendid display of the tortoise fist." Hua Qing had never encountered such an unrefined technique. Yet the palpable aura of power emanating from Yu Sheng instilled in her a sense of urgency. She separated a portion of the water prison enveloping Feng Ruwu and directed it towards Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng's tortoise fist was utterly unreasonable. The physical strength of the Lionheart realm was beyond the scope of mere elemental forces. The water prison crumbled beneath the onslaught of his fists. As Yu Sheng charged closer, Hua Qing concentrated the power of fire upon her golden sword, igniting it in fierce flames. With a powerful swing, she bellowed, "Flame dance strike." In that moment, Hua Qing leapt high, aiming a formidable blow at Yushing's head. Yet, Yushing remained hunched, wildly flailing his fists. Witnessing this unfolding drama, Cui Shou and Feng Ruwu felt a sense of despair. This strike represented Hua Qing's utmost effort. It was likely that after this, her elemental energy would be nearly depleted, leaving Yu Sheng's fate hanging in the balance. When the golden fire sword made contact with Yu Sheng, the fierce momentum dissipated into a feeble caress, the flames extinguishing entirely. This turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Hua Qing. As her elemental energy waned, inertia propelled her toward Yu Sheng, and his fist landed squarely upon her face. With that single strike, she was sent crashing to the ground, rendered silent. Feng Ruwu and Cui Shou witnessed this spectacle, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment before Cui Shou finally managed to utter, "Is this death?" Chapter 23. The Wraith of Morning. As Hua Qing fell, the binding water prison that had ensnared Feng Ruwu dissipated, leaving him as limp as a frostbitten eggplant. Yu Sheng, having quelled the tumult of his Lionheart realm, was overwhelmed with a multitude of thoughts. Had he truly expended a life in such a manner? The ease with which he had vanquished his opponent left him with a sense of discontent. Surely, he could have exchanged a few more blows. It felt like drawing forth a treasured family blade, poised to deliver a decisive strike, only to discover that the adversary was but a mere ant, effortlessly crushed. Such a sensation was akin to a satisfying burp interrupted halfway. Utterly unsatisfying, the trio collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, eager for a moment of respite, when suddenly a cacophony erupted. Following the sound, they discovered that during the skirmish, the residual force of Yu Sheng's punch had smashed a gaping hole in the wall of the renowned Tianxia First Tower, revealing an expanse of impenetrable darkness beyond. The commotion had originated from outside, as the structural failure caused by the wall's rupture left the upper floors of the tower precariously tilted. Merchants, startled by the tremors of the staircase, fled outside to ascertain the cause of the chaos. At this moment, Yu Sheng was still engulfed in a sense of remorse for having squandered a life, utterly oblivious to the figure that had appeared behind him out of thin air. "What do you intend to do about the aftermath?" a stranger's voice rang out, startling Yu Sheng, causing him to jump in surprise. Upon turning around, he beheld a gaunt old man, his face etched with deep wrinkles resembling profound ravines. Yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. "Could it be that this Hua Qing has accomplices?" Yu Sheng inquired warily. "Who are you?" The ghost of sorrow shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, "It is all in the past now. It is best left unspoken." Feng Ruwu, ever vigilant, questioned, "What is your intent in appearing now? Are you in league with this Hua Qing?" The ghost of sorrow merely gestured towards the shattered wall ahead, prompting the trio to glance over, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon them, leading to an awkward silence. Noticing their demeanor, the ghost chuckled and remarked, "We of the underworld are adept at the art of concealment. I have been here since the onset of your skirmish. These dancers were procured by our establishment, and failing to verify their backgrounds is our oversight. I had intended to intervene on your behalf. Yet the visitors are nobles from Fengdu, and I have long ceased to involve myself in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms, hence my reluctance to partake in this matter." Cui Shou, having absorbed the ghost's words, seized the opportunity to assert, "Indeed, we were ambushed here at your so-called world's premier tower, and it is entirely your responsibility. Thus we bear no liability for the damage inflicted upon the wall." The ghost of sorrow replied with a grin, "That is only fair. I shall not hold you accountable." However, Feng Ruwu, growing impatient, interjected, "However, what?" "However, you must go forth and inform these merchants that tonight's conflict arose due to your offense against the nobles of Fengdu, and they sought revenge. Do not mention that the dancers were procured by our establishment, lest these merchants perceive our locale as unsafe," the ghost articulated. Once Cui Shou comprehended the ghost's intentions, it became clear to him. First, with a noble from Fengdu having perished within the world's premier tower, the ghost certainly wished to distance himself from the incident, placing the entirety of the blame upon the hunting camp to avert retribution from Fengdu. Second, the ghost's act of inviting calamity into their midst, if spread across the Seven Kingdoms, would undoubtedly tarnish reputations, likely deterring merchants from seeking refuge here in the future. After contemplating the situation, Cui Shou remarked, "Old sir, you have deftly extricated yourself from this predicament. If that is the case, Fengdu will likely direct all their scrutiny towards us at the hunting camp, leaving us in constant trepidation." The ghost of sorrow, upon hearing this, darkened his expression in displeasure and retorted, "And what would you propose? In truth, Even without making a public declaration, it was probable that Feng Du would not spare the hunting camp. However, Cui Shou, being an astute individual, was undoubtedly seeking to elevate the terms further. Unless you absolve us of all expenses incurred today. Upon hearing Cui Shou's demand, the Ghost of Sorrow found himself at a loss. Having anticipated that Cui Shou would take advantage of the situation, instead, he merely sought a minor concession. The ghost replied, "No problem at all. I shall not only waive all your expenses at the world's premier tower, but I will also summon the physicians to tend to your injuries, with all costs borne by us." Cui Shoujiang chuckled with delight, exclaiming, how splendid indeed." Yu Sheng and Feng Ruwu appeared rather helpless in response. Astonished that despite his grievous injuries, Cui Shoujiang still sought to haggle. Such a mindset is indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. With hands clasped in salute, Feng Ruwu addressed the old ghost, saying, "Old Master Shang, we are quite fatigued from today's events, and I fear our backgrounds are of no concern to you, that I hope you will refrain from further curiosity." Yu Sheng, confronted with the old ghost's inquiries, found himself at a loss for words. However, upon witnessing Feng Ruwu intercede on his behalf, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It seemed that Feng Ruwu truly regarded him as a younger brother, consistently coming to his aid. Upon hearing this, the old ghost waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Indeed, I have no desire to pry into the affairs of the seven nations. However, in these tumultuous times, it is unlikely that practitioners from the four realms will meet a favorable end. And I feel a deep sorrow for both of you." Yuxing turned to Feng Ruwu and quietly inquired, "Is it true what they say about the monarch of your Feng nation?" At that moment, Feng Ruwu's expression was inscrutable, yet he replied, "That old man is not merely ill-tempered. He is nothing short of a tyrant." Chapter 24. Relentless pursuit. The hunting party did not linger long at the renowned Tianxia First Tower. Once the brothers had sobered from their revelry, they resumed their journey toward Yaoshan. Most of them were still in a state of disarray, having indulged to the point of near oblivion. They gazed at Cui Shoujiang, who was swathed like a dumpling, feeling somewhat dazed. "Cui Shoujiang, what has happened to you? Did you drink too much last night and provoke a dancing maiden, only to be reprimanded?" One of the brothers jested. Cui Shoujiang retorted, half in anger and half in jest, "You little rascal, your audacity grows by the day. Is that how you speak to your superior? If it weren't for you, Yu Sheng and Feng Ruwu, we would already be among the departed." Upon hearing Cui Shoujiang refer to them as seniors, Yu Sheng and Feng Ruwu were momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Why does Cui Shoujiang address us in such a manner?" Yu Sheng added, "But we are quite youthful. How do you ascertain this?" Feng Ruwu, intrigued by the discourse, chimed in, "Have you encountered young practitioners from the four realms?" Cui Shoujiang replied, "Certainly. The current monarch of Yi Nation, Jiao Sha, possesses the appearance of a middle-aged man, having entered the realm during his middle years, thus maintaining a youthful visage." He glanced at Yu Sheng and Feng Ruwu, pausing before continuing, "However, it is my first encounter with individuals as young as you, which piques my curiosity." Yu Sheng asked, "What is it that intrigues you?" He explained, "Typically, upon entering the Tuashin realm, one's lifespan extends to 200 years. Even your Lionheart realm merely extends it to 400. Yet, it has now been 500 years since the inception of the Qiyuan era. Therefore, your realms should at least be at the Qi heart level to have survived until now." Yu Sheng, upon hearing this, was at a loss for an explanation. Tian Xianyue had previously cautioned him against disclosing matters regarding the Ascension Pill, for knowledge of such an item was scarce among the seven nations, and he had only learned of it through ancient texts. In those days, when he sought treasures in the black market, the vendor of the Ascendant Elixir merely regarded it as an ordinary restorative potion, which allowed Tian Xianyu to acquire 2 of them. Had the world been aware of this matter, it would undoubtedly have stirred a tremendous uproar, compelling everyone to pursue this elixir, should it fall into the hands of those with unstable temperaments. Chaos would surely ensue across the 7 kingdoms, leading to misdeeds aplenty. Moreover, Yu Sheng was oblivious to how Feng Ruwu had attained the essence of the 4 realms during their first encounter. Feng Ruwu had already manifested the aura of the Camel Heart realm amidst their skirmish. Subsequently, in the battle of yesterday, he continued to wield the same realm. After consuming the Ascendant Elixir, each realm could only be utilized once. Furthermore, Yu Sheng could only unleash the essence of the 4 realms when activating the elixir, a stark contrast to Feng Ruwu's ability to employ it at will, without restraint. Thus, The power of the four realms emanating from Feng Wu was indeed genuine. Yuxing turned his gaze toward Feng Wu, pondering whether he might still manage to smooth over the situation, only to find him equally ensnared in embarrassment. Faced with the contradictions highlighted by Cui Shoujiang, Feng Wu was at a loss for words, the piercing truth laid bare, just as both were racking their brains for a way to deflect the issue. Cui Shoujiang spoke up, seemingly to himself. Perhaps you too are prodigious youths. Or maybe the dawn of the Qi Yuan era has caused your bodies to mutate, much like the ferocity exhibited by the beasts of this demon mountain, far surpassing those from other regions. The two exhaled in relief and hastily echoed, Yes, yes, indeed, it is as you say. Your insight is truly remarkable. Little did they expect that Cui Shoujiang could rationalize his own inquiry, providing an answer all on his own. What a relief that was. Cui Shoujiang, brimming with pride, chuckled. Though I may lack formal education, I am quite clever that it is truly a waste for the Mo Emperor not to allow me to serve as a member of the Black Armored Guard. Yu Sheng and Feng Wu nodded in agreement, showering him with praises. Very well. Let us depart at full speed and swiftly exit the influence of Feng Diyu. No sooner had Cui Shoujiang finished speaking than a furious shout resonated from behind. In my domain of the Dark Region, Feng Du, you dare kill members of the Hua nobility and commit such a heinous crime, and now wish to flee. The newcomer exuded an imposing aura. Accompanied by thousands of red-armored soldiers, all of whom were women, the hunting camp trembled at the sight of such a formidable display. Indeed, Feng Du would not allow them to escape, just as Cui Shoujiang had surmised. It was unexpected, however, that even in their midnight flight, they would still be pursued. One of Cui Shoujiang's arms remained incapacitated, having exhausted the power of gold elements in the previous day's battle. To utilize it anew would require a full day to replenish his meridians. Aware of the hunting camp's current lack of combat strength, Feng Wu nevertheless took the lead, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Ever ready for battle, Cui Shoujiang feigned calmness and inquired, Who goes there? He called out, We are the hunting camp of the Sha Kingdom. This incident arose from your Feng Du's initial wrongdoing. And we, having acted in retaliation, are not to be trifled with. If you seek battle, then let us engage. The brothers of the hunting camp gazed in astonishment at the boastful words of General Cui. Their jaws dropped and expressions sorrowful as they lamented. With over 1,000 soldiers clad in crimson armor, are we not merely striking a rock with an egg? At that moment, General Cui turned to his comrades and asserted with unwavering conviction. Enough of this bravado. What are you pondering? Run. It was then that the group comprehended his intentions. Upon encountering the armies of the two nations, General Cui aimed to preserve the dignity of the Sand Kingdom while simultaneously avoiding a futile demise. Thus, he projected an aura of fearless defiance to prevent becoming the subject of ridicule. Yuxing felt a profound admiration for General Cui, recognizing that it was indeed him who adeptly assessed the situation. Hua Xing, witnessing the hunting camp depart after their bold declarations, stood dumbfounded for a few seconds until a voice from the guard camp shouted, This is bad. They are attempting to flee. Only then did he grasp the situation. And in a fit of indignation, Hua Xing exclaimed, After them. We cannot allow them to escape. Chapter 25. The Gale's Fury Brothers. We are but 3 miles away from the territory of the mysterious domain. Once we reach it, we shall be safe. General Cui called out loudly. The reason he proclaimed this was due to the nature of military collectives, which cannot arbitrarily enter foreign territories, lest they be deemed an invasion, potentially igniting conflict between nations. However, merchants or small recreational groups face no such restrictions. Thus, a small team like the hunting camp, comprising merely a dozen individuals, would generally be permitted as long as they avoided the capital of the nation. At this moment, the hunting camp dared not slacken their pace, advancing at full speed toward the mysterious domain. As soon as they set foot on its soil, the troops of Feng Du could only watch helplessly as they departed. She turned to her attendant and said, I shall go alone to impede their passage. You must follow closely behind. With that, she concentrated the power of fire elements at her back, and a pair of fiery wings unfurled. This maneuver was remarkably reminiscent of Hua Qing's. Then, with a few powerful flaps of her wings, she lifted off from her horse, soaring through the air toward the direction of the hunting camp. At her current speed, she would catch up to them in less than a quarter of an hour. I will hold her off while you all make your escape. Yu Sheng, witnessing Feng Wu disregard her own safety to confront the threat, could not remain at ease. Although he had expended his Lionheart state in the previous battle, when a friend is in peril, one must risk everything to save them. After all, for Yu Sheng, who had recently been granted a new life, the bonds he shared with each of his friends were of utmost importance. He turned to General Cui and declared, I cannot stand by and watch Feng Ruwu meet her demise. I must assist her. However, Hua Xing denied him this opportunity at that moment. As she spotted Feng Ruwu approaching, she immediately understood her intent and shouted, thinking to delay me, none of you will escape. Water Veil Conundrum, Hua Xing bellowed, and a colossal wall of water rose slowly, obstructing the path of the hunting camp. This is dire. She wields both fire and water elements, and her strength is on par with Hua Qing from yesterday. General Cui remarked, why do these people from Fengdu possess such a mastery of multiple elemental powers? Did you not say that the nobles of each nation strictly control their elemental territories? Yu Sheng inquired, perplexed. How could I possibly know? I, too, find myself utterly perplexed, remarked Cui Shou, wearing an expression of bewilderment at that moment. Yu Sheng was suddenly struck with alarm, exclaiming, given this individual's formidable strength, is Feng Ruwu not in peril? Without delay, he spurred his horse onward in pursuit of Feng Ruwu. Hua Xing, observing the two youths who had obstructed her path, seemed to recall something. After a moment's hesitation, she called out, it is said that within your hunting camp in Sha Kingdom, there are 2 practitioners of the 4th realm, one of whom has even attained the Lionheart realm. Surely, you must be those 2. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng pondered how swiftly news traveled, yet he discerned a hint of trepidation in Hua Xing's demeanor towards the might of the 4th realm. Thus, he feigned a menacing tone, declaring, indeed, I am Yu Sheng of the human path, possessing the Lionheart realm. The demise of Hua Qing yesterday was at my hands. Combined, you are no match for me. Flee while you still can. Hua Xing, upon hearing his words, felt a flicker of fear. Although elemental practitioners had not clashed with 4th realm practitioners since the beginning of the Qi Yuan era, judging by yesterday's outcome, only those who had cultivated both elements to the esteemed ranks stood a chance of contending with a being of the Lionheart realm. Feng Ruwu regarded Yu Sheng's audacity with admiration, unaware that Yu Sheng was inwardly lamenting his predicament. He was gambling on Hua Xing's reluctance to engage in battle. Should she persist, his true capabilities would be revealed. If he were to once again invoke the Ascending God Pill, it would elevate him to the Crimson Heart realm overnight. Such an absurdity to confess to Feng Ruwu. Yet, Hua Xing's prowess surpassed that of Hua Qing, and it appeared that among the hunting camp, his own strength was the most formidable. Thus, he found himself compelled to confront the Crimson Armored Guards, with the abilities of the Crimson Heart realm. Dealing with the individuals before him would be trivial. However, upon reaching the Demon Mountain, he would be left with but a single life. Surely, he could not rely on the Sacred Heart realm to capture demon beasts for Mo Jian Yuan, only to face his own demise afterward. Had he known better, he would never have accepted Mo Jian Yuan's commission. What a wretched fate! Yu Sheng sighed repeatedly within, yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of emotion at this juncture. Hua Xing found herself in a precarious situation. Confronting 2 practitioners of the 4th realm, she held no confidence in achieving victory, and the stakes were perilous enough to cost her life. Yet, should she choose not to engage, she would lose face in Fengdu. Just as the 2 sides confronted each other, the water wall obstructing the hunting camp suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash. Hua Xing instantly became alert, shouting, "Who goes there?" Before her stood an elderly man with a white beard. Gracefully descending through the air, clad in a flowing blue robe, his hands were clasped behind him, exuding an ethereal presence as if he were a visitor from the divine realm. Yu Sheng glanced at Feng Ruwu beside him and noticed the subtle twitching of his facial muscles. Indicative of great unease, he inquired, "Are you well?" Feng Ruwu, realizing his lapse in composure, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, his voice trembling, "I am fine." The elderly man spoke, "I am Feng Pe, the Emperor of Feng Kingdom. This entourage consists of my guests. You should withdraw." Despite being thousands of meters away, his voice resonated without shouting, reverberating powerfully as if descending from the heavens, penetrating the depths of one's soul. What a remarkable feat of sound transmission over such a distance, Cui Shou marveled. Although Hua Xing felt a sense of relief in her heart with the Wind Kingdom's sovereign personally escorting the hunting party, thereby rendering the battle unnecessary, she still felt the need to voice a rebuttal for the sake of appearances. This action by the Wind Sovereign seems rather an overreach, as the hunting party has slain nobles from our Fengdu. We must bring them to justice. And we hope the Wind Sovereign will not obstruct us. No sooner had she spoken than a tempest arose, darkening the sky as if night had suddenly fallen upon the bright day. Hua Xing was struck with a sense of suffocation as a formidable pressure descended from above, threatening to flatten her into a mere pancake. What did the nobles of Fengdu have to do with me? I shall spare no one I desire. Her words dripped with a lethal aura, causing some soldiers of the Crimson Armored Guard to spit blood, and a few even fainted on the spot. Was the pressure truly this overwhelming? Such power was terrifying indeed. The Wind Spirit was indeed, as the rumors suggested, possessing a notoriously fierce temperament. Hua Xing mused. Struggling against the oppressive force, she managed to utter, "My apologies, Wind Sovereign. You may take these individuals with you." Suddenly, the gale subsided, and the sky cleared once more, as the Wind Spirit turned away, leaving behind a single remark: "Proceed with confidence. When you reach the Maze Realm, come to the Mountain Palace of the Wind Kingdom to see me." Chapter 26. Son of the Wind Kingdom. With the departure of the Wind Spirit, the Crimson Armored Guard of Fengdu dared not intervene any further, left to watch as the hunting party boldly crossed the border into the Maze Realm. A follower of Hua Xing inquired, "General, what shall we do now?" The members of the hunting party remained shaken, with Cui Shoujiang stating, "We truly escaped by the skin of our teeth on this journey." Yu Xing asked, "Cui Shoujiang, is it possible for our Sha Kingdom to establish good relations with the Wind Kingdom?" Such a notion had never been entertained. The Sha Kingdom had only just gained its independence a few days prior, having previously been a vassal of the Wasteland Kingdom. Even if we were to forge a friendship, it would only pertain to the Wasteland Kingdom's interests. But why did the Wind Sovereign personally come to our rescue today? How would I know? Perhaps they have business with us. We can only leave it to fate. Just observe the Wind Sovereign's strength. Whatever they say, we must comply, lest we suffer dire consequences. Yu Xing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Wind Spirit possessed the ability to alter the very fabric of reality, a power that approached the divine. Cui Shoujiang continued, "The Wind Spirit has reached the Saint Heart realm of the Shura path. And in the next life, upon transitioning to the heavenly path, they shall ascend to godhood. Currently, within these 7 kingdoms, there is likely no rival." Yu Xing, perplexed, asked, "What is the Shura path?" Feng Ruwu interjected. "The Shura path is cultivated from a semi-divine body. The Wind Spirit was once a gust that emerged from the realm of the gods, refining itself into a corporeal form. Presently, the Lord of Jiaosha from Yi Kingdom also follows the Shura path. He is a dragon that has undergone such cultivation." Though Feng Ruwu spoke in a somewhat offhand manner, his expression remained somber. The once bright-eyed youth now bore a heavy heart. Since Yu Sheng had met Feng Ruwu, he had never witnessed such a demeanor, suggesting that there were indeed past grievances in the Wind Kingdom that troubled him. The Wind Kingdom is situated at the very heart of the mysterious domain, aptly named for its terrain, which is entirely comprised of relentless mountain ranges. Between these peaks, the mountains stretch endlessly. Thus, any ordinary person venturing into this realm without the guidance of a Wind Kingdom inhabitant would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate. The Wind Kingdom is established atop the central mountain range, positioned midway up the slopes, and is named so due to the incessant gales that sweep through the area. The denizens of the Wind Kingdom rely upon the mountains for their sustenance, gathering the myriad herbs that thrive within, which they then transform into various elixirs for trade with other nations. The elixirs of the Wind Kingdom are numerous, some possessing extraordinary effects such as enhancing elemental absorption, making them highly sought after among the 7 kingdoms, with prices that soar to lofty heights, typically affordable only to the royal and noble classes. The destination of the hunting expedition is the Demon Mountain, also located within the mysterious domain. This mountain lies at the southernmost tip of the mysterious domain, serving as its terminus, and is teeming with formidable beastly creatures and plants imbued with potent spiritual energy. However, due to its perilous nature, even the locals of the Wind Kingdom are reluctant to risk their lives by venturing into its depths, should anyone be fortunate enough to capture a beast or gather plants from the Demon Mountain. Such prizes would command exorbitant prices, their worth measured only in precious jade gold. As the hunting party traverses the mountain ranges, they require no guide, for Feng Riyun is intimately familiar with this land, having grown up amidst its peaks. After a day of travel, the group finally entered the Wind Kingdom. The palace where Feng Per resides is known as the Mountain Palace. While its scale may not rival the jade gold palace of the Desolate Kingdom, it far surpasses the dilapidated palace of Mo Jinyuan in the Sand Kingdom in grandeur. Upon the arrival of the hunting party, the guards at the entrance of the Mountain Palace offered a slight bow and announced, "The Wind Sovereign has informed us of your arrival today. esteemed guests from the Sand Kingdom. We have been tasked with your reception, and a banquet has been prepared within the palace for your enjoyment." Upon hearing of the complimentary feast, Cui Xiao's eyes lit up with delight, exclaiming, "How could we possibly accept such generosity? We are truly honored by the Wind Sovereign's personal reception." At that moment, Feng Ruyun let out a cold snort and remarked, "What is there to feel embarrassed about? Tonight, my brothers, let us indulge freely." Cui Xiao elbowed Feng Ruyun gently, saying, "Be courteous. After all, this is the sovereign of your kingdom, and we must not offend him." Feng Ruyun, upon hearing this, chose not to respond further. The exchange intrigued Yu Xing, who found it peculiar that Feng Ruyun seemed to be a frequent visitor to this place. By all accounts, while he is indeed a native of the Wind Kingdom, common folk are generally barred from entering the Mountain Palace. Upon entering the grand hall of the Mountain Palace, the opulence before them took their breath away. They beheld the Wind Sovereign seated upon the jade gold throne at the far end of the hall, with banquet tables and chairs on either side crafted from the bones of exotic beasts. In the center of the palace, a group of stunning dancers performed, singing and dancing in celebration. Feng Pa, upon seeing the guests, greeted them with a smile, saying, "Esteemed visitors from the Sand Kingdom, your journey has been arduous. The Wind Kingdom has prepared a humble feast to welcome you and wash away the dust of travel." Hearing this, Cui Xiao hurriedly bowed in surprise, exclaiming, "There is no need for such formality, Wind Sovereign. Today, we find ourselves in your gracious presence, and we are at a loss to repay such kindness. Should the Wind Sovereign have any requests, we shall certainly serve you with utmost dedication." The Lord of the Winds, however, chuckled and said, "There is no need for that. Please, everyone, take your seats and indulge in the festivities tonight without any reservations." If it were not for the oppressive aura of Feng Pa that Shen Sheng had witnessed in broad daylight, he might have genuinely believed that the Lord of the Winds was merely a kind-hearted old man. Just as the guests were about to sit down, the Lord of the Winds spoke again. "Mist, come and sit beside me." However, Feng Ruwu impatiently replied, "There is no need for that. I am content to sit with my brothers from the hunting camp. You need not concern yourself with me today." Shen Sheng was taken aback by Feng Ruwu's audacity in confronting Feng Pa, and discreetly tugged at his sleeve, only to be brushed off by Feng Ruwu. Cui Xiao was the first to react, tentatively inquiring, "Lord of the Winds, what is the relationship between you and Feng Ruwu?" To everyone's astonishment, it turned out he was indeed a prince of the Wind Kingdom. The crowd was taken aback, for the person they had been in constant proximity to was, in fact, a member of the royal family, a revelation that was nothing short of unbelievable. Shen Sheng, however, was unfazed. He had long suspected that Feng Ruwu's status was anything but ordinary. Although he had not anticipated that he was a prince, he had at least considered him to be of noble lineage. "I am a prince of the Wild Kingdom myself, albeit a fabricated one. Yet I have genuinely grown up within a royal environment. You would be surprised by much more," Xunxing thought with a touch of arrogance. Chapter 2. The Mad Eye and the Frenzied Blade. Ray possessed no memories, ever since he had awakened 3 years prior. Emerging from a derelict basement to behold the ravaged world before him, he had been engulfed in confusion regarding the events that had transpired. He tended to his wounds with simplicity, extracting a dagger from the body of Grey Saderly, and set forth toward the city of Imo. Nestled at the edge of the Fenin Principality, Imo's city was built amid the mountains, rendering it easy to defend, yet challenging to assault. The region was not affluent, devoid of any natural resources to exploit, relying solely on a pristine water system to sustain its population of several thousand. A variety of workshops sufficed for the daily needs of the inhabitants, supplying firearms, ammunition, cold weapons, spirits, and women. In a quiet corner, Ray quietly sipped rum, having spent over a month in Imo City. Apart from brief exchanges with the tavern server, Nain, he had scarcely spoken to anyone. He perceived the disdainful glares of others. As one of Eastern descent, he was unwelcome wherever he roamed. Perhaps, in their eyes, all Easterners were viewed as treacherous and untrustworthy. Gradually, people began to withdraw, while the leader of the hunter's house, Old Max, remained absent, inciting a chorus of complaints and curses. Individuals often resorted to venomous words to express their discontent. A hallmark of the weak, those with true capability typically let their actions speak, or to put it plainly, communicated with their fists. The tavern's vintage folding door creaked open, and a towering black man entered, his left hand grasping a large box while his right wielded a heavy machine gun, prompting concern that the small door might succumb to the force of his entry. The raucous tavern fell into an eerie silence upon the arrival of the imposing figure. The sound of old Max's cane striking the wooden floor resonated like a heavy hammer, weighing upon the hearts of those present and stifling their breaths. His gaze swept across the individuals who had been the loudest in their vitriol. They, in turn, dared not meet his eyes and lowered their heads in shame. I hold a fondness for young individuals who exhibit decorum, for such beings typically enjoy favorable fortunes and do not meet untimely ends in the wilderness. His moderate yet pointed words conveyed a clear warning, achieving the desired effect, after which old Max chose not to pursue the matter further. Believing that these young rascals would soon become docile, despite being described as a flickering candle nearing its end, he was nonetheless one of the original 5 followers of Mork. Having transformed this desolate expanse into a thriving city, a feat deserving of reverence. The subsequent exchanges proceeded methodically, with Lei being the last to partake. When he presented a fire python heart and 3 coyote tails, the gazes of others turned fervent, tinged with envy. Old Max also appeared somewhat astonished, as he distinctly remembered the young man with black eyes and hair. The influx of Eastern faces in the city was rare, and he recalled that Lei had registered at the Hunter's Lodge a month prior, having to pledge his old handgun due to insufficient funds. To slay a beast valued at 5 gold coins single-handedly was indeed a rarity. After all, the fire python was a creature of formidable might, equivalent to a human with 2 tiers of defense and 2 tiers of explosive power. Easterners often achieve the unexpected. Young man, what is your name? Mr. Max's inquiry regarding Lei's name was surprising, as even his longtime African bodyguard had never witnessed such a moment. Very well, I shall remember that. You are entitled to exchange for goods worth 5 gold coins. Do you prefer currency or weaponry? As far as I am aware, you seem to lack a firearm for self-defense. If you wish, I can offer you a nearly new Glock pistol, which boasts a potency comparable to the legendary Desert Eagle of yore. Should you choose this option, I can also provide you with 15 rounds of ammunition. Max, oblivious to his own loquacity that day, continued. After collecting all his prey, old Max did not depart. Instead, he poured himself a bottle of wine and savored it slowly. The seasoned hunters understood that in such circumstances, he would typically announce a high-level mission, so they gathered around him, eagerly awaiting news, each hoping to benefit from the impending revelation. You are all aware of the outpost in the fallen plains known as Silent City, correct? Last night, that outpost was attacked, resulting in the complete annihilation of the station personnel, including the formidable Captain Naughton, who possessed a 3rd-tier defense and 2nd-tier assassination skills. As soon as Max's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This perilous undertaking was beyond their capability. If even a 3rd-tier captain fell, what hope do we have? No matter how many we send? Someone in the throng remarked. Indeed, unless the Royal Guard dispatches personnel to lead us in the search, another echoed, and soon. The chorus of agreement grew louder. A bunch of cowards. If we were to rely on you, Silent City would have perished long ago. A rugged voice rang out from outside, and the door was forcefully kicked open. A young Caucasian man entered, appearing just a few years older than Ray, sporting a short, scruffy beard that matched his rough demeanor. Ray's keen eyes caught sight of the massive sword he bore on his shoulder, from which hung a bloodied cloth bag. His keen sense of smell instantly recognized the scent of human blood. The other patrons of the tavern had never encountered him before, and their dissatisfaction with his demeanor was palpable. He cast aside his massive sword and Barrett sniper rifle, striding directly to the seat opposite Max, where he raised a filled glass and drained it in one swift motion. Please, refill it, he requested. In response to his rude and uncouth behavior, Max maintained an unusually composed demeanor, showing no signs of anger. However, the others could no longer contain their irritation. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you treat Mr. Max with such disrespect? The speaker was another burly man, who had been the most vociferous in berating old Max just moments before. Now, he astutely seized the opportunity to mend his relationship with Max. Hey, old man, someone is standing up for you. I can't believe it's been only 2 years since I left this place, and no one recognizes me. Have the rest of you perished in the wild? Old Max chuckled, clearly acquainted with the man. The one who stood up for him assumed he had received permission, and with a swing of his fist, he aimed a blow at the head of the impudent fellow. A loud thud echoed through the tavern as the assailant was unexpectedly sent sprawling, landing in an undignified heap on the floor, groaning in pain. Ray discerned that the man had received a swift slap from the one known as the Mad-Eye Blade knock. Even he would have found it impossible to evade such rapid assault. You would be wise to refrain from provoking him in the future, Max advised the other patrons. Your squad leader in Kamar City must have stirred up some trouble, seeking refuge here, Max remarked as he poured a glass of wine for Nock. Nock downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, "This wine is exquisite. If only I had a cigarette, it would be perfect." Max handed him a cigarette and even took the time to light it for him. Nock exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking with nonchalance that it was nothing of consequence. Merely the dispatch of a minor nobleman's son. Such a cur, preying on the helpless, was better off dead. His sire, having placed a bounty of 200 gold pieces on Nock's head, led him to believe that Merc City would be a suitable haven. And here I am, enjoying fine wine and tobacco. Life is quite agreeable. Nock made no attempt to conceal his status as a wanted man, confident that none would dare to challenge him. You certainly have a knack for attracting trouble, said Mace. I recall the last time, you were worth a mere 30 gold pieces. I surmise you've advanced in notoriety? Mace shook his head, stating he was of little value. The wine and tobacco Nock had consumed were payment enough. However, I have a task at hand, which you overheard. Perhaps you consider it. Nock, in a fit of pique, kicked the package toward the fallen man, exclaiming it was a wretched thing and that he would have been better off leaving it for the wolves. You, dig a grave and bury him. The burly man, spurred by the command, hastily scrambled to his feet, seized the package, and departed. I'll accept this task. Could you provide some assistance, perhaps a loan? A merchant never engages in unprofitable ventures. Should misfortune befall you in the wilderness, I would suffer a considerable loss. However, I can introduce you to an associate. This task is unlikely to be completed alone. The desolate flats are rife with rival factions, and an ally would ensure a modicum of safety. Nock was taken aback, aware that Mace was not one to take interest in just anyone. Whoever he was recommending must be of considerable skill. Oh, who is it? Mace directed his gaze toward Ray, who was standing in the corner. It is unjust. After spending such an extensive duration in Mo City, why were we not chosen? Protests erupted, and upon witnessing Nock's prowess, everyone yearned to partake and share in the spoils. The rationale is straightforward. He possesses greater wealth than any of you, Max coldly remarked. It is widely acknowledged that in this current world, capability is directly proportional to financial resources. Nock raised his glass and boldly seated himself across from Lei, unabashedly stating, "Hey, young man, grant me the favor of treating me to a drink." Without waiting for a response, he seized the bottle and poured for himself. Lei felt the scorching gazes of those around him, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Others, startled by Nock's sudden demand, scurried away in fright. Lei realized that under such circumstances, his presence here was untenable. He had no desire to fall victim to an ambush in the wilderness. I wish to have no part in any of this. I simply desire to live my life. I will give you this money, and I hope you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. Nock, however, showed no decorum as he scooped up the gold coins from the table and pocketed them, then draped an arm around Lei's shoulder, declaring, "My chosen companions are not so easily relinquished. Meet me at the city gate tomorrow morning. Otherwise, should you defeat me, I shall grant you your freedom." Lei, exasperated by Nock's words, found himself caught between laughter and tears. It was evident that he was being coerced into joining. Enraged, he stood up and stormed out of the tavern. Nock, toying with the coins in his hand, returned to his seat opposite Max. This young man is indeed intriguing. What compels you to recommend him? Nock, well aware of old Max's discerning eye, recognized that he had discerned something extraordinary about Lei. Because I am unable to discern his innate abilities, a phenomenon I have never encountered before, my intuition suggests that he may be of assistance to you, Max remarked after taking a sip of his drink. Nock was secretly astonished. If even the seasoned Max could not comprehend Ray's capabilities, it could only imply one of two possibilities. Either he was an utterly ordinary individual devoid of talent, or he was a prodigious genius, with the latter scenario appearing far more plausible. Are you certain he will come tomorrow? With your pressure, he might very well flee, Nock cautioned. He cannot escape. I possess this, he replied with a sly grin, tossing aside the pass he had pilfered from Ray's pocket. Enough about him. It has been ages since we last met. And this drink is utterly divine, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 3. The contest marching, Kama City, and Kabuchalong enveloped the expansive, forsaken plains in a triangular formation. The three cities had initially agreed that this area would remain public and not subject to private ownership, allowing only for the establishment of outposts. In the absence of armed intervention, this place had ironically become a refuge for marauding mobs, with settlements of various sizes taking root. Ray leaned against the tavern's entrance, idly tossing his dagger, the sole weapon he possessed. Nock had not only seized all his possessions but had also stolen his pass. Otherwise, he would have long since escaped the city. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, Ray finally spotted Nock approaching at a leisurely pace, devoid of any supplies save for a massive sword and a heavy sniper rifle. It was a mystery where all the money had gone the previous night. "Return my belongings," Ray snapped, extending his hand. He cast a disdainful glance at Nock and snatched the document from his grasp, preparing to depart. "Wait. Traversing the wilderness can be perilous. Take this," Nock urged, tossing the sniper rifle to Ray. Ray caught the Barrett with an expression of disbelief. It is crucial to understand that entrusting a firearm to a stranger is an exceedingly perilous act, especially when it concerns a Barrett rifle, capable of effortlessly penetrating steel and of considerable value. "Are you not afraid of perishing at my hands?" Ray could not help but inquire. "I was frightened earlier, but after you asked, I felt reassured. If you harbored such intentions, you would undoubtedly not be foolish enough to voice them, thereby alerting me. Moreover, I trust that your decision is well considered. Even if I were to meet my demise at your hands, I would not harbor regrets. Life is meant for action. Whether right or wrong, once a decision is made, one must pursue it and bear the consequences," Nock replied with significant depth. Ray regarded this seemingly reckless individual with newfound respect. Rather than aimlessly wandering, he found it preferable to join him in meaningful pursuits. "Thank you for your trust. My name is Ray, and I hope for a pleasant collaboration." Nock's confidence led Ray to a pivotal decision, marking the first time he chose a path amidst his previously aimless existence, albeit one fraught with thorns. The spring wilderness blossomed with vitality. The low radiation rainfall did not hinder the growth of flora. Nock was intimately familiar with this region, recalling precisely where to find potable water. Prior to reaching the ravaged stronghold, he adeptly handled several ambushes from ferocious beasts. Nock did not conceal his abilities from Ray. The third-tier power enhancement made confronting violent bears seem effortless. Most of the time, Ray merely observed, recognizing that with his current combat prowess, his involvement would only complicate matters. By midday, the two arrived at the stronghold in Mute City. "You have seen the scene. Share your observations," Nock prompted, deliberately testing Ray. The opposition comprised 16 individuals, armed with substantial weaponry, including at least 3 heavy machine guns, 2 high-caliber sniper rifles, and a small-bore cannon. Their leader was a pyrokinetic of at least the 3rd tier. The engagement lasted no more than 3 minutes, resulting in 2 enemy casualties. Following the assault, they retreated westward. Ray stroked his chin, contemplating his observations. Nock stared at Ray, dumbfounded. "What? Did I err in my assessment?" Ray inquired, scratching the back of his head, slightly embarrassed by Nock's expression. "No, I'm astonished by your comprehensive knowledge. I'm beginning to suspect you were involved. I'm contemplating whether to apprehend you," Nock jested, maintaining a stern facade. Ray recognized Nock's jest. In truth, it wasn't challenging. From the footprints at the scene, he deduced their movements and fluctuating numbers. From the spent casings, he identified their arsenal. And from the scorched battle scars within the stronghold, coupled with an analysis of the fallen Imo City leader's abilities, he ascertained the enemy's elemental affinity and tier. Nock nodded in acknowledgement. As a seasoned veteran of field combat, these details would not have eluded him, but he was impressed by Ray's meticulousness at such a young age, indicating a remarkable aptitude for tracking. "I have a strong inclination as to the perpetrators. This outcome is precisely what I dreaded most. Let us proceed, Ray. I shall introduce you to a former comrade." Ray slung his rifle over his shoulder and followed Nock, noticing his somber mood and taciturn demeanor. It was evident that the enemy was known to him and held a significant bond, so he wisely remained silent, refraining from questioning. Nock traversed the plains, arriving at a moderately sized settlement before sunset. The two gained entry through a mere exchange of cursory inquiries. The untamed wilderness folk were unmistakably driven by a primal instinct, their unabashed covetousness evident as they gazed upon Lei's backpack, laden with hunting materials. Had it not been for the imposing Barrett resting on Lei's shoulder, he might have feared a surge of these individuals eager to plunder him. It was hardly surprising, for almost all settlements lacked the capability to produce genetic potions. The merchants at the exchange points sold their materials to the laboratories of the great cities through convoluted channels, resulting in thinly sliced profits. Just after departing the exchange point, Lei spotted an armored vehicle bearing a multi-barreled machine gun racing toward him, screeching to a halt with a long trail of brake marks. Its proximity now less than 50 centimeters. This was a blatant provocation. The driver, with a smug expression, regarded Lei with disdain. From the rear, a burly man, comparable in stature to Nock, leaped down, clad in the typical attire of a mercenary. Towering nearly 2 meters, he was a head taller than Lei, adorned with a beret and a black eye patch over his left eye, indicating a nefarious nature. "Hey, you newcomers forgot to pay the security tax. 1 gold coin each." The muscular man pressed forward, his arm outstretched, nearly colliding with Lei. Attempting to avoid confrontation, Lei sought to sidestep, only for the man to swiftly block his path once more. "This is against the rules. I have never heard of a settlement imposing a security tax, and I do not require your protection." Lei met the man's gaze unflinchingly. "Who are you to dictate rules to me? I am Flanders, and in this territory, my word is law. You are challenging my authority, do you understand? I shall ask you once more, will you pay or not?" The brawny man uttered a remark that elicited uproarious laughter from the assembly. "I shall not concede," Ray reiterated, his refusal igniting the brute's ire. The hulking figure retaliated with a punch aimed at Ray's back. Forewarned, Ray nimbly retreated, covering a meter of ground. Scarcely had he halted when Flanders' leg arced toward his midriff. With no avenue for evasion, Ray braced himself, his arms forming a bulwark against the impending blow. The force of the impact propelled Ray backward, akin to a severed kite, until he collided with a wall, reducing it to rubble. Emerging from the debris, Ray brushed off the detritus, set aside his sniper rifle, and with rapid strides, ascended in a series of leaps, his knee poised to strike from above. Flander, brimming with confidence, opted not to evade, instead raising his arm to parry Ray's knee strike. He had underestimated Ray's power. Upon impact, his legs buckled under the strain, nearly forcing him to kneel. Leveraging the recoil, Ray somersaulted behind him, his hand poised to deliver a chop to the artery in his nape. Flander, with a swift maneuver, evaded Ray's assault, his foot propelling him backward like a projectile, while his right hand gathered force, culminating in a devastating blow. Ray subtly shifted his stance, twisting his waist, his right fist amassing a layer of ethereal blue energy, meeting the incoming fist. Flander was taken aback, never having witnessed a domain-class ability user amass energy and power with such alacrity. In this clash, neither combatant held back. The collision of their fists unleashed an explosive energy field, compelling the onlookers to retreat. Both were sent hurtling backward, yet Ray, upon landing, executed a backflip, assuming a crouching posture, audibly gasping for air. Flanders found himself in a rather precarious situation. Upon landing, he tumbled several times before collapsing onto the ground, unable to move. The right side of his attire had been reduced to mere strips, exposing charred skin that occasionally emitted wisps of smoke. Although his appearance was quite alarming, he was not severely injured. The electric force of the lightning had merely caused him a transient loss of consciousness. With a fortnight of rest, he would likely recover fully. The gunner in the vehicle, witnessing the defeat of his comrade, aimed the multi-barreled machine gun at him. As he activated the Gatling gun's hydraulic switch, a blinding flash, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, whizzed past him. Once operational, the Gatling emitted only the sound of spinning gears, failing to discharge a single bullet. Upon inspecting the weapon, the gunner discovered that the superalloy steel barrel had fractured, with half of it lying on the vehicle. Observing the smoke trailing from the massive sword embedded in the ground, he broke into a cold sweat. "Floyd, your men are truly uncivilized. They require proper discipline," remarked Nock as he approached, flanked by another imposing figure who bore a striking resemblance to the fallen Flanders. His complexion paled, yet he found himself at a loss for a justification to react, as it was indeed his own men who instigated the conflict. Nock's intervention made it clear that he had no intention of becoming adversarial. Had he wished to eliminate the gunner, it would have been a far simpler task. However, such an act would preclude any possibility of amicable discourse, as the public execution of his subordinate would be a blatant affront to his dignity, leaving no room for negotiation. "Isn't he fine now? I, too, have suffered a loss in the form of a heavy machine gun, which is quite a costly piece of equipment," Floyd lamented, secretly wishing that it had been the foolish gunner who had been severed in two, as that would have resulted in a lesser loss. The inept fellow treasures this useless trinket excessively. "Let us depart. This place is scarcely safer than the wilderness." Nock could not resist mocking Fred. He positioned his right hand in a mock grip, drawing the massive sword embedded in the ground with a resounding clang, and called upon Ray as they walked toward the settlement's entrance. Fred, with a resigned shrug, watched the two depart before wandering off himself, never once casting a glance at his brother lying on the ground. "Speak your mind. Your stare is rather unsettling," Ray said, halting awkwardly as he fumbled with the sniper rifle. The old man Max truly possesses an eye for talent. Your performance in the recent skirmish was nothing short of extraordinary. To effortlessly defeat Flanders with your first-tier abilities and flawless combat techniques is remarkable. By the way, had I not intervened with that machine gunner, would you have managed on your own? Ray pondered seriously before responding. I could have, but that man would have had to perish. You are indeed peculiar. Were it me, I surely would not have emerged unscathed. With your potential, you ought to accomplish great deeds. After completing this mission, you should take your leave, Knox said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. I find your intent somewhat unclear. You once went at great lengths to recruit me. I have no memories of the past. I have been a wandering soul without purpose, unaware of the reason for my existence. Your trust has allowed me to feel warmth in this world. Unless I fall in battle, I shall not abandon my post. Knock, upon hearing Ray's words, cast a grateful glance at him, hesitating to speak further. Have you gleaned some insight regarding our mission? I suspect you are aware of the mastermind behind it all, which complicates matters for you. Does it not? Ray casually seated himself upon a nearby log, extracting a cigarette which he lit, subsequently tossing one to Knock. Amidst the swirling smoke, Knock's despondency was starkly evident. Chapter 4. Knox passed Ray. You are truly frightening. You've seen through me, Knock confessed. Indeed, as you surmised, I harbored a flicker of hope. I dreaded facing him. And upon encountering Fred, I was certain it was Charlotte without a doubt. Did he inform you? Who is Charlotte? Ray could not restrain his curiosity. Ray was not adept at offering solace. He merely listened in silence, suddenly realizing that a lack of memory could indeed be a blessing, at least shielding one from the anguish of separation. After a prolonged silence, Knock began to recount the tale of his past. In his youth, Knock had inadvertently rescued a gravely injured middle-aged man who would later become their mentor, Ted Monchi. It was he who imparted various skills to the six of them, enabling their seamless cooperation in battle, maximizing their advantages, and often vanquishing even the most formidable foes. Knock, a powerhouse in close combat, complemented Eileen's impeccable defense as the vanguard, while Charlotte wielded flames to control the battlefield and Fred employed frost to impose restraint. The swift assassinations of Saria harmonized with Zahn's precise sniping to reap victory on the field. During that time, they basked in glory, their renown soaring in the city of Mo. Had that fateful incident not occurred, they might have continued to live and fight together. Yet, life does not entertain hypotheticals. Whether one desires it or not, it unfolds unpredictably. Over the years, the group noticed Ted aging remarkably fast. But no one understood the reason until one day he summoned them all together. Upon observing Mr. Ted's countenance, shadowed by a veil of melancholy, an ominous premonition descended upon the assembly. Ah, my dear pupils, he began, forcing a wan smile. It has been a distinct pleasure to witness your gradual ascendancy. Alas, my tenure with you draws to a close, for my days are numbered, and certain affairs of paramount importance beckon me hence. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, our paths shall, in all likelihood, never converge again. Amidst the ensuing clamor of lamentations and impassioned inquiries, Mr. Ted unveiled a narrative hitherto unknown to them. He divulged his origins in the Holy Light Principality as a member of the esteemed Heart Has Family's Sacred War Knights, where he served as the vanguard captain. For over a decade, he had unflinchingly championed the Heart Has lineage, his valor and vitality instrumental in forging their illustrious reputation. Yet, his unwavering allegiance was deemed inconsequential in the eyes of the aristocratic elite. In a surge of incandescent rage, Mr. Ted decimated the Viscount's entourage, reducing them to mere pulpy remnants, before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and capture. He was subjected to a tribunal, where, rather than facing execution, the Viscount expended a considerable sum to consign him to a private dungeon, intending to inflict a protracted and agonizing torment upon him. During those interminable months, he endured the nadir of human experience, every fiber of his being lacerated and bruised. Yet, within his bleeding heart, an unquenchable inferno of wrath blazed. Vengeance. It was the singular conviction that sustained him. He vowed that one day, he would incinerate his adversaries with the very conflagration that consumed his soul. Eventually, capitalizing on a lapse in the guard's vigilance, Mr. Ted absconded from his confinement, igniting a blaze to sow chaos and, under the cover of the ensuing pandemonium, infiltrated the Viscount's family's private laboratory, extinguishing every life within. Such devastation would exact a grievous toll on the family, for without the sustenance of gene-altering elixirs, they would swiftly decline and be absorbed by rival factions. Regrettably, he was unable to slay the Viscount. However, He did manage to sever one of his arms with a powerful sniper rifle, rendering him incapacitated. No family would support a cripple and squander their resources. The Council of the Holy Light dispatched 5 Judgment Knights to relentlessly pursue Ted. All were formidable beings of at least the 5th tier. And such a formidable assembly underscores Ted's extraordinary might. The Judgment Knights, hailing from noble lineages, bore the inherent pride that proved to be their fatal flaw. Underestimating Ted, who had thrived amidst the bloodshed of war, cost them their lives. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Ted dispatched them one by one, though he himself paid a grievous price. The final Judgment Knight, in a desperate act of sacrifice, invoked the Judgment of Reckoning. A golden spear descended from the heavens. Despite Ted's fervent attempts to evade it, he was struck, leaving a charred scar from his chest to his abdomen. The terrifying aspect of the Judgment of Reckoning lies in its lingering power, which continues to ravage the wounded body. For many years after the Titan, he endured the agonizing torment of his scorched soul, a plight that hastened his aging. Gradually, Ted came to realize he could no longer contain the force of the Judgment, thus resolving to deliver a final strike against the Hassas family, embracing his fate with unwavering determination. Naturally, the 6 of them would not allow their mentor to face death alone and stealthily followed him to the Principality of Light. Nock did not inform Ray of the circumstances surrounding the battle. Ray likely surmised it was exceptionally brutal. In that war, I lost our beloved teacher and 2 inseparable companions, watching them perish before my very eyes. Nock choked back his emotions, refraining from further speech, flicking away the cigarette but while wiping the corners of his eyes. This smoke stings. You should invest in better quality next time. Nock's not-so-subtle attempt at concealment elicited only a nod from Ray. He sensed Nock's anguish and helplessness. Yet men are often inept at offering comfort. Perhaps a strong drink would be the most appropriate remedy at such a time. After that calamity, they parted ways. Aaron and Fred established their own settlements, and as conflicts of interest arose, their relationship transformed from one of complete trust to mutual enmity. Along the journey, Nock resumed his jovial, robed demeanor, but Ray knew it was a fade. The scar within him would likely remain forever unhealed. The sky darkened ominously, hinting at an impending downpour. Thousands of kilometers away, in the Duchy of Light, Abkindi sat alone in his dimly lit study. The pale light filtering through the glass window illuminated his wrinkled face, devoid of any expression. "Liana, come forth," Abkindi suddenly uttered, gazing out at the distant lights. The darkness of the room gradually dissipated, and moments later, the radiant power of holy light bathed the entire chamber as though it were midday. A shadowy figure glided through the door of the study. With each step, it solidified more fully until a strikingly tall, blonde woman knelt before Abkindi. "My lord, I mean no offense. I merely wished to test how closely I could approach someone of your caliber without being detected." Liana knelt on one knee, her head bowed low, daring not to meet Abkindi's gaze. "Rise, regardless of your intentions. I implore you to refrain from committing such foolish mistakes again. Remember this." Although Abkindi's tone did not betray any anger, the unspoken authority he exuded was suffocating. A single barony encompasses the territory of several towns. If the Hassas family were to secure governance over the desolate region of Shisa, it would undoubtedly be monumental news for them, holding decisive significance in their future confrontations with the Fims family. Abkindi nodded and waved his hand, plunging the room back into darkness. Chapter 5. Charlotte's Revenge. The Fallen Plains were equally rife with turmoil. The relentless pursuit over the past few days had driven Charlotte and her companions to desperation, compelling them to eliminate the 2 adversaries at once. Under the immense pressure of firepower, Lei and Nock were forced to break through separately. Nock drew the majority of the enemies away, thereby confirming that the shadowy hand behind the curtain was indeed Charlotte. As he recognized the threat Nock posed and dispatched most of his forces to annihilate him. In a precise shot, Lei dispatched a machine gunner. And as the weapon fell silent, he swiftly rolled over, firing several armor-piercing rounds that penetrated the thick mound of earth where he had just been. Amidst the standoff, Lei also eliminated an emerging gunman, sustaining a wound in the process. Fortunately, he managed to escape unharmed. After tending to his injury, Lei embraced his Barrett and closed his eyes to recuperate. The injury was trivial, and with his remarkable healing abilities, he would be fully recovered within 3 days. As for the secret he harbored within, he could not fathom the reason and had never disclosed it to anyone, including Nock. The air was permeated with a faint metallic scent, a harbinger of blood. To avoid unnecessary complications, Lei took a brief respite of 10 minutes before departing. For the wilderness was rife with formidable beasts and venomous creatures, all possessing an acute sense of smell. Lingering too long could prove perilous. Meanwhile, Nock concluded his skirmish. The gigantic sword he had plunged into the earth was still stained with the blood of his foes. He settled down, igniting a cigarette, having dispatched 5 adversaries. He found his stamina considerably drained. At that moment, Nock appeared somewhat disheveled, his face smudged with soot, and his once stylish golden hair now tangled and unruly. Barely an inch long, his attire bore the marks of scorching as well. The final enemy he vanquished was a fire wielder, whose dying act unleashed an explosion akin to that of a volatile grenade. Despite Nock's swift reflexes in mounting a defense, he could not entirely evade the blast. The searing pain radiating from his arm caused him to grimace, and a surge of unbridled anger erupted within him as he spat at the sight of the explosion, cursing. "You treacherous fiend! You dare betray me at the last moment? Charlotte, should you lack compassion for the past, do not blame me for being ruthless." After taking a few puffs from his cigarette, Nock extinguished the ember and rose to his feet, retrieving a miniature camera to document the scene. These images were crucial as evidence for the mission. Upon inspecting the soles of their shoes, Nock discovered peculiar soil, scraping a bit with his nail. He inhaled the pungent stench of decay. "These scoundrels have taken refuge in the demonic swamp. No wonder we could not locate them. Do they not fear being devoured whole by the black-scaled crocodile?" The demonic swamp was notorious as the most perilous locale within the Fallen Plains, where the most terrifying inhabitants were the black-scaled crocodiles, massive beasts weighing several tons, with hides so tough that ordinary bullets could scarcely penetrate. The immense creature's speed when hunting is beyond imagination, and its powerful bite renders even a 4th-tier human defense utterly futile. The bacteria carried by its fangs can infect wounds, causing the flesh to rot away slowly. Such a perilous location truly takes Nock by surprise. The clues have become exceedingly clear after meeting with Lei. The next step will be to confront Charlotte. "Charlotte, 3 years have passed, and I never anticipated our reunion in such a circumstance. I hope you find your way back. I do not wish to engage you in conflict." Nock murmurs as he casts a glance towards the demon swamp. Charlotte, with a gaze fixed intently on the syringe in his hand, is engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. This vial contains an unstable genetic enhancement serum, as Hades informed him. There is only a 40% chance of successfully augmenting his abilities. Should he fail, the consequences could be dire, even fatal. 2 hours prior, he had dismissed everyone, aware that Nock and Lei would eventually locate them. With Nock nearly at 4th-tier capability, even sacrificing everyone would likely prove futile, so he resolved to let them go. Gritting his teeth, he decisively rolled up his sleeve and injected the serum into his body. After rendezvousing with Lei, Nock surged towards the demon swamp, carefully avoiding the ravenous crocodiles lurking in the mud. Upon spotting the wooden stilt house in the distance, they knew they had arrived at the right place. The two immediately sensed that the area had been vacated, and just as disappointment began to set in, a voice emanated from a nearby tent. "Nock, it has been a long time. Come in. I have been waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Nock exchanged a cautious glance with Lei, signaling him to remain vigilant as he approached. Halting their advance at a distance of approximately 20 meters, they confronted each other. This interval placed them just outside the perimeter of the fire-attributed Arcanist's offensive capabilities. Alaric had not anticipated encountering him under such circumstances. "I sought you out solely to ascertain whether you were responsible for the decimation of the Merkberg outpost," Nock stated, adopting a defensive posture. "Indeed, all adherents of Merkberg deserve to perish, and you are no exception," Alaric retorted, his voice imbued with profound animosity. "You remain consumed by that past event. In truth, Mog was compelled to banish your wife and children due to their contraction of a virulent pathogen. No culpability can be assigned." As Nock's words reverberated, the tent erupted in a conflagration, obliterating everything within. Alaric emerged, wreathed in incandescent flames. "Do you imply that they were deserving of their fate? Do you comprehend the sensation of witnessing your loved ones gradually decompose before your very eyes, writhing in agony? You have transformed. You have become a sycophant of Mog. My former comrade is deceased," Alaric vociferated. "Matters of morality and culpability must be adjudicated. Provided that you cease your antagonism toward Merkberg, I shall undoubtedly stand by your side. I pledge that Merkberg shall no longer persecute you." Nock endeavored to persuade him. "Impossible. I have endured the most helpless and agonizing moments of my existence, vowing to dedicate the remainder of my days to the annihilation of that sordid and merciless city. Should you harbor any vestige of our former camaraderie, depart hence, and we shall remain brethren. Otherwise, we shall be mortal adversaries. The choice is yours." A pang of sorrow flickered within Nock's eyes, swiftly superseded by resolve. "Forgive me," Alaric. But you have allowed vengeance to cloud your judgment. I cannot permit you to continue your indiscriminate slaughter. Nox slowly advanced toward Alaric, dragging his great sword along the ground. In that moment, Lay discerned the anguish within his heart, the torment of this fateful decision. Very well, then, go to your death. With a sweeping motion of his colossal sword, Nox unleashed a fierce blade of energy that cleaved through the earth, colliding with the fiery onslaught, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing into the air, while he himself vanished from sight. He reappeared behind Charlotte, hesitating momentarily before striking at his back with the sword's blade. Possessing agility of the third tier, Charlotte deftly evaded the attack and retaliated by casting a wall of fire towards Nox, lasted by an anxious despair. Fully aware that he could not partake in a battle of such magnitude with his current abilities, Charlotte's agile form eluded him, rendering his firearm utterly ineffective. Sensing Nox's relative lack of speed, Charlotte capitalized on his advantage, circling around Nox and unleashing flames that coalesced into a swirling vortex, encasing him within its fiery grasp. Enduring the searing agony of the flames, Nox summoned all his strength to leap over 10 meters, forcibly breaking free from the vortex's confines. His giant sword morphed into multiple elongated phantoms as he executed 2 cross slashes towards the fiery whirlpool, the condensed energy manifesting as almost tangible blades of light. Lay beheld the duel, glimmering arcane slashes piercing through the crimson inferno, carving deep gashes into the ground. While the explosive force of the energy dispersed the flames of the vortex entirely, Nox knelt on one knee, supporting himself with the sword embedded in the earth to avoid collapsing as the battlefield lay in ruins, charred and still emitting wisps of smoke. Blood flowed from his arm, staining half his body red. Meanwhile, Charlotte was hurled several meters away by the force of the sword's energy, gasping for breath. He gazed up at the sky. A fervent expression etched upon his face, laughter mingling with coughs. Nox, I still cannot defeat you, but you shall ultimately meet your demise here. Upon uttering these words, Charlotte convulsed violently, revealing a bulging mass shifting beneath his exposed muscles. The agony was excruciating as he writhed and screamed, "Ah, damn it. Hades, you have deceived me. This is not the enhancement serum." Suddenly, Charlotte arched his back, tearing at the flesh of his chest with fervent hands. A muffled thud echoed as a mass of black fur emerged from the wound. "Ah, Nox, I implore you. In my suffering, Hades." The secrets of the leafy forest in Philadelphia. Charlotte gasped, his words fragmented and incoherent. Blood-red rage surged in his eyes as he descended into madness, his flesh swelling and splitting to unveil black fur. In no time, a colossal wolf, nearly 3 meters tall, manifested before them. This fool had injected himself with a mutagen. "Ray, draw your weapon." Nox struggled to rise, ready to confront the beast. Ray fired several shots, but Charlotte, or rather, the giant wolf, evaded them all. The man he once was had vanished. The wolf's crimson eyes swept over Ray before it lunged at blinding speed, its massive paw striking him and sending him flying several meters away. As the thunder crashed to the ground, he rolled over to see the colossal wolf lunging at him once more. With no choice but to defend himself, he raised his sniper rifle. Feeling the immense weight of its paws pressing down, at least 1,000 pounds of force, which only seemed to increase, the alloy steel body of the rifle began to bend under the strain. His strength waning, the wolf's razor-sharp claws pierced his arm, carving 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, blood splattering everywhere. In the next heartbeat, he could be torn to shreds. In this dire moment, Nox launched an attack, driving his great sword into the wolf's abdomen. Regrettably, the exertion from the previous battle had depleted most of his strength, and the blade barely penetrated a few centimeters. The wounded wolf howled in agony, releasing its grip on Lay and swatting Nox aside, causing the multiple great swords in his hands to clatter to the ground. Struck by despair, Nox was now at his limit. He lacked even the strength to raise his arms. The giant wolf lunged again, its sharp claws effortlessly piercing through his shoulders. With a mere flick of its strength, Nox would surely be torn asunder. Ignoring the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, Lay sprang into action, raising both hands to conjure a sphere of electric light, which he brought crashing down upon the wolf's skull. Although it harnessed only first-tier lightning power, striking a vital area inflicted significant damage. The wolf's right cheek fur was scorched, and blood flowed profusely from its right eye socket. Seeing the wolf release Nox, Lay immediately leapt away, knowing that the infuriated beast would not spare him. He intended to lure it into the swamp. This wolf possessed no intelligence, even inferior to an ordinary wolf. Perhaps, if luck favored him, the black iron crocodile lurking in the marsh could be of assistance. However, just as he had dashed a mere 10 meters, the wolf leaped in front of him, blocking his escape. Its blood-red eyes fixed upon him, one eye still weeping blood. It bared its teeth and emitted a low growl, ready to pounce at any moment. It appears that Lei's plan has met with failure. He drew forth his dagger, which, though not as formidable as the claws of his opponent, was his sole means of defense. The colossal wolf stirred, rising onto its hind legs and striking with its claws in a swift, intertwining motion. With no retreat available, Lei rolled forward to evade the attack, thrusting the dagger toward the creature's heart. The wolf, with swift power in its hind legs, leapt and landed, retaliating fiercely as its claws raked across Lei's back, leaving several deep gashes. Realizing that he was outmatched in both strength and agility, Lei understood that if this battle continued, both would perish here. With resolve, he charged forward, aiming his dagger at the wolf's heart. On the ground, Nock recognized that Lei was willing to risk his life to secure a chance for his survival. Struggling to rise, he faltered repeatedly, weakened by pain and exhaustion. Tears blurred Nock's vision as his fingers dug deep into the earth, his nails drawing blood without his notice. Though they had known each other for merely a few days, the bond between men can be peculiarly profound, often deepening not with time, but through shared trials. Lei's advance was undoubtedly a path to his own demise. The wolf's lethal claws seized him, embedding deeply into his shoulders. While his dagger found its mark in the wolf's belly, it failed to reach the heart, inflicting only a minor wound. At that moment, Lei was too weak to struggle. Blood loss had nearly plunged him into a state of shock. With resignation, he offered a faint smile to Nock, who was desperately crawling towards him, before losing consciousness. Amid Nock's anguished cries, the wolf opened its maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and lunged for Lei's neck. Chapter 6. Awakening of the Azure Dragon in Despair. Nock closed his eyes. As the wolf's fangs approached Lei's skin, they were met by a radiant shield of golden light emanating from him, preventing the creature from penetrating even a fraction. A radiant golden aura erupted from Lei, forcefully repelling the colossal wolf, which tumbled helplessly across the ground. Nock opened his eyes to behold Lei, bathed in golden light, suspended in mid-air, with arcs of azure electricity crackling rhythmically within several meters around him. The intertwining bolts of lightning gradually coalesced into the form of an eastern azure dragon, coiling around Lei. Nock could scarcely believe his eyes. The level of power exhibited was beyond his comprehension, certainly not characteristic of a mere first-tier ability. The gigantic wolf, enraged by Lei, disregarded Nock entirely and lunged ferociously at Lei, baring its fangs. The dragon let out a resounding roar, its elongated body undulating gracefully as it opened its maw wide and engulfed the beast in a single gulp, a torrent of overwhelming force surging forth, dismantling the massive creature until it vanished completely. When Lei awoke, 5 days had passed. He found himself lying on a beautifully adorned small bed in a quaint room, where a golden-haired little girl, upon seeing him awaken, joyfully exclaimed and dashed away. Moments later, Nock, his arms wrapped in white bandages, hurriedly entered the room. "Brother, you finally awakened. I was so worried," he exclaimed. "Where are we?" "I can't recall anything that happened afterward." With Nock's assistance, Lei propped himself up. He had no recollection of the events that transpired in the demon swamp. The subsequent events are too complex to recount in a few words, and this place is not suitable for such a discussion. Thankfully, due to you, we survived. We are in the settlement of Eileen. Do you remember when I mentioned her?" Nock sat down, pulled out a cigarette, and was about to light it when a sudden cough interrupted him from behind. Nock, as if struck by lightning, reluctantly removed the cigarette from his mouth and placed it into the box. At that moment, a tall, blonde woman clad in a white gown entered the room. Thunder understood from Nock's demeanor that this was Erin, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. The fearless Nock transformed into a docile kitten in her presence, indicating that Erin was indeed remarkable. With the curves of a mature woman accentuated by her gown, Erin was undeniably stunning. Her beautiful eyes now fixed on Nock with a glare of anger. "Consider yourself fortunate. Should I catch you again, I shall twist your ears off," she declared, arms crossed, continuing to chastise him. "You only come here when you're injured. What do you take me for? You're grievously hurt and still wish to smoke?" Nock's face flushed as he glanced at Thunder, who seemed on the verge of laughter, then turned away, murmuring in protest, "Please, if you must scold me, do so in private. Surely, you could show me some semblance of respect in front of others? Oh, how have I become the outsider here? Who is this beautiful lady?" Thunder feigned ignorance, directing the question at Nock. Coughing slightly, Nock hesitated before replying, "This is Erin, my good friend and former partner." "What did you just say? Who do you think I am?" Repeat that. Erin suddenly released her arms, glaring fiercely at Nock, her stance suggesting she was ready to deliver a sound thrashing. Thunder was taken aback. Astonished that beneath Erin's exquisite exterior lay such a formidable spirit, she was indeed a true woman of strength. Nock, seemingly accustomed to her temperament, displayed no surprise but was cautious not to oppose her. Well, Thunder, in truth, Erin is my fiancée. She has been since the time of Teacher Ted's life. By the way, Erin, this is Thunder. Nock reluctantly yielded to Erin's imposing presence and offered a polite introduction. Erin's tense expression softened into a smile, as if to convey that this was more acceptable. Lay, you still bear injuries. Take your time to recuperate here. Stay as long as you wish. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, she departed in a flurry. Nock followed her with his gaze until she disappeared from sight, then retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag. Damn it, this tigress is suffocating me with her strictness. This is precisely why I avoid this place. When you seek a wife in the future, ensure she is gentle. Lay chuckled as he accepted the offered cigarette. She cares for you. So, what transpired that day? Can you share it now? After recounting the events that befell Lay, Nock fell into a prolonged silence. This matter must not be disclosed to a third party. It could lead to significant complications. I am unsure of the exact nature of what happened to me, but I have a nagging sense that if it were to come to light, I would be in grave danger. Rest assured. I am well aware that this is no trifling matter. If it were to leak, those madmen in the laboratory would likely disassemble you for research, Nock replied earnestly. You, my friend, are an anomaly. In just a few days, you have nearly healed. I am truly envious. In a laboratory nestled within the redleaf forest, a large screen displayed footage of Lay battling a colossal wolf. Dr. Connor, his eyes bloodshot and weary, was intently focused on the screen, having gone 2 days and nights without sleep. Empty vials of stimulants littered the nearby table. He was anxious not to miss a single frame, replaying the footage dozens of times. When fatigue became overwhelming, he resorted to injecting more stimulants to sustain his strength, deeply concerned that his frail body might give way. Ah, Charlotte, you foolish creature, you have bestowed upon me a grand gift, and I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. All along, I believed that a perfect genetic entity would never be replicated, yet in this lifetime, I have been fortunate enough to witness one. Connor chuckled to himself, a morbid flush appearing upon his countenance. Just as he reveled in his elation, the doorbell chimed. Quickly, Connor extinguished the screen and sat upright at his desk, pressing the communication button to grant entry. Upon the opening of the electric gate, a soldier clad in white entered and snapped to attention, saluting Dr. Connor. The city lord inquires when you shall be able to produce the perfect mutation serum. They are growing impatient and have commanded us to expedite the research. A sample must be ready by next month at the latest. Damn it. Connor's ire flared as he swept the papers from his desk in frustration. It must be that old wretch, Phyllis, meddling once more. In just a week, they have inquired 3 times. Inform Ferma that I am doing my utmost. Please convey my request for patience. I shall deliver good news. Noticing Connor's foul mood, the soldier saluted and departed. Connor slumped in his chair, his blood-red eyes ablaze with fury. Phyllis, you have driven me from Karma City, seeking to condemn me to ruin. But it shall not be so easy to vanquish me. Once I obtain the perfect genetic entity, not even a mere Karma City will be a challenge. I could easily enter the imperial capital. Mark my words. One day, I shall exact my revenge, including upon you, Ferma. Connor was originally the chief potion researcher in Karma City, having served diligently under Ferma. His most notable achievements include 2 advanced formulas with a 60 success rate. Phyllis was originally his deputy, but by a twist of fate, he stumbled upon a formula for an advanced potion that boasted a 50% chance of success among his research findings. Henceforth, his status and glory were overshadowed by the brilliance of this discovery, rendering him almost a pawn in the grand scheme. The development of mutated potions had long been scorned and prohibited by the duchy, and should this base be exposed, all blame could easily be placed upon him in Karma City. After a moment of contemplation, he rubbed his temples and pressed the intercom button to summon Hades. A moment later, the door creaked open again, revealing a figure entirely swathed in bandages, with only a pair of pitch-black eyes visible, standing before Connor. Uncle, what are your commands? Hades inquired, nodding before turning to leave, tendrils of dark aura trailing closely behind him. Chapter 7. Undercurrents and conflicts. The task is complete. Do you have any plans for the next step? Lay asked Nock, while absent-mindedly rotating the meat skewered over the fire. In a mere 10 days, His injuries had fully healed, yet despite Eileen employing several costly restorative potions, Nock's strength had yet to return to its pinnacle. What plans could I possibly have? That day I was intoxicated and fell into the clutches of that wretched woman. She issued a threat that if I did not remain with her, she would disband the settlement and wander off with me. Given her nature, I am certain she would follow through, Nock lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Damn it. After half a lifetime, I have become a dependent. It's truly disheartening. Lei, I know you are not one to be confined. What are your intentions? Why not join me in managing the settlement? When the time is ripe, I shall transfer all power to you, and you can lead us. I have faith in your capabilities. Nock proposed after a prolonged moment of hesitation. I possess no home, or rather, wherever I go becomes my dwelling. Throughout my journey, I have invariably brought trouble upon myself, and I fear that one day I may inadvertently burden you as well. Yet what do I care? Ultimately, it is merely death that awaits us. I acknowledge you as my brother, and should anyone dare to harm you, we shall confront them with ferocity. I have never feared anyone. Nock, in a fit of rage, swung his colossal sword to the left, the arc of its blade cleaving through the ground, severing a swath of wild grass and slicing a lurking decayed wolf in two. After the battle in the Demon Marsh, Nock finally transcended the fourth-tier barrier. While Thunder accumulated a staggering 150 evolution points, yet he chose not to ascend. Are you not afraid of Sister Erin? Thunder teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. That is not the point. I merely used it as an analogy. Besides, I do not fear her, Nock replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stumbled over his words when mentioning his Achilles heel. You love her, do you not? Thunder continued his inquiries, seemingly relentless. Nock's face flushed, yet he solemnly nodded. In our past battles, she has rescued me countless times without regard for her own safety. Thus, I vowed that no matter how she treats me, I would never inflict harm upon her. Over the years, I aspired to achieve a respectable status before marrying her, but alas, fate had other plans, he chuckled softly. Thunder was taken aback by the nuanced depth of Nock's feelings. Kind-hearted souls always bring warmth to others, and I cherish the feeling of being in your company. So I shall remain for now. Splendid, brother. I have conferred with Eileen about consolidating the armed forces of the settlement into a mercenary group, which will facilitate the recruitment of personnel and the expansion of our ranks. The settlement has always been embroiled in trivial skirmishes. Yet I firmly believe that you can lead us in establishing a city that belongs to us. With that, Nock extended his fist for a brief collision with Lei's. Meanwhile, Anthony reclined in his study, leisurely sipping red wine while perusing a book. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in an inky darkness, lasting less than a second. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, "Welcome to Hades. How may I assist Dr. Connor this time?" A hint of a smile graced Anthony's lips as his left fingers deftly pinched a piece of paper resting on the table. In truth, the moment had been perilous. The thin paper had sliced through the air like a razor, and had he been a fraction slower, his throat might have been severed. 300 gold coins and 3 Tier 3 stability potions, Anthony declared, closing his book and glancing at the paper emblazoned with Lei's visage as he proposed his own price. Have you lost your mind? Such a simple matter, and you dare to demand an exorbitant fee. Hades bellowed, a dark aura of death emanating from him. Anthony's price was nearly double what Connor had anticipated, which explained Hades' fury. We have never shared any camaraderie. Do you take me for that fool, Charlotte? Opposing Eileen and Nock carries a significant cost, and a slight miscalculation could lead to complete annihilation. If you believe my demands are excessive, then seek assistance elsewhere. Anthony regarded Hades with indifference, swirling the goblet in his hand. How many days will it take? Hades inquired, begrudgingly conceding, for he understood that in the entire fallen plane, there was no one more reliable than Anthony. Anthony revealed a victorious smile and remarked, no more than 5 days. We shall trade again in 5 days. I hope you do not disappoint me, Hades concluded, forcefully slamming the door behind him. Humph, what an impudent fellow. Strangely, the gates of the settlement were firmly shut today, and the guard atop the tower fired a warning shot, forbidding any approach. Hee. It appears that old Fred has found himself in a bit of a predicament, Nock chuckled, reveling in the misfortune, then shouted towards the tower, Hey, it's your esteemed Nock. Open the gates and let us in at once. As soon as he finished speaking, Fred poked his head over the battlements, scanning the surroundings. His face marked with soot and powder, confirming it was just the two of them. He waved his hand to signal the gatekeeper to open the door and descended to greet them personally. Hello, my old friend. What on earth has happened to leave you looking so disheveled? Don't even get me started. That wretched woman, Eileen, has lost her senses today, accusing me of stealing their supplies. She launched an all-out assault, and damned if she didn't injure several of my men. Good heavens. I haven't touched a single thing of hers. Knock, since you are here, please help me deal with this madwoman. Fred vented his frustrations in one breath. Knock exchanged glances with Ray, astonished that they had only been away for a few days and already had stirred such a significant mess. She shouldn't be the unreasonable type. There must be some misunderstanding between you. How are her casualties? Knock inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Casualties? She has none. She came charging at my gates with 5 heavily armed subordinates. You have no idea how terrifying a 4th-tier absolute defense can be. Opposing her is indeed an unwise choice. It seems there is a misunderstanding between you. Allow me to investigate thoroughly before providing you with a resolution. We have always been the best of friends. And there is no need for such drastic measures, is there? Knox said, patting Fred's shoulder, genuinely expressing his thoughts. The two departed without entering the settlement. Suddenly, Ray felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Ever since he had defeated Charlotte, his perception had undergone a qualitative enhancement, which he surmised was likely related to the azure dragon mark on his chest. He abruptly turned his head to scrutinize a nearby cluster of low shrubs. Yet his perception revealed no lurking danger. Noticing Ray's unease, Knock glanced at the shrubs and remarked, "Do not be paranoid. I assure you that nothing within this vicinity can elude my keen sight." Ray acknowledged his heightened sensitivity with a nod as they left, though he couldn't resist stealing a few more glances before their line of sight vanished. After their departure, a graceful silhouette gradually emerged from the very spot they had been observing. How strange. Despite his inability to penetrate my concealment, he sensed danger. He is merely a 2nd-tier master of lightning, yet this storm seems intriguing. A melodious laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells, escaped Liana's lips as she pursued the direction in which the two had vanished. Chapter 8. Conflict. The settlement areas of Aaron and Fred were not far apart, initially. It was thought that their friendship would allow for mutual support. However, as time passed and self-interest prevailed, their camaraderie gradually faded. While they were not sworn enemies, they were certainly not the same as before. Aaron's settlement was also tightly shut, as she feared retaliation from Fred. The sentry on duty failed to recognize that it was Knock and Ray who had discharged their firearms towards them. As the bullet struck the blade of Knock's great sword, it emitted a resounding metallic clang, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he dissipated the force of the projectile entirely. "Damn that blind fool." Unable to recognize the esteemed Knock, he exclaimed angrily towards the city wall. Moments later, the gates swung open, and a throng of individuals rushed out. The one who had fired the shot immediately knelt down, his face ashen and trembling, apologizing profusely. "I had no idea it was you, my lord. The lady commander ordered us to shoot at anyone who approached. Please don't inform her, or she'll surely flay me alive." Irene, in her battle attire, was hurrying towards the gates, a heavy machine gun in hand, radiating an aura of urgency and defiance. She was chastising everyone around her, completely disregarding Knock and Ray as they approached. "Damn it, is that Fred, that scoundrel? I just let him off the hook, and he dares to bring misfortune upon himself? He truly knows no better. I shall not hesitate to deal with him this time." Knock abruptly seized her by the neck, pulling her closer. "What do you think you're doing?" Irene protested, struggling to free herself from his grip. "Look at you, always resorting to violence. Can't you behave like a lady for once?" Knock reprimanded her loudly. His unexpected authority momentarily subdued Irene, who appeared as an innocent young woman. However, upon witnessing her demeanor, Knock's resolve began to waver. Upon returning to the council hall, Irene recounted the events of the morning. Knock and Ray exchanged glances, both sensing the ominous undercurrents of a conspiracy. "So, in fact, no one has seen Fred from beginning to end, right, big sister?" The usually silent Ray finally spoke. After pondering, Aaron nodded. "Isn't this evidence insufficient?" Knock sighed. "Alas, you always act impulsively without a second thought. Anyone with a modicum of reason would recognize that someone is attempting to sow discord between your two factions." "What? Are you suggesting it was Fred?" Aaron gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. To conclude it was him based solely on this is rather presumptuous. Besides, do you truly believe that someone would brazenly expose their mark while committing robbery? The last time I pursued news of Charlotte, Fred did not betray her. I believe he still harbors some fondness for the past. Although I am aware that you two have had disagreements over the years, there has been no bloodshed, let alone such egregious actions as stealing supplies." Knock spread his hands, expressing his perspective. "How would I know? I'm just a woman, unable to fathom such complexities." and you are rarely by my side. Erin, realizing her error, spoke softly, deflecting the blame onto Nock. Nock, momentarily at a loss for words, refrained from chastising her further. I wish to know, if you were to sever ties, who would stand to gain the most? Ray asked, tapping his fingers on the table as he contemplated. Anthony. Erin replied decisively. Our three families are the largest in the Fallen Plains. He possesses the greatest ambition, having already absorbed several smaller enclaves. He has long feared that Fred and I might unite against him. I am acquainted with that unruly fellow. He is a minor noble expelled by Capuchin Long. Harboring a heart full of malice and possessing considerable capability, it appears he is the only one audacious enough to undertake such an endeavor. Upon hearing this name, Nock slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, Is it him? I shall take my people and dismantle his lair this very moment. In a fit of fury, Erin seized a machine gun and prepared to rush out. Are you out of your mind? What did you just say? Does one act recklessly without a well-thought-out plan? From now on, you must heed my counsel. Otherwise, calamity will ensue. Nock firmly grasped her arm. Very well. You are my man, and I shall follow your lead, Erin conceded, relishing the feeling of being cherished, her temper subsiding. The two began to display their affection in front of Lay. Ahem. Should I take my leave? Lay awkwardly coughed, eliciting an eye roll from Erin, who bore an expression that conveyed the obviousness of the situation. Our immediate priority is to address Fred. Erin, I believe you should personally extend an apology. I had intended to sway Fred to our side, and we cannot afford to jeopardize our plans over this matter. Nock discreetly released Erin's hand. An hour later, an off-road vehicle arrived at the entrance of Fred's enclave. The sight of numerous dark gun barrels atop the city wall was somewhat amusing, revealing the profound impression the morning's conflict had left on Fred. Nock disembarked from the vehicle, raising his hands as he approached the gates. Fred, allow us entry. Erin is here to apologize. Fred's pallid complexion glistened with perspiration as he wiped his brow. In the morning, consumed by anger, he had forgotten the connection between Nock and Erin. Now that they stood before him, he could scarcely believe their intentions, should they covet his meager possessions. The moment the door opened, his retirement savings could vanish, perhaps even his very life. Nock, discerning Fred's apprehension, continued, Fred, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I stake the honor of Professor Ted on it. After a moment's hesitation, Fred shouted down, Nock, you must not mislead me, or I shall curse you all to the depths of hell. With that, he commanded the door to be opened. Nock could not suppress a chuckle, pondering the indistinguishable nature of this world from that of hell. Truly, what a foolish goose. Erin, too, shed her reservations, alighting from the vehicle to approach Fred. Bowing deeply in contrition and promising to compensate for the damages incurred during the morning's altercation. At the mention of monetary recompense, Fred's eyes sparkled, his mind racing to calculate the cost of a bullet, the compensation for the injured. What did it matter to him to deliberate on other matters? As the tension eased, Fred even extended an invitation for them to join him for lunch, a cunning maneuver likely fueled by the anticipated profit from the compensation. During the meal, Nock recounted their analysis to Fred, who, surprisingly, displayed little astonishment. It appeared that Charlotte had previously endeavored to persuade him to ally with Anthony, evidently a result of her machinations. Are you saying Charlotte had frequent interactions with Anthony? Nock recalled Charlotte's fragmented statements from earlier. Indeed, it seemed she had procured a fourth-tier potion through Anthony in the Maple Forest, that fool who believed every word spoken, disregarding all my counsel. Neither Lay nor Nock uttered a word, each acutely aware that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Fred, what is your perspective on this matter? Are we to simply endure and pretend nothing has occurred? Erin inquired. What other choice do we have? We lack evidence, and besides, I am no match for Anthony. Confronting him would be tantamount to courting disaster, Nock retorted, feeling an urge to strike Fred. Evidence? Is it only when they massacre your community that it becomes apparent? Do not assume that just because there is peace now, it will persist. His intentions reveal that he is resolute, and it is only a matter of time, Nock disdainfully remarked, casting a scornful glance at Fred. After taking a deep swig of his drink, Fred fell silent, realizing that Nock was subtly suggesting he and Erin collaborate to eliminate Anthony. Chapter 9. The Trap. Nock, Lay, and Erin all fixed their gazes on Fred, awaiting his decision. Then what do you propose we do? I am willing to heed your counsel, Fred declared, gritting his teeth as he reached a resolution. What else is there to do but eliminate that wretched scoundrel? As long as you and Erin collaborate. With Lay and me assisting, victory is assured. Fred glanced at Lay, understanding that Nock considered him, Aaron, and the others as equals, indicating his exceptional capabilities. Very well. I am prepared to cooperate. However, will you also partake in the division of the spoils thereafter? Fred audaciously posed the question he deemed crucial. Nock could only manage a wry smile, bemused that before any plans had even formed, Fred was already contemplating profit-sharing. Aaron shot him an incredulous look and remarked, "Is there nothing in your mind aside from money? I find this existence utterly shameful." Fred was impervious to all disdain, nonchalantly asserting that the adage claiming a biological son is inferior to a close financial associate held truth. Without wealth, one is doomed to a perilous existence. But with sufficient riches, he could venture to the capital, where a truly stable life awaited. To his surprise, "You indeed possess aspirations," Nock retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Regardless of your opinions, you are well aware of Teacher Ted's experiences. He spent his life waging wars across lands, achieving remarkable feats, yet what did it ultimately yield?" Fred's demeanor dimmed as he lowered his head. Both Aaron and Nock mirrored his despondence, evidently swayed by Fred's reasoning. "Very well. After we eliminate Anthony, the spoils shall be evenly divided between your two settlements." Nock contemplated that offering him a taste of success would facilitate his eventual recruitment. They proceeded to share intelligence regarding Anthony and his settlement. The combined forces of the two, while barely matching Anthony's numbers, had been significantly outpaced in terms of military expansion over the years, especially regarding heavy weaponry, which was at least several times greater than theirs. Confronting such a formidable adversary through brute force was impossible. Only cunning could prevail. In the early hours of the following day, Ray and Nock scaled the 5-meter-high defensive wall, infiltrating Anthony's settlement. With 2 hours remaining until dawn, they seized upon a time when human vigilance waned. Swiftly, they dispatched 2 sentinels. And as they prepared to activate the gate's motor, beams of searchlights illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. Damn it, I wondered why the defenses were so lax. It turns out they had long since set a trap for our arrival. Nock bellowed in frustration. "Welcome to my humble abode." "Thank you, Nock, for bringing him here. I have been expecting you both," Anthony said as he emerged from the shadows. A wave of apprehension washed over Ray. His deepest fear had materialized. "Insignificant. As long as there is remuneration, I shall procure whatever is desired. Moreover, you are merely a component of a greater design. The eradication of Fred and Irene is my paramount objective, a veritable 2 birds with 1 stone scenario. Are you not concerned that your avarice might lead to your downfall?" Nock retorted, subtly signaling Ray. Comprehending the gesture, Ray unleashed 2 grenades as Nock activated the switch. Nock drew his weapon, firing 2 shots in rapid succession. The airborne grenades detonated before Anthony, who, without flinching, raised his hand, conjuring an ice barrier. The immense force of the explosions merely created a few fissures in the icy bulwark. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, but Ray and Nock had already vanished into the smoke-filled haze. Ray, grazed by several bullets, managed to breach the barrage and return fire, while Nock engaged Anthony in close combat with his greatsword. Anthony's combat prowess was unparalleled, possessing both ice and fire affinities at the near 4th tier, granting him exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities. Nock's close-quarters combat tactics proved futile, as his attacks were consistently thwarted by Anthony's ice walls, forcing him to evade sudden ice spikes and fiery explosions. The two found themselves in dire straits, while Irene and Fred awaited the opening of the city gates to launch their final assault. Ray, having eliminated 7 adversaries, was on the verge of exhaustion, his cover riddled with bullet marks. The roar of engines echoed from beyond the city walls. Eileen drove the off-road vehicle at a staggering speed of over 150 miles per hour, crashing through the partially open steel gates. With one hand, she seized Fred, who was seated in the passenger seat, and propelled him out of the vehicle. The force of inertia sent both of them hurtling through 3 walls, emerging unscathed to join the fray. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the 4th-tier absolute defense. That madwoman, Fred thought, his face pale, cursing inwardly. Their arrival turned the tide of battle, particularly as Eileen single-handedly dismantled the city gate's defenses, proving herself an unequivocal harbinger of violence. Anthony's forces, engaged on 2 fronts, soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Under relentless assault from the trio, he narrowly escaped multiple attempts by Nock to cleave him in 2, summoning flames that engulfed the battlefield. He seized the opportunity to retreat into the safety of his ranks. "Now that you are all gathered, it is time to present the grand gift I have prepared for you. I hope you enjoy it," Anthony said with a cunning smile, casually selecting 3 injured subordinates and injecting them with a syringe at their necks. Witnessing their agonizing struggles, Lei and Nock were reminded of Charlotte. The scene was eerily reminiscent. This deranged fiend was using his own men as vessels for the mutated serum. Boss, what are you doing? That's my own brother, as well as our comrades who have fought alongside us. We would die for you, but not at your hands. You're betraying our trust. A junior leader exclaimed in rage upon seeing his brother and fellow soldiers in agony. Anthony merely raised a hand, a shard of ice piercing through the leader's skull, causing him to crumple lifelessly to the ground. I do not require explanations from you, he coldly remarked to the fallen body. Behold, for Anthony is indeed a devil, and one day your fate shall mirror that of his victims. Met with an untimely and inexplicable demise, Fred seizes this opportunity to sow discord. Indeed, the wisdom of age prevails, for such tactics can effectively undermine the morale of their adversaries. Anthony remains unperturbed for as long as he draws breath. No one would dare to betray him. This is the law of survival. Loyalty is bestowed only upon the victorious. The metamorphosis occurs swiftly. In the form of the three-headed giant wolf, though slightly smaller than that of Charlotte's, does not possess the crimson eyes one might expect. Rather, they resemble those of an ordinary human. This is the latest achievement of Dr. Connor. His perfect formula for transformation allows the host to retain a semblance of consciousness while enhancing their strength, agility, and defense. The only drawback is the excessive strain on their potential, rendering their lives tragically brief, lasting no more than half an hour. Connor has kept his cards close to his chest, withholding his findings from Lord Karma, for he understands too well the fate of those who become expendable. A satisfied smile graces Anthony's lips as he gestures, and three shadowy figures surge forth like phantoms, racing against the walls, leaping to pounce upon Nock, Aileen, and Fred. Aileen swiftly positions herself before them, crossing her arms, as a shield of golden light envelopes them, withstanding the frenzied onslaught of the giant wolves without yielding an inch. After fending off a wave of attacks, Aileen lowers her shield, and Nock and Fred simultaneously target one of the colossal wolves. A glimmer of light manifests beneath its feet, encasing its lower limbs in ice and immobilizing it. Almost in perfect synchrony, Nock's great sword sweeps towards it, had it not been for Anthony's triple ice shield to intercept. This flawless coordination would have dispatched the giant wolf. Anthony, in concert with the wolf's assault, diligently restrains the three while outside the city. The main forces flounder in a state of disarray, and the tides of battle shift once more. The colossal wolf, devoid of pain receptors and bearing numerous scars, exhibited no reduction in its combat prowess. Rather, the scent of blood incited an even greater ferocity within them. Meanwhile, the allies experienced a rapid depletion of their strength. After Aaron's shield absorbed Anthony's barrage of ice shards, it vanished, and the interval for shield regeneration lengthened significantly. Fred's ice wall failed to withstand the wolf's assault. The moment it shattered, several gashes marred his shoulder. Had he not reacted swiftly, the arteries in his neck would have surely been severed. Nock fared little better. As a primary damage dealer, he had accumulated severe injuries, and his stamina waned considerably, causing the speed of his great sword's swings to diminish. In that instant, they realized their plan had faltered. Chapter 10. The Power of the Azure Dragon. The three exchanged bittersweet smiles, unaware that their first battle together after years of separation would lead them to eternal slumber. Perhaps this conclusion was not entirely bleak. Their spirits had perished years ago amidst the ruins of the Depai fortress. Such is the nature of fate. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Lei observed everything with a growing sense of urgency in his heart. Upon witnessing Anthony gather energy to launch a colossal fireball, he recklessly leaped in front of them. His right fist charged with all the power of lightning, meeting the fireball head-on. The clash of lightning and fire endured, but for a fleeting second before being overwhelmed. The formidable fireball propelled him backward, threatening to consume him in its inferno and reduce him to ashes. His reckless bravery stirred the hearts of the three behind him to tears, as they could do nothing but watch helplessly as he faced death. Suddenly, Lei radiated a golden light once more, his form resembling a steadfast rock amidst a raging river, as the fiery energy collided with him. It was deflected away on either side. You are still too weak to be his match. I require a vessel to carry forth my will. Grant me freedom, and I shall assist you in achieving an immortal legend. A voice, ancient and sonorous, seemed to traverse the boundless expanse of time, resonating within Lei's mind. He felt as though his body were a marionette, strings pulled by an unseen force, an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Anthony was taken aback upon witnessing Lei rescue Nock and the others. He could not fathom how the seemingly mediocre Lei had withstood his near fourth-tier starfall destruction. The azure dragon raised his hand, summoning 3 bolts of lightning that erupted from the ground, striking the 3 colossal wolves. As they fell, their bodies lay charred and lifeless, blackened from the electric onslaught. Aside from Nock, the others were left in disbelief, including Lei himself. When had his power become so formidable? Anthony's pupils constricted. Connor had concealed everything regarding Lei from him. He was far more complex than he appeared. No wonder such a steep price was paid to capture him. Now, Anthony dared not hold back. Frost emanated from his body, coalescing into a crystalline armor of ice, with 2 icy spikes extending from his hands. Suddenly, Anthony erupted into motion, vanishing from sight in an instant, wielding the ice spikes as he charged toward Lei. He discerned that Lei's speed was his Achilles heel and aimed to close the distance to eliminate him. The azure dragon's fist struck the ground, conjuring a tempest of electrifying energy that formed a lightning pool with a radius of 5 meters, impeding Anthony's advance. Anthony's reflexes were remarkably swift. He halted his upward leap at the edge of the lightning pool as countless ice spikes rained down from above. Beneath Lei's feet, a crimson circle emerged, flames erupting as if from a volcano, spewing forth a torrent of fire. The collision of ice and fire erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Aileen exerted every ounce of her strength to conjure a shield, yet the overwhelming energy of the impact still hurled them far away. Anthony, brimming with confidence, believed that thunder could not possibly survive such a blow, reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, a lightning arrow, entwined with electric energy, shot forth from the billowing smoke. Aimed directly at his forehead, he was still alive. A chill ran down Anthony's spine. This was the closest he had ever come to death. At this distance, even his third-tier agility could not allow him to evade. The lightning arrow struck like a cannonball, shattering the ice. Anthony was sent flying, crashing through several walls before colliding with a stone pillar, finally coming to a halt. With one hand pressed against the pillar, he left behind a blood-red handprint. Now, disheveled and covered in dirt, he stood up, his lips stained with blood, a picture of utter despair and disarray. Though the power of the lightning was feeble, it pierced through layers of obstacles, delivering a crushing blow. He lifted his head to behold thunder emerging from the smoke, his eyes ablaze with fury. Flames billowing beneath him like ignited gasoline spreading ferociously. This was Anthony's ultimate attack, the inferno of hell. It seemed that only one would emerge alive from this confrontation. The flames surged like tidal waves, overwhelming the surrounding structures which could not withstand the searing heat, causing them to collapse. Anthony advanced with measured strides, the flames swirling around him as if they possessed a life of their own. He stomped down forcefully, raising his arms to the heavens, unleashing a brilliant violet light that emanated from his hands. In the distance, in the shadows, Liana sensed a perilous aura. She was bewildered by the sudden and terrifying might radiating from thunder. Anthony sensed the imminent danger and summoned the remnants of his strength, charging through the flames towards Lei. The azure dragon revealed a mocking smile, its body spinning like a comet of purple light, colliding directly with Anthony. A thunderous roar reverberated as a sphere of violet lightning dispersed, splitting into a massive dragon's head that lunged at Anthony. The ensuing explosion rumbled for several seconds, reducing nearby structures to rubble. Eileen and Fred stood in stunned silence, recalling only the terrifying scene of their teacher's death. Lei remained motionless amidst the ruins. Anthony had survived. He distinctly saw a golden light shield that had thwarted the attack. A woman standing just beneath his gaze had saved him. Her power surpassed Anthony's by a significant margin. And fortuitously, she had underestimated the wrath of the azure dragon, resulting in her severe injuries. The dawn light began to break on the horizon. Lei contemplated the direction of their escape. In the distance, in the thicket, Liliana cast the barely conscious Anthony onto the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She sought to uncover Lei's secret, which was why she had hesitated to act. Her decision to save Anthony in that critical moment stemmed from this intent. The force of Lei's final strike had exceeded Liliana's expectations, the surging power of lightning effortlessly breaching her fifth-tier, holy light defenses. Had it not been for her overwhelming speed, the consequences would have been far graver than mere injury. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Anthony weakly inquired as he regained consciousness. "I see potential in you. You could assist me in the future. As long as you remain loyal, I will grant you status and glory. Will you follow me?" Liliana fixed her gaze upon Anthony, posing the question. Anthony, who had always regarded himself as a noble, exhibited no signs of resistance as he rose to one knee. The principle of survival of the fittest reigned supreme in this world. Liana was vastly superior to him. and her willingness to risk injury to save him was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. The repercussions of rejection could be 1,000 times more agonizing than succumbing to the hands of thunder. Very well, you are an astute individual. I am Liana, and from this moment forth, I shall be your master. With a satisfied smile, Liana turned to gaze upon the smoldering settlement and declared, "Wait for me, Lei." With Anthony's defeat, the battle came to a close. The conflicts among the settlements were merely disputes of interest, devoid of the profound enmity that dictated life and death. Those who surrendered would be absorbed into their ranks. Nock, observing the two individuals with a glimmer of disdain, shook his head and departed. Eventually finding Lei in a quiet corner, smoking. "I knew I would find you here. Why do you always gravitate towards such secluded spots? I suspect you might have a penchant for voyeurism." Nock noticed Lei was preoccupied and sought to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, Lei maintained a demeanor heavy with concern. "How is it that you seem less joyful despite our victory? We owe our survival today to you. Otherwise, we would have perished here." Nock settled down beside him and lit a cigarette. "Truth be told, it wasn't me who fought just now." Lei sighed, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He felt that his words would be met with disbelief, prompting him to shake his head and fall silent. "I know you harbor certain secrets. There is no need to divulge them to me. Is this what weighs upon your heart?" Lei cast a grateful glance at Nock and nodded. "My fears have come to pass. As you are aware, Anthony was rescued. That individual possesses formidable strength, and I have a foreboding sense that she is targeting me. With your current abilities, are you not her match?" Nock was somewhat perplexed. Once the Azure Dragon, as the soul of inheritance, finds a vessel, its power dissipates and must be rebuilt, and Lei also did not wish to perpetually rely on the Azure Dragon. "Let us join forces to eliminate her," Nock proposed without a moment's hesitation. "We cannot defeat her. She far surpasses Anthony in strength," Lei asserted resolutely. At that moment, Nock finally grasped the source of Lei's distress. "Do you intend to leave?" Nock discerned Lei's thoughts. Half an hour later, Lei, burdened with Barrett, found Nock had already succumbed to exhaustion. Chapter 11. Pursuit. 2 uninvited guests arrived at Connor's underground laboratory. Liana, under Anthony's guidance, stormed in, unleashing all her frustrations from the morning's humiliation upon the guards in her path, ruthlessly dispatching anyone who dared to resist. Connor, pushing aside Hades who stood in his way, exclaimed, "Anthony, this is utterly excessive. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Karma City will not let you off easily. Do not threaten me with that old fool. If I were to expose the dealings you engage in here, could he remain unscathed? Dr. Connor, I recognize your considerable talents and aspirations. I am also aware of how Fairma has treated you. Serving such a person is hardly worthwhile. Should you choose to collaborate with us, your future achievements will undoubtedly far surpass those of that insidious little man, Phyllis." Anthony was acutely aware of Connor's mindset, employing a deft combination of persuasion and intimidation. "Why should I trust you?" Connor felt a flicker of temptation. Given the uproar, he had lost all value in Fairma's eyes. Yet he suspected Anthony was merely speaking empty words, unless he could provide compelling evidence to convince him. "This is my master, Miss Liana, the third heir of the House of Hasses in the Duchy of Light. You can no longer doubt her words." Connor, of course, is well aware of the Hasses family. Even the typically proud Anthony has willingly submitted to this woman's authority. "Miss Liana, if you can promise to make me a researcher for your family, I shall remain loyal to the Hasses lineage and never betray it." Connor proposed his terms. Being astute, he understood why Liana sought him. It was due to the information he possessed about Lei, which could incite a storm and lead to a massacre. "I assure you, Dr. Connor, as long as you can prove your worth, I promise you will receive the status and glory you deserve. And the entire Duchy of Light will remember your name with pride," Liana declared. After a respectful bow, "Doctor." Connor gestured for the two to follow him and discreetly made a slashing motion across his throat towards Hades. As the laboratory doors closed, the air was filled with heart-wrenching screams from outside. Hades had eliminated everyone, effectively sealing their pact. Connor accessed the main computer in the research facility, inputting a lengthy password before opening a file. The screen displayed footage of Lei and Charlotte engaged in a fierce battle after their mutations. When Liana witnessed the unconscious Lei defending himself and vanquishing the giant wolf, both she and Anthony were left astounded, unable to close their mouths. At that moment, he had only mastered the first level of lightning control. How could he possibly unleash an attack nearly on par with legendary status? Liana exclaimed in disbelief. "No, there exists a type of individual capable of achieving a perfect genetic body. Historical records document a similar incident in that era, where not a single one of the dozens in the affected laboratory survived. Connor was equally exhilarated, proclaiming that this was the realm of the divine. The closest encounter we have ever had with the divine. Perfect genetic template? Liana and Anthony, in unison, inquired. They could not comprehend Connor's academic discourse. Yet they understood that if Thunder's extraordinary abilities could be successfully replicated, any cost would be deemed worthwhile. After much contemplation, Liana asked Connor how confident he was in extracting data if she were to obtain Thunder's genetic sample. What does a stable 6th-tier evolution potion formula signify? It possesses the potential to elevate any mediocre family to prominence. The allure of this prospect far surpassed that of acquiring a parcel of land. Liana felt a stirring within her, a bold idea blossoming in her mind. Despite the inherent dangers, she resolutely chose to pursue it. You must maintain absolute secrecy regarding Thunder. If any of you dare to disclose this, I swear by the fate of Hassas that I shall ensure his demise is one of unspeakable torment. Liana coldly warned Connor and Anthony. The two felt a chilling dread coursing through them and immediately knelt, pledging their loyalty to Hassas. Thunder, akin to a hunting dog, incessantly sniffed the air, cautiously parting the underbrush to discover traces of desiccated blood on a leaf. 2 hours prior, Anthony and Liana had passed through this very spot. From the splattered blood droplets, Thunder discerned their direction of travel, evidently towards the scarlet leaf forest. He and Thunder were symbiotic, possessing independent wisdom and insights. The integration of the Azure Dragon's ancestral soul was straightforward. One merely needed to find an individual capable of wielding lightning, willing to accept the Azure Dragon's soul, allowing for a fusion of energy form and vessel. The transfer of the Azure Dragon is akin to a rebirth devoid of the will to self-acquire a vessel. Those who merge with the soul of the Azure Dragon are bound by a spiritual covenant with Lei. Should Lei encounter misfortune, the vessel would inevitably perish, thus eliminating any concerns of betrayal. Although Lei has invested all his genetic evolution points into the domain of lightning control, achieving a 3rd-tier evolution, his strength remains considerably inferior when compared to Liana. During their last confrontation, I discerned that she wielded the sacred light, her power estimated to be at the threshold of the 6th tier. Even if injured, one must be exceedingly cautious, for she far surpasses you in strength. The red leaf forest is seldom trodden by man. Towering trees loom high, casting shadows even on the sunniest of days, with dense thickets rife with peril. Lei navigates through the branches of the great trees, pausing every few hundred meters to trace their whereabouts. His keen sense of smell makes this pursuit straightforward. As Liana and her companion have left no traces to obscure his path, a formidable tree python lunges at the leaping Lei. He raises his hand mid-air, conjuring a lightning orb that swiftly dispatches the creature, its lifeless body plummeting into the underbrush below, where the rustle of leaves and the dismal growls of scavenging beasts soon follow. Upon his arrival at the scene, he is met with a grim tableau of corpses strewn across the ground and a laboratory in shambles, riddled with devastation. The assailant has long since vanished. When his subordinates report the absence of Dr. Connor's body, a single word springs to his mind: betrayal. The many desiccated corpses lying on the ground are unmistakably victims of Hades' death language. Fermat tilts his head back and releases a piercing howl, delivering a powerful punch that leaves a deep imprint on the rocky wall, causing the entire chamber to tremble, with dust cascading from above. After landing the blow, he appears to age several years in an instant. As Liana and her companions departed from the secret base, they found themselves under the vigilant gaze of Lei, who meticulously trailed them at a distance of 500 meters. Through his sniper scope, he discerned their respectful demeanor towards Liana. Realizing that this girl in her early 20s was indeed his adversary, it was impossible to deny that this tall, golden-haired maiden, with her hair elegantly tied into a ponytail, possessed a beauty that surpassed even Aaron's. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei adjusted the crosshair of his scope. The power of the armor-piercing round at such a distance should not be underestimated. As the crosshair settled upon Liana's brow, he glimpsed her smile through the lens, her lips forming the words, "You will eventually belong to me." The deep rumble of the Barrett shattered the wilderness's silence. Lei understood that this shot would likely not succeed. His intent was merely to convey to his foe, "I am unafraid of you." The bullet flew accurately toward Liana's forehead, but just 5 centimeters away. It was intercepted by a golden barrier, the round spinning helplessly in midair. Liana effortlessly pinched the bullet between her delicate fingers, casting it aside. Anthony and Hades exchanged glances, realizing that had the target been one of them, even survival would have come at a severe cost. Do not pursue him. He has already fled, Liana commanded, observing the direction in which Lei had escaped. For the next 2 days, Lei shadowed them like a relentless specter, occasionally firing off a shot before retreating. The group had not enjoyed a moment of restful reprieve, perpetually on edge, particularly Connor, who possessed no special abilities. On one occasion, had it not been for Hades's timely intervention, Connor would have had his skull shattered by Lei's bullet. Now, at the slightest rustle of the wind, he would instinctively retreat behind the others, trembling with fear. Liana gradually grew impatient. She attempted to set a trap for a counterattack, yet Lei, as cunning as a fox, remained elusive. With her own injuries still unhealed and her strength diminished by 30%, she found herself powerless against him. After much deliberation, they resolved to head to Kabuchilong first and devise a plan. Kabuchilong was grander in scale than the other 2 cities, and its lord, Murphy Yade, was the brother of the great Lord Femus. With such lineage, conquering the entire Fallen Plains would be a mere trifle. However, Murphy Yade was known for his modest demeanor and had never expressed any intentions of expansion. As night fell, Lei watched the enemy enter the city, fully aware that he dared not follow. A bright moon gradually ascended the sky. After a hearty meal, Lei leaped onto the treetops of a giant tree. The tranquil wilderness was filled with the sounds of insects or the occasional call of a night bird. He had long grown accustomed to solitude, having wandered the wild alone for an extended period, sometimes going an entire month without uttering a word. The Azure Dragon seemed to possess some knowledge of his past. Yet this elusive creature seldom engaged with Lei, reflecting a shared trait between them. A prolonged howl pierced the serenity of the wilderness. Chapter 12. A struggle against the pack. Encountering a pack of wolves in the wild is exceedingly perilous. Even with 5th-tier combat prowess, one would gain no advantage, let alone Lei, who was not yet that formidable. He discerned that the pack was vast, comprising at least 100 wolves. These creatures were several times larger than the wild wolves of the bygone era, and with their sheer numbers, their hunting needs were substantial, leaving them often in a state of hunger, rendering them all the more dangerous. The highly hierarchical wolf pack typically engages in territorial hunting, so it perplexes Lei as to why they are targeting only one individual this time. Beneath the moonlight, pairs of wolf eyes glimmer like eerie green lanterns. The alpha wolf is significantly larger than the others, and Lei quickly discerns that it lurks at the periphery. His vision has not yet evolved to the level of night sight, making it clear that he cannot eliminate it with a single shot. Failure would mean facing 100 enraged giants. The alpha emits a long howl, prompting the pack to abandon their position around the massive tree where Lei stands, launching an assault with their formidable jaws. Each bite produces a notch in the trunk, and at this rate, the thick tree would be severed within mere minutes. Seems like it's my turn to step in, remarked Qinglong languidly. Lei understands that engaging in conversation is futile and willingly relinquishes control of his body to allow Qinglong to address the imminent threat. Qinglong assesses the alpha's position and leaps gracefully from the treetops, a silhouette against the moonlight. He flips in midair, descending headfirst with a single fist aimed directly at the alpha wolf. As his velocity increases, an aura of thunderous power envelopes him. The alpha senses the impending danger and leaps away, but it is too late. Qinglong descends like a falling star, crashing into the ground with a violent explosion that generates a fierce energy field, sending a dozen giant wolves flying. With Lei already possessing 3rd-tier lightning power, Qinglong's influence nearly doubles its potency. Emerging from the charred crater, Qinglong strides forward, closing in on the alpha, which snarls and bares its teeth, its green eyes fixed intently upon him, poised to pounce. The pack, rather than being deterred by Lei's formidable strike, rushes forward in a frenzied bid to protect their leader. The Azure Dragon stood resolute amidst the encircling foes, exuding not an ounce of trepidation. Thunderbolts rained from the heavens, hurling the advancing wolves into disarray. The Wolf King discerned the extraordinary nature of its adversary. Never had anyone dared to so brazenly challenge its dominion. While directing its pack to assail the lightning, it deftly evaded the cascading bolts, leaping forth to swipe its claws at the dragon. The Azure Dragon, however, did not flinch. From behind, the lightning surged, coalescing into a fearsome visage of a roaring dragon, unleashing a formidable force that sent the Wolf King soaring into the air. Submerged dragon, ascending clouds. With a powerful thrust, the Azure Dragon unleashed a bolt of lightning that surged directly towards the Wolf King. With evasion impossible, the creature faced certain demise, yet in a moment of self-sacrifice. 3 colossal wolves leapt forth to intercept the ascending lightning. With a series of muffled thuds, the trio was charred black, collapsing to the ground. The Alpha's role was paramount. Without its guidance, the pack would surely disintegrate, falling prey to other predators. Infuriated by the Azure Dragon's relentless slaughter of its subordinates, the Wolf King descended. Its muscles swelling ominously, growing in size with each passing moment. It surged forward, its speed doubling, surpassing the Azure Dragon's expectations. The dragon's attacks faltered in their aim, and the extensive defensive net it had woven rapidly drained its strength. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from behind. The Wolf King had stealthily circled around to launch a surprise attack. Without the protection of the golden shield, the Azure Dragon found itself in peril, but with quick reflexes. It shifted to the left just in time to narrowly escape the lethal strike. The Azure Dragon swiftly turned, delivering a thunderous punch that struck the Wolf King in the abdomen, causing sparks of electricity to erupt as it slammed to the ground. However, the Wolf King, undeterred, anchored its limbs to the earth and lunged forward with ferocity. Having endured several painful encounters with such reckless assaults, the Azure Dragon bore numerous deep claw marks on its body, while the Wolf King, drenched in blood from electric wounds, continued its relentless onslaught. If this continued, the Azure Dragon would surely be overwhelmed by this horde of beasts. In a moment of inspiration, the Azure Dragon extended its hands, unleashing a wave of electric nets to repel the invading wolves, deliberately exposing a gap behind them. The Wolf King, unaware of the ruse, leaped forward, its form casting a series of afterimages in the moonlight. Anticipating this, the Azure Dragon leapt several meters into the air, executing a swift turn and striking the Wolf King on the head with a thunderball. This decisive blow was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The Wolf King lost its ability to move and collapsed to the ground. In the air, the Azure Dragon gathered all its electrical might, a thunderous dragon coiling around it, ready to unleash destruction with a mere gesture. Do not kill it, echoed a thought of lightning, halting the Azure Dragon's impending attack. With a long, resounding roar, the Thunder Dragon dissipated. Upon witnessing their leader fall, the wolf pack lost their fighting spirit, drooping their ears and tucking their tails, emitting soft whimpers. You are too kind. This will ultimately lead to your downfall, echoed a voice as the Azure Dragon's consciousness receded, allowing the lightning to take control of its form. Beneath the moonlight, a small wolf, as white as snow, knelt before the lightning. It was this creature that moved the lightning to spare the Azure Dragon from aggression. The Wolf King, seeing the little wolf blocking its path, shed tears, tenderly licking the small wolf's head and nudging it away with a gentle insistence. The little wolf continued to stand protectively in front of Lei, occasionally licking the wounds on the Wolf King's body. Lei noticed that the areas the little wolf had licked quickly ceased bleeding and formed scabs. He was astonished by the remarkable healing properties of the creature's saliva. The Wolf King expressed a desire for Lei to comprehend his words and proposed an agreement. If Lei could comply, he would spare his life. To his surprise, the Wolf King nodded in understanding. Very well, I require you to lead your pack away from this place and refrain from entering human habitation within a 5-kilometer radius. Can you comply? Lei declared, observing the Wolf King intently. After casting a glance at the little white wolf, the Wolf King decisively nodded, clearly demonstrating the significance of the little wolf to him. Good. I possess the ability to defeat you, and therefore, I expect you to adhere to our agreement. You may leave now. Upon concluding his statement, Lei turned to depart, only to find the Wolf King grasping the hem of his pants with its mouth. The Wolf King struggled to rise, carefully carrying the little white wolf before Lei and placing it in his hands, then bowing down to the ground, emitting a sorrowful whimper. Do you wish for me to care for it? Lei inquired. The Wolf King nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Lei understood that the Wolf King, concerned for its injured state and its inability to care for its offspring, had entrusted the little wolf to him. However, he was puzzled as to why it believed he would not harm the little creature. Very well, your injuries were also inflicted by me. I promise to take good care of it. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, it shall be safe. I swear this with my life. Lei vowed, embracing the little white wolf. With Lei's promise secured, the Wolf King once again struggled to its feet, growling twice before leading its pack westward. After watching the wolves disappear from sight, Lei's gaze hardened, and he summoned a sphere of lightning in his right hand. Chapter 13, Inheritance. Get up, or I shall leave you to languish here forever. Lei's voice boomed suddenly. Hold on, I'm coming out. A figure emerged from the ground, raising both hands in a leap. Had it not been for the keen awareness of the Azure Dragon, Lei would have been oblivious to the individual lurking nearby. Evidently, this person was responsible for luring the pack of wolves. Noting the lack of hostility in the stranger's demeanor, Lei dismissed his energy and inquired, "Who are you? Why are these wolves relentlessly pursuing you? Could I have a sip of water?" The man pointed to the water flask at Lei's waist, his cracked lips betraying his desperate longing. Observing the pitiable condition of the ragged figure, Lei felt a pang of compassion and unfastened the flask, tossing it to him. "Thank you." The man was momentarily taken aback before expressing his gratitude softly. He then unscrewed the flask and drank deeply. In this era, polite expressions had become a rarity. Lei retrieved a piece of jerky from his pack and offered it to the man, who, this time, accepted without hesitation, tearing into it ravenously. After satisfying his thirst and hunger, he began to relay his story. His name was Zifeng, of Chinese descent, and his ancestors had once been tycoons of the West Coast docks. However, with the onset of calamity, he had lost everything. Now, he was the sole survivor of his lineage. He served in the 1st Brigade of the Kabuchalong City Guard, and days prior, he had been dispatched to the wilderness to eliminate a marauding pack of giant wolves. The leader, John, had ignored his counsel, resulting in the encirclement of their group. Of the 50 members, only 6 had managed to escape, while he had stayed behind to cover his comrades. "Promise me," he implored. "As a person of Chinese heritage, I can merge and grow stronger with you much more effectively." The Azure Dragon had never displayed such enthusiasm before. "Are you serious?" Wondera, his composure unwavering. "We've only just met, and you've already decided to follow me? Why? You seem honest enough," continued, "but there's something I must tell you. I'm currently facing a significant predicament, one that I myself am struggling to navigate. Do you still insist on following me?" Not wanting to deceive him, revealed his troubles, hoping he would reconsider. "Are our adversaries formidable? Can't we overcome them together?" Was taken aback by his persistence. To others, it would seem a foolish decision. "Very well," conceded, "from this moment forward. You are a member of the mercenary group. I can't promise you much, but I assure you, as one of my comrades, I will stand by you, no matter the difficulties we face." "Mercenary group? What a captivating name. I love it," exclaimed. "Boss, what's my role? How many members do we have?" As excitement was palpable as he peppered with questions. Coughed, slightly embarrassed. "Well, strictly speaking, there are only 2 of us. But I assure you, our numbers will grow. Do you doubt me?" S. initial disappointment dissipated upon hearing's reassurance. For some reason, he found to be uniquely trustworthy. "I believe in you, boss. From now on, I'm your second in command." The thought alone thrills me. Now, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. It's of utmost importance. S. tone shifted abruptly, becoming serious. Somewhat bewildered, could only nod in agreement. Upon securing his assent, Lei proceeded, articulating, "I possess the means to amplify your latent potential in manipulating lightning to its zenith, fostering its swift maturation. However, this aptitude stems from my bestowal, thereby engendering a symbiotic covenant. Should I meet my demise, you shall succumb to the backlash of the very power, resulting in your own expiration. Are you amenable to this proposition?" Lei's gaze remained fixed upon Zifeng's eyes, poised to relinquish the implantation of the Azure Dragon's essence should he detect even a scintilla of trepidation. And Zifeng, having listened intently, found his respiration quickening, his gaze intensifying with fervor. He seized Lei's shoulders, shaking them as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, I am willing. I am willing. Can we commence forthwith? I shall comply with any directive." In this epoch, power epitomizes authority. Only an overwhelming force can transcend the masses. This is the aspiration of every individual, and Zifeng included. Hence his unequivocal acceptance. "Affirm him. None is more fitting." The Azure Dragon echoed, impelling Lei. "Very well. The process may elicit considerable discomfort. Persevere, lest all efforts be rendered futile." With these words, Lei incised a minor laceration upon his hand, thereby activating the Azure Dragon's insignia, which, upon absorbing the ichor, emanated a golden luminescence. Lei cradled a suspended, violet orb, within which a diminutive Azure Dragon writhed. "Receive it with both hands. And remember to channel the energy into your nexus of power," Lei reiterated. And Zifeng nodded vigorously, accepting the orb. Upon contact, it transmuted into violet energy, coursing from his arm, ascending throughout his physique. Beneath the violet effulgence, the faint manifestation of draconic scales upon his dermis became discernible. The surging power struck him like a tempest, nearly tearing him apart. And Zifeng gritted his teeth, channeling energy akin to a fountain of vitality. Within a mere span of a dozen seconds, he was drenched in perspiration. Had his will faltered even slightly, he might have succumbed to despair. Once the ancestral power was fully absorbed, Zifeng could not restrain himself from spreading his arms wide and letting out a long, triumphant howl. As he did so, the ethereal silhouette of the azure dragon behind him emitted a resonant dragon's roar, its momentum soaring like a comet. In the Kabucher Inn, Liliana leaned against the window, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. At that moment, her heart was troubled. Her curiosity had led her to contemplate the secrets hidden within Lei, yet she had hesitated to act. Now, having exposed herself, she found herself in a precarious situation. Furthermore, Ebekindi, known for his suspicion, had noticed her absence after nearly 20 days. She feared he might have uncovered Lei's secret. This cunning old fox would never place all his eggs in one basket. Perhaps he had already dispatched a second individual to take her place. If her intuition served her right, that person would likely be Su Lin, her half-sister and sworn rival. Like many families, internal power struggles had turned siblings into bitter enemies. Although such conflicts were rarely overt, Su Lin possessed a tracking talent that surpassed Liliana's, and her ruthless nature would undoubtedly allow her to capture Lei with ease. More importantly, her loyalty to Ebekindi was unwavering. Lei, you are truly cunning, Liliana mused with a smirk. Daring to pursue me alone. You must fear that I will harm those in the settlement. Tomorrow, I shall make you come to me willingly. The night was enchanting, yet it seemed no one had the heart to appreciate the beauty of the moonlit evening. Chapter 14. The Choice at the Break of Dawn the following day. Liana led Anthony into the wilderness, leaving no trace, convinced that Lei would soon discover his presence. Suddenly, Liana sensed danger. She knew Lei had locked onto her. Lei, I am aware of your presence nearby, listening to my words. I demand that you reveal yourself, or I shall proceed to the settlement and eliminate all your companions. Do not doubt my capabilities. Such an endeavor poses no challenge to me. I merely wish to converse with you and mean you no harm, Liana proclaimed loudly. From a distance, Lei absorbed her words with trepidation. It was evident that Liana had uncovered his intentions. Boss, don't fall for it. Let us quietly trail them and seize an opportunity to strike, urged Anziphone. As Lei appeared atop a distant mound, Liana smiled triumphantly. Knowing he would not stand idly by while his comrades perished, this outcome was entirely predictable. Lei, at last we meet formally. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liana from the House of Hasses in the Duchy of Light, she said with a smile. Her enchanting visage, however, appeared to Lei as grotesque as that of a demon. With a look of disdain, he retorted, I have no interest in who you are. State your purpose directly. Very well, Lei. I require your presence in the legendary city of the Duchy of Light. Rest assured, I pledge my life that you shall be safe. Should you comply with my request, I shall grant you whatever you desire. Liana maintained her smile as she spoke to Lei. Agreed. I accept your terms. I swear by the God of Light that once I obtain the blood sample, I shall no longer trouble your companions. After a moment's contemplation, Liana consented to Lei, intentionally seeking to mend her relationship with him as a promise. This meager offering of blood would surely not satiate the insatiable wolf. It merely bought them a fleeting moment of respite. After wandering the wilderness for a day, Lei and Anzifeng resolved to distance themselves from this treacherous place. The Duchy of Farallon was fraught with peril. Remaining here was far too unsafe. After careful consideration, Lei decided to venture to Capsulan to earn some money before contemplating their next move. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouettes of the trio, 2 humans and 1 wolf, stretched long towards Capsulan. It must be said that Capsulan was the largest city Lei had ever experienced, bustling with various workshops and shops. Even in the twilight, throngs of people traversed the streets, indicating that Murphy Adder was no inept nobleman in managing such a vibrant locale. However, there was an unsettling development. When I went to resign, the person in charge informed me that the 2 of us were summoned to meet the city lord, Murphy Adder, the following day. I worry there might be some ulterior motive at play. Lei furrowed his brow in silence. Logically, Liana would not disclose her secrets to him. He decided to observe the situation before passing judgment, believing that his status would prevent any undue hardship upon them. Lei preferred not to speculate, as their only course of action was to proceed step by step. Anzifeng spent a restless night, and the next morning, he accompanied Lei to the Lord's residence. After a brief announcement, the steward respectfully guided them into the manor. Curiously, They were received by Murphy Adder in his study. The steward gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Your Grace, the guests you wish to see have arrived. Come in, and also arrange for lunch. I wish to host these two guests." A resonant voice echoed from within the room. The steward's expression was one of astonishment. It was unprecedented for individuals whose attire clearly indicated they were not nobility to receive such high-level reception. "Very well. Is there any further instruction?" he inquired. "No. You may leave for now," came the reply. The steward, bowing respectfully at the door, gestured for them to enter before taking his leave. And Zifeng appeared somewhat uneasy, as this was his first encounter with someone of such elevated status. Murphy Yard rose from a humble chair to greet them. It was then that Lei discerned his appearance. In his 40s, with short silver hair, a chiseled face that bore the marks of experience, projecting a sense of calm and competence. His slender frame was clad in a sharp black suit that added to his distinguished demeanor. His first impression was one of warmth. As a subordinate, and Zifeng immediately rendered a standard military salute, while Lei placed his right hand over his heart and bowed in greeting. No need for excessive formalities. My intention here is to engage in a more intimate conversation, as friends do. I welcome you both. I am Murphy Yard. Upon completing his introduction, he extended his right hand. Lei reached out with his left hand to shake it, introducing himself. "I am Lei. It is indeed an honor to be summoned by your esteemed self. I wonder what instructions you may have." Lei asked directly. Afterward, he personally poured 3 glasses of wine, and the 3 of them engaged in a ceremonial toast. After taking a small sip, Lei remarked, "You flatter us. We have merely been fortunate. Surviving amid a horde of over 100 first-tier, third-grade warriors, relying solely on luck is insufficient. One must possess at least 5th-tier strength." Murphy, with his penetrating blue eyes fixed on Lei, probed further. Lei, aware of the intentions behind the inquiry into his abilities, candidly stated, "Currently, I possess merely a 3rd-tier capability. Indeed, it is somewhat reliant on luck. If the Lord has any directives for us, please articulate them plainly." "Very well. I too appreciate forthrightness, so I shall speak directly." Ad put down his wine cup and unfurled a map laid out upon the table. He gestured for them to draw near, then circled a particular area on the map with his pen, inquiring, "Have you ever heard of the unclaimed lands?" The two exchanged glances and shook their heads, uncertain of his ulterior motives. "You see, the area I have marked is the unclaimed lands. Although it lies within our family's territory, in truth, we do not exert control over it. It is vast and rich in resources," Ad declared, his hand pressing greedily upon the circled region. Lei discerned his ulterior motive. He sought to enlist them in expanding his dominion. "If that is the case, why not simply dispatch troops to occupy it?" Lei inquired, perplexed. Murphy sighed and elucidated the matter. Following the demise of his father, the family had lost its cohesion, with various branches establishing independent powers. Although they appeared formidable, they were, in reality, akin to a toothless tiger. The unclaimed lands had originally belonged to Ad's mother's family, but due to the sensitive nature of the affairs, he refrained from divulging too much information. His father had promised his mother that this territory would not fall under the control of any member of the Murphy family, hence its current designation. Over the years, many within the Murphy family had coveted this area, eager to partake in its bounty. Certain branches had even clandestinely extended their influence, secretly controlling substantial portions of the land. "Are you suggesting that we serve as your covert operatives?" Lei candidly inquired, causing Zifeng to break into a cold sweat. Lei understood that the situation would not be so straightforward. Often, the most alluring opportunities are the most perilous. With Murphy Yade's astuteness, it was implausible that he would engage in a losing venture. "Why choose us?" Lei found it incomprehensible that someone with so little understanding of him would make such a significant decision. "I will tell you about this later. You can rest assured that I will not harm you," he said. "If you cannot make a decision immediately, I can grant you time to contemplate." As they departed from the Lord's mansion, dusk had fallen, and Zifeng discerned Lei's thoughts. "Boss, are you considering collaborating with him? Do you really trust his words so easily?" "Of course not. He is concealing many things from me. How could I believe him? However, what he offers aligns perfectly with my current needs. I have contemplated this. Since Liana and the forces behind her can ascertain my whereabouts from miles away, no matter how I evade my enemies, they will inevitably find us. It would be wiser to seek opportunities to strengthen ourselves and confront them." Lei gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a sense of ambiguity. "Fate seems to guide us inexorably forward. I feel like a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others. If I make no resistance, I will inevitably lose even the courage to struggle. Chapter 15. The Resurrection of Shadows after dividing Anthony's assets. Aaron and Fred had become the two most formidable forces in the plane. Whenever they met, they would engage in bickering and quarrels. Yet they had never resorted to physical confrontation. It was well known that should either party encounter hardship, the other would undoubtedly not stand idly by. A convoy of vehicles traversed the plains with grace, comprising over 30 armored transports equipped with heavy machine guns and small-caliber artillery, along with troop and supply carriers, exuding an intimidating presence. With such a formidable display, crushing any settlement in the fallen plains would be a trivial endeavor. Seated in the command vehicle, Lei felt a surge of excitement. Having been apart from the Nock couple for more than half a month, he found himself yearning for their company. Leaping from the vehicle, he made his way to the front of the formation, clad in his formal military attire, to the extent that even Nock and Aaron atop the city wall failed to recognize him. Halt. This is private property and trespass is intolerable. It would be wise for you and your men to vacate immediately or face deadly consequences. Nock brandished his multi-barreled machine gun, his tone devoid of fear. Removing his hat, Lei shouted, "Hey, Nock. Long time no see. Don't you recognize me?" The sound of Lei's voice reached Nock, yet disbelief clouded his mind. You are Lei. Is it possible I am mistaken? Take a closer look." Aaron tugged at Nock's arm, her concern evident. With a resigned smile, Lei understood the suspicion that arose from the armed readiness behind him. Drawing a short blade from his waist, he tossed it towards Nock, who caught it deftly. Noticing a distinctive dent on the blade, "It's him. I remember this mark. He is Lei. My heavens, I can hardly believe it. Open the gate." Upon confirming Lei's identity, Nock exclaimed, instructing his comrades to unlock the entrance. He and Aaron then jumped down, encircling Lei and exclaiming, "Brother, I was worried about you. It seems my concern was unwarranted. In just half a month, you've transformed into quite the figure. Words often elude us. But allow me to introduce a new companion to you. His name isn't Zifeng, and he is a dear brother of mine, someone you can trust wholeheartedly." Lei patted Zifeng on the shoulder as he introduced him. "Welcome. I am Nock, and this is my wife, Aaron," Nock said, rubbing his head. And Zifeng exclaimed, glancing in astonishment at Nock and Aaron. "That troublesome woman gives me no respect at all. If you continue like this, I will not hold back," Nock said, casting an irritated glare at Aaron, revealing his vexation at being perceived as submissive to her. Do you dare to rebel? Try saying that again," Aaron retorted, hands on her hips, shooting him a sidelong glance. Lei, patting Zifeng's shoulder, reassured him, "You'll get used to it. I won't hold it against you. Come on. Brother, I wish to hear your stories." Nock was wise enough not to provoke Aaron further and instead wrapped his arms around Lei and Zifeng's shoulders as they entered the door. A white figure darted between their feet, closely following Lei. "What? You intend to rebuild the shadows?" Nock gasped in surprise at Lei's declaration, striving to maintain his composure as he shakily lit a cigarette. "Indeed, by establishing ourselves in the unclaimed lands, we will need an identity. Operating under the guise of a mercenary group will help us avoid drawing the attention of the Murphy family. This is your desire as well, is it not?" Nock inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke and contemplative silence. This was a decision that gambled their entire future, and he could only cast an inquiring glance at Aaron. "All right. We shall follow you, Lei. I have faith in you." Upon hearing Aaron's remarks, Nock decisively extinguished his cigarette and suggested that Fred should be included. Though the fellow was somewhat superficial, he possessed a certain acumen for team management. The question remained whether he would be willing to join. Should he dare to refuse? "I shall dismantle his very abode." Just the sight of those formidable individuals stationed at his doorstep would surely send him into a frenzy of fear. Aaron slammed her hand on the table and dashed out. Everyone was aware of her intentions, given her decisive nature. One could only hope that Fred would not be left too humiliated. The presence of dozens of heavily armed vehicles would indeed be an imposing sight, and with hundreds gathering at his entrance, Fred would undoubtedly relent. After Aaron's departure, Lei recounted some recent experiences to Nock, and when he mentioned Liana from the Hass's family, a look of fury crossed his face. Truly, it is said that enemies are drawn together. Should she dare to show her face again, she shall face the consequences. Nock's eyes glinted with a hint of menace as he spoke. For the time being, she is unlikely to trouble us. We must focus on establishing ourselves in the lawless territory. This land is far from the simplicity of the fallen plains. We must strategize for the long haul. Lei, I know you must have some ideas. Please share your plans. Lei unfolded a map provided by Murphy Yad. briefly outlining the distribution of power and key contested areas in the lawless territory. After a succinct exchange, Nock gained a general understanding. About an hour later, Erin re-entered, practically dragging an unwilling Fred behind her. "Nock, are you not going to manage your woman? She just yanked me out right here on my own turf. How am I to hold my head high before my brethren now?" Fred exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in a bid to lodge a complaint against Nock. "I find myself unable to contend with her. Perhaps you could teach her a lesson on my behalf," Nock said with a shrug, exhibiting no semblance of shame whatsoever. Fred, disheartened, shook his head, realizing that encountering such an unabashed individual was merely his misfortune. "You two are cut from the same cloth. I cannot fathom why you summoned me. Speak quickly, for I am quite busy," Fred huffed, crossing his arms and turning away. "Come now, Fred, your finances are hardly substantial. However, there lies an opportunity for sudden wealth, should you dare to seize it." Nock, well aware of Fred's character, noted the gleam in his eyes at the mere mention of money. Indeed, Fred's irritation dissipated immediately as he pressed Nock for details. Nock cast a triumphant glance at Ray, silently conveying that Fred had taken the bait. Ray cleared his throat, saying, "Fred, we are preparing to form a mercenary group to venture into the lawless lands. If you are willing to join, such a prospect is indeed feasible." "I am willing. I will do whatever it takes." "Can you assure me that there is a genuine opportunity for substantial profit?" Fred interjected, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "I can only say that such a possibility exists. You must consider that wealth and danger often go hand in hand," Ray cautioned him once more. "As long as there is money involved, I need not concern myself with the risks. Danger is omnipresent, and I am eager to proceed," Fred declared, adhering to his principle that for the right price, one's life could be cast aside. Moreover, upon entering the settlement, he had observed a plethora of resources, which bolstered his confidence in the venture. Lay initially believed that it would require considerable effort and mental fortitude to unite the entire team. However, he was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly it unfolded, nearly devoid of the need for persuasion. "From this day forth, we shall be a united team. It is a privilege to meet such brothers as you. Henceforth, we shall share our fates and face challenges together." Upon concluding his statement, Lay extended his hand. The others followed suit, placing their hands atop one another, proclaiming, "We shall share our fates and face challenges together." Thus, the matter concerning the shadows was settled. Subsequently, they deliberated on issues related to personnel and supplies. Erin's settlement could allocate 250 individuals, while Fred's, though slightly smaller, could contribute 200, coupled with the 300 personnel assigned to Lay by Murphy and Yad. They formed a formidable force. Moreover, with the weaponry supplied by the Kabuchalong faction, their armament was assured. The most pressing dilemma lay in the combat experience of the troops. The majority of the fighters hailing from the settlements had not participated in such assaults, as the battlefields of the lawless lands predominantly involved siege warfare. They required organization and training. Otherwise, their meager forces would merely serve as targets for the enemy. Anzifeng, usually reserved, was the first to identify the team's shortcomings. Nock nodded in agreement, recognizing that among those present, only they possessed the formal training and experience necessary to provide guidance. "We still have time. We will entrust the training to you. Once summer arrives, we shall embark on our journey, which is approximately a month away," Lay remarked, spreading his hands. "That is sufficient. Our warriors possess practical experience, and the relevant training will be swiftly grasped. Rest assured, Chief," Anzifeng assured, patting his chest. Following the preliminary arrangements, Noctis suggested that the inhabitants of both settlements commemorate this momentous occasion together, as such a significant event warranted a formal announcement. Although Ray harbored a distaste for revelry, he could not remain aloof under the circumstances and reluctantly acquiesced to their plans. As night descended, numerous bonfires blazed across the expansive meadow in front of the settlements, creating a lively atmosphere for the gathering of over 2,000 people, including the common folk. Aileen and Fred generously contributed their cellars' aged wines, and the capture game was butchered to prepare a lavish nocturnal feast. Chapter 16. Establishing authority. The unpretentious nocturnal banquet lacked musical performances and theatrical displays, offering only the clinking of goblets and the boisterous cacophony of laughter. In this era, such simple pleasures represented the pinnacle of contentment for them. Midway through the proceedings, Aileen strode into the midst of the throng and proclaimed, "Silence, everyone. I have an important announcement to make. Put down your drinks." "What is it, chieftain? Could it be that today marks your nuptials with Chief Noctis?" One of Eileen's subordinates jested with a grin. Silence. Black Serpent, if you interrupt again, I shall tear your lips asunder. Listen quietly. Today marks the genesis of a new era for our two settlements. Henceforth, we shall unite as one entity, forming a mercenary guild. Shadow Mercenary Guild shall be our collective name. Aileen retorted, kicking the jester aside before continuing. Her words were met with thunderous applause from the assembled crowd. Excellent. No one will dare to mistreat us any longer. A toast to the chieftain's sagacious decision, Black Serpent exclaimed, rising from the ground. He was a minor chieftain among Eileen's subordinates, adept at stirring up the atmosphere. Hold on, unification is a commendable endeavor. But who shall lead the entire Shadow Guild going forward? Flanders cleaved through the throng, confronting Irene with his inquiry. This concerned the interests of his brethren, necessitating his intervention. This is what I am about to declare. Commencing today, neither Fred nor I shall preside as your chieftains. Henceforth, Ray shall guide the Shadow Syndicate, a resolution to which we have all acceded. Acceded? I vehemently dissent. To entrust an outsider with leadership smacks not of merger, but of annexation. Furthermore, his prowess is insufficient to warrant his ascendancy as the head of the Shadow Syndicate. Flanders exclaimed, incensed. Though vanquished by Ray in the past, he knew Ray's capabilities were not as strong as his brother's, let alone Irene's and Nox's. Flanders's rabble-rousing incited a chorus of dissent, all deeming Ray unfit for the position. Silence. Utter another word, and I shall flay you alive. Fred rebuked, restraining himself from striking the man, were it not for Ray's intervention. Hold your temper. These matters warrant address. Let us resolve them without compromising your fraternal bond, Ray advised. How can Ray be deemed an outsider? He has not only augmented our ranks by hundreds, but has also furnished us with supplies. He orchestrated the merger, and his contributions are paramount, thus rendering him deserving of the leadership of the Shadow Syndicate, Irene calmly elucidated to the assembly. The dissent within the crowd diminished by half. Yet, his strength is undeniably insufficient. I cannot accept this. Flanders persisted, undeterred. Insufficient? Had it not been for him during the assault on Anthony, we would all have perished. In truth, none among us stands as a match for him any longer. For those who doubt, feel free to challenge him, should anyone prevail. I shall endorse them as our leader. Erin's words carry the most weight, for she has always been regarded as the most formidable among us. We undoubtedly place our trust in you, dear leader, yet we yearn to witness his strength firsthand. How about a friendly bout? Let us consider it an impromptu performance for our amusement. The insidious suggestion from Black Snake found favor with the majority, as he understood that this group, accustomed to the philosophy of restraint, preferred to resolve matters through might. Nock, brimming with excitement, was eager to discover the extent of Lay's capabilities. The onlookers gradually retreated, clearing a space as Lay stepped into the center beneath their watchful gazes. Nock had procured an iron rod from somewhere, weighing it in his hands. Though it lacked the heft of his great sword, it alleviated the fear of inadvertently delivering a fatal blow to Lay. Allow me to commence. Are you prepared? Upon seeing Lay nod, Nock inverted the pole and sprinted forward, unleashing a sweeping strike. As a warrior of strength, each of his attacks was a fierce explosion of power. However, speed and defense remained his weaknesses, necessitating a complementary partnership with Erin to maximize their potential. Without the great sword in hand, his lethality diminished significantly. Yet ever since he ascended to the fourth tier of power enhancement, his blunt weapon attacks gained the additional effect of a crushing blow. Even a fully defensive opponent could find themselves violently propelled and staggered by the sheer force of his strikes, a terrifying prospect indeed. Thunder did not choose to confront. In fact, after the soul of the Azure Dragon heritage was transferred, he experienced a notable enhancement, subtly hinting at a breakthrough to the fourth tier, particularly in agility. He had not invested a single point into genetic evolution, yet had already attained the third tier, as he saw Nock, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, swing an iron rod towards him. Thunder gracefully leaned back, allowing the rod to pass just beneath his abdomen. Observing the missed attack, Nock halted his offensive and executed a forward somersault, aiming to strike Thunder down with his long staff. Maintaining his backward position, Thunder propelled himself back, gliding 2 meters away. With a resounding thud, Nock's iron rod struck the ground, creating a 1-foot-wide trench, the residual force tearing through the earth and advancing ominously towards Thunder. Thunder performed 3 consecutive backward flips. Just as he regained his balance, he sensed an overwhelming danger above. Nock had leaped into the air, wielding his staff in a cross pattern, unleashing 5 energy crosses that glimmered with white light, slashing downwards with tremendous range. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, leaving 10 intersecting deep trenches on the ground. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests as the explosive force kicked up dust, obscuring their view. They believed Thunder had no chance of evading the onslaught. Given Nock's terrifying PR at last, Lei seized the moment when Nock, caught off guard by a misjudgment, exposed an opening. With a deft maneuver, he crouched low, ensnaring Nock's feet in a scissor-like grip and forcefully spun him into the air. As Nock ascended, he extended his hands and executed a series of spinning kicks, culminating in a powerful strike that sent Nock soaring over 10 meters high. Although the assault appeared spectacular, in truth, Nock merely endured a superficial sting, not even worthy of being termed an injury. After a brief moment of disorientation, Nock regained his composure, twisting his waist to stabilize himself, and brandished a steel rod, thrusting it menacingly toward Lei below. The area beneath him erupted like a relentless barrage of shells, with explosions resonating ceaselessly, leaving no corner untouched. Upon his descent, the ground was pockmarked with a myriad of deep craters. For the majority of the onlookers, it was their first encounter with Nock's full power in battle, and they stood in stunned silence, mesmerized by the sheer ferocity of his assault. Only the sounds of hurried breaths and the crackling of the campfire filled the air. Aside from a few individuals of higher rank, such as Eileen and Nzifeng, none perceived how Lei had evaded the onslaught. Many presumed he was likely lying injured in one of the numerous craters. If I had been a fraction faster, I would have been finished. It's time for me to strike back. Lei, like a wraith, silently materialized behind Nock. Wow, he is completely unscathed. How is that possible? Gasped someone from the crowd. Nock hastily leaped away, creating distance, only then realizing that Lei had never revealed his true strength, opting instead for evasion. With both fists clenched, Lei summoned a radiant violet energy, calibrating the intensity of his lightning power just enough to breach Nock's defenses without inflicting genuine harm. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap and delivered a punch to Nock's abdomen. The speed of Lei's attacks had increased significantly compared to before, leaving Nuwa unable to mount any effective defense. The power of Thunder effortlessly shattered his outer defenses, and as a searing pain gripped his abdomen, Nuwa instinctively arched his body backward, crashing onto the grass and carving a long scar into the ground. His iron staff plowed into the earth, creating a small trench over a meter long before he managed to halt his retreat. Nuwa exchanged a knowing glance with Eileen, who promptly leaped to his side in understanding. With a smile, Lei nodded in tacit approval of Eileen joining the fray, and he charged forward, determined to unleash a fierce assault. Faced with both opponents, he dared not hold back, his fists crackling with electric arcs. Yet, despite his relentless onslaught, he was unable to breach Eileen's impenetrable defense. With Eileen's protection, Nuwa felt liberated to retaliate, which forced Lei to exert considerable effort, nearly being struck by Nuwa's iron staff on several occasions. Truly, the unity of husband and wife was formidable. It compelled Lei to take matters seriously. With that, he unleashed a thunderous orb of energy, propelling both adversaries apart. Clenching his fists in an X shape across his chest, his entire being became enveloped in electricity. As the energy surged, an immense glow erupted behind him, and bolts of lightning converged rapidly, manifesting into a majestic purple dragon coiling behind him. With a resounding roar, the dragon's presence shook the ground, instilling a tremor of fear in the hearts of the warriors present, nearly causing them to forget to breathe. Eileen and Nuwa's faces paled at the sight, fully aware that they could not withstand Lei's impending strike. With a pointed finger, the serpentine electric dragon, stretching over 10 meters long, surged forward with unstoppable force toward the duo. Even Nzifeng, who possessed the same power of the Azure Dragon, was taken aback. He knew that, despite wielding third-tier lightning power, he could not summon an assault of such magnitude. Eileen exerted herself to the utmost, causing the defensive shield to emit a brilliant radiance. Nock gathered his strength, his iron rod swelling into a colossal phantom that surged toward the electric dragon. Yet before genuine contact could be made, it was disintegrated by an overwhelming force, vanishing into thin air. Fred, perceiving the imminent danger, leaped behind them, his body shimmering with an icy luminescence as he maximized his energy reserves. With a sweeping motion of his hands, 3 towering ice walls erupted from the ground, each several feet high. These ice barriers, possessing a hardness comparable to steel, only momentarily impeded the electric dragon, which shattered them with a crisp crack, leaving fragments no larger than grains of sand. The electric dragon, having passed through the ice walls unscathed, showed no signs of diminishment. However, Just before colliding with Eileen's protective shield, it abruptly altered its trajectory, spiraling twice in the air before disintegrating into countless bolts of lightning, descending like a torrential rain of arrows. Observers could easily discern that the power of the lightning had significantly weakened at this juncture. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Eileen's shield dimmed to a shadow of its former brilliance, ultimately being engulfed by a cloud of earth and debris. Once silence descended upon the grassland, where over 2,000 spectators stood, Nock and his companions brushed off the dirt clinging to them and slowly emerged from the chaotic battleground. Goodness, were you trying to attack with such ferocity? If that final strike had come barreling toward us, we would all have been done for. Nock grumbled, not forgetting to help Eileen remove the soil from her hair. The electric dragon, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, apologized. I'm sorry if I startled you. I assure you, I will control it to ensure no harm comes to you. Hey, you're quite the anomaly. In just over 3 short months of knowing you, you've completely surpassed me. Nock helplessly shook his head and then shouted to the crowd. If anyone is still unconvinced, step forward and experience it for yourselves. Is there no one left? Then tell me, who is the leader? The people exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Nock nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, damn it, that worked quite well. It was worth enduring a beating. Thunder, oh no, leader, shouldn't you say a few words? Thunder surveyed the surroundings and raised his hand, instantly silencing the raucous crowd. It is a privilege to stand here and speak at this moment. We all know that this wretched world is rife with injustice. Living with dignity is a challenge, and living with true honor is even harder. From this moment on, it is my solemn responsibility to ensure that every member of the Shadows possesses their own dignity, no longer to be cast aside in the wilderness, subject to the whims of others. In the future, regardless of the difficulties you face, you will no longer be alone. The Shadows stand behind you. As long as we unite in purpose, we shall one day claim a homeland of our own, a place where fairness reigns and life is peaceful and secure. Remember, every drop of bloodshed in the battles to come is a testament to your honor. I hope that each of you can witness the day we achieve this together. Completing our legendary tale. Amidst the resounding cheers, Thunder extended his right hand, his gaze sweeping over Nzifeng, Nock, and others. From Thunder's profound black eyes, they discerned hope and confidence. As 5 hands were stacked together, an immense power surged through them, a force potent enough to rend asunder all darkness. Chapter 17. The Initial Triumph 1. The legendary city of the Holy Light Duchy. Ebkindi sat alone in the dimly lit chamber, the leader holding a vial containing a sample of blood derived from Thunder. He remained motionless, gripping the anticoagulant test tube for over an hour. Even through the glass, Ebkindi could sense the potent vitality contained within the blood. Raising his hand, he conjured a sphere of golden holy light, causing the blood within the vial to boil violently, as if striving to break free and consume the divine luminescence. Such remarkable tenacity of life. If harnessed, the stability of the genetic chain could be amplified several times, transcending limitations and surpassing the legendary realm. Therein lies the true strength of the perfect genetic entity. Ebkindi's gaze grew fervent. He realized he was on the verge of a miracle. The human physique is bound by limitations. Once one reaches the legendary tier, further evolution becomes impossible, lest the genetic chain collapse and lead to death. It is truly regrettable that Liana failed my trial. Her insatiable greed has doomed the future of the entire Hassas family. In an instant, the calmness in Ebkindi's eyes transformed into fury. Lei, oblivious to the impending troubles, was currently the most idle individual in the settlement, meandering aimlessly or frequently venturing into the wilderness with his little white wolf to hunt and accumulate evolution points. During the month-long combat training, he had been of little assistance, having never received formal training himself, lacking the experience to instruct others. Yet, in merely a month, he had managed to teach the wolf hunting skills, which now understood his commands and cooperated seamlessly in their pursuits. Aside from the black iron giant crocodile, which proved somewhat challenging, this region held no beast worth Lei's effort. After a month, Lei had accumulated a significant number of genetic evolution points. Murphy Yade exhibited remarkable patience, never once urging Lei, even after departing from Kabukalong. He did not inquire about him. The training for the warrior's combat skills was fundamentally complete. Following a closed-door meeting, Lei resolved that their first destination in the lawless land would be a small town named the Red Earth Mine. This region was under the dominion of a man named Brian Mingo. According to the intelligence provided by Murphy, Brian's town boasted a fighting force of approximately 1,000. slightly more than the current combat strength of the Shadows, making it the smallest faction in the lawless land. The rationale for choosing this area lay in its proximity to the Fallen Plains. More importantly, it held underground freshwater lakes that could provide a vital water source. Capturing this territory would swiftly establish a logistical base for the Shadows, serving as a springboard for their eastward strategy. Brian Mingo had occupied the Red Earth Mine for an extended time, amassing substantial influence. He was at least a 5th-tier ability user, commanding several 4th-tier strongmen, making him significantly more formidable than the Shadows in this region. The journey was never a smooth one, especially now that there was no retreat. The following day, at dawn, hundreds had gathered, and with a wave of Lei's hand, the troops embarked on their expedition. The rhythmic sound of their synchronized footsteps across the plains was a pleasing sight, a testament to the considerable effort invested by Nzifeng and Nock in training the unit over the past month. The distance between the Fallen Plains and the lawless land exceeded 300 kilometers, with most of the terrain consisting of uninhabited forests and dense underbrush, causing the advance to be sluggish. It took them 10 days to finally reach the vicinity of the Red Earth Mine, by the shores of Lake Cache. Upon settling down, Lei and Nzifeng hastened directly towards Brian's mine. Nzifeng handed the binoculars to Lei, cautioning that the defenses were formidable and the elevated position offered a significant advantage. Not to mention, the thick concrete defensive walls would be impervious to our firepower, and the 2 rows of heavy machine guns could effectively seal off the entire battlefield. After scrutinizing the situation, Lei concurred that a direct assault would be futile. He pulled out a map to ponder. This area is the mining zone, and this is Brian's settlement, with a distance of 2 kilometers between them. If you were in charge, where would you prioritize the defense? Lei inquired, stroking his chin. Both locations are critically important. If it were up to me, I would allocate an equal number of troops to guard each. Are you considering a feint to draw the enemy out? Nzifeng suggested, a spark of insight illuminating his expression. Indeed. I had not anticipated your profound understanding of troop deployment strategies. It is truly remarkable. How did I overlook such a notion? Lei replied, his tone dismissive yet appreciative. Enough flattery. I merely have a guiding principle. The specifics will require collective deliberation. Additionally, we must ensure that the enemy in the mining zone is lured out to form a pincer movement against Brian's forces. Lei revealed his signature dangerous smile, emphasizing the last point that warranted attention. Nzifeng felt hesitant to meet Lei's gaze, recalling their previous unpleasant encounter, where he had vehemently opposed Lei's appointment as the commander. After Lei outlined the reconnaissance findings and presented his plan, the group expressed unanimous admiration, praising his exceptional skills and leadership acumen, with each member contributing their own suggestions. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, culminating in the formulation of a flawless offensive strategy. After the assembly, Lei called Flander aside. Your earlier suggestion was commendable. Having the sniper suppress the heavy machine gun is indeed an astute choice. The soldiers will follow your lead, but do prioritize safety. The objective is merely to restrain the enemy, without becoming entangled in a protracted engagement. The real battlefield lies with Nzifeng. Flander lowered his head and replied, Rest assured, Captain. I will ensure everyone's safety. Flander, we have had our misunderstandings in the past, yet I have never held them against you. You are Fred's brother, and a member of the Shadows, which makes you akin to family. When we are alone, feel free to call me Lei. You should feel fortunate, for you nearly bested the leader of the Shadows. Lei chuckled, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. A smile is the most effective means of bridging the gap between individuals. Flander was touched by Lei's willingness to put aside his rank in order to mend their relationship. He looked up at Lei and said, Thank you, Lei. It is an honor for the Shadows to have a leader like you. I vow to uphold the honor of the Shadows, even at the cost of my life. Do not speak of despair. If we triumph in this battle, we shall celebrate heartily. Flander nodded vigorously, offering a respectful salute before departing. As dawn broke, the battle commenced. The garrison, still lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts. Within a mere 2 minutes, the defenders were fully equipped and prepared to engage, demonstrating their extensive training. Blast it! Where did the enemy come from? Are they Julio's men? That fat pig dares to show his face again. Clearly, the last lesson was not sufficiently profound. Strike with ferocity. If we allow any slip-ups, none of us will survive. The commander shouted in a fit of rage, issuing orders. At that moment, a sniper rifle resounded, signaling the commencement of Flander's assault with his squad. They were a meticulously chosen group, each member adept in marksmanship, possessing at least second-tier precision. Even with adversaries concealed behind fortifications, They could strike with remarkable accuracy from a distance of 800 meters. In short order, the mine's array of guns and cannons were silenced, prompting Noak to commend Flander, exclaiming his competence. Huh, who would have thought your blockhead of a brother would prove more reliable than you at such a critical juncture? Fred, too, was heartened by his brother's exceptional display, conceding that in certain aspects, Flander surpassed him. Alas, you scoundrel, did you just refer to my brother as a blockhead? Once this is over, we shall engage in a duel to the death. Very well, I concede my error. After this battle, I shall treat you and your brother to a feast as recompense. Is that acceptable? Rarely did this fellow admit fault. Fred merely cast a sidelong glance at him and remained silent. As the battle erupted, Brian was still abed, unclothed, flanked by two equally bare women. Startled awake, he angrily shoved the women aside, donned his garments, and stormed out the door. His rugged, resonant voice echoed outside as he bellowed, "All hands, assemble. Grab your arms. I shall discover which imbecile dares to meddle in my affairs." The conflict at the mine intensified, with the defending forces unleashing a fierce barrage of artillery fire. Within mere minutes, they had expended nearly 3 units of ammunition. To Fred's eyes, this was akin to squandering a fortune in gold coins into the vast ocean. A senseless waste that incited within him the urge to seize the one commanding the battle and administer a severe thrashing as a form of catharsis. Under the vigilant protection of Aaron, who continuously patrolled the area, the Shadow Squad sustained no casualties, save for a few members who suffered injuries from shrapnel. Conversely, the defending forces had lost over a dozen men to the Sniper Squad's deadly precision, as the two sides found themselves in a stalemate. Brian had already arrived with his team for support. Upon witnessing the convoy retreat, Lay promptly commanded his forces to launch a vigorous assault on the settlement. Despite the tenacious resistance from the inhabitants, the absence of Brian and the formidable high-ranking warriors allowed Lay and Nzifeng to breach the blockade, infiltrating the settlement and sowing chaos, all while employing heavy weaponry to suppress any opposition. Within a mere 2 minutes, they effortlessly seized control of the area. Chapter 18. Initial Victory 2. Lay meticulously calculated every detail, leaving no room for error. Brian, observing Lay standing atop the walls of his settlement, seethed with a desire to obliterate him. Julio had long harbored ambitions of annexing the Red Earth mine. However, after years of fierce conflict between the two, despite his overwhelming advantage in troops and weaponry, he had gained nothing. Now, witnessing his hard work snatched away by this young man's cunning, he could hardly contain his fury. Despicable invader! I shall kill you one day. Brian bellowed at Lay. Call me Lay, if you will. There is no such thing as invasion. All actions taken for survival are justified. As of now, this place is mine. Shall we discuss matters? Lay responded. If you insist on it that way, I can engage you as well. However, I have a condition. If you lose, you must surrender the mine and join the shadows. Conversely, if I lose, I will return the settlement to you, and my people will serve you. What say you? Lay proposed to Brian in a uniquely strategic manner. Initially taken aback by Lay's proposition, Brian gradually regained his composure and began to view it as a potentially advantageous arrangement. Indeed, Lay understood that without thoroughly vanquishing Brian, he could never truly establish himself in the settlement, even if he were to seize it. Humph, if you defeat me, you could effortlessly wrest the mines from my grasp. Such a cunning Eastern man you are, your appetite is quite insatiable, yet you underestimate me gravely. Brian scoffed as he spoke. Are you afraid of the prospect of defeat? Brian, do you not yearn to slay me? Here lies your chance. As Lay leaped down from the city wall, he continued his taunt. Faced with Lay's blatant provocation, Brian could no longer contain his seething fury. Then I shall kill you, he declared, his face flushed with rage as he accelerated towards Lay. With every stride he took, his form expanded and his weight intensified. As his speed increased, he left behind a series of cracked imprints upon the ground. In a singular leap, he propelled his fist towards Lay's head. Lay, however, swiftly evaded, leaving only an ephemeral shadow in his wake. Upon shattering this illusion, Brian's fist erupted in an explosion of lightning, a tempestuous net crackling with the power of the Azure Dragon, the third-tier thunderous damage sufficient to breach fourth-tier defenses. Brian's fist met the ground with a resounding thud, causing a violent tremor that reverberated through the walls over 100 meters away. The earth quaked as if struck by a meteor, creating a crater several meters wide, riddled with fissures. Before Brian could react, Lay had already materialized behind him, arms raised high, conjuring a colossal sphere of lightning poised to strike his back. In a swift motion, Brian pivoted, elbowing the electric sphere with ease, dispersing its energy. And Zifeng observed everything with keen eyes, his heart filled with concern for Lei. Brian's displayed power was overwhelmingly high. The luminous sphere of lightning Lei had unleashed was nearly at the 4th level of thunderous might, yet it posed no threat to him whatsoever, having missed his strike. Lei had already vanished from the spot. Above Brian, 2 luminous spheres intertwined and rotated, their trajectories shimmering with light as tendrils of lightning coiled to form 2 electric dragons that spiraled downward, ensnaring him with their fierce jaws aimed at his head. The explosion of the lightning dragon unleashed a torrent of energy that enveloped Brian completely, a cacophony of roaring arcs and detonations lasting over 10 seconds. As the smoke dissipated, Brian remained in his original stance, unmoved. Lei noticed that his exposed skin glimmered with a silver sheen, as if coated in steel. Leaning forward slightly, Brian surged towards Lei with an astonishing speed, yet Lei, in a moment of desperation, launched a sphere of lightning that shattered like glass upon collision. Lei was not foolish enough to engage in close combat with an adversary whose defenses and strength far surpassed his own. Evading Brian's charge, he concentrated energy into the ground, sending ripples through the expanding energy wave. As the energy circle reached Brian, the lightning seemed to possess a will of its own. Rushing toward him to swiftly form a rapidly spinning vortex of electricity, its formidable pull dragging Brian beneath the surface. With his arms crossed protectively over his chest, Brian braced against the force of the Azure Dragon, dark mist continuously emanating from him. With a fierce roar, the Azure Dragon was violently torn apart, transforming into a myriad of crackling electric threads. Lei gazed at the dense, pitch-black mist in the air, his pupils constricting. He sensed the lurking presence of a lethal danger hidden within. As Brian landed, his skin returned to a normal hue, the remnants of the steel breath dissipating into dark mist, revealing several wounds seeping blood. Without the protection of the steel defense, Brian's agility had diminished to the point where it barely compared to Lei's. The moment he moved, the black mist in the air surged forth in a torrent of arrows directed at Lei. Faced with this dual assault, Lei could only evade. The shadows of the dark arrows pursued him relentlessly. Those that missed embedded themselves into the ground, leaving behind nearly 1-meter deep craters, their impact akin to that of a rifle bullet. Brian adjusted his strategy, unleashing the arrow rain to sever Lei's retreat while he himself charged forward at full speed. His fists imbued with a fierce wind, closing the distance in an instant. Cornered with no escape, Lei summoned all his strength to meet the incoming punch. Crackling with purple lightning, the force of the impact sent him flying, the overwhelming power reverberating through his arm and momentarily shattering his heart. He distinctly felt several fractures forming in his arm bones. Brian, having only taken 2 steps back, found his entire arm scorched by the encroaching lightning. Though the pain was excruciating, it did not significantly hinder his movements. Once on the ground, Lei quickly rolled over, narrowly avoiding a barrage of arrows that pierced the earth just behind his waist. Any slower, and he would have been riddled with holes. Brian's relentless pursuit followed. As Lei arched his back to flip, Brian's knee strike propelled him over a meter into the air. In that airborne state, Lei was devoid of any evasion capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Brian landed a powerful punch to Lei's abdomen, causing him to feel as though his internal organs had been twisted into a knot. 2 of his ribs fractured, nearly piercing his chest cavity, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body arched forward, propelled away like a projectile. And Zifeng's eyelids twitched incessantly, his fists clenched tightly, producing a sharp cracking sound as the power of lightning surged to its zenith, prepared for a sudden strike at any moment. As long as Lei was alive, that was all that mattered. Damn the promises. Brian, seizing the moment, sprinted forward, swiftly closing the distance to the retreating Lei, conjuring a spear of steel breath in his hand, aiming it towards Lei's chest. Instead of panicking, Lei smiled at Brian, his feet pressing down to slow his retreat. With a muffled thud, the spear pierced Lei's chest, the searing agony tearing through his body, yet he did not flinch. His hands swiftly pressed against Brian's temples. A chill ran down Brian's spine. The moment Lei had smiled, he sensed something was amiss. It was evident now that Lei had meticulously calculated everything, biding his time to retaliate, even at the cost of his own life. A madman, a reckless lunatic, Brian shouted internally. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, swiftly coalescing into 4 resplendent lightning dragons. Simultaneously, a furious roar erupted, hurtling towards Brian. The overwhelming energy obliterated everything within a 50-meter radius, turning it to rubble. And Zifeng, standing a tad too close, was also flung several meters away. 30 seconds later, as the dust settled, both Lei and Brian lay on the ground. The soldiers on either side awaited with bated breath, eager to discover the outcome of this fierce clash. Chapter 19. Brian's conditions. Lay staggered to his feet. The commander had triumphed. The commander had triumphed. The soldiers on the city wall, tears glistening in their eyes, cheered with fervor. Bloodied and resolute, Lay stood amidst the smoke. The sight was incredibly uplifting for morale. They witnessed their commander fighting valiantly for the shadow, understanding that Lay sought to fulfill his promises to all in the shadow. And Zifeng discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes before rushing to Lay's side, offering support while calling out to the others, "Haish, why aren't you bringing the healing elixir? Hurry." Lay's complexion was ashen. Even the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, mustering his spirit to force a semblance of a natural smile. "Don't worry, I'm not dying just yet." And Zifeng disregarded his reassurances and, after administering the elixir, tore open Lay's tattered clothing. The gaping wound in his chest continued to bleed, but fortunately, it had not punctured the lung, and with the intervention of the healing potion, his life was not in peril. Once the fractured ribs were set and stabilized, Lay felt significantly more at ease. He glanced at Brian, who lay on the ground, barely conscious, and insisted, "You must treat him. He cannot die." And Zifeng, puzzled, inquired why not. "Wouldn't his death be more advantageous for us?" "Certainly not. Did you not observe that his subordinates have not resisted him at any point? It is evident that he values his reputation greatly, and these individuals are utterly loyal to him. I intend to win him over to the shadows." Understanding that Lay always had a plan, and Zifeng ceased his questioning and set about executing the task. Brian gradually regained consciousness, finding himself in his own bed, his body wrapped like a mummy. He was astonished, unable to comprehend why Lay had chosen to save him. 90% of his skin bore the marks of Lay's lightning, and several internal organs had suffered minor carbonization. Without the healing elixir, he surely would not have survived. Noticing Lay standing vigil beside him, he said, "Lay, having been defeated by you, I leave my fate in your hands. From this moment on, the settlement and the mines are yours. I have but one request. Please do not make things difficult for my subordinates." Ray did not anticipate that upon awakening, Brian's first concern would be for his subordinates. "I assure you, no one will be coerced. Regarding the settlement and the mines, I have a superior proposition." Ray conveyed his plan to Brian, suggesting that the mines and settlement could continue under Brian's management, with Ray receiving only 40% of the profits. Brian listened quietly, pondering. "Are you implying that you wish for me to join your ranks and follow your lead?" Ray responded, "If you are willing to ally with me, I would welcome it wholeheartedly. As I mentioned, we can forge an alliance where we advance together. There is no question of one commanding the other." Noticing Brian's silence, Ray continued, "As you can see, I am not the sole one coveting your resources. You may have been bested by me, but this is an opportunity for negotiation. Would others be so considerate? I respect you as a man of honor and loyalty, and you are free to decline my offer. Should I establish a foothold in unclaimed territory, we will depart, and everything here will remain yours. However, upon our next encounter, our positions will be irrevocably altered. You must decide whether you wish to be friends or foes." Ray articulated his stance clearly, not imposing his will, yet Brian recognized the implicit threat within his words. After a moment of contemplation, Brian concluded that his injuries would likely prevent him from returning to peak condition for at least a month. Julio, upon learning of this situation, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Although Ray's personal prowess was slightly inferior to his own, his strategic mind was far superior. It appeared that Brian had no better options. "Ray, if you desire my allegiance to the shadows, I will comply, but only if you dismantle Julio's stronghold. Only then will you prove your worthiness to lead us." Brian cunningly set forth conditions, thereby severing any possibility of cooperation between Lay and Julio. Regardless of whether the two lived or perished, it would serve his interests without harm. Lay, perceiving Brian's ulterior motives, nonetheless agreed without hesitation, stating, "In 7 days, I shall launch an assault on the Black Spring. I hope you can provide some assistance." "What?" Coughing violently, Brian, in his excitement, aggravated his injury, suffering greatly before he could regain his composure. "You say you can be ready for battle in 7 days? Will your wounds heal in time?" Lay nodded, observing Brian's expression as if he were swallowing a bitter pill. Brian understood that Lay's injuries were not significantly lighter than his own. In a mere moment, this fellow stood before him as if nothing were amiss. His recovery ability was beyond mere description. "I must first comprehend your plan before making a decision, as comrades who have faced life and death together. I cannot entrust this to you lightly." Once settled, and Zifeng, in a state of impatience, was eager to gather intelligence on the Black Spring. The little white wolf, understanding human language, leaped up from the ground, wrapping its paws around Nzifeng's neck, clinging to his back no matter how he attempted to shake it off. Lei found the scene amusing and decided to let it accompany them, for wolves are acutely sensitive to sound and scent, which could prove advantageous in critical moments. Very well. But once we step outside, you must heed my commands. Otherwise, I shall abandon you in the wilderness to be fed to the tigers. The little white wolf, licking its tongue, mimicked the playful antics of a child, endearing itself to him. The settlement of Julio lies approximately 30 kilometers from the ochre mining area. This morning's gunfire reached Julio's ears, filling him with a sense of delight as he pondered what offense Brian might have committed. If only they could mutually annihilate each other, he thought, leaving him to reap the benefits. He had long coveted Brian's gold mine resources, although the reserves of black gushing oil were sufficient to sustain his family's development. Resources and wealth were perpetually insufficient for him. His swelling ambition would not allow him to cease his pursuits. Greed is the original sin. Whenever there is profit to be gained, those in power may abandon their dignity and trample on lives. Within the laboratory of the Hass's family in the legendary city, Dr. Connor meticulously recorded experimental data at his computer. He had declined the Hass's family's offer of an assistant, fearing that someone might steal his hard-earned. Connor received high accolades and was granted full access to his experimental privileges, meaning that whatever materials he requested could be appropriated. This incited jealousy among his peers in the research facility, as Connor's arrival had overshadowed their efforts, putting their own positions at risk. Connor's success was not solely his own, but was significantly aided by a research notebook passed to him by his uncle shortly before his death, a manuscript from a bygone era documenting the Federation's top-secret experiments. Among its pages lay a study codenamed Apocalypse, revealing that developed nations had begun researching human genetic modification many years prior. Regrettably, the notebook contained gaps that obscured the core content, yet it frequently alluded to the concept of the perfect genetic being, alongside various data and discoveries related to it. The progress in gene decoding has been exceedingly sluggish. However, Connor is confident that he can refine a stable 5-tier formula within 6 months. The laboratory doors swung open, much to his chagrin, as Connor had repeatedly warned that no idlers were permitted during work hours. He detested being disturbed while engaged in his tasks. When he lifted his gaze, he found Hades standing motionless at the doorway with arms crossed, exuding an aura of danger that even he, devoid of any power, could sense. A glance around the lab revealed no one else present. Her golden, slightly curled hair framed perfectly proportioned features, and her captivating eyes and the subtle smile at the corner of her lips rendered her almost unapproachable. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were crossed atop the desk, her left hand resting on her pronounced curves while her right hand hesitated, swirling a glass of wine. "Am I not beautiful?" she inquired, casting a flirtatious glance at Connor. He, momentarily entranced, nodded in agreement. He could not deny that she was a bewitching enchantress, exuding a sensuality coupled with a wildness that effortlessly ignited the dormant desires within. Not one to be easily fooled, Connor understood that the most beautiful women often harbored lethal qualities. Regaining his composure, he recognized that she was not there to harm him. Otherwise, even 10 heads would not suffice to withstand her wrath. "Might I inquire what brings you to me, dear lady?" Connor asked with utmost respect. What a rather dull old man, plunging straight into the subject without a hint of charm. "However, I seem to be rather busy myself. So let me be direct. My name is Su Lin." Chapter 20. The Black Spring and Zifeng spent several hours meticulously surveying Julio's settlement and crafted a detailed map, marking each significant area. This settlement, home to over 6,000 individuals, has already surpassed the size of the Fallen Plains Imo City. Situated in a flat region devoid of barriers or natural geographical advantages, Julio has constructed formidable walls, thick and tall, with artillery and heavy machine guns positioned every 5 meters, rendering the defenses nearly impregnable. Despite his severe injuries, Lei convened an impromptu meeting of the Shadow Assembly immediately after dinner, with Brian insisting on attending as well. Upon observing Nzifeng's hand-drawn map, Brian was taken aback. Every line, proportion, and precision of the map was a near miniature of the actual terrain. A remarkable feat that elucidated the reasons behind the earlier assembly's failure. "Everyone, take a look here. This is the newly surveyed map of the Black Spring. The target location lies 31 kilometers from us, with the terrain being predominantly flat. The only available cover is a small hilly area to the west. But the distance is too great for our firepower to reach, and we cannot engage them head-on." And Zifeng succinctly outlined the operational environment. As he mentioned, The Black Spring is far more fortified than you can imagine. Even if you were to miraculously breach the outer city, there remains the inner city's secondary line of defense. You cannot conquer the Black Spring. Regarding Julio, my last encounter with him was a year ago. At that time, his abilities included 3rd-tier gravity manipulation, 4th-tier defensive capabilities, 4th-tier offensive strength, and 4th-tier flame control. In terms of personal prowess, he was even slightly stronger than I. I advise you, Brian hesitated. Ray understood his intention to caution against provoking Julio. However, the rise of strength demands both blood and sweat. This place is a prize I am determined to seize. There is no impregnable defense. Since the external assault proves futile, we must approach from within. Z-Foam, I need you to make another trip to acquire the internal schematics of the Black Spring, particularly focusing on the oil field section. Ray pondered for a moment while tapping his fingers before instructing in Z-Foam. It shouldn't be difficult. I will find a way to infiltrate the Black Spring. And we should have news within 4 days at most. Brian felt as though he was conversing with a group of madmen. Such a plan was beyond his wildest imagination. Yet, he knew this was the only opportunity, and he understood the inherent danger more than anyone else. In the misty, unclaimed lands of early summer, a phenomenon unique to high altitudes unfolded, with the wilderness being damp and traversing it proved exceptionally uncomfortable. Ding Ran had been wandering the wilderness for 5 days. He was originally a bounty hunter for the Black Spring. However, he recently developed inexplicable symptoms of hyperthermia. Had he not escaped from the Black Spring in time, he would have been mistaken for a plague-infected individual and burned alive. Yesterday, having depleted the purified water, the feverish symptoms intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable as he neared the red soil mining area. Already weakened, he was assaulted by a black bear, devoid of the strength to resist. He was immediately knocked unconscious by a swipe of its paw. Upon awakening, he discovered he was still alive, albeit covered in claw marks, while the black bear lay nearby as a charred corpse. Seemingly favored by fate, he was crawling through the grass when an enraged viper emerged. Its thick body was erect before Ding Ran, its fangs dripping with dark green venom. Ding Ran closed his eyes in despair as the blood within him coursed like magma. The moment the viper struck, he was engulfed in flames, instantly incinerating the hapless snake. A figure materialized before Ding Ran. Poor fellow, consumed by your own energy. I regret that I cannot assist you, but I hope you can endure this agonizing ordeal. This is all I can offer. With that, he left a flask of water and some dried meat. Before losing consciousness, Ding Ran, enduring the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart, vaguely saw a tall, slender figure and a snow-white wolf receding into the distance. The flames continued to burn, raising the surrounding temperature to the point where even the nearby saplings ignited like torches. His body had become charred. After 2 minutes, the flames on Ding Ran's body slowly coalesced into a tiny, pulsating ember, its color shifting from crimson to pale cyan. The instant the pale cyan spark burrowed into Ding Ran's charred body, a nuclear-like energy storm erupted, its powerful destructive force obliterating everything within its radius. After the storm subsided, Ding Ran's fingers trembled slightly, revealing a narrow fissure in his charred flesh that exposed the tender, rosy skin beneath, reminiscent of an infant's. Death is not the end of life. Rather, it is a beginning. And Zifeng presented the prepared prey to the guards. As a bounty hunter, he was welcomed in any settlement, though traditions could not be overlooked. The materials, valued at 2 gold coins, served as a mere entry ticket. Everything proceeded smoothly. And Zifeng quickly registered his rank as a Tier 3 hunter at the Hunter's Lodge. The seasoned hunters were somewhat averse to unfamiliar faces. He paid no mind to their unfriendly glares and sought a quiet table to enjoy a drink. Hey, newcomer, are you unaware of our rules? You must buy a drink for everyone here, boomed a robust black man, his arms crossed defiantly across his chest. His physique was imposing, with muscles rippling with explosive strength. Is that so? What would happen if I chose not to? And Zifeng raised his head and smiled. Ha ha ha, Black Crocodile, this damned yellow-skinned monkey isn't worth your time. How embarrassing. Just look at his delicate skin. It's just as fine as that Eastern fellow we expelled a few days ago. I'd love to have some fun with him. Chuckled a nearby white man, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth and a lewd grin. The white man's mockery ignited Black Crocodile's fury, and without warning, he swung his fist toward the back of Zifeng's head, declaring, "This is the consequence." And Zifeng discerned that the power behind the punch was at least 2 tiers of enhanced strength, potentially fatal to an ordinary person. Many anticipated that the next moment would witness Zifeng being left battered and bruised. However, Zifeng remained unfazed. gently tapping the colossal fist of the black crocodile with the index finger of his right hand. In an instant, the black crocodile's movements froze, as if petrified, collapsing onto the ground in a supine position. Hey, have you gotten drunk before I've even offered you a drink? Is there anyone else who wishes to partake? Nzifeng provocatively surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately settling upon the previously audacious Caucasian brute. Witnessing the once arrogant black crocodile succumb without a hint of resistance, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, fearing Nzifeng's wrath might be redirected towards them. Particularly, the Caucasian man hurriedly pushed through the crowd, eager to escape the tavern. After this brief farce, the tavern resumed its usual operations, and Nzifeng leisurely lifted his glass, savoring the spicy rum. Hey, my name is Shaven. May I join you here? Nzifeng glanced up at the affable young man, whose tattered attire was surprisingly tidy. The golden crew cut radiated a sunny disposition, and his sharply defined features rendered him quite handsome, suggesting he took great care in his appearance, as not a single stubble was in sight. No need. If you wish to drink, feel free. Others are wary of me. Why do you still dare to approach so closely? Nzifeng pushed the drink towards him and inquired. Only those with a guilty conscience fear your retribution. I harbor no ill intentions and have no reason to be afraid. You are astute. Yet that is not the response I seek. I prefer not to beat around the bush or squander time. I do not wish to be surrounded by unknown strangers who do not comprehend my intentions. Please refrain from disturbing me in the future. Shaven awkwardly chuckled and shrugged. I truly mean no harm. Watching you defeat the black crocodile was incredibly cool. I merely wanted to mingle with you. I am well acquainted with everything in this vicinity and can offer you considerable convenience. Nzifeng felt a sudden urge. He truly needed someone like this to assist him in swiftly completing his tasks. Sounds promising. Are you well acquainted with this community? Not to boast, but I could navigate the city with my eyes closed. I know every single person here, and my relationship with the head of the Hunters Guild is quite solid. As long as there are good tasks available, I can secure priority acceptance. Nzifeng, however, remained skeptical of his claims. Generally, when someone prefaces their statement with not to boast, it tends to be mere boasting. To be frank, I still find it hard to believe what you say. Unless you can draw a map of this city. Well, Shaven replied, his expression troubled. It's not that I don't want to draw one. But you may not be aware that it is strictly prohibited to privately sketch the city's layout. Such actions could lead to severe consequences. Moreover, we are not the kind of people who can freely traverse the inner city. I cannot provide you with a complete map. Nzifeng understood that, given his status, he would only gain access to the civilian district, and he would have to devise another plan for the inner city. After several inquiries, Shaven, glancing around nervously, said, Why do you keep asking about this? If someone with ill intentions were to learn of it, we would be in grave danger. I have my reasons. Nzifeng replied dismissively, With your timid nature, how can you possibly accompany me? I know you are not an ordinary person who can simply walk away after causing trouble. I am different. Any issues would also implicate my sister. She is my only family, and I cannot allow her to come to any harm. Shaven, feeling dejected, rose to leave. Wait a moment, my apologies, Shawan. Thank you for sharing this with me. Would you join me on a mission tomorrow? Nzifeng interjected, extending an invitation. Shawan was taken aback by the fact that this seemingly insignificant individual was concerned about his feelings and had the audacity to apologize. Such a courtesy was unprecedented for him. Certainly, I would be delighted. Nzifeng responded with a smile and waved him off. After departing from the agency, Nzifeng strolled through the outer city, familiarizing himself with the terrain. Once he located a suitable inn, he meticulously sketched the defensive layout of the outer city. Chapter 21. The Prophet. The following morning, Nzifeng made his way to the tavern. Upon entering, he spotted Shawan eagerly waving. Hey, over here. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, the lucrative task would have been snatched away. I forgot to mention yesterday, my name is Nzifeng. Didn't you say you were acquainted with the manager? How could anyone steal your thunder? I do know him, but I was waiting for you. Your name is quite melodious. My parents have always had an affinity for Eastern names. As you can see, my name carries an Eastern flair as well. If you don't mind, may I call you boss from now on? Shawan quickly diverted the conversation. This little smooth talker certainly knew how to flatter. And even Nzifeng found it somewhat flattering. Call me what you wish. But I must warn you that I have little patience for those who only excel at flattery. If you lack true ability, you will inevitably find yourself dismissed. At that moment, Nzifeng embodied the essence of a rugged hunter. Indeed, I shall prove my worth to you. In fact, I am just 2 gene points away from advancing to the 2nd tier of frost power. I am not as feeble as you might presume, boss. All right then. Shall we see what the first-tier missions entail? The first-level task is indeed a team endeavor. Well, the two of us. We are, after all, a team. No need to dawdle. Let us proceed. Anzi Feng urged Shawen to tear down the first notice from the bulletin board. Moments later, Shawen emerged from the throng and informed Anzi Feng that the first-level task was to hunt 2 ferocious bears, a formidable challenge for a reward of 20 gold coins. Can we manage that? Shawen gritted his teeth and re-entered the crowd to rip down the notice for the first-level task. The thin sheet of paper felt as heavy as a mountain in his hands, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Damn. Has this fellow lost his mind, or is he simply driven mad by the allure of gold? Cannon, take a look at this wearied soul. Perhaps he owes the tavern some coin, and now he intends to feed himself to the bears. Shawen, fret not. If you perish, I shall look after your sister. Damn it. I've longed to pursue that young lady. Ha-ha. Laughter and jeers echoed around them. Shawen endured it all, his clenched fists nearly piercing his own flesh with his nails. Anzi Feng approached, patted Shawen on the shoulder, and then turned, delivering a swift blow that sent the foul-mouthed ruffian sprawling, along with several of his teeth. Silence fell over the crowd. These newcomers had managed to offend a considerable number of people in just 2 days, their prowess instilling a mixture of fear and resentment. Henceforth, anyone who dared to bully him would face a similar fate. Come, Shawen, pay them no mind, Anzi Feng urged, leading Shawen away under the gaze of the onlookers. As they walked through the outskirts, Shawen remained uncharacteristically silent. Do they often bully you like this? Anzi Feng recognized that he was still troubled by the earlier incident. It is of no concern. I have grown accustomed to it. Thank you for assisting me in reprimanding that scoundrel, Jess. After sheathing her blade, Shaven turned to express her gratitude to Anzi Feng, who posed a rather direct inquiry. Is everything you have done for your sister, including currying favor with me? You are partially correct, in truth. It was my sister's idea to seek you out. Shaven hesitated, her words trailing off. Anzi Feng was taken aback. Your sister? Have I met her? How does she know of me? Shaven's gaze flickered as she pondered, finally admitting, actually, she is aware of your purpose for being here. Originally, she instructed me to bring you to her, but I was uncertain of your character, hence. What? Anzi Feng exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. That is utterly unbelievable. Indeed, it is her gift, the ability to foresee the future. Were it not for her power, we would have perished long ago in the Black Fountain. She foretold that we would follow a slothful master who commands the Eastern Dragon, embarking on a quest to establish a peaceful and orderly city. Fear not. For now, you may simply observe while I handle the situation. Quickly, lead the way. Time is of the essence. Shaven remained somewhat skeptical, for within the hunter's lodge, no one dared to underestimate the ferocity of the grizzly. The bear's den lay approximately 20 kilometers from the Black Fountain, with the terrain growing increasingly treacherous as they ventured forth. Once they entered the dense forest, Anzi Feng became exceedingly cautious, aware that various ferocious beasts lurked within, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. He signaled for Shaven to halt. As he cleared the way through the underbrush, discovering deep claw marks on a tree, from which a milky sap flowed. Shawen, be mindful of your safety. We have entered the territory of the ferocious bears. Just moments ago, one patrolled this area. Here, take this. Anzi Feng, still uneasy, handed Shawen the desert eagle he carried for protection. Shawen accepted the weapon, nodding. It was his first venture deep into the wilderness, where even the sound of his own footsteps sent shivers down his spine. Anzi Feng, like a hunting dog, followed the scent trail, eventually discovering a pool of fresh blood and the fur of a giant rodent at the foot of a low hill. The blood was still warm, indicating that the creature had departed no more than 3 minutes ago. A single giant rodent would suffice to satiate its hunger, and we are indeed fortunate. Had it been starving, it would have posed a far greater challenge. We must keep pace. It hasn't gone far. After weaving through the dense forest for 500 meters, Anzi Feng raised his hand, signaling Shawen to halt. Climb that tree and observe how I deal with this beast. Heh. I haven't had the chance to hone my skills since my advancement. I hope not to disappoint. Anzi Feng murmured to himself, his face alight with anticipation. Be careful with that one, Shawen cautioned before swiftly ascending the towering tree behind him, his agility rivaling that of a monkey. Damn, this guy still lacks confidence. Anzi Feng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Shawen and shaking his head. With his right hand raised, Anzi Feng conjured a sphere of electrical energy, immediately revealing his superiority over Shawen. Stop hiding. Come out, he commanded, each word punctuated with authority as he hurled the massive ball of lightning. leaving a scorch mark upon the ground. The ferocious bear sprang forth from the thicket, its gleaming claws striking with a force that shattered the electric sphere into countless sparks, which cascaded down upon its armor-like hide, igniting brilliant blue bursts of electricity. With a thunderous roar, the enraged bear brandished its claws, emitting a resonant and prolonged bellow. The bear harbored an innate animosity towards humans, particularly towards Nzifeng, who had intruded upon its territory and dared to attack. Nzifeng was taken aback by the bear's astonishing ability to seamlessly dismantle his energy sphere of third-tier intensity, a spell empowered by the might of the Azure Dragon, which surpassed the strength of an ordinary individual of the same rank, approaching the threshold of fourth-tier prowess. The bear, weighing nearly 2 tons and resembling a small mountain, charged forward, causing the ground to tremble as the tree's branches quivered, leaving Shaven clinging desperately to the trunk. Unlike the formidable Lei, Nzifeng required a moment to gather his energy. Soon, myriad flashes of lightning intertwined, forming a vast web that enveloped his wounds, spiraling around him and gradually coalescing into the form of the Azure Dragon. This marked his first full-powered assault, leaping into the air. The thunderous dragon unleashed a mighty roar as its elongated body sinuously soared forth, opening its maw wide to engulf the bear whole. The bear's elongated form was instantaneously disassembled into a torrent of energy, relentlessly battering the creature that remained rooted in place. No matter how robust its defenses, it could not withstand such a cataclysmic onslaught. As tranquility descended, the ground bore a gaping chasm nearly a meter deep, stretching over 100 meters forward. Shaven, nearly losing his grip from the tree, found the sheer destructive force beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. In a mere 10 seconds, the bear was effortlessly subdued, leaving one to ponder the "Hey, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and deal with it. There's another beast yet to be tackled," Nzifeng remarked, brushing the dirt from his hair with a triumphant air. "You are simply extraordinary. A truly godlike man." Shawan praised him earnestly, giving a thumbs up. Only someone with real skill could boast so boldly. Nzifeng elegantly swept a lock of hair from his forehead, urging, "Now, let us not dither. We have more pressing matters at hand." In truth, Nzifeng had not anticipated the immense power of the Qing Long, which made subsequent tasks considerably simpler. The duo swiftly hunted down another ferocious bear. By noon, Nzifeng instructed Shawan to roast 2 bear paws for lunch, marking the first time he savored such an extravagant delicacy. Shawan's heart ached. The bear paws were not part of their mission materials, thus promising an additional income. He would rather starve than consume a bear paw valued at no less than 5 gold coins each. As they entered the tavern in the evening, the patrons displayed expressions of disbelief, convinced that the two could not possibly have bested 2 adult bears, while gnawing on the bear paw he had saved from lunch. Nzifeng delightedly jangled the gold coins in his pouch, exclaiming, "This is the most delectable food in the world, and this sound is the sweetest music." Though he found Shawan's smug demeanor distasteful, no one dared to challenge him with Nzifeng as his formidable ally. He silently gritted his teeth, enduring Shawan's insufferable triumph. He gently wiped away his sister's tears, declaring, "This is Nzifeng. From now on, we shall follow him. No one will dare to bully us again." Christina cast a glance at Nzifeng and gracefully saluted him, stating that he was not the one she was looking for. Yet she acknowledged his identity and purpose for being there. It was then that Nzifeng discerned her features. She was tall and slender, only half a head shorter than him, with soft, wavy golden hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Her exquisite visage was the most beautiful he had ever encountered. And even though she donned a simple, worn long dress, it could not conceal her inherent allure, particularly accentuated by her striking azure eyes, which sparkled with a vivacious intelligence that seemed to perceive everything. "Christina, since you are aware of my purpose, can you assist me?" Nzifeng inquired anxiously. Christina raised her finger in a gesture of silence, indicating her intent to speak without words. The compact room was immaculately arranged, and just as Nzifeng settled down to speak, Christina smiled at him and remarked, "If I were unable to help, why would my brother have brought you here? Do not utter a word. Close your eyes and do not open them without my permission, and I shall reveal the answers you seek." Her sweet voice resonated like celestial music, prompting Nzifeng to obediently shut his eyes. Chapter 22. The temporal illusion. Christina pressed her hands together in a prayer-like gesture against her forehead, and a gentle radiance began to emanate from her palms, coalescing at her fingertips before delicately touching the center of Nzifeng's brow. In the enveloping darkness, Nzifeng felt as though he were traversing through a temporal tunnel. Although his eyes were closed, he was acutely aware of gliding through an infinite void. Moments later, he sensed a burst of light and could not resist opening his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself amidst a forest, where Christina appeared before him, cradling a rabbit. Do you sense anything different here? Zifeng surveyed his surroundings, remarking on the tranquility and safety of the place, which was in stark contrast to the wilderness. Where are we? In truth, they had not moved at all. They were merely traversing the fabric of time and space through their consciousness. This was the location of the Black Spring from the bygone era. And they found themselves within a temporal illusion. Have you noticed that your abilities are sealed here? Zifeng realized this and inquired, Indeed. But I do not understand the purpose of bringing me here. Do not be hasty. I shall reveal it to you gradually. The reason you cannot wield your powers is that this era has yet to witness any mutations. To be precise, there are no large-scale mutants present. However, there are individuals in this time who have evolved extraordinary abilities, and you are acquainted with one of them. How can that be? I do not know any ancient beings who are over 100 years old. Zifeng urged, Stop teasing me, Christina, and tell me everything you know. His mouth agape in shock, and Zifeng found it nearly impossible to comprehend the revelation that the enigmatic Lei had such a profound identity. How do you know so much about him? He asked, his expression grave. Fortunately, you are aligned with our faction, otherwise, I would genuinely contemplate whether to eliminate you right now. You are quite formidable, and Zifeng remarked, half seriously, half jokingly. Thank you, Christina. On behalf of the entire Shadow, I express our gratitude for all that you and your brother have done. After bowing deeply to her, Zifeng dashed towards the inner city. 10 minutes would suffice for him. Ding Ran had been wandering in the wilderness like a wild man for 2 days, clad only in the animal skins wrapped around his waist, with no place left in the vast, uninhabited land to seek refuge. The only thought that occupied his mind was of the person who had aided him on that fateful day. He felt an overwhelming urge to repay the kindness shown to him in his most desperate hour. Meanwhile, Zifeng had completed his mission and, upon reuniting with Christina, merely nodded to indicate that all was accomplished. Christina remained silent, but a careful observer would note the pallor of her complexion, as maintaining the illusion had drained her mental fortitude considerably. He reached out once more, touching her forehead, and at once, a dark vortex materialized beneath their feet, engulfing the entire space into darkness before restoring tranquility. Zifeng then comprehended the weight of the critical information Christina had concealed from him, and he understood her intentions. He had not anticipated that beneath her beautiful exterior lay a tenacious and indomitable spirit. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply once again, expressing, All that you have done will be etched in the memories of the Shadow Council. Christina smiled softly, her eyes fluttering shut. She was utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. Shaywin gently laid his sister upon the bed, carefully tucking her in. Yet he sat down with an expression of profound disappointment. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost her, and the thought tormented him. She has always been so strong-willed. I knew he could assist you. The reason I did not reveal it was that such actions are fraught with danger, not just for her, but for you as well. Please, do not allow her to take such risks in the future. It is far too unsettling, Shaywin murmured, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. And Zifeng, aware of his concerns, reassured him, Shaywin, I promise that no matter what challenges we face in the future, I will not permit her to utilize that ability to assist us. Shaywin gazed quietly, fully aware that he lacked the skill to engage in such endeavors, to exaggerate. Even drawing an egg would take him an eternity, and there was a chance it would turn out askew. This clearly showcased Zifeng's remarkable talent in this regard. You are indeed a genius, excelling in both literature and martial arts. If I possessed even half of your abilities, I would have long since amassed a fortune. Shaywin exclaimed sincerely. You and Fret share the same disposition. Once you become acquainted, I reckon you will find much to discuss. And Zifeng remarked as he tucked away the map. Tomorrow, we shall depart from here. You and Christina will leave the city at dawn, and I will discreetly ensure your safety until we reconvene in the wilderness. At the break of day, Shaywin and Christina set forth, carrying no belongings to evade drawing attention. The gate guards, intent on causing trouble, insisted on searching Christina. Shaywin, understanding the situation, discreetly slipped 10 gold coins into the leader's hand, thereby averting any violation. And Zifeng observed all of this. Had it not been for his concern about affecting Lei's plans, he would have undoubtedly dealt with those scoundrels. In the woods of the wilderness, upon spotting Zifeng, Shaywin and his sister rushed towards him. Ignoring his sister's attempts to restrain him, Shaywin exclaimed angrily, Just now. We were bullied by the guards. They extorted 10 gold coins from me before allowing us to pass. When we capture the Black Surge, I will personally take vengeance on them. I witnessed their affront to Christina. This grudge must be avenged. We will act according to your wishes. We must cultivate a moment of compassion and mercy. If we resort to violence over trivial matters, how are we any different from the savages? The shadows aim to redirect this flawed order towards the right path, rather than retaliate with violence and unleash hatred, Christina interjected, positioning herself between the two. Her voice laced with indignation. And Zifeng and Shawen found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging blank stares as they were reprimanded. Surely, a good thrashing would suffice. For who could tolerate their bullying? Oh, my 10 gold coins, barely warmed in my hands before they were snatched away. I refuse to be placated without some form of retribution. Shawen lamented, his heart heavy with the memory of his lost fortune. Brother. Christina is tugging at Shawen's hand, playfully calling out to him. All right, I concede. We shall not trouble them further. May they possess enough fortune to survive the upcoming skirmishes, he replied, shaking his head in resignation. Let us be on our way. Rain may soon fall. And your constitutions cannot endure the onslaught of radioactive rain, and Zifeng remarked, glancing up at the sky. Chapter 23, A First Encounter. The trio walked in silence. Relief washing over them as the habitation zone of Brian came into view, evoking the thrill of returning home. Suddenly, Zifeng halted, raising his hand to signal Shawen and his sister to stop. There is someone lying in ambush, he warned. Hey, if you do not come out, I may just ensure you remain there indefinitely. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning struck a nearby treetop, causing it to explode. From behind the tree emerged a nearly naked figure, hands raised in surrender. Hey, take it easy, buddy. The sight brought back memories for Zifeng, reminiscent of his first encounter with thunder. Christina gasped, covering her eyes. What an impertinent rogue. Now you understand why I chose to hide, don't you? Do you not recognize me? Ding Ran, filled with excitement, attempted to embrace Zifeng, only to be repelled by a disdainful finger. I beg your pardon. But among my acquaintances, there are no exhibitionists. Maintain your distance, or I shall not be so courteous, he warned. Although Zifeng harbored a dislike for him, he recognized that the man meant no harm and thus relaxed his demeanor. It was only natural that you do not recognize me. For I have been ravaged by the backlash of power to the point of losing my human form. Surely you remember this. Having spoken, he unfastened a water flask from his waist and tossed it to Zifeng. He was acutely aware that the survival rate after such a backlash was nearly non-existent. Encountering someone like him was indeed a miraculous event. Brother, your tone suggests that you might actually wish for my demise. If I were to perish, the world would lose yet another handsome figure, he declared, proudly patting his bald head. It was only then that he recalled that all the hair on his body had been singed away, a gesture that appeared utterly ludicrous, prompting Zifeng and Shaven to erupt into hearty laughter. Do not mock me. Fine, I seldom explain myself. When my hair grows back, I shall reclaim my former glorious visage, at which point you may all indulge in your jealousy. As for your handsomeness, I cannot discern it for now. Your thick skin, however, is undeniable. And tell me, do you truly believe you can compare to me? Zifeng confidently crossed his arms and stood tall. Enough of this banter. What is your name? Realizing that Christina was nearby, Zifeng reluctantly removed his jacket and offered it to him. The sight of him clad in an olive-colored combat uniform with a beast-skin skirt was simply too amusing, causing Zifeng to burst into laughter. Just make do with it. I cannot possibly part with my trousers as well. Ding Ran appeared unfazed by their mockery. I am Ding Ran. I apologize, Miss Christina, for any unintended offense. Having spent time in the Black Springs, he had indeed encountered the renowned beauty known as Christina. She simply did not recognize him. Are you not the solitary hunter of Black Springs, black-eyed Crimson Flame, Ding Ran? I have long heard of your esteemed name. I am Shaven, and my name also carries an Eastern essence. I have yearned to pay you a visit at the Black Spring, yet fate had kept us apart until this moment. Shaven, always with his charm, provoked a disdainful shake of the head from Zifeng nearby, while Ding Ran felt a pang of regret as he involuntarily twitched his lips. Had this fellow appeared sooner, he might have become his brother-in-law. Upon hearing Ding Ran utter her name, Christina could not help but release her grip and scrutinize him. It's you. Do you know me? It seems we have never formally met, she exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Ding Ran inquired. Though we have not met, I am aware of your identity. Christina turned to Zifeng and remarked, the Flame Sovereign, the inheritance of the Vermilion Bird. I have no idea what you are talking about. You must be mistaken. What Flame Sovereign? Ding Ran asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. Zifeng was equally taken aback, never suspecting that this talkative individual would eventually become his brother. Nevertheless, he trusted that Christina would not err in her recognition. In due time, you shall understand. By the way, Ding Ran, we are in dire need of assistance. Would you be willing to join the shadows and work alongside us? And Zifeng tentatively probed, his mind racing with strategies to persuade him. Sure, I have nowhere else to go, and I lack even a single garment. If I can secure food and shelter, I see no reason to decline. Ding Ran readily acquiesced, and Zifeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This fellow appeared utterly devoid of principles, and yet he had expended so much effort trying to convince him. Lei, Brian, and the rest of the shadows were already awaiting their arrival in the council hall. A simple phrase was sufficient to warm in Zifeng's heart. Previously, whenever a superior returned with a task, their first inquiry was invariably about its completion. No worries, boss. Everything is progressing smoothly. Julio seems oblivious to our movements. And we owe this success to the assistance of the Shao siblings. And Zifeng surmised the happenings in his absence, grateful yet refraining from uttering the words of thanks. Some sentiments are better left unspoken, for voicing them might diminish their worth. I appreciate your support, should you not find it disagreeable. Consider the shadow your home from now on. Lei offered a deep bow to express his gratitude to the Shao siblings. Aren't you going to introduce us? Oh, right. This is Shao Wan and his sister, Christina. The bald fellow over there is Ding Ran. He was of no assistance at the Black Spring and is now here to indulge in food and drink, and Zifeng jestingly introduced them. Your words are quite sharp. Were it not for the favor you've shown me, I would have severed ties long ago. They say baldness is but temporary. Soon enough, my handsome visage will return. Just you wait and see. Ding Ran boasted unabashedly before the crowd. It was evident that he, too, stood out in his own right. Welcome to the Shadow family, Lei proclaimed, eliciting hearty laughter. In truth, he spoke no falsehood. Ding Ran possessed a tall, slender frame and a chiseled, handsome face, though his bald head did lend him a somewhat comical appearance. The barber has a discerning eye, and your eloquence is commendable. I enjoy listening to you. Ding Ran maintained his roguish demeanor. Be serious, Ding Ran. This is our leader, Lei. He shall be our chief from now on. And Zifeng reproached, stating that although Ding Ran had not offended him, he could not tolerate anyone showing disrespect towards Lei. Suddenly, Christina, who had remained silent, approached Lei, gazing at him intently before reaching out to caress his face. At last, I have found you. Over these years, I have often dreamed of you. You are injured. Do not move. Let me see. Upon touching Lei, Christina sensed his wounds, and with a heart full of empathy, she exclaimed her concern. Lei, feeling embarrassed, glanced at Shao Wan, hoping for assistance in extricating himself from this awkward situation. He felt utterly at a loss in the presence of this unfamiliar girl. Shao Wan shrugged helplessly, indicating his inability to intervene, while Fred, Nock, and others merely laughed, relishing the spectacle. With tender care, Christina gently unwrapped Lei's clothing and bandages. Upon discovering the inflamed, raw flesh of his wounds, her eyes welled with tears, nearly spilling over. Her unusual display of emotion astonished everyone. There was nothing contrived about it. Everything appeared so natural, akin to that of lovers. It's really nothing serious. It will heal soon, so do not worry, Lei insisted. Repeatedly brushing his temples, a habitual gesture he resorted to whenever he felt flustered. Christina remained silent, her hands clasped together upon her forehead, gradually emanating a soft white light. Nock and Aileen, unsure of her intentions, moved to intervene, but Lei pressed his hand down, signaling them to stay back. He sensed no hint of danger. He trusted that Christina would not harm him, though he could not fathom the source of this instinctive reassurance. Christina gently cradled the orb of light in her hands, delicately covering the wound on Lei's body. As the energy intertwined with him, every cell within Lei was activated, fervently absorbing her essence. Akin to a famished leech encountering fresh blood, in an instant he was overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger, a wild impulse to sink his teeth into her alabaster neck, to draw forth her lifeblood and merge with her entirely. Within a mere 2 seconds, Christina's strength was wholly depleted, leaving her devoid of the energy to even stand. Chapter 24. The Dawn Project. Lei wrapped his arms around her waist, a posture imbued with undeniable intimacy, yet he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. The sensation he had just experienced was profoundly strange. Christina, aware of his thoughts, spoke softly. You felt it, didn't you? My existence is solely for you. There are many things I do not understand, but in time, you will uncover the answers. Let us see if your wound has improved. It was then that Lei realized the pain had vanished. He glanced down to find his skin smooth, devoid of scars, yet a crimson pattern faintly emerged. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, Even the healing arts of the Holy Light Duchy had never exhibited such efficacy. "Thank you, Christina," Lei expressed sincerely. "It is my mission. The feeling of being embraced by you is truly delightful," Christina replied, contentedly nestling against him. Lei, however, became rigid as if petrified, nearly losing his grip on her. "You must rest now. Aaron, please take good care of her. I entrust this to you." Upon concluding his words, he placed Christina into Aaron's embrace and turned to Enzifeng, requesting to see the map. "I shall make a few copies and later convene a strategy meeting for us to deliberate. You all should take some time to rest. The past few days have been arduous." As he unfurled the map, his focus eluded him entirely. An incessant turmoil brewed within, threatening to erupt. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "Boss, it's me." Seeing Enzifeng lead Ding ran into the room, Lei remarked, "Your timing is impeccable. I have some inquiries for you. How well do you know Christina? Her recent demeanor has left me. How should I put it? Too exuberant, perhaps? Huh. Regardless, she has always been indefatigable in her support for us, so do not take it to heart. However, it seems she has become rather attached to you. Privately." And Zifeng teased Lei, "What do you mean seems? Even a blind man can see she has taken a liking to you." Ding ran, feigning melancholy, chuckled. "What is it about me that makes Christina overlook my charms? You too. I did not seek your musings on this matter. Let us return to the crux of the issue, which holds great significance for me." Lei's face flushed, and he quickly adopted a stern demeanor. And Zifeng then divulged everything he knew, while Lei, upon learning of his lineage, displayed little astonishment. He had never truly regarded himself as a normal individual. His sole desire was to comprehend the experiences that had transformed him into his current self. Ding ran, upon hearing this, wore an expression of amazement, noting their grave countenance. The typically loquacious Ding Ran chose silence. This situation was undoubtedly complex, a matter shrouded in secrecy across any era, for it pertained to the origins of mutation. At the very least, Christina provided some clues. Her psychic abilities are remarkably strong, and her future contributions are immeasurable. Lei finally alleviated the oppressive weight in his heart. "Have you truly evolved the power of flames?" he inquired. Lei nodded, extending his right hand, from which a brilliant azure flame emerged. Ding Ran's internal power resonated immediately, and he raised his hand to reveal a similar azure blaze. "Ding Ran, are you certain you wish to become the inheritor of the vermilion bird? While it may grant you strength, it will also subject you to greater dangers and tribulations," Lei solemnly questioned him. "I have made my decision. Rather than living a mundane existence, I would prefer to engage in endeavors of greater significance. After all, I have already faced death once. Anything that happens henceforth is merely a gain." It was rare for him to speak so seriously. "Very well. I shall remind you one last time. Once you merge with the soul of the vermilion bird, betrayal of the shadows is impossible. Should I perish, both you and Enzifeng will suffer a backlash of power, leading to certain death. If you are willing, I can bestow upon you the sole power of the destructive flames immediately. The fusion process can be quite uncomfortable. If you are not fully prepared, I can grant you more time. There is no need for further contemplation. Although I often appear carefree and lighthearted, my heart is quite clear. The shadows provide a sense of belonging. This warmth emanates from every smiling face, and this feeling of home grants me a profound sense of security. We cannot choose how we die, but I now understand what I will live for. Boss, I believe my life will shine brilliantly because of this choice." Ding Ran's sincere monologue was imbued with compelling emotion, prompting Enzifeng to step forward and pat him on the shoulder. The balding man spoke in an overly eloquent manner, declaring that since he had acknowledged the leader, they were now brothers. "After I assimilate the Azure Dragon, I shall be your elder brother. How shall you address me? Once this matter is settled, I intend to engage you in a duel. Should you lose, you must become my subordinate." Mentioning his vulnerabilities, Ding Ran displayed a somewhat restored bravado. "You are no match for me at present. You have yet to merge with the power of the vermilion bird. So how could you contend with me? Are you seeking a beating? The outcome is inconsequential. I merely detest the way you incessantly refer to me as leader. Hurry and merge so that he understands I am not one to be trifled with." Lei discerned that they were merely jesting and did not intervene. Merging here was unfeasible, as the destructive flames unleashed would be too potent. "Let us retreat to the wilderness, where we may also observe your skirmish." Shortly thereafter, amidst the woods in front of the settlement, a cerulean flaming bird soared skyward with a piercing cry. Moments later, the area was filled with the sound of violent explosions, as lightning and fire intertwined in a dazzling display, the cries of phoenixes and dragons echoing in succession. Before long, the forest lay in ruins, reduced to scorched earth. On the tower, Brian observed through his telescope, his hands gradually trembling. These two individuals were merely slightly inferior to him, and he sensed that with Lei's recovery, his aura now surpassed his own. Whereas previously they could have fought to a stalemate, he now believed there was no chance of victory. The outcome of this battle was evident. From this point onward, Ding Ran would refer to Nzifeng as second brother. The afternoon strategy meeting lasted 2 hours, with Brian and all core members in attendance. Lei presented his proposal, which everyone deemed to be the best, with no objections raised. It is indeed rare for Brian to agree to engage in combat, committing the only 2 heavy artillery pieces available for the siege. Thus commenced the operation codenamed Dawn Plan. According to the strategy, Lei and Nzifeng and Ding Ran each led 10 men into the rear to stealthily infiltrate the inner city. And Nzifeng was tasked with creating chaos at the oil fields, while Ding Ran coordinated with him to provide cover and seek an opportunity to detonate the munitions depot outside the city. Meanwhile, Lei would lead his men to the Lord's mansion to distract Julio, while a formidable force outside the city awaited the signal to launch their most ferocious assault. And Nzifeng had meticulously predetermined the route for the ambush, cleverly utilizing the terrain, specifically the blind spots created by 2 watchtowers. The dense underbrush, taller than a man, provided advantageous concealment as they approached. The moments before dawn are typically when defenses are at their weakest, and Lei's attention to such details demonstrated extraordinary acuity. Scaling the nearly 20-meter-high walls with 2 deft movements, he was soon followed by Ding Ran and Nzifeng. Silently, they observed from the shadows, ensuring that no one had detected them before lowering their ropes. Have our men ascended? I have cleared the 2 towers, Lei inquired softly. Upon seeing Nzifeng nod, he continued, excellent, proceed as planned. Exercise caution. If danger arises, do not act recklessly. Find a way to rendezvous with the forces outside the city. Remember, do not come to the main city in search of me. Complete your mission and then join the battle in the outer city. I will be safe. Now I must depart. No one can impede me. Ding Ran and Nzifeng exchanged a reluctant glance, ultimately nodding in agreement. The 3 teams vanished into different directions, leaving behind a warm, dark night on the cusp of dawn. Chapter 25. Forbidden Techniques. The hidden dragon returns to one the defenses within the inner city were surprisingly lax, likely due to its history of never having been invaded. This exemplifies the frailty of human nature. Comfort can lead to demise. Nzifeng and Ding Ran, after dispatching a few yawning sentinels, successfully positioned the explosives at their designated site. A crimson flare shot into the sky with a piercing shriek, and Nzifeng immediately detonated the explosives. The violent explosion ignited several oil storage tanks, engulfing the entire area in a towering inferno. Simultaneously, cannon fire erupted outside the city, and amidst the thunderous blasts, the entire Black Spring was plunged into unprecedented terror and chaos. Julio, nearly stripped bare, dashed outside, seizing a flustered soldier and furiously demanding to know what was happening and why there was an explosion at the oil fields. I don't know. The soldier stammered. It seems that Brian's men have launched a surprise attack. Captain Kaizen and young Master Polia are already organizing a defense. The Lord need not worry. As long as the situation is contained, we will surely weather this storm. The soldier provided a brief report while attempting to assuage Julio's fury. Just then, the earth trembled violently, followed by a cataclysmic roar that echoed through the air. This is... Julio's face turned ashen. He understood better than anyone the implications of an armory explosion. Weakly, he released the soldier. This was certainly not Brian. He lacked the audacity and resolve. Regardless of who it was, death was inevitable for him today. He raised his head, his eyes reddened to the point of nearly shedding blood. Moments after the noble district of the inner city was shaken by a series of explosive detonations, the fury that surged within him nearly compelled him to vomit blood. How many enemies had infiltrated this so-called impregnable inner city? Lei understood that the situation had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Seizing the Black Surge was merely a matter of time. He strode alone toward the Lord's manor, while the frantic soldiers of the Black Surge paid him no heed, all hastening to the front lines, leaving the entire estate defenseless. As Lei pushed open the heavy, antiquated doors, he found a vast hall where a solitary armored figure stood with a long sword planted firmly at his side. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lord Julio, Lei remarked with courtesy, his words piercing like arrows into Julio's heart, a posture of the victor. State your name. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered, deserving of being remembered, especially when I erect your gravestone," Julio retorted, his crimson eyes wide with fury. "Lay, very well. You may now prepare for death," Julio exclaimed, lifting his long sword, unleashing a wave of fiery sword energy that cleaved the ground as it surged toward Lay. The adept fusion of strength and ability demonstrated by Julio rendered him a formidable adversary, indicative of someone on the cusp of greatness. This probing strike was of no more than fourth-tier intensity. Lay chose not to evade it. Instead, he summoned the power of lightning, forming the visage of an azure dragon with its claws crossed, dispersing the sword energy, while simultaneously conjuring 10 lightning wind blades that encircled Julio in a vast assault. Julio was entirely consumed by fury, advancing rather than retreating as the armor adorning his body shimmered with a radiant glow. He charged forward, sword in hand, while 10 bolts of lightning struck him simultaneously. However, upon making contact with his armor, the energy was evidently diminished, ultimately collapsing under the force of the impact. The efficient energy assault leaked not a trace of its power. Even a formidable steel frame could not withstand it. A cross-shaped sword aura pierced through the barrier, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Ray swiftly maneuvered to the left, gliding several meters away. The sword aura cleaved the thick iron door behind him into fragments. Julio escaped the electric prison, emerging with his armor marred by cracks, indicating that Ray's strike had indeed inflicted considerable damage. Seizing the moment of Ray's evasion, he closed in. Aware that Ray was a master of the arcane arts, making close-range attacks particularly perilous. Suddenly, Ray felt an unusual heaviness in his movements. As if burdened by a colossal stone, realizing too late the gravity suppression exerted by Julio. He had unwittingly stepped into Julio's gravitational domain, a grave oversight. Attempting to retreat from this oppressive range, he found that Julio's long sword completely obstructed his escape route. The third-tier gravity suppression diminished Ray's mobility by 30%. And it wasn't long before he sustained injuries. Fortunately, his combat capabilities remained intact. However, whether he could survive and exit this predicament remained uncertain. Ray rolled forward to evade the long sword descending from above, but the pursuing strike left a deep gash on his back. Channeling electricity from both hands, he propelled himself backward. A fountain of lava erupted from where he had just stood. Had it not been for Ray's extensive experience, he might have met his end there. With his left hand igniting the flames of annihilation, this marked the first instance of their application in battle. The awakening of the soul of the vermilion bird. A most splendid gift, elevated him directly to the third tier. Upon witnessing the cerulean flames, Julio's pupils constricted. He perceived the inherent peril of these flames and resolved to deny Lay any opportunity for release. He clung tenaciously to Lay, preventing his escape from the gravitational field, while his longsword danced through the air, creating a myriad of sword shadows. In a state of distress, Lay evaded with agility, occasionally shifting his position to secretly channel electricity into the ground through his right hand. Julio unleashed his flames once more, encasing Lay in a fiery tempest, with flames surging like a tsunami from all sides. The arcs of blade-like energy, numbering over 10, seamlessly merged within the inferno, leaving no room for reprieve. With unwavering confidence in his fifth-tier infernal flames, he believed he had a lethal edge, as Lay evidently lacked defensive prowess, diminishing any hope of survival. A piercing shriek marred Julio's smile, as amidst the roaring flames, a burst of azure light shot skyward. Lay, enveloped in the cerulean blaze, hovered in midair before executing a somersault and casting all the flames towards Julio. The colossal fireball gradually transformed into the form of the vermilion bird as it soared. So close and unexpected, Julio found himself bereft of time to evade. The silver armor radiated brilliance once more. This time, he devoted himself wholly to defense. A wall of flames surged forth, layering before him. The azure flames of the destructive vermilion bird effortlessly pierced through the firewalls, exhibiting no sign of abatement. Julio crossed his arms to shield his head, but the defensive barrier surrounding him merely offered a momentary resistance before being engulfed by the inferno. The heat was intense. The searing heat enveloping his soul and body nearly compelled him to cry out. With all his strength, he broke through the encircling flames and unfastened the still smoldering armor, revealing flesh that was scorched, with flickering azure embers still burning upon it. Ignoring the agony, he extracted a syringe filled with a crimson liquid and plunged it into the artery of his neck. "I shall perish alongside you," Julio screamed in a frenzy. The moment the blood-red concoction coursed through his veins, Julio became a mere shadow of his former self. This potion rendered him impervious to pain and temporarily enhanced his abilities. Unlike the mutagenic serum, he retained complete control over his faculties. Abandoning his longsword, Julio tilted his head back and roared, causing the very ground of the hall to tremble and crack. The crimson flames transformed the entire space into a hellscape of molten lava. He surged forward across the lava, impervious to the heat thanks to his fiery force field, while had no choice but to evade on the remaining solid ground. In his berserk state, Julio's gravitational force intensified, reducing speed to a mere fraction of his potential. After several impactful strikes, was struck by a heavy blow, feeling the bones in his blocking arm fracture. The immense force crashing against his chest, leaving him breathless and spitting blood. He struggled to evade, persistently channeling his electrical power into the ground. Julio pressed harder, the effects of the potion waning, even tearing off his left hand, charred by azure flames, to deliver a punishing knee strike too. With his remaining hand, he conjured a fireball that enveloped, then leaped to deliver a devastating rising dragon fist. As he spoke, the earth quaked violently once more, far more ferociously than before, with surrounding structures collapsing as arcs of lightning erupted from below. Azure Dragon Forbidden Technique. Hidden Dragon returns to unity. Farewell, Julio. With all his might, Lei shouted and forced a smile at him. The meticulously prepared strike was unleashed, an assault that consumed all of his electrical power. One that even a fully invigorated Julio could not withstand. A thunderous roar of the dragon echoed resoundingly as 9 beams of light pierced the heavens, breaking through the lofty Lord's mansion. 9 electric dragons surged from the earth, coiling majestically in the sky, coalescing into a long and formidable azure dragon. The onlookers on the battlefield could not help but stop and gaze in awe at this extraordinary phenomenon. The dragon's robust form, over 100 meters in length, entirely dominated the skies above the Lord's mansion. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it, evoking a profound sense of insignificance, akin to that of mere ants in the face of such overwhelming power. The azure dragon, its sinuous body twisting, descended, capturing Julio in its jaws, and soared towards the boundless firmament. A flash of white light illuminated the ground in a blinding brilliance, and a deafening sound erupted from the skies, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. Silence fell, broken only by sporadic gunfire and the hurried breaths of the onlookers, as the dawn gradually painted the horizon with a pale light. This night marked the zenith of shadows, a time of transformation in this unclaimed land. Chapter 26. The Oath. When Nzifeng and Ding Ran discovered Lei, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The forbidden technique of the Azure Dragon had severely drained his strength, leaving him gravely injured, an outcome that exceeded all expectations. After 2 hours of clearing the battlefield, the Black Spring was unequivocally claimed by Lei, or more precisely, by the shadows. Lei awakened 3 hours later, his eyes fluttering open to find Nzifeng and Ding Ran anxiously guarding his side. Both were disheveled, with hastily tended wounds seeping crimson. The struggles of the enemy in their final moments were exceedingly fierce. Kizan and Polia's strength was only slightly inferior to Ding Ran and Nzifeng. Were it not for Lei urging them to support the front lines, even a victory at the Black Spring would have been a Pyrrhic one. At last, you have awakened. It was truly terrifying. Your heart nearly stopped. Had it not been for Christina, we would have been lost here, Nzifeng exclaimed, patting his chest. Are you afraid of dying? Ding Ran interjected nonchalantly. Get lost. Anything that comes out of your mouth is twisted. Truly, a dog cannot speak of ivory, Nzifeng retorted. If you can, show me one, he challenged. Can you two please settle down? Where's Christina? Lei interjected, halting their bickering while inquiring. Boss, are you missing her? She exhausted her strength to heal your wounds, but don't worry, a bit of rest will suffice, Ding Ran said, grinning mischievously at Lei. Lei, feebly covering his eyes, replied, I must express my gratitude to her. You shouldn't take jokes too far, especially when she is around. Otherwise, I shall tear your mouth apart. Enough of this nonsense. Report the battlefield casualties, he commanded. We have lost 38 men, including 15 from the shadows, while the others were from the Red Earth mine. Moreover, Black Snake also perished in the battle, came the report. Sister Erin remains unconscious, but her life is not in danger, Nzifeng said, his voice tinged with sorrow, while Ding Ran lowered his head in grief. A lean man with brown skin, perpetually smoking and jovial, flashed through Lei's mind. Black Snake had bid farewell forever, leaving Lei with an overwhelming sense of loss, as if something of great importance had vanished, leaving his heart hollow. After a prolonged silence, Lei said, "Help me up. I wish to bid farewell to my brothers." And Zifeng and Ding ran side softly as they slowly helped Lei to his feet. The square was densely populated with people. And upon Lei's appearance, the crowd erupted in a cacophony. "The commander has arrived. The commander has arrived." With the support of his two brothers, Lei meticulously inspected each lifeless body. He laboriously settled down before the remains of Black Snake, turning his head to ask, "Does anyone have a cigarette? Please, hand me one." Brian offered him a cigarette, lighting it for him. As Lei took a puff, he was immediately seized by a fit of coughing. The excruciating pain in his lungs made him break out in a cold sweat. He then placed the cigarette between Black Snake's lips, murmuring, "Black Snake, the Shadow Society will forever remember you." Nock approached Lei at some point, extracting the cigarette from Black Snake's mouth to take a drag. He knew he would die, yet unhesitatingly shielded Aaron with his life. "I owe you a life, but I can never repay you, Black Snake." "Thank you. Is Sister Aaron all right?" Lei inquired. "She is fine. I woke her up, but I didn't let her come over, fearing it would be too painful for her," came the reply. Lei nodded, attempting to rise. And Zifeng and Ding Ren reached out to assist him, but he shrugged them off. "I wish to pay my respects personally." With that, he staggered back a few steps, bending deeply to bow. Instinctively, everyone in the square followed suit, honoring the fallen warriors with a solemn bow. Lei slowly turned, calmly declaring, "They will forever be etched in our memories. Here, I pledge that I shall not allow my brother's sacrifices to be in vain. Any place stained with our blood in battle shall become the territory of the shadows. To fulfill this promise, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own life." Silence enveloped the square. No one cheered, yet the unwavering conviction reflected in their eyes held a power capable of obliterating anything in its path. Brian stepped forward and knelt on one knee, declaring, "I, Brian, hereby pledge my unwavering loyalty to the shadows from this day forth. The Red Earth Mine shall henceforth be a part of the shadows." Brian did not yield to the formidable power of Lei, no matter how capable an adversary. They could only terminate his life. It was the charisma emanating from Lei's character that commanded his respect for life. He had never heard of any leader mourning their fallen subordinates with such depth, not even himself. Lei pulled Brian up, saying, "Excellent. This news bears far greater significance than the conquest of the Black Spring. However, Brian, from now on, you are a member of the shadows, and thus, you need not kneel to anyone. This is the fundamental dignity of a warrior." "Yes, Captain," Brian responded with fervor, saluting. In just a month, the blood-soaked Black Spring rejuvenated, with most of the oil well's equipment undamaged and swiftly back in operation. There was no choice but for him to venture alone into the depths of the wilderness with Staubai to eliminate the beasts that posed a threat to mercenaries. This at least allowed him to accumulate some genetic evolution points. His situation was peculiar. Each enhancement required 10 times the points of an ordinary individual. Before battling Julio, he had invested the painstakingly accumulated 300 evolution points into the domain of Azure Dragon Power, which enabled him to defeat him in one fell swoop. Now, he was a maniac, fighting purely for the thrill of combat, and even Xiaobai reaped substantial benefits, becoming accustomed to a variety of prey that it no longer bothered to sniff at. Xiaobai's physique grew increasingly robust, and of late, it had taken to sleeping exceptionally well. The moment Lei paused, it would instantly drift into slumber. Lu leaned against a tree, idly toying with the short sword in his hand. He had left firearms behind, as they were unnecessary in this region where the need for hot weaponry had diminished. In a moment of boredom, he found himself reminiscing about Christina's visage, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he severed a piece of hardwood and began to carve the silhouette of a tall woman with his short sword. As he skillfully sculpted, Christina's pure and exquisite features gradually came to life in his hands. He tenderly caressed the statue's face, a wave of peculiar happiness washing over him. With a sigh, he cradled the sculpture in his embrace, beneath the dying rays of the setting sun. The silhouette of the Black Fountain city walls could be faintly discerned in the treetops. Suddenly, a glimmering golden light flickered in the distant thicket, diverting his attention. This light was a manifestation of divine power, a phenomenon he had encountered previously while entangled with Liana. A frown creased his brow. His long-standing fears had materialized. However, he was no longer the weakling he once was. Even against Liana, he now possessed the strength to contend. Moreover, with the assistance of Brian, Anzi, and Ding Ran, Liana would find little success in his territory. It was time to deliver a painful lesson to these individuals. With determination, Lu leapt from the towering tree. Over 20 meters high, rousing Xiao Bai from his slumber before dashing toward the source of the light. The dense thorns of the forest did not hinder his swift progression as he nimbly maneuvered between branches. Xiao Bai followed closely on the ground, matching Li's pace with astonishing speed. The rate at which this creature's strength had grown was indeed remarkable. The sounds of combat could be faintly heard, prompting Lu to slow his approach. He gently tapped Xiao Bai, who was eager to peek out, and gestured for him to remain on the ground. To his surprise, the creature obediently nodded and lay still. Indeed, it was Liana. Lu recognized her at once. However, something seemed amiss. A shard of the holy light spear was embedded in her abdomen, while two men clad in peculiar white robes stood before her in silence. It appeared they were embroiled in internal conflict, observing Liana's grievous wounds without haste to strike, perhaps waiting for the two to tear each other apart, allowing them to seize an opportunity. Liana, we are left with no alternatives. Abkindi wields immense power and possesses evidence of our theft of the perfect genetic samples. Had he not coerced us into executing you, your father would never have abandoned you. My dear, for the sake of the Hassas family, we must impose this hardship upon you. One of them remarked with a facade of kindness, conveniently forgetting that the spear embedded in Liana's abdomen was his handiwork. Bibos, your hypocritical visage makes me nauseous. Were it not for your coercion of my father, he would never have made such a choice. Do it, let me die with dignity. Liana summoned her strength, bracing herself for the final confrontation. You possess extraordinary talent. It would be a pity to squander it. This is all of your own making. Silence. You decrepit old man. Liana disregarded the two and struck first. Golden holy light enveloped her, illuminating her being, as a golden angelic apparition manifested behind her. With a flourish of her sword, a torrent of golden radiance surged toward the two men. Chapter 27. Jealousy, the War, God Apparition. Truly, you are the daughter of Kasraline. You have indeed inherited your mother's bloodline. Bibos exclaimed, unhurriedly tracing a cross in the air before him. Alas, it is not in its complete form, otherwise we would be doomed. In the void, 3 layers of light walls marked with crosses emerged, while his brother Gularin encased the two in a golden shield. The golden sword light dimmed after slicing through the wall of light, merely leaving cracks in Gorlin's shield. What a close call. Before Liana could launch her second attack, 2 orbs of light coalesced above her, splitting open like enormous eyes gazing downwards. The demon eyes, one black and one gold, emitted beams of black and white light directed at Liana. These rays, infused with the laws of light and darkness, bore tremendous power. Liana commanded the war god phantom to unfurl its luminous wings, enveloping her in protection. The beams fell upon her like a torrential downpour, causing dark spots to appear on the light wings. Liana and the war god phantom shared a deep connection, and at that moment, her complexion turned ashen as she coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The energy of the demon eyes gradually weakened, and with a fierce sweep of the war god's wings, the 2 orbs were sliced into countless specks of light until they vanished. Seizing the fleeting moment while the two were gathering energy, the war god phantom flapped its wings and dove swiftly, transforming its sword into a luminous spear aimed at Gorlin. He forcefully propelled the orb of light from his grasp, using the momentum to drift back a meter. This hasty strike proved ineffective, as the phantom merely sidestepped, evading the tip of the spear which glowed with a red aura. An unstoppable force aimed at his heart. Sensing his brother in peril, Bibos activated the Holy Domain light wall once more to block the assault. Each layer shattered, only to be replaced by a new one. 12 walls in succession were obliterated, granting Gorlin a fleeting glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. He pivoted, gripping the spearhead tightly with both hands, as dark mist seeped from his palms, the power of light being gradually eroded by the encroaching darkness. Yet, he too endured the searing pain inflicted by the divine holy light. Liana's forehead split open, blood streaming forth, a testament to the immense cost of invoking the war god's power. The energy expended in such a battle far exceeded that of a typical conflict. This was a struggle that consumed life itself. Gritting her teeth, she widened the gash upon her brow, as the spear in the war god's grasp radiated with brilliance, dispersing the encroaching darkness in an instant. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced Gularin's chest. No, Bibos cried out, helpless to intervene as he watched the spear explode within Gularin's torso. The remnants of Gularin's body shattered into countless fragments, scattering in every direction. While the phantom of the war god gradually faded, this was the limit of Liana's strength. Before she succumbed, she glimpsed Ray approaching from the distance. When Liana woke, She was besieged by excruciating pain, particularly in her head, which felt as though it might explode. Even as Ray waved his hand before her, she did not respond. "Hey, can you hear me? Tell me your purpose for being here," Ray inquired, his hand gesturing animatedly. Ray paused, glancing at the wound from which her pale red blood flowed, lost in contemplation. This was a characteristic of the Judgment Spear. Even a mere scratch could lead to fatal blood loss. Now, they could only hope that Christina possessed the means to save her. Liana's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and Ray understood that if she succumbed to sleep, she might never awaken again. With a heavy sigh, he scooped her up and raced toward the black spring. "Ray, you should have left me in the wilderness, after all. I am your enemy. Are you not afraid I might turn against you in the future?" Liana asked with a wry smile. "Are you not afraid that I might suddenly change my mind?" Ray replied as he continued to run. I have previously remarked that your greatest weakness lies in your softness of heart. Since you have resolved to save me, it is certain you will not abandon me. Lay, your identity is far from ordinary. You must not fall into the hands of Abkindi." As the dark surge of despair loomed, Lay feared that if she spoke, she would lose the will to persevere. "Don't tell me yet. Conserve some energy and hold on. Don't fall asleep," Lay urged himself, summoning his strength to accelerate once more. Ignoring the soldiers who saluted him, he vanished like a gust of wind. Ding ran, stretching lazily as he emerged from a nearby cabin. Inquired, "What are you guys shouting about? Have a little civic sense. You woke me from my slumber." "Oh, damn." Before he could finish his sentence, Dingran had already dashed far away. Lay rushed towards Christina's residence, nearly breaking down the door. He placed Liana on the bed, panting as he implored, "Christina, help save her, she cannot die now." He failed to notice the glimmer of tears in Christina's eyes, her face etched with sorrow. "Christina, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you?" Lay gasped, catching his breath. Christina took a deep breath, blinking to prevent the tears from falling, and shaking her head in a daze as she moved towards the bed. After handing him a glass of water, Eileen sighed and remarked, "You fool." Lay stood there with an innocent expression, pondering how this concerned him. "She is gravely injured, and I cannot promise anything. But she means so much to you that I will do everything within my power," Christina said, her tone tinged with bitterness, yet Lay remained oblivious to the underlying sentiment. "All right, thank you. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Indeed. One must first extract the spear of energy from the wound. Otherwise, every endeavor would be in vain. Caution is paramount, for being injured could lead to complications." Christina's tone grew somewhat frigid. After pondering, Lay decided to employ the Phoenix Flame to counteract the Judgment Spear. A violet flame ignited in his right hand. Though it appeared as a mere spark, its latent power was exponentially greater than usual. He held his breath, allowing the flame to gradually envelop the severed spear. The spear dimmed progressively. Although the entire process was brief, Lay was drenched in sweat, for the exertion surpassed that of casting 10 fifth-tier skills consecutively. A flicker of heartache crossed Christina's gaze. Lay, for the sake of the woman before him, willingly inflicted harm upon himself, risking danger to provide aid. It seemed she was deemed more significant than himself. "Very well, you should rest. If possible, wait outside," Christina said, her demeanor still icy. Understanding the inconvenience of his presence, Lay turned to leave, with Aileen following suit. Just as he closed the door, Aileen playfully struck him on the head. In private, Aileen did not spare him any leniency. Rubbing the spot where he was hit, Lay inquired, "Why did you hit me, Aileen? Was it for this? We hardly have a relationship." This time, Lay did not shy away, nodding gravely. Chapter 28. A rare tenderness, rest assured. "Sister will speak on your behalf. She is merely irked. It will pass," Aileen said casually, draping her arm over Lay's shoulder. "Honestly, at your age, why do you act like a child? You never make things easy." "Then what should I do to prevent her from being angry?" Lay asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Do not rush. When a woman is enraged, she is impervious to reason. Allow me to speak a few kind words before we proceed further." As Aaron was advising Lay on how to charm the young lady, a sound of something crashing to the ground echoed from within the room. Lay hastily kicked open the door and rushed inside, where he found Christina sprawled on the floor. In a state of alarm, he gathered her into his arms, wiping the sweat from her brow. Christina, what has happened to you?" "I'm fine, just utterly exhausted." "She should be safe now. You needn't worry," Christina replied, finally unable to contain her tears. "I have no connection with her. The last time we met, we were adversaries. She knows certain things about me, which is why. I'm sorry for causing you distress." Suddenly, Lay recalled something and, blushing, declared, "You see, my heart belongs solely to you." With that, he retrieved Christina's statue from his pocket and placed it in her hands. Trembling, Christina accepted the wooden carving. Tears streaming down her face, Lei gently wiped away her tears. "Why are you crying? It doesn't suit you at all." Through her tears, Christina couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm just so happy. This is the finest gift I have ever received." "Thank you." Pouting slightly, she added, "I want you to hold me until I awaken. Consider it a form of punishment." Seeing Lei nod earnestly, she clutched the statue and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Outside the door, applause resounded, and Ding Ran exclaimed, "Bravo! Truly remarkable. Boss, you have always concealed your brilliance. Just now, I overheard Sister Erin instructing you on how to woo a lady, and she showed no shame. You are far superior to her." Eileen grasped Ding Ran's ear tightly, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you scheming while lurking about?" "Ouch, that hurts," Ding Ran protested, tilting his head to the side as she twisted his ear. Eileen, after a moment's reflection, deemed her actions reasonable and released him. Lei's face had turned a deep shade of purple, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. In a moment of carelessness, I forgot there were others present. If news of what just transpired reaches a third party, I will not let you off lightly," Lei declared, feigning seriousness in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. "That's not fair. Why am I the only one being targeted? Besides, there are 3 people here to begin with. Come out." Second, Nzifeng, stifling laughter, slipped in from behind the door. "You're here too. When did you arrive?" Lei, feeling somewhat dazed, realized he had been too preoccupied with Christina to notice his surroundings. I just got here not long ago. I didn't hear much, to be honest," Nzifeng replied, struggling to suppress his laughter, though his expression betrayed him entirely. "You're a grown man, yet you're acting all fidgety. Even Christina, a girl, isn't afraid. However, you certainly possess a flair for romance. I wish my own rascal would be as charming as you," Eileen remarked with a hint of resentment before shooing Nzifeng and Ding ran away and departing herself. Lei contemplated that this matter could not remain concealed forever, and since Ding Ran was already aware, it was, in essence, no different from being public knowledge. Thus, he felt a sense of relief. The weight of his feelings for Christina was almost negligible in a tangible sense, yet within him, it felt profoundly heavy. Perhaps this is the true weight of love. Liana awoke 3 days later, during which time Christina had been meticulously caring for her, while Lei remained by Christina's side, unwavering in his vigilance. He was deeply concerned for Liana, fearing that should any misfortune befall her, regret would come too late. "Thank you, Lei," she turned her face and spoke softly. "There's no need for gratitude. The one who has exerted herself the most is this lady beside you. If you truly feel grateful, do not harm her. Furthermore, I expect you to fulfill our agreement," Lei replied coldly. "Rest assured, I vow never to harm anyone close to you, for henceforth, our common enemy is Abu Kendi." Liana sat up with Christina's assistance. It turned out that Liana had not managed to conceal her clandestine possession of a genetic sample from Lei from Abu Kendi. The betrayal by Connor and Anthony had provided him with sufficient evidence to ensure the complete annihilation of the Hass's family from both the council and the legendary city. In a desperate attempt to prevent the total downfall of the Hass's family, his father not only ceded 2 territories long coveted by Abu Kendi, but also shifted the blame entirely onto her. Before fleeing, Liana had infiltrated his home. Intending to confront Abu Kendi with her life on the line, by sheer chance, she stumbled upon a tattered scroll and some records concerning Lei in a hidden chamber. In truth, Lei was a research specimen of the Apocalypse Project, a term that arose from his being a perfect genetic entity. At that time, the world was already beginning to tremble, and the research had scarcely commenced before the tragic event of bloodshed and citywide massacre unfolded. It was from that moment that chaos erupted across the globe. The original nuclear facilities, neglected and deteriorating, suffered meltdowns, compounded by the radiation from the hybrid dust, bringing countless species to the brink of extinction in this catastrophic disaster. However, one thing is certain, in the bygone era, 2 rudimentary mutation potions were successfully synthesized from the essence of lightning. Yet, there remains no record of the origin of lightning or its subsequent fate. This scroll, which I pilfered from Abkendi, is beyond my comprehension. Liana handed a small, 2-finger-long cylinder to Christina, who then passed it to Lei. With great care, Lei unwrapped the silk contained within the cylinder. Its length was slightly diminished, revealing only 2 lines of peculiar characters alongside a simple illustration. For distorted and somewhat indistinct hieroglyphic symbols were symmetrically arranged in a matrix. with the center depicting the semblance of a human figure. Lei had never encountered these characters and was utterly oblivious to their significance. This must be connected to the documentation of your data, Liana remarked. Lei nodded in agreement, stating that their transaction was complete, and requested that she depart once her injuries had healed. Liana trembled slightly, nodding somberly. I shall leave tomorrow. However, Christina approached, visibly agitated, and playfully struck Lei's arm, exclaiming, How can you be so heartless? She traveled great distances to impart such vital information, and yet you hasten her departure while she is injured. Humph. Sister, do not concern yourself with him. This will be your home from now on, unless they force me to leave with you. Oh, foolish girl, she once sought my life. It would be far too perilous to keep her here, Lei replied gently. I have never contemplated taking your life, otherwise, prior to your first awakening of abilities. I had countless opportunities to act. Yet, this is of little consequence. Keeping you here would only embroil more individuals in peril. As Abkindik is certain to send someone to exact retribution, Liana refrained from elaborating on her suspicions regarding Lei. Perhaps there were past conflicts between you, but they are bygone. I trust her. She would not inflict harm upon me. If you were to retain my sister, would she not serve as a formidable ally? I sense that the danger you are about to face is imminent, and the more individuals united, the greater the strength we possess. Christina gently shook Lei's arm in persuasion, and this intimate gesture elicited a fleeting glimmer of unspoken disappointment in Liana's eyes. After a moment of silence, Lei finally relented, stating that if she wished to remain in the shadows, he had no objections, hoping she would honor her recent vow. As for Abkindik's vengeance, do not fret excessively. I shall devise a means to manage it. Christina jubilantly leapt up and pecked Lei on the cheek, exclaiming, How splendid! Sister, please do not depart. Stay with me, or else I shall feel exceedingly lonely. Liana, inspired by her joy, smiled and replied, Would you truly feel lonely with him present? Ah, it is different. He is a busy man and may vanish for 10 days or more at any moment. After receiving a kiss on the cheek from Christina, Lei's neck flushed with warmth. Observing the two turn their attention towards him, he quickly said, You two carry on. I shall take my leave, and hastily departed. No sooner had he stepped out of the courtyard than he spotted Ding Ran approaching with a bouquet of flowers. Boss, where are you in such a hurry to go? Ding exclaimed. Wow, a happy man truly stands out. Look at the glow on your face. Lei, aware that this fellow intended to jest at his expense, swiftly delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the air. Ding Ran landed deftly atop the wall, exclaiming, I haven't wronged you, so why strike me? Thankfully, this flower remains intact. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of my efforts. Just because I find you disagreeable does not necessitate a reason for my actions, Lei retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Pray tell, what is your intention with that contraption? Rest assured, boss, it is only a matter of time before Christina becomes the captain's wife. My feelings for her are rooted in respect and admiration. Having said this, he floated down from the wall and draped an arm around Lei's shoulder. Besides, there is another lovely lady involved. You wouldn't want your brother to end up alone, would you? That would be rather cruel, don't you think? Boss, you have some rapport with her. Kindly speak a good word on my behalf. Lei, shaking his head at Ding Ran's shameless demeanor, replied, I do not possess such influence. If you wish to pursue her, do so at your own risk. However, as a friend, I must caution you to steer clear of that woman. Even I am uncertain of my standing against her. Provoking her could lead to dire consequences. Pa, look at Sister Erin. She is no less fierce than a tigress, yet Nock has managed to tame her. To love someone is to embrace all of them. Very well. I shall rely on my own capabilities. Ding Ran dismissed, yet he noticed Lei shooting him a warning glance. Turning, he saw Nock and Erin approaching side by side. The sight of Erin's dark expression sent a shiver through him, while Nock discreetly gave him a thumbs up, signaling, Brother, you've got guts. Ding Ran dared not utter another word. With a few exaggerated leaps and cries, he made his hasty retreat. Chapter 29. The Throne of Winter. Consider yourself fortunate, for I have caught you. Let us see if you dare to spread rumors indiscriminately. Erin muttered a curse towards the wall, speaking the truth. Nock whispered to himself, What did you say? Thus, the Black Spring spent each day in laughter and playfulness, with Christina and Liana inseparable, engaged in an endless flow of conversation, leaving Lei to sit neglected on the sidelines. With nothing to occupy him, he confined himself to Julio's former study, desperately searching through the vast collection of books for any mention of scroll inscriptions. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves with integrating captives into their ranks. Chavin, benefiting from his sister's close relationship with the commander, found himself in a favorable position. He and Mord now managed the entire Shadow's accounts, meticulously recording every transaction. Unless accompanied by Lei's signature, not a single coin could be extracted from their grasp, regardless of how persuasive others might be. The operations of the gathering place ran smoothly. With both the Red Earth mines and Black Spring exuding an atmosphere of prosperity, a change felt by all. Lei commanded the conversion of 10 heavy cannons into mobile artillery, which would significantly ease the burden of their offensive battles. As the anticipation of Lei's next move stirred excitement among the group, the idleness began to feel like a torment. In the study, Lei scrutinized the map of the lawless lands when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside. He opened the door to find an Zifeng, Ding, and Knock, along with other key members, stationed at the entrance. "What are you all doing? If you have something to say, come in," he beckoned. "Lei, if this continues, we will wither away. Do you have a plan? Stop keeping it from us." Knock straightforwardly inquired. "I have an idea, though it is not yet a fully developed plan. I did not expect you to be more eager than I. Since the topic has been broached, we might as well discuss it." He gestured towards the map, indicating, "Look here, 90 kilometers east of the Black Spring. Beyond this mountain range lies the plain. The next step, as Lei succinctly outlined, is to reach that location. That area is the domain of the Winter Throne. Have you given it due consideration, Captain? The Winter Throne is not as simple as the Black Spring. It is indeed a formidable entity, already resembling a burgeoning city. Moreover, I have heard whispers that it is clandestinely controlled by the Murphy family." Brian was taken aback. He possessed more knowledge about the unclaimed territories than most. "Brian, you once believed we could never conquer the Black Spring, and yet here we sit. Nothing is absolute. Together we can create another shadow miracle." Lei dismissed his concerns, harboring his own intentions. If they could not penetrate the core of the unclaimed lands, the shadows would never ascend the stage of power, and the foes he faced were growing increasingly formidable, leaving no opportunity for peaceful growth. The others expressed their support for Lei's decision. The Winter Throne was a tempting prize, and facing the other forces of the Murphy family was a risk they were willing to take. And Zifeng proposed to gather intelligence on the Winter Throne, and Lei decided to accompany him, feeling reassured. The others would handle the pre-war planning and training. Early the next morning, Lei and Zifeng set out, with Xiaobai following closely behind. Christina reluctantly bid them farewell as they departed through the gates of the Black Spring. Christina nodded, watching them vanish into the wilderness, reluctant to leave for a long while. The journey of less than 100 kilometers would only take them half a day. The two did not rush into the city of the Frozen Throne. Instead, they spent the afternoon surveying the terrain on the outskirts. Zifeng meticulously marked each detail on the map. "Observe the city walls," he said, "the inward curve. If an attack were launched from this side, the entire area in front would be a zone of bombardment. This design is truly ingenious. It seems the Frozen Throne harbors hidden talents." "Patience," Lei replied, turning over and lighting a cigarette. "Even the most impregnable defenses have weaknesses. After all, this is a clandestine operation of the Murphy family, so it certainly won't be simple. This is almost a completely integrated urban system. Once we seize this place, we will have a firm foothold in the unclaimed territories." Lei turned over, took out a cigarette, and lit it. "Are you really sure about leaving Liana in the shadows?" Zifeng also turned over to lie down. He rarely smoked, but he took the cigarette Lei offered him and lit it. "I've been observing her for a long time. She doesn't seem to be acting, and Christina trusts her implicitly. You know Christina's mental abilities are strong, though she approves of should be trustworthy. We'll inevitably have to settle accounts with certain individuals from the Light faction in the future, and having her around will be a great help." "That's good then. I think Ding Laosen has really taken a fancy to that girl. Yesterday, he shamelessly went to see her again and got beaten up. Last night, he insisted on dragging me along to drink with him all night. And he didn't say a word." Zifeng's sudden revelation caused Lei to choke on his smoke, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. How can this fellow be so obstinate? Liana's true prowess may surpass even mine. Individuals of her caliber are only inclined to submit to men who are stronger than themselves. Although Ding Ran may eventually manage to subdue her, that is a matter for the future. It is unwise to provoke her at this juncture. I am astonished that he, usually so erratic, possesses a more delicate side, even inviting you for a drink to drown his sorrows. You may not have noticed, but it appears that Liana harbors some interest in you." Zifeng's words were once again striking. Lei nearly leapt up, exclaiming, "You mustn't speak so recklessly. I merely wish to caution you, for I have observed that Liana maintains an aloof demeanor towards everyone, except when you are present, when she exhibits a womanly gentleness. Anzi Feng exhaled a plume of smoke, and Lei understood his concern, fearing that Ding Ran might misconstrue the situation. I harbor no romantic feelings for her whatsoever. Any bond we share is purely that of comrades. I will manage our relationship appropriately. Do you think Christina has noticed? Lei inquired, as he had always found matters of the heart perplexing. What do you think? A person as astute as she must have perceived it long ago. I suspect she has retained Liana to assist you within the Shadow Alliance. With Liana's capabilities, she would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally, thereby reducing your peril. In her world, nothing is likely to hold greater significance than you. Madman, your insight in this regard is truly remarkable. You can deduce even this. Is there any wine? It is rare to have a proper conversation with you. With a shake, Anzi Feng offered a military-grade canteen to Lei, remarking on his naivete and questioning how he had managed to survive for over a century. He then inquired about Lei's apparent agelessness, wondering if it was another attribute of the perfect genetic entity. Lei recounted to Anzi Feng the information Liana had discovered, including the scroll, and shared his conjectures from recent days. Chapter 30. Transaction. You're saying there will be 2 more companions? Does that mean you'll possess 4 abilities simultaneously? Anzi Feng exclaimed in astonishment, questioning Lei's humanity. Lei, after taking a couple of swigs, gazed wistfully at the firmament. Do you think I resemble a normal person now? Abnormal? Yes, Anzi Feng responded. But everyone aspires to be as abnormal as you are. What significance does knowing the past hold? Your fresh start is a blessing. You have a woman you cherish, brothers in shadow, and a purpose in life that surpasses many who drift aimlessly through their brief existence. Boss, no matter what we face, we'll stand together. Even if it costs us our lives to defeat those insidious individuals. Having you as brothers is the greatest reward of my life. Thank you, Madame. What about Christina? Is she not important? Anzi Feng interjected, changing the subject abruptly. She, of course, is very important. You are all indispensable parts of my life, Lei murmured, only to realize Anzi Feng was jesting. Even you've been corrupted by them. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, the night descended, and their drinks were depleted. They proceeded towards the city with the White Wolf in tow. Disguised as merchants, they entered the Frost Throne. Lei deliberately jingled a pouch filled with gold coins, drawing the attention of the guards, whose demeanor shifted to utmost respect. In any city, merchants are held in high regard. The circulation of goods fosters wealth, and wealth is indispensable to all. Thus, the two encountered little obstruction and entered the city with ease. Strolling along the expansive streets, they were struck by the vibrancy of the metropolis, where even the ground was lavishly adorned with smooth marble slabs. The White Wolf, leading the way with its head held high, had grown accustomed to the astonished gazes of onlookers. Groups of people whispered and pointed at the two young men and their wolf, speculating that they must be noble offspring from a distant land. Just look at that wolf. Weighing over 100 pounds, feeding such a creature is far more challenging than raising 2 humans. Observing their elegant attire, it was clear they were affluent. Mealies, use your instincts to lure them in. 2 handsome Easterners are bound to be advantageous, they murmured openly. Amidst the crowd, the girl named Mealies boldly unfastened her front buttons, revealing her ample bosom as she cast flirtatious glances at Lei and Nzifeng, causing the two to hastily retreat, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Huh, what novices! The Merchants' Inn and the Mercenary Guild, both marked by distinctive architecture, were easily located by Lei and Nzifeng. With a daily fee of 1 gold coin, they indulged in a taste of noble service. When Lei declined the proprietor's offer of beautiful women, he could see the incredulous expression on the man's face. I have no interest in such superficiality. Go fetch some fine food and those exquisite meats to feed my wolves, Lei remarked, tossing a gold coin without another glance. The proprietor, fearing that Lei might have second thoughts, clutched the coin tightly in his hand, smiling as he assured, Yes, yes, my lord. The guarantee you seek will be of the finest quality. With that, he hastily departed. If Morse were to discover your extravagant ways, he would surely be heartbroken. And Nzifeng mused as he reclined in the rocking chair, gently swaying, reveling in the comfort. Is this what one calls a life of nobility? If you desire, I could finance your stay here for a year or so, Lei chuckled. I merely express my sentiments. Living this way would surely bore me to death in no time. What shall we do next? Do not rush. For now, let us wander about each day, seeking to gather any useful information. In truth, Lei had no concrete plans, adopting a mindset of simply making the best of their circumstances. Before long, a knock resonated from outside. My lords, your dinner has arrived. The innkeeper gently opened the door, and 5 lovely young ladies entered, each bearing trays. A closer inspection revealed that they had intentionally loosened 2 buttons, exposing ample, pristine skin. Noticing no reaction from Lei and Enzifeng, the innkeeper awkwardly smiled, sending them away with a wish for a pleasant meal. "Wait, sir, if you have a moment. I would like to ask you something," Lei called after the innkeeper, placing a gold coin on the table. The proprietor had never encountered a guest so lavish. Yet he accepted the coin without a hint of hesitation. "Your Excellency, I am Frederica, and I shall endeavor to answer your inquiries to the best of my knowledge." Frederica bowed respectfully to Lei. Lei likely occupied about 10 minutes of his time, posing rather ordinary questions. Frederica, however, spoke eloquently about all that he knew. It turned out that the Winter Throne was originally merely a large settlement of 2,000 inhabitants, which had begun its transformation into a grand city 7 years ago. Presently, it boasts a resident population of approximately 7,000, with over 20 surrounding settlements as its vassals. Thus, the former Aurora Cold City was renamed the Winter Throne. The Lord of the Winter Throne is named Maguire, whose true visage has never been seen by him. However, he does have some acquaintance with the noble Sane within the city, who fervently recommends Lei as a safe partner for trade, asserting that even in the wilderness, no one would dare to undermine such dealings. Lei listened intently, compelled to reassess the strength of his opponent, conservatively estimating. The military force of the Winter Throne is at least double that of the Shadows, numbering no fewer than 3,000. Does that not imply that the Winter Throne dominates the entire central region? Is there truly no other power that can contend with it? Lei inquired subtly. Though Frederica could not discern his true intentions, "It is not as simple as you suggest. The establishment of the Winter Throne has devoured countless resources, naturally inciting envy among others, with Diana from the northwestern highlands being the most prominent. Just last month, a brief skirmish occurred, and it is rumored that she seized a cache of valuable munitions. However, rest assured, such incidents are exceedingly rare." Lei exchanged a knowing glance with Anzi. Perhaps this could serve as a point of entry for further discussion. Afterward, Frederica continued to chatter incessantly, yet her words were trivial. Once she was dismissed, Lei found himself disinterested in the meal before him, his mind occupied with contemplation as he tapped rhythmically on the table, and Zifeng quietly savored his dinner, wisely refraining from interrupting Lei, while even Sibai remained silently engaged in tearing and devouring raw meat. The room was enveloped in the gentle sounds of chewing. Suddenly, Lei exclaimed, "Madman, I have an idea, but it requires you to venture to the Northwest Highlands." The raucous night gradually succumbed to tranquility. In the legendary city of Ebikendi, a figure sat shrouded in darkness, sighing in solitude. "At last, the moment has arrived," he mused. "The gates of the divine are about to swing open. This is the finest era, one I have awaited with great anticipation." Beyond the black spring, the flickering flames of a bonfire danced in the wilderness, casting the silhouette of a graceful figure. Sulin gazed coldly upon the city and uttered, "Sister, this time you have nowhere to escape." The following morning, Enzifeng departed from the Throne of Winter, while Lei made his way alone to the noble district. According to Frederica's description, Sane would not refuse any business that came knocking. Lei fabricated a persona of a merchant from a settlement. However, this guise was insufficient to warrant a personal audience with Sane. Upon presenting his list and depositing 500 gold coins as a down payment, the butler's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 100 heavy machine guns, 100 automatic rifles, 20 light sniper rifles, 10 medium artillery pieces, 20 sets of corresponding shells, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. This shipment was valued at no less than 3,000 gold coins, exceeding his authority. "Your Grace, please hold for a moment. I will summon my master to speak with you." After the butler bowed and exited, a rotund man hurriedly entered, apologizing. "My lord, I was delayed by some matters." Lei stood up with a faint smile, saying, "It is of no consequence. I am Lei, and I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is a great honor to visit you today." Sane gestured for Lei to sit as he himself took a seat. "I have heard from my subordinates about your inventory. This is indeed a substantial transaction. I need to ascertain the purpose of these weapons and the location of the exchange." Lei replied, "I am merely a middleman. The buyer is from a settlement in the Northwest Highlands. The leader has stated that the weapons are intended for defense against the incursions of Diana. As for the transaction site, I can ensure payment is settled at the Winter Throne, and I will personally oversee the delivery." Having been in commerce for over a decade, Sane had never encountered such a client. Typically, he would only receive full payment once the goods reached their destination. Yet this young man seemed entirely unconcerned about the risk of being cheated. Finding no reason to refuse such an offer, He feigned calmness as he lit a cigarette. It should not be a problem. However, I will require some time to prepare. We can conduct the official transaction in 7 days. What do you think? Lei remained silent, producing a pouch of gold coins which he placed on the table. 3 days. If all is agreeable, this is yours. Sane's hand trembled slightly. The aura of this young man was surprisingly formidable. Deal. Chapter 31. Rampaging vermilion bird Lei wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of the Winter Throne. A lively scene unlike any he had encountered elsewhere. Hey, young man, come take a look. I have splendid items here, surely something to pique your interest. Shouted a middle-aged man, his face adorned with stubble and sporting a wooden leg. Lei scrutinized the man, noting the grayish-white stubble dusted with iron filings and the rough, calloused hands that bore the marks of hard labor. Observing Lei's pause, the man set down his hammer and spat. I see you are dressed well. You must be a merchant. Come inside. Whatever you need can be customized. Even Sane sources quality parts from me. Initially inclined to walk away, Lei found his curiosity piqued by the man's words. He stepped into the dimly lit workshop, the man's wooden leg clattering behind him. Dusting off his grimy hands on his apron, the man enthusiastically proclaimed, You see, the craftsmanship here is unparalleled in the entire Winter Throne. Lei carefully examined the array of firearm components on the shelves. Indeed, the workmanship was exceptional. With such skill, one would be regarded as top tier anywhere. This is impressive. But I require finished products, not mere components, Lei replied, reassuringly holding the barrel in his hand. No one in the Winter Throne dares to craft finished firearms privately. The Sane family's monopoly on the industry prohibits any outsiders from encroaching. Otherwise, where would Sane find his foothold? The middle-aged man lamented with a wry smile. Lei understood the man's predicament. A disabled craftsman had limited options, either endure exploitation or become mere bones in the wilderness. If I could provide you with all that you need, would you be willing to follow me? A flash of inspiration struck Lei Ling as he inquired. The shadow scale has begun to take shape. Yet it still lacks the capacity to manufacture weapons. Each shot fired is one less in our arsenal. This attrition can only be compensated by vast sums of money. Without the ability to produce weapons independently, it becomes an insatiable pit. Lei was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The artisan was a coveted prize. However, he understood the necessity of discretion, for he lacked the confidence to usurp the throne of winter at this moment. I apologize if my question seems presumptuous, but I extend a sincere invitation to you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lei, and I hail from the Outlands. He bowed respectfully, offering a brief introduction. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Lei's peculiar demeanor, and noticing no refusal, Lei continued, I speak earnestly. Should you agree, you would become my chief engineer, enjoying the esteemed privileges befitting a noble in competition. Of course, you have time to ponder this. When we next meet, I hope to receive good news. With a pat on the man's shoulder, Lei exited the workshop, and a rugged voice called from behind. Hey, Lei, I look forward to your next visit. My name is Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Black Geyser, Liana had felt a persistent unease since the morning, restlessly sensing that she was being watched. This sensation had only occurred once before, in the presence of her sister, Hissas Sulin. Christina, perceiving her sister's agitation, asked, Why do you keep glancing around? This is the heart of the shadow. Are you truly afraid of an intrusion? Could it be that you fear Dingren's disturbance? Although he possesses a rather thick skin, he would not stoop to the rudeness of lurking here. His loyalty to the leader is absolute, and he would never dare to offend me. Christina hesitated for a moment, but refrained from directly calling Ray's name. That scoundrel does not intimidate me. Should he act disrespectfully, I would not hesitate to flay him alive. Furthermore, as you are Ray's woman, he would not dare to engage in such rogue behavior, even if emboldened by the audacity of a lion. The mention of Dingren stirred a palpable anger in Liana. Although Christina felt her cheeks flush, she did not contest Liana's assertion that she was Ray's woman. Rather, she sought to subtly remind Liana of her connection to Ray through tacit acknowledgement. There are often unspoken thoughts among women, and when it comes to love, they can be quite selfish. Christina is no exception. Liana called out to the courtyard. Sulin, I know it is you. I am here. If you have something to say, come forth. She felt a sharp pain in her forehead, an ominous aura emanating from Sulin, who harbored murderous intent. The most terrifying aspect of an assassin is their potential for explosive action. Once they seize an opportunity, they can deliver a devastating blow. Sulin, being an elite of the Bright Council's assassination organization, poses a formidable threat, and even Liana, with her divine lineage and 6th-tier holy light power, would find it challenging to withstand her. The sharp sensation gradually subsided, suggesting that Su Lin was not entirely confident. After all, this was the domain of the shadows, which would naturally invoke some caution. I await you outside the city, sister. You need not come, but those around you will perish because of your presence. Su Lin's voice emerged as if from the abyss, distorted and devoid of emotion. Liana sighed, her form flickering before vanishing from sight, leaving behind the flowers and plants that Christina had so diligently nurtured, now instantly wilted and lifeless. Indeed, a mental clash had already transpired between the two, suffusing the small courtyard with a palpable aura of hostility that drained the vitality from its flowers and plants. Had Liana succumbed to the pressure earlier, she would undoubtedly be a lifeless corpse by now. In the wilderness beyond the city, Liana and Aaron stood opposed to one another, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. At last, Liana shattered the stillness with a query. How long has it been since we last met? 6 years, 4 months, and 9 days, came Su Lin's expressionless reply. You remember it so clearly. I cannot forget. That day marked an eternal shame for me, as my mother's humble status as a mere servant stripped me of my rightful claim to inheritance. And you, my sister, who, despite your lesser talents, brazenly seized all that was rightfully mine. From that moment onward, I vowed to repay you and the Hassas family 100-fold for this anguish. This outcome is not what I desire, Su Lin. Over the years, I admit I have harbored hatred towards you, yet I have never wished to cause you harm. In my heart, you have always remained my sister, Liana said earnestly. Silence. The Hassas family wears this grotesque facade, and it sickens me to behold. Were it not for a fleeting sense of kinship, I would have slain you long ago. Su Lin's voice rose with fervor. I too find them repugnant. I am now an abandoned sinner, with no ties to them whatsoever. Liana, I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Do not compel me. You have no choice. Do not hold back, sister. I am truly curious to discover the extent of your strength, born of the blood of a war god. With that, Su Lin emanated a dense, swirling black mist. Liana flashed a fleeting expression of sorrow as she elevated the power of the holy light to its zenith, once more summoning the phantom of Ares. She was acutely aware of Su Lin's terrifying presence and dared not hold back. Su Lin's dark mist coalesced into the spectral form of the Grim Reaper, which grew increasingly vivid with the escalation of dark power. Beneath the black cloak, a snow-white skeletal frame wielded a long scythe, hovering in the air, its eye sockets emanating a crimson glow. With a mere gesture, Su Lin commanded the Reaper to swing its scythe towards Liana, aiming to cleave her in twain. The phantom of the war god descended before Liana, forming a shield of holy light to protect her. The clash of light and darkness unleashed two distinctly divergent fields of force, while the shield in Ares' grasp began to show signs of fissures. In that fleeting moment before the shield shattered, Liana swung her light sword, unleashing countless blades of brilliance that slashed towards Su Lin, shielded by the Grim Reaper. Su Lin released a veil of black mist, disappearing from sight. The gleaming edges of the light sword etched numerous intersecting scars upon the Reaper's phantom, and the marks within the black mist radiated a golden light. Suddenly, the Reaper's illusion dissipated with a soft sound, reverting to its primal state of black mist, vanishing silently like mercury. Liana sensed an even more perilous aura. In her concealed state, Su Lin was utterly inscrutable, her presence undetectable. Abruptly, a violent surge of energy surged from behind. It appeared as though Su Lin and the Grim Reaper had materialized from another realm, emerging directly behind Liana. Before she could react, the Reaper had already swung its scythe, cleaving the phantom of Ares in two. Su Lin lunged forward, embedding a dagger in Liana's back. As she withdrew the blade, a swift kick sent Liana flying, the dagger's shadow once more manifesting on her back, inflicting several grievous wounds deep enough to expose bone. Liana collapsed to the ground in a half-kneeling posture, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. The severe injury inflicted by Ares' phantom was a significant factor. It was evident that Su Lin had not exerted her full strength. Otherwise, that ambush could have cost Liana half her life. What qualifications do you possess to be an heir with such meager strength? Su Lin sneered disdainfully at Liana. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Liana, enduring excruciating pain, was filled with fury, yet her tone remained composed. Ares, your devout follower is on the brink of disaster. I beseech your will to descend. The war god's phantom, previously on the verge of vanishing, seemed to respond to Liana's plea, emanating a dazzling radiance that transformed into an endless stream of golden holy light, flooding into Liana's being. Su Lin watched as Liana was lifted by the power, her body becoming enveloped in a golden armor that gradually cocooned her proud form, leaving only her piercingly beautiful eyes visible. As the luminous wings unfurled behind her, Su Lin sensed an unprecedented peril. She immediately entered a state of concealment and commanded the death god's phantom to launch an attack. All that is evil must perish. Liana's tone turned as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. She raised her hand, casting forth a sphere of golden light. The death god's phantom was engulfed by the golden radiance, its black cloak disintegrating like tattered threads in the wind, while its skeletal form crumbled into dust. Returning to the void, the hidden could no longer evade detection. Liana spread her wings of light, radiating brilliance, while Su Lin stood a mere few meters to her left, poised to strike. Realizing she had been exposed, she wasted no time in leaping away, unleashing several beams of light that struck the stationary phantom. Empowered by the will of the god of war, Liana found herself in a position where she could not withstand the overwhelming force indefinitely. This was her fatal weakness. If she could endure this fleeting moment, victory would ultimately be hers. However, Liana could not fully unleash the might of the god of war's will. Although every strike forced Su Lin to evade clumsily, often sustaining multiple injuries, it did not hinder the battle. Liana's endurance was nearing its limit as she plunged her luminous sword into the ground, casting a radiant glow that made Su Lin exceedingly uncomfortable. As she attempted to leap back, she discovered that within the sphere of brilliance, a realm of holy light had formed, ensnaring her within its confines. Liana leaped skyward, soaring to a height of several dozen meters, concentrating all her strength into a colossal sphere of light with a diameter of 1 meter. Under the influence of the god of war's will, she felt no sentimentality towards her sisterhood, as Su Lin beheld the sphere imbued with divine power approaching her. Her eyelids involuntarily twitched, yet her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The holy sphere descended precisely upon the center of the sacred light domain. The overwhelming force collided silently, dispersing waves of light that drained the surroundings of all color. Nearby trees and stones vanished utterly, leaving no trace of their existence. As the power waned, it left behind a vast expanse of scorched earth, steaming and barren, while Liana's god of war armor dissipated, reverting to her original form. She descended from the heights like a withered leaf, softly landing on the ground. Strangely, an unsettling shadow still loomed over her heart. Could Su Lin still be alive? Given Su Lin's current strength, it was inconceivable that she could survive the onslaught of the god of war's holy light. Liana held absolute certainty regarding the devastating power of that strike. The surrounding space undulated like rippling water, a sight that nearly asphyxiated Liana. A dark thread materialized from thin air as if the very fabric of reality had been rent asunder. It was Su Lin. Liana lacked the strength to cry out. She watched as Su Lin emerged from the fissure, her body bloodied. The flesh of her right thumb appeared to have been excised with surgical precision, exposing the white bone beneath. Her once pristine hyperalloy short sword was marred with acid-like corrosion, rendering it almost useless. Her chest was tattered, revealing a prominent breast, while deep gashes, as if inflicted by a savage beast, adorned her right flank, offering glimpses of the underlying ribs. It seems she is also grievously wounded, though her combat prowess, however diminished, surpasses Liana's own. "You are still alive," Liana uttered feebly. It is said that these are the remains of a temporal manipulator, capable of initiating a single instance of spatial protection. A pity, indeed. Sister, the score between us shall be settled. I have long awaited this moment. Farewell, forever. Su Lin carelessly discarded the shattered bone fragments and advanced, her eyes ablaze with fanaticism and fervor. Liana, in despair, offered a wan smile and closed her eyes. She had never feared death, but she had not anticipated perishing at the hands of her own sister. The icy blade was no match for the coldness in Liana's heart. Su Lin, intent on torment, did not deliver a swift death. Her knowledge as an assassin guided her to target the most agonizingly vulnerable points. She withdrew the short sword, tasted the blood upon its edge, and said, "I vowed to make you repay my suffering 100-fold. Your death will not come easily. You fiend. I curse you to a wretched demise." Liana spat through gritted teeth. "Yes. To see that look in your eyes fills me with such joy." Heh. Su Lin laughed joyfully, akin to a madwoman. Suddenly, her expression turned composed as she wielded a short blade enveloped in dark energy, slicing through a swirling blue flame that had been hurled toward her, scattering sparks across the ground. Chapter 32. Diana. Su Lin turned her head to see Ding Ran, whose eyes blazed crimson, rushing toward her, his body aflame, reflecting the tumult within his heart. "You wretched woman, what have you done to her?" Ding Ran charged at Su Lin like a frenzied bull, fists ablaze. Realizing the danger posed by the flames surrounding him, Su Lin opted to evade rather than confront him directly. Ding Ran's flames retreated into his body as he scooped up Liana, nearly overwhelmed with sorrow. With tears brimming in his eyes, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid, for I am here. Unless I perish, none shall harm you again." A wave of warmth surged within Liana, yet she maintained a stoic facade, retorting, "Do not flatter yourself. You are no match for her. If you possess any wit, leave me be. Call for him. Summon Lei to avenge me." Liana's sudden stutter allowed Ding Ran to catch a glimpse of something amiss. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his features, though it lasted but an instant. Moreover, an opportunity presented itself. "If you submit to me, I can make you my man. What my sister possesses, I too shall have." Su Lin, perpetually yearning to seize all that belonged to Liana, sought to prove her superiority. "Bah, you repugnant harlot. Today I shall see your demise." Ding Ran ignited with renewed flames. Su Lin's complexion paled. No one had ever dared to address her in such a manner. This ungrateful man truly incensed her. With purposeful strides, Ding Ran surged forward, a brazen advance that appeared suicidal to Su Lin. Were it not for her apprehension regarding the azure flames, she was confident in concluding the battle with a single, decisive maneuver. As the distance closed, Ding Ran launched a leaping hook, aiming a blow at her head. Su Lin, with a contemptuous smirk, subtly swayed to evade the strike, retaliating with a swift thrust of her short blade, piercing through his advancing arm. Ignoring the searing pain in his arm, Ding Ran's fist erupted in a sudden burst of flames, unleashing a conflagrant wave that forced Su Lin to retreat. Had she hesitated for even a fraction of a second, her arm would have been severed. His errant fist crashed into the earth, leaving a deep, sunken crater. A series of over a dozen azure flames, akin to volcanic lava, relentlessly pursued him as Su Lin bounded across the battlefield. Ding Ran, with his hands forming a circular embrace, deftly absorbed the residual flames, channeling their vibrant energy into a concentrated sphere of fire between his hands. Su Lin was inwardly astonished, acknowledging the formidable power replicated from the perfect genetic specimen. Its explosive force far surpassed that of holy light at comparable levels. She promptly abandoned any underestimation of her adversary. Ding Ran's energy coalesced rapidly, while before Su Lin emerged two swirling masses of dark mist. As the mist dissipated, three identical Su Lins materialized before him. Before Ding Ran could mount an assault, Su Lin, along with her two shadowy doubles, launched a simultaneous offensive, their dark figures converging upon Ding Ran from various directions. Liana, who had been intently observing the battle, felt her heart leap into her throat as she witnessed Su Lin's proactive attack. In that moment, she genuinely feared for Ding Ran's safety. Ding Ran, propelled by the energy sphere, ascended over 10 meters into the air, poised to hurl the fiery orb downward. Upon release, the fireball erupted into a vast expanse of flames, coalescing mid-fall into a magnificent phoenix of fire, shrieking as it accelerated towards the earth. The violent explosion caused the very ground to tremble, scattered azure flames igniting the surroundings, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Yet, Ding Ran observed with clarity as Su Lin vanished from the attack's range just before the phoenix made contact. As the flames subsided, three figures of Su Lin materialized beside Ding Ran, each thrusting a short sword into his body with a series of muffled sounds. Liana suddenly felt an inexplicable loss. She gazed at Ding Ran, who stood motionless, a single tear tracing down her cheek as she softly uttered, "You truly are a fool." With blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, Ding Ran's eyes remained a fierce crimson. When he managed a faint smile, a chill gripped Su Lin's heart. And as she attempted to flee, it was already too late. A small, emerald-like spark flickered from Ding Ran's fingertips, embedding itself in her chest, a fatal blow purchased with his life. For the first time, Su Lin sensed the proximity of death. Trembling, she staggered back, her voice quivering as she asked, What have you done to me?" As she spoke, her chest began to burn, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Do you like it? This is the original fire of the Phoenix. In this world, only the boss and I can wield it. I know my current power cannot slay you, so I must become bait. This is the price for your harm to Liana. I will pay with my life, but you shall perish," Ding Ran declared with a grim smile. "Just you wait." Su Lin's voice echoed from afar. Ding Ran exhaled in relief, then collapsed softly to the ground. The three wounds on his lower back and chest, exuding a dark aura, almost siphoned away his very essence. Liana struggled to crawl over, attempting to staunch the bleeding, but her efforts proved futile. Su Lin's final strike was imbued with the essence of darkness. Unless the malevolent force enveloping the wounds was dispelled, Ding Ran was undoubtedly doomed. With a faint smile directed at Liana, Ding Ran whispered, "I finally accomplished it. Besides him, I can save you too. As he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What do you even compare yourself to? I've never encountered someone so foolish. Liana choked on her words. I want you to survive. Without you to tease me, I would perish from boredom. Do you hear me? Don't fall asleep. Upon witnessing Ding Ran succumbing to unconsciousness, Liana could no longer contain her sorrow and wept openly, cradling his head in her arms. The Northwest Highlands lay merely a few dozen kilometers from the Winter Throne. In contrast to the grandeur and sophistication of the Winter Throne, the Northwest Highlands were relatively modest, at best resembling a large settlement. When Nzifeng approached the guards to request an audience with Diana, they regarded him with disdain, ignoring his presence. I bear a gift worth 3,000 gold coins for her. Do you truly think I lack the qualifications to meet her? Nzifeng queried, his displeasure evident in his tone as he challenged the haughty guard. Are you serious? The guard scrutinized him, noting his resplendent attire that suggested he was of noble lineage. After all, few dared to jest in front of Diana, prompting his curiosity to get the better of him. You may choose not to believe me, but I shall take my leave. Should you wish to see me again, you will have to kneel and beg for entry into the Northwest Highlands. Nzifeng feigned departure. Wait. Follow me, the guard called out hastily. One must not treat esteemed guests with such disdain. Nzifeng harbored intentions of retaliating against the slight he had just endured. The guard's complexion paled, yet he dared not reveal his ire. After a moment, he slightly bowed and, in a softened tone, said, My lord, please follow me. Nzifeng, satisfied, nodded and followed him through the grand entrance of the Northwest Fortress. The guard led him into a hall steeped in classical elegance before hastily departing. In his imagination, he had envisioned Diana as a robust middle-aged woman. However, upon encountering her in a flowing white gown, he realized how misguided his assumptions had been. Diana appeared to be of similar age, her softly curled golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her expressive green eyes sparkled like emeralds, complemented by a prominent nose and a petite cherry-like mouth, embodying the essence of classical beauty. Noticing Nzifeng's unwavering gaze, she could not suppress a chuckle and playfully remarked, Have you seen enough? Surely, you did not come here merely to observe my appearance? Nzifeng felt a flush of embarrassment and, responding somewhat tangentially, replied, I apologize. I did not expect you to be so youthful. Many people remark similarly upon our first meeting. Do you presume I ought to resemble a plump woman of 40? Nzifeng offered an awkward smile, at a loss for words. Diana gracefully approached her seat of authority and elegantly settled herself, stating, I have heard you possess a significant gift for me. I am curious to know what it entails. Nzifeng presented the meticulously prepared list of weapons. Upon merely glancing at it, Diana's expression shifted, revealing the considerable worth of this gift. It is indeed enticing, she remarked. But I fear accepting it may cost me my life. Pray, elucidate your intentions. Diana's demeanor turned steely, as she understood that matters were far from straightforward. Nzifeng recounted Lei's plan, while Diana listened in silence, offering no response. This is the strategy of our commander. If you ally with us, the Northwest Fortress and the Shadows will become partners. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, the Shadows will extend their utmost assistance. Nzifeng presented the first proposition. Diana shook her head, questioning, Do you believe I would trust something devoid of guarantees? Even if it were true, would the Northwest Fortress not become a puppet of your shadows? Your calculations seem rather astute. Nzifeng, remaining calm and composed, replied, Why not consider it this way? The shadows would serve as your formidable support. Moreover, we are merely allies, not involved in any decision-making concerning the Northwest Fortress. You will maintain your independence, just as you do now, and rest assured, you will only grow stronger. Diana fell into silence, seemingly swayed by his words. Nzifeng, adept at reading the room, continued. We impose no limitations on your expansion. The Northwest Fortress can share all resources of the Winter Throne with the Shadows. The territory north of the throne will belong to you, with mutual non-interference. Miss Diana, these terms are exceptionally generous. All you need to do is draw out the enemies of the Winter Throne, and you shall receive everything you desire. It is a bargain that cannot be deemed unfavorable. Indeed, Nzifeng was a skilled negotiator. Diana's breath grew uneven, for such conditions were enticing to anyone. I apologize, Miss Diana. I was unaware of your harrowing experiences. However, judging by the current circumstances, the Northwest Highlands are far from being a match for the Frostwinter Throne. Only by allying with the Shadows can. Diana interrupted Nzifeng's persuasion with a wave of her hand, shaking her head as she spoke. I am aware that your terms are quite generous, enough to entice me. Yet, what I seek is not this. I wish to speak directly with your leader. If he can agree to a single condition, then we may proceed with our negotiations." And Zifeng, taken aback by Diana's sudden shift, found himself at a loss for words. Seeing her disinterest in continuing the conversation, he sighed and said, "Very well. If all goes smoothly, he will arrive at the Northwest Highlands in 3 days. In the meantime, you may consider what I have just proposed. I hope that we can become allies rather than adversaries. I shall not trouble you further." Diana perceived the implication in Nzifeng's final words. The laws of survival in the wilderness dictate that it is a realm governed by the strong preying upon the weak. Should the Northwest Fortress fail to forge an alliance with the Shadows, inevitable conflicts of interest would arise in the future. Within the Frostwinter throne, Lei found himself at a standstill, aimlessly wandering with Xiaobai, unable to gather any useful information. The robust Xiaobai had grown even more formidable than the Wolf King himself. Months prior, when Lei was poised to return Xiaobai to the Wolf King in the Fallen Plains, the little creature had wept inconsolably. The Wolf King, akin to a loving father, licked the fur atop Xiaobai's head and gently called to him, though Lei could not comprehend the words. He understood from Xiaobai's pursuit that the Wolf King wished for him to accompany his journey henceforth. The Wolf King stood atop a massive stone, watching as Lei and Xiaobai gradually receded from view, a sorrowful howl echoing behind them, marking the poignant separation of the giant wolf father and son. Little White, resembling a child, exhibited no fear of people. In the shadows, it moved with complete freedom, and the townsfolk, aware of its status as Thunder's pet, dared not challenge it. For it neither attacked nor displayed trepidation. To prevent it from wandering off, Thunder simply decided to ride it. Its weight of over 100 pounds posed little strain on Little White. A magnificent snow-white wolf, devoid of any blemish, carried a dashing young man, creating a striking tableau wherever they ventured. Numerous noble youths approached with offers to purchase Little White at exorbitant prices, but Thunder merely smiled and declined, stating that no amount of money could buy it. After a prolonged wait for the trading rendezvous with Sane, Thunder had just finished his breakfast when he heard the cacophony of a freight truck's engine outside. It seemed Sane was even more eager to finalize the transaction than he was. From a distance, Thunder spotted a tin-mule cart parked in the inn's courtyard, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. It was indeed rare for Mr. Sane to personally oversee such a significant deal. "Thunder, forgive my impudence for arriving so early. I hope I have not disturbed you," Sane began with a courteous remark. Thunder casually responded, dismissing the pleasantries. He pulled back the tarp from the cart's bed, deftly lifting the long steel nails that sealed the wooden chest with ease. Sane stood by, momentarily speechless. Thunder's casual display of strength left him astonished. This seemingly frail young man was far from ordinary. "Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied with this batch of goods. Mr. Sane, you truly uphold the reputation of the Winter Throne." Thunder expressed his contentment, patting the wooden chest affirmatively. "Now, let us discuss the forthcoming handover." Sane, as ever, was straightforward, almost as if he were eager to mention the money. "Rest assured, the funds have long been prepared." As Lei unveiled a substantial sack of gold coins, astonishment enveloped the surroundings. Even the esteemed Sane stood speechless, for as an old aristocrat, he had never witnessed such lavishness. "Here are 500 gold coins. I require both the carriage and the cargo. Is that acceptable?" Lei inquired, extending the pouch towards Sane. Sane accepted it, weighing the bag in his hands, confirming the substantial heft of the 500 coins. "With wealth, there is nothing unattainable in my domain. From this moment, all of this belongs to you. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate again. You are the most straightforward of all my business partners." Sane, clutching the coins, departed with a smile, accompanied by a servant. In the depths of the dark spring, Ding Ren had been in slumber for 2 days. Liana remained vigilantly by his side, her eyelids never closing. "Where is this place?" Ding Ren murmured weakly, gradually awakening to the light. "You're awake," Liana exclaimed with excitement, rushing out, calling for Christina. "Christina, knock." And a host of comrades poured in to visit him, with Knock and Brian each extending a handshake. Aaron, her eyes glistening, playfully scolded, "You fool, always seeking the limelight. Did you not realize you nearly lost your life? If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to Lei? Dear sister, am I not still alive?" Dingren managed a feeble smile, though his voice betrayed his weakness. Liana, standing quietly behind the crowd, discreetly wiped away her tears and slipped away. Chapter 33. The army at the gates. Christina approached Dingran, assuring him that if he had awakened, there was no cause for concern. "I will administer further treatment, and in a few days, you shall be well again." "Christina, is Liana all right? Where is she?" Dingran asked anxiously, not having seen Liana A sweet sensation blossomed within Ding Ran's heart. Perhaps this was the taste of love. Lei had recruited 30 mercenaries at the Winter Throne to serve as escorts. His motivation was not fear of theft, but rather the necessity for manpower to facilitate transportation, given his current strength. Any settlement nearby that dared to entertain malicious intentions would be courting their own demise. The convoy journeyed westward, traversing several settlements without encountering any challenges. As the cargo trucks emblazoned with the N family insignia acted as a veritable pass. And Zifeng had remained in the northwest fortress, and for days. Diana had not summoned him, indicating her rejection of his proposal. At long last, when the time agreed upon with Lei arrived, he waited outside the city for Lei's arrival. Finally, hearing the dull roar of the truck's engine in the distance, and Zifeng agilely leaped to the summit of the tallest tree, where the convoy occasionally appeared on the distant hillside, while Lei rode his horse, Xiaobai, closely behind. He dismounted to greet the convoy. "Madman," Lei inquired. "How did it go?" And Zifeng shook his head in resignation. "It seems this girl has somewhat lofty expectations. The terms we offered have not garnered the support of the Northwest Highlands. What should we do? By the way, she mentioned wanting to meet with you to discuss further." "Don't rush," Lei replied. "Her failure to dismiss you indicates she still has some interest. Her request to speak with me is merely an attempt to negotiate better terms. Let's first hear what she has to say. By the way, did you just refer to her as a girl?" Ray Mingzi thoughtfully analyzed Diana's psyche, though his reactions to certain matters seemed somewhat prolonged. Had it been Ding Ran, he would have promptly inquired whether Diana found herself beautiful or similar topics. Anzifeng conveyed all he knew to Lei, while the gates of the northwest fortress loomed ahead. There was ample time before the agreed-upon siege commenced to meet with her. As Lei resolved to enter the city, he noticed rows of soldiers neatly lined along the roadway. Diana, adorned in a flowing white gown, emerged to greet them. Her softly curled golden hair, cascading casually over her shoulders. Her noble aura radiated a beauty reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, nearly rivaling that of Christina. Anzifeng, unexpectedly lost in thought, snapped back to reality when Lei gently cleared his throat, prompting an apology. "This is Miss Diana, the leader of the Northwest Fortress. And this is Lei, the commander of the Shadows. Greetings, Lei. Welcome to the Northwest Fortress. Please, come inside." Diana gracefully gestured with an inviting hand. Instantly, the group's spirits lifted, nearly bursting with joy. Such hospitality was a tremendous boon for mercenaries struggling to make ends meet. Only a fool would refuse such generous treatment. Once in the reception room, Diana raised her glass, proclaiming a toast to their newfound acquaintance. Lei and Anzifeng joined her, lifting their glasses and downing the contents in one go. "Miss Diana, let us be forthright. What conditions must be met for you to collaborate with me?" Lei asked candidly. "I desire the throne of Winter, as it rightfully belongs to me. If you agree to this, we shall be allies, and no matter what transpires thereafter, I shall stand by your side." Diana gazed expectantly at Lei, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing a potential rejection. Lei did not respond immediately. He looked at Diana with serene composure and remarked, "I have heard of your past. It is reasonable to say that the Winter Throne belongs to you. Yet nothing is ever truly owned by anyone. It is merely something once possessed." Diana replied, "I am willing to serve you in the shadows. The Winter Throne can remain under your name. I only desire complete jurisdiction over it. If you agree to this, the Northwest Fortress shall henceforth belong to the shadows." This was the closest she had ever come to success, and she struggled to contain her excitement. Diana's proposal was not unreasonable, after all. Even if the shadows were to seize the Winter Throne, a steward would still be necessary. Much like how the Red Earth Mine was nominally Lei's but still governed by Brian. She merely sought greater autonomy in her governance. This was undoubtedly a commendable compromise. "Very well, I accept your terms," Lei decided without much difficulty. You have made your decision so swiftly? Do you not have any conditions?" Diana was taken aback by Lei's decisiveness, having prepared a multitude of arguments to persuade him, never expecting it to be so effortless. Diana and the Northwest Fortress shall heed the captain's commands. Just as Diana intended to bow in gratitude, Lei quickly grasped her arm, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Let us interact as friends. From now on, you may simply call me by my name, as I find it more comfortable. Alternatively, you may refer to me as Captain, as I do." Observing Diana's inclination to object to Rei's statements, as she deemed them disrespectful to her superior, an attitude she found intolerable, Anzifeng's proposition was deemed befitting of his station. "Very well," Rei conceded. "Henceforth, simply relay any directives." Rei inquired about the Northwestern Fortress, specifically the number of combat personnel, ammunition reserves, and the scale of conflict it could sustain. "Chief," Diana supplemented, "with the arsenal you've provided, I can equip approximately 650 individuals. However, few possess the proficiency to wield the heavy weaponry effectively. Ray nodded in acknowledgement. According to my initial strategy, you are to lead the Northwestern Fortress personnel in an assault on the Winter Throne. Ideally, devise a means to lure out their primary forces. If you can merely impede them for 2 hours, I can seize the Winter Throne opportunistically, thereby establishing a coordinated offensive that will undoubtedly rout them. Impeding them poses no significant challenge, Diana asserted. This terrain is intimately familiar to us. They won't gain any advantage, even if it extends to 4 hours. The conundrum lies in how to entice them out. A solution will materialize, Ray assured her. We must identify their vulnerabilities. This cannot be resolved instantaneously. Let us first scrutinize the power distribution within the Winter Throne and the vested interests of the Murphy family. Ray paused to imbibe a mouthful of wine. Diana, unable to restrain herself, questioned Ray, given your awareness that the Winter Throne is, in essence, a clandestine enterprise of the Murphy family, do you still intend to proceed? This would irrevocably pit the shadow against certain factions within the Murphy family. This is beyond my control. Murphy is behind it. Let Yet handle the negotiations. Even if we eventually confront a branch of the Murphy family, I am unafraid. After all, the one with the stronger fist possesses the truth, do they not? Lei replied to Diana with a calm smile. Truly, he is a reckless madman, and from Lei's serene expression, Diana perceived an unwavering resolve. The three engaged in lengthy discussions thereafter, during which Diana revealed information unknown to outsiders. Her uncle's abilities were rather mediocre, barely crossing the threshold of the 5th tier. While the true puppet master was Murphy Cross, but the specific lineage remained uncertain. Diana had once clashed with him, nearly perishing at his hands. Despite having been at a moderate level of the 5th tier then, Lei scrutinized the aged blueprint, finding it indeed compatible with several buildings he had encountered. According to Diana, the Winter Throne was a remnant of a small city from the bygone era, ingeniously utilizing the solid architectural foundations of that time. Lei pointed to a shadowed area on the blueprint and inquired about its significance. Chapter 34. At the gates of the city Part 2 Diana leaned in to inspect, stating that it was an air raid shelter from the old era, but my father had long instructed someone to seal the escape passage. Lei gazed thoughtfully at the blueprint. Pondering, if I am not mistaken, this passage originally exited outside the Winter Throne city, correct? Diana nodded in affirmation, indeed, but it has been sealed with high-strength composite cement, making it impossible to breach even if found. Anzi Feng and Lei exchanged a glance, which was not entirely unproductive. They were undoubtedly aware that this was the Achilles heel of the Winter Throne. Even if they could not breach it, they could certainly instill fear, drawing them out without issue. Lei, stroking his chin, remarked that this alone was far from sufficient. They needed to create more smoke to confound the enemy. They must adopt a multifaceted approach first. Dispatch a team to launch an assault on the settlements of the Winter Throne subordinates. Then, send another team to unleash heavy artillery against the Winter Throne itself. Finally, they would send operatives to stealthily plant explosives at the entrance of the air raid shelter. You want the enemy to believe our primary objective is the air raid shelter. Anzi Feng exclaimed joyfully. Precisely. By repeatedly challenging their limits, even the most patient among them will no longer endure in silence. An enraged beast is perilous yet can be easily toppled. After extensive deliberation, the trio finally crafted a comprehensive plan. Once the shadow forces arrived, success would follow effortlessly. 3 days swiftly passed, marking the time agreed upon by Lei, Ding Ran, and the others. The main forces, carrying all of the shadow's possessions, crossed the mountain range and reached the plains. Lei and Anzi Feng had long awaited their arrival on the necessary route. Upon seeing Christina, Lei's heart nearly leaped from his throat, while Christina leaped into his arms like a playful kitten, nuzzling affectionately. Liana deliberately averted her gaze, only to inadvertently catch Ding Ran's eye. The look of disappointment on his face oddly sweetened her heart. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lei called everyone together to discuss the plans for the dawn assault. After several days of unconsciousness within the dim confines of the cave, Su Lin finally regained her senses. The wound on her chest, hastily stitched before her fainting spell, had ceased to bleed. However, the searing agony that felt as if her very soul was ablaze continued to torment her. The dark power within her body relentlessly enveloped the remnants of the vermilion bird's essence, slowly eroding its flickering flame. At this rate, it would take no less than 2 months to deplete it completely. In the shadows, a green light flickered in Su Lin's eyes. She had not anticipated that the energy derived from the perfect genetic replication would be so formidable. Had she not decisively excised a portion of the flame, she would have been reduced to mere ashes. That night, All members of the Shadows entered a state of combat readiness, their roles meticulously delineated, enabling seamless execution of their tasks. Lei's strategies were implemented with relentless efficiency. At precisely 3 o'clock in the morning, the stronghold of the 3 subordinates of the Winter Throne erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. The personnel at the Northwest Fortress had engaged in battle. But with fewer than 200 defenders armed with a hodgepodge of weaponry, they were ill-equipped to withstand even a single wave of assault from the Shadows. Nevertheless, Lei reassured Diana that as long as pressure was applied from a safe distance, they would undoubtedly call upon the Winter Throne for reinforcements. Meanwhile, another contingent launched a feigned attack on the southeastern city gate, where heavy artillery had already dismantled 2 fortified machine gun towers. In mere minutes, hundreds of shells rained down upon the inner side of the defensive walls. While the walls remained intact, the forces of the Winter Throne suffered significant losses, with casualties exceeding 100. By the time the Winter Throne organization mounted its armed counterattack, Diana's forces had already withdrawn. Cisse and Murphy Cross were organizing personnel to pursue, when suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted from the direction of the northwest main gate, causing debris from the rooftops to cascade down. This was dire news. The air raid shelter was under assault, and it must surely be Diana behind it. Only she was privy to the existence of that entry point. If they managed to breach it and infiltrate, we would be in grave trouble. Cisse Magical looked at Cross with a face full of trepidation, fully aware of the depths of Diana's animosity towards him. All of this was directed at himself. How dare that wretched girl provoke me again? No matter the cost. I must eradicate the remnants of the Northwest Highlands once and for all. Even the typically composed Cross was stirred to anger. He rallied the troops, aiming straight for the Northwest Highlands. 10 minutes later, the gates of the Winter Throne swung wide open, and a formidable procession emerged, featuring various heavy machine gun vehicles and even over a dozen vintage armored cars. This was merely a fraction of the Winter Throne's resources. Yet it was already far more imposing than the Shadows. Should Diana confront them head-on, she might not withstand even a single charge. Lei observed silently from the shadows, his heart heavy with concern for the brothers at the Northwest Fortress, fervently hoping they could hold out until the main forces of the Shadows arrived. Half an hour later, Lei, Enzi, and Dingren sprang forth from the underbrush, seamlessly merging with the darkness. They ascended the city wall in silence, slipping into the city with remarkable swiftness. This entire sequence of actions took no more than 3 seconds, and the ordinary guards were utterly oblivious to the invasion. The 3 individuals exchanged nods, each proceeding according to their respective plans. Like a phantom, Lei vanished into the darkness, only to reappear a second later within a nearby earthen bunker, some 10 meters away. His sudden emergence startled the guards, who shouted, "Who are you? Step any closer, and you will regret it." With that, a dozen rifles were aimed squarely at Lei. Unperturbed, he took deliberate strides forward, commanding, "Strike with all your might." Sensing an anomaly, the guard captain ordered the soldiers to open fire. Lei, gently scraping the blade with his thumb, calmly articulated, "I will say this only once. Surrender and spare your lives, or face a fate akin to that of the weapons you wield." His tone was soft, yet it sent chills through the guards, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. That leader is a certified 4th-tier warrior, one guard thought. Realizing that he had not even caught a glimpse of his opponent before his defeat, he understood that Lei's prowess far surpassed his own. If I follow his orders, I will bear the consequences when the higher-ups inquire. Turning to Lei, he stated, "This is the Winter Throne. If you cease your actions now, I assure you there will be no repercussions." Lei shook his head, responding, "The fact that I stand here indicates that the Winter Throne no longer belongs to the Murphy family. You must choose to either submit to me or oppose me." With that, he advanced toward the electric switch for the city gates, while behind him, the guard captain clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet lacking the courage to utter another word. At that moment, the city housed fewer than 1,000 guards. Should the artillery and city gates be seized, the Winter Throne would be irrevocably lost. With a mere flick of the electric motor's power, the colossal alloy steel gates swung open. He halted, retracting his outstretched hand, and with a graceful gesture, summoned walls of flame that surged skyward, forming layers beside him. A barrage of bullets whizzed towards him. Yet upon breaching the first wall of fire, they transformed into droplets of molten iron. The guards of Winter City, sensing the anomaly, began to eliminate the intruder. The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted as 2 bright projectiles arced towards the gates. They were heavy artillery shells. Without a moment's hesitation, he neglected the power source. leaping like a gecko, his body adhering to the ceiling of the passage. Using both hands and feet, he ascended and executed a deft roll to evade the artillery's range. Gazing down at the throng surging below, he crossed his arms, channeling the powers of the vermilion bird and the azure dragon. As he plummeted, flames enveloped him in the form of the vermilion bird, entwined by the azure dragon, crashing into the crowd. A kaleidoscope of light erupted amidst the cries of the vermilion bird and the azure dragon, as azure flames intertwined, with crackling lightning spread wildly in a violent explosion. The vanguard, comprising dozens, was obliterated before they could utter a sound. Amidst the electric light and flames, he emerged slowly, his silhouette elongated and distant, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 35. Fierce battle. The sea of fire and thunder showed no signs of abating. It was a realm insurmountable by ordinary mortals. The mechanism for the gates lay in ruins due to the earlier cannon fire, yet for Lei, endowed with the power of the azure dragon, it bore no consequence. He severed the power line and infused it with his electric might, causing the motor to whir and clank as it lifted the imposing steel gates. The main forces of the shadows outside the city, having seen the signal, launched an assault without hesitation. Lei ascended swiftly to the artillery defense zone, where he met with Ding Ran and Nzifeng. This area had already been secured by our forces, and everything was proceeding smoothly. Nzifeng promptly reported the situation to Lei. Good, the situation is now under control. It suffices to have Nock, Brian, and others stationed here to manage it. I will accompany you and Ding Ran Liana for support. Nzifeng expressed some concern about Lei going alone and suggested otherwise. After a brief internal assessment, Lei agreed, acknowledging the situation was manageable. They decided to dispatch 500 troops armed with light weaponry to swiftly maneuver from the rear, thereby restraining the main forces of the Winter Throne, which would alleviate the pressure on the northwestern fortress. Murphy Cross, upon hearing the sounds of battle from the city behind, paid little heed. Assuming it was merely a ruse by Diana to divert his attention, the 2,000 ground troops continued to tighten their encirclement. Before dawn, Cross was confident he could annihilate this group entirely. Lei, with the personnel from the shadows, approached the battlefield lightly equipped, carrying no heavy weaponry. This strategy not only accelerated their march, but also allowed for greater agility in engaging the enemy. The disparity in armament was evident. The resources of the shadows could not compare, making direct confrontation impossible. Lei and his troops raced towards the combat zone, covering the 20-kilometer distance in less than half an hour. The enemy's heavy firepower was formidable, and Diana's position echoed with sporadic gunfire. Faced with a near-carpet bombing assault, the warriors at the northwestern fortress could do little more than seek shelter. Lei assessed the battlefield before issuing his orders. Nzifeng and Ding Ran would each lead 100 men to stealthily approach the artillery positions from either flank, awaiting Lei's signal to launch their assault. Meanwhile, Liana and the remaining troops would exploit the ensuing chaos to penetrate directly into the enemy's artillery line. Should they succeed in neutralizing the enemy's rear artillery, it would be akin to extracting the fangs of a ferocious beast, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. Lei, accompanied by 5 nimble subordinates, discreetly approached, each burdened with several packs of explosives. Rest assured, Captain, we're not eager to meet our demise just yet. Do take care of yourself, they urged. Lei nodded, patting their shoulders before slipping away. He drew his short blade, swiftly dispatching the gunners and ammunition loaders of the heavy artillery, who crumpled to the ground with a soft thud. Just as his words faded, an old soldier admonished him, "Don't waste time. With the captain here, we'll have plenty of opportunities ahead." He hastily instructed them to place explosives on the nearby crates of ammunition. "Hurry, the captain has already neutralized another position." As a barrage of heavy artillery fell silent, the enemy became aware of the breach, and a multitude of guards surged forth. Time was of the essence. Lei issued the command to ignite the explosives and shielded his men as they retreated. The sheer force of the hundreds of exploding shells was staggering, the intense shockwave violently propelling Lei and his comrades through the air. Fortunately, he managed to shield them, though they landed somewhat awkwardly. They emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, Cross, commanding from the front lines, sensed the ominous rumble of explosions from the rear artillery. It was impossible for Diana's forces, encircled by his own troops, to flank them from behind. As he contemplated the situation, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. It dawned on him that this was an elaborate scheme. The throne of winter was in jeopardy. He sprinted backward in a frenzied manner, the seething fury within him nearly overwhelming his reason. He vowed that anyone daring to covet the throne of winter would be torn to shreds to quench his wrath. As Lei observed the countless enemies surging towards them, entering the encirclement of Ding Ran and Zifeng, he signaled for an attack. The Shadow Warriors, already poised for action, surged forward like avatars of war upon receiving the command, charging fearlessly into battle. Lian Na, too, responded to Lei's call to arms, joining the fray against the encircled foes. What began as a battle where they were outnumbered transformed into a one-sided massacre. When the enemy's artillery fire began to wane, Diana realized that Lei's reinforcements had arrived, signifying that the throne of winter had been seized. The exhilaration within her nearly brought her to tears. The morale at the northwest fortress soared as they began to organize a counterattack. The vanguard of winter had always advanced with unyielding force, previously resembling a timid turtle. The northwest fortress suddenly rallied with shouts, charging through the hail of bullets. Faced with such a reckless counteroffensive, panic gripped the defenders of the throne of winter. Shisa shouted frantically, "Hold your ground! Hold your ground! Any man who retreats a step shall face immediate execution. Do not fear, they are outnumbered. If we withstand this charge, they will be finished." Despite his bravado, he felt no assurance within. He understood that Diana would not risk everything unless she possessed absolute certainty. The battle on Lei's front was nearing its conclusion, as the ambushed enemies, having suffered heavy losses, finally succumbed to despair, with the remaining 200 surrendering. Suddenly, Lei turned his gaze westward, sensing a formidable presence racing towards him. He quietly concealed himself within the shadows of dawn, preparing to confront the approaching figure. If his intuition served him correctly, it was none other than Murphy Cross. The prowess of the Winter Throne was not to be underestimated, and at that moment, Zifeng and Ding Ran were each engaged with an equally matched opponent. In the current battle, the abilities of the fourth-tier combatants could no longer sway the outcome. Individuals like Eileen and Knockmord were relegated to mere tactical roles. However, the fifth-tier warriors were different. Each additional stronghold augmented their chances of victory. Liana, nearly a sixth-tier powerhouse herself, had already dispatched her opponent, a fifth-tier ice manipulator, while others were still embroiled in combat. It was astonishing that Lei, who barely reached the fifth tier, could swiftly eliminate his foe. His rapid growth was indeed remarkable, especially the dazzling combat skills that exuded a stunning brutality. In the blink of an eye, he resembled an invincible deity amidst flashes of lightning and flames. Liana hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ding Ran, who was clearly gaining the upper hand, before quietly following Lei westward. Cross halted his advance upon noticing a figure standing in the darkness, seemingly awaiting him. For a warrior of his caliber, darkness no longer posed an obstacle. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Murphy Cross," Lei inquired calmly, regarding the furious Cross with an air of serene elegance. "You are the one conspiring against my winter throne in collusion with Diana, to challenge me, knowing my lineage. You possess quite a daring spirit. What is your name?" Cross stifled the impulse to lash out and forced himself to regain his composure. "I am Lei, the leader of the shadows and also Diana's superior. Furthermore, I now bear the title of the new master of the Winter Throne." Lei's words struck Cross's heart like a dagger, reigniting the embers of his suppressed fury. He struggled to contain himself, suddenly recalling that he had encountered this name before. In Chapter 36, The Passage of Time, he pondered deeply and finally remembered a confidential letter his family had issued 2 months prior, which reported that Murphy yet had employed a band of men to enter the wasteland. The correspondence mentioned certain details about Lei, stating that his precise abilities were uncertain. Conservatively estimated to be around the 4th tier, with a mere 300 followers. Analyzing the current situation, it became evident that the number of individuals, including those gathered at the Northwest Fortress, had already surpassed 2,000. To dare to intercept him alone was not merely an act of courage. Various signs indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. "Lei, the wasteland is not a territory you can stake a claim to. You have been exploited by Murphy Yad. His intention is to incite a civil strife within the entire Murphy family. This old fox is truly ambitious. He should have been eradicated back in the day. By meddling with the Winter Throne, you have dragged yourself into the quagmire of war, and you may not even know how your demise will unfold. If you heed my counsel and agree to a truce regarding the Winter Throne, I can relinquish it to you, with only one condition: you must henceforth obey my commands." Cross had regained his composure entirely, and was now proposing conditions to win Lei over. The unforeseen turn of events had completely overturned what Lei had envisioned, a situation where he held all the cards. From Klaus's veiled words, Lei discerned that Murphy Yard and other members of the family harbored clandestine secrets. "I trust neither of you," Lei declared, "especially now that the Winter Throne is mine. Your magnanimous gesture is truly appreciated." Merely uttering a few words and the Winter Throne miraculously remains within your family's grasp. Lei unflinchingly exposed Klaus, driving a wedge between them once more. "You. Very well. Very well. Very well," Klaus sputtered, nearly speechless with rage. "I shall see if your prowess matches your loquacity." With a sweeping gesture, he traced an arcane symbol in the air. As the pattern materialized, it emitted a faint starlight, which then faded into the earth beneath their feet. Lei furrowed his brow. Recognizing this as an ability he had never encountered before, though he surmised it was a manifestation of natural forces. True to his suspicions, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, as if a colossal beast was about to erupt from the depths. With a deafening roar, an enormous arm burst forth from the earth, its massive palm lunging to seize him. The arm was composed of soil, yet it emanated an aura of dark energy. Lei executed a backward leap, simultaneously unleashing a fireball. The gargantuan hand extinguished the flames. But the destructive vermilion bird power had already scorched it into blackened dust that scattered upon the ground. A bellow echoed from below as the tremors intensified. A towering golem of mud and stone, easily 10 meters in height, clawed its way out of the earth, roaring in defiance. The severed arm, meanwhile, ceaselessly absorbed earth, reshaping itself until it was fully restored. Lei realized that this was merely a puppet under Klaus's control. It possessed no life of its own and would vanish once Klaus was defeated. He deftly evaded the giant's hammer strike, causing the unyielding ground to yield 2 enormous craters nearly a meter deep. Relying on its colossal physique, the giant's attack radius perpetually loomed over Lei. A azure dragon surged from the depths, entwining the giant and obliterating it entirely. Seizing the fleeting moment of the giant's reconstitution, Lei launched a surprise assault on Cross. With a fist imbued with azure flames, he aimed a devastating blow at Cross's head, but just as it seemed destined to connect, Cross miraculously transformed into a sculpture of mud. Amidst the swirling dust, Lei realized that this adversary had completely vanished from beneath his very eyes, while the faint energy fluctuations behind him signaled that he was in grave peril. In a flash, Lei erupted in flames, his form morphing into a fiery bird as he soared skyward. A pillar of earth surged upward behind him, its protruding spikes resembling a rain of arrows descending upon him. In midair, Lei executed a rapid spin, conjuring a fiery vortex that absorbed the onslaught of arrows, neutralizing the imminent threat before he gracefully descended to the ground. As dawn's first light painted the eastern horizon, Lei distinctly observed the earth, 10 meters away, undulating like rippling water as a mass of mud gradually heaved upward. Slowly taking on a humanoid shape, Cross emerged, shedding the outer layer of mud. "Lei, you truly have impressed me. With your potential, had you aligned with our family, you would undoubtedly achieve great things. Alas, you have made the most unfortunate choice. Prepare yourself, for I shall not hold back in unleashing my wrath." In their initial clash, Lei showcased remarkable combat prowess, leaving Cross in silent admiration. Cross, with a flourish of his hands, traced intricate starry patterns and summoned 3 colossal mudstone beasts in a single breath. As Lei retreated amidst the fray, he found himself in a dire predicament, confronting 4 formidable giants of infinite resurrection. Just when he felt cornered, a radiant golden light severed the fist of 2 advancing giants. "My apologies for the delay. I encountered a minor inconvenience behind you," announced Liana, the goddess of war, as she approached gracefully from a distance, wielding her resplendent golden sword. Lei observed that Liana's feet remained precisely 10 centimeters above the ground, with each step radiating a luminous halo. Her presence akin to that of a divine being untouched by the mundane world. "Fear not, the performance has merely commenced. Your holy light is particularly effective against these monstrous foes. Please, hold them at bay for a moment. Once I resolve this, all will be well." Cross, astonished, gazed at Liana, clad in her divine armor. "Liana, what brings you here? Are you one of the shadows?" "Indeed. I never anticipated our reunion would unfold in such a manner. Unleash your full might, Cross, or you may find yourself facing death," Liana replied coldly. "Very well. As you wish," Cross exclaimed, his face a mask of anguish and fury. With that, Liana unfurled her wings of light and dove into the throng of mudstone giants. Those struck by her luminous sword emitted plumes of black smoke, their regeneration noticeably slowed. Lei, too, summoned the full extent of the Phoenix's power, enveloped in flames that obscured even his shadow, leaving only a flickering emerald blaze in his wake. Under such circumstances, Cross found himself unable to maintain composure. The mere presence of Liana was already a significant challenge, let alone contending with the formidable and battle-hardened Lei. Before Lei could launch his attack, Cross raised his hand and clenched it tightly. Without any forewarning, a colossal muddy hand erupted from the ground beneath Lei, mirroring Cross's motion. In that instant, Lei ascended into the sky, unleashing a barrage of thick lightning bolts. The ground beneath Cross trembled as torrents of mud surged upwards, forming a pair of hands to shield against the electric strikes. A mound of earth rose from beneath Cross, allowing him to evade the flames that erupted from the ground. Lei's attack was equally uncanny. He sensed a faint energy wave before the assault struck, leaving him with barely enough time to think, let alone evade or defend himself. As Lei's ascent halted, he began to descend, merging with the flames to become an arrow released from a taut bow, hurtling towards Cross. All of this unfolded precisely as Lei had anticipated. He initiated a widespread fiery assault, leaving Cross with no choice but to evade through the air, unable to employ his assimilation technique. Cross's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had been relegated to a passive role, manipulated by Lei, his formidable abilities rendered impotent. As the fiery arrow approached with alarming speed, flames ignited in Cross's eyes. He thrust forth a black energy sphere from both hands, the explosive force distorting the very fabric of space, creating a voracious black hole. Sensing imminent danger, Lei abruptly altered his trajectory, diving towards the ground. A series of explosions ensued, leaving numerous massive craters in their wake, while Cross had vanished from sight. Lei felt as though Cross lurked nearby, an unsettling sensation that pricked at his every nerve. Gathering both lightning and fire in his right hand, he pivoted sharply and unleashed a powerful punch. Suddenly, a massive black fist, swollen to several times its original size, appeared behind him, colliding with the fist of Thunder. The ensuing explosion was so intense that both Thunder and Cross were violently thrown away. In comparison, Thunder appeared more disheveled, carving a deep trench several meters long into the ground, tumbling multiple times before coming to a half-kneeling halt, spitting out blood. Cross, on the other hand, was propelled over 10 meters before landing on the ground, though his striking arm had already charred to black. With a swift motion, Cross severed the scorched limb, which transformed into fine dust the moment it detached. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Despite the loss of his arm, fine sand emerged, quickly reforming into a new limb. Thunder, you truly are remarkable to have discovered me in this manner. You are the first to have pushed me to such a predicament, Cross remarked while waving his new arm. Thank you for the compliment, but let us continue, Thunder calmly replied, enduring the agonizing pain that felt as if his entire body were disassembling. Without further ado, Cross plunged one hand into the earth, causing dozens of mud and stone pillars to erupt from the ground, encircling Thunder in their midst, and swiftly rotating to create a swirling storm of debris. The rapidly spinning stones left Thunder unable to open his eyes, each part of his body radiating intense pain. Remarkably, even the impenetrable vermilion bird's fiery barrier was breached by the stones, leaving him wounded. The speed of the assault was unimaginably swift. Yet, Thunder would not remain passive. Bolts of lightning and flames continuously emanated from him, merging into the storm. From a distance, one could witness the spectacle of the tempest filled with rumbling thunder and soaring flames. The lightning soon coalesced into a form reminiscent of a blue dragon, embodying the vermilion bird shape, swirling and screeching within the storm, before breaking free of the cyclone's grip to collide with one another. The explosive force utterly dismantled the mudslide storm. When Lei opened his eyes, he found himself engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, reminiscent of a void devoid of light. Lei, be careful, Liana shouted, desperately trying to rush to his aid, yet she was firmly restrained by the giant summoned by Cross. In the depths of the blackness, Lei heard Liana's voice. Though he could not see her, from her tone, he discerned that he was in grave peril. A faint glimmer, as if emanating from the heavens, approached him, growing ever closer. As he attempted to evade it, he realized with horror that he was utterly immobilized. The light transformed into a beam, ensnaring Lei within its confines. At that moment, his vision returned, yet he remained unable to move. Despair filled Liana's eyes. Had it not been for the will of the god of war occupying her reason, she would have been in tears. Cross appeared silently before Lei. A smile plastered across his face. No matter how cunning you are, you will fall into my grasp. This is the consequence of crossing me. Die, Lei. You can never triumph over me. Ha ha. No. Liana cried out, radiating a fierce holy light that obliterated the mudslide giant. She gazed at the blinding beam enveloping Lei, its brilliance intensifying. Time flows on, she invoked, but it was too late. Chapter 37, Leaking Secrets. Watching as Lei gradually aged within the beam of light, it would not take 3 seconds for him to completely lose his vitality. Cross's laughter turned increasingly maniacal. Yet in the next instant, it was abruptly silenced, replaced by a visage of astonishment. As Lei approached the brink of exhaustion and demise, a remarkable transformation overtook his body. The once wrinkled and frail form gradually revitalized, brimming with vigor. It appeared as though the relentless passage of time had lost its grip, rendering Lei impervious to aging. How could this be? It was inconceivable, Cross shouted in a near frenzy, having never witnessed anyone defy the ravages of time. Lei had been assailed by time for an interminable 10 seconds, and by his estimation, even if Lei possessed a lifespan of 2 centuries, he should have long perished. The only plausible explanation for the extraordinary phenomenon before him, a truth that made even Cross tremble, was that Lei possessed an even longer lifespan. Liana, too, had reverted to her normal state, and upon witnessing this spectacle, her heart swelled not only with astonishment, but with joy. Nothing could surpass the elation of seeing Lei alive. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Lei showed no signs of aging over the past century. This revelation was far more enticing than any 9th-tier genetic formula. Who would not desire to live forever? In his defeat, Cross dared not utter a harsh word, dissolving into fine sand and merging with the earth. Knowing he had fled far away, Liana, content to remain by Lei's side, chose not to pursue him but to silently await the cessation of time's relentless passage. With Cross having retreated, it was evident that with only the meager talents of Shisa, effective command of the battlefield was unattainable. As dawn broke, shadows had completely seized control of the arena. Aside from a few who valiantly resisted, the rest opted for surrender. Shisa sat upon an ammunition crate, his countenance ashen, drawing heavily on a cigarette. Diana approached him, casting a cold glance as she addressed him. "You've arrived, Diana." Her eyes blazed with fury as she demanded, "Will you act on your own accord, or shall I send you on your way?" With a shudder, Shisa sighed and said, "No need to trouble yourself. May I have a moment to speak? If I perish, can you spare my family? They are innocent. After all, they are your kin." Diana let out a cold laugh, a series of derisive chuckles. "Did you ever consider this back then? When you murdered your own brother, relentlessly pursuing me, did you? Everything that has transpired today is a consequence of your own actions. I am justified in whatever I do." Tossing away his cigarette, but Shisa took a deep breath, drew his pistol, pressed it against his temple, uttered an apology, and pulled the trigger. As he watched his body slowly collapse, Diana felt a tumult of emotions. The resentment that had accumulated over the years disintegrated in an instant. At least Shisa's final act could be seen as a form of atonement, and in that moment, she believed she had forgiven him. When the Shadow Legion returned triumphantly, escorting their captives, the air reverberated with thunderous cheers as they strode confidently into the Winter Throne, an event they had never dared to imagine. Amidst the jubilant cacophony, Lei, riding a white wolf alongside Anzi Feng and others, led the procession through the city gates. The streets were teeming with common folk, and even numerous nobles had joined the throng to welcome their new king. Spotting Sane in the crowd, Lei patted his mount, signaling it to approach. He raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. "It is good to see you again, Mr. Sane." Sane managed a bitter smile and replied, Lei, the greatest failure of my life was misjudging you. Perhaps now I should refer to you as your grace, the lord of the city. Just call me by my name." "I prefer it that way," Lei replied. "Regardless of how power shifts within the Winter Throne, you remain a noble here, and we are partners in this endeavor." Thus, Lei provided him with reassurance. Indeed, Sane's countenance had visibly relaxed. His apprehension regarding Lei's potential ostracism of his family was palpable. The enormity of the effort and time required to sever ties with the Winter Throne and start anew was beyond his estimation, and it was conceivable that he might never witness the resurgence of the Sane family within his lifetime. Upon hearing Lei's assurances, he bowed in gratitude. Lei, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, addressed the crowd with a resounding declaration. "From this day forth, all taxes shall be halved. Our aim is not to extract wealth from you, but to ensure your tranquility and prosperity. Trust me, here you shall enjoy equitable treatment, whether noble or commoner. All are equal in my eyes." With these few simple words, Lei stirred a wave of enthusiasm among the people, who erupted in cheers. Recognizing this new Lord of Winter as markedly different from his predecessors, devoid of any pretentiousness, Rather than proceeding directly to the inner city of Winter, Lei led a contingent of leaders towards the blacksmith shop, trailed by a throng of onlookers eager to witness the unfolding events. The distant sounds of clanging metal echoed through the air. After a night of cannon fire, finding someone still inclined to conduct business was a rarity in all of Winter. Hyde, indifferent to who currently held dominion over Winter, found himself unable to resist glancing at the entrance of his modest establishment as it began to fill with patrons. Just then, Lei appeared, greeting him with a smile. Ference, it is good to see you again. I now seek your answer. Ference, with shrewd discernment, recognized Lei as the leader among his entourage. You have truly achieved it, Lei. Should you fulfill the promises you have made? I am prepared to pledge my loyalty to you. Certainly, Ference, from this moment onward, you shall assume the role of the head of the Shadow Armory. Should you require any materials, do not hesitate to inform me. The entire Shadow will collaborate with you in the establishment of the production line. Come. Let me readjust your living environment. Is there anything you wish to bring along? Lei inquired. To be honest, I wish to take everything. I have cherished these items for many years and cannot bear to part with them. Ference gazed around the dim workshop, his expression filled with reluctance. That can be arranged. Brian, please summon a team to transfer everything from here to the inner city. Select a few meticulous individuals to replicate these arrangements as perfectly as possible. Do you comprehend my intention? Rest assured, Chief. I guarantee it will be identical, Brian pledged with a firm pat on his chest. As Lei assisted Ference into the vehicle awaiting at the entrance, the crowd gasped in unison, isn't that the blacksmith Ference? The leader of the Shadows shows him such respect. Hey, I'm his neighbor. It seems I have an ally now. Mr. Ference must be favored by the leader, murmured the onlookers, their astonishment palpable. As the vehicle glided into the inner city, Lei instructed Diana to arrange and expedite the initial allocation of materials and personnel for the armory line, urging all efforts to ensure swift progress. Meanwhile, he tirelessly led others to secure the captives and re-establish defenses. By the time he concluded his tasks, darkness had enveloped the sky. During the grand celebratory feast, Lei merely announced that henceforth, this area would be under Diana's management and that everyone must cooperate with Ference in his endeavors. The personnel of the Shadows exhibited absolute obedience to Lei, leaving no room for dissent. After several rounds of toasting, Lei retreated to a quiet corner. Today was indeed a day of celebration. Why then did he appear so troubled? Christina approached him, took the wine bottle from his hands, took a sip, and leaned against him as she sat down. Lei, feeling a pang in his heart, turned to embrace her, only to find tears cascading down her cheeks. At a loss for words, he wiped her tears away and said, Christina, please do not cry. I dread seeing you unhappy. My actions are merely to divert their attention. Otherwise, the entire Shadows would face annihilation. Wherever you go, just take me with you. Lei, please, do not leave me here, Christina implored through her tears. Foolish girl, I cannot bear to part with you or any of the Shadows. However, if I keep you by my side, you will become my Achilles heel. You can imagine the consequences should I fall into their hands. Alone, I have less to worry about. Trust me, Christina, I promise I will return safely. The march of the Shadows will not cease here. Lei caressed her hair, analyzing the critical relationships at play. Upon hearing his words, Christina regained her composure and asked, how much time do you think we have left? Uncertain. It could be less than a month or perhaps 6 months, depending on how much time the Murphy family grants me. Very well. I promise you this. Let me be your woman tonight, for I fear I may lose the will to endure once you depart. Lei said nothing further. He simply leaned in and kissed Christina softly on the lips. Chapter 38. The mysterious visitor. As the early autumn chill began to settle, Ding Ran sat by the campfire, a bottle of wine in hand, alongside Nzifeng. The two remained enveloped in silence, Nzifeng well aware of the thoughts occupying Ding Ran's mind. Yet he refrained from broaching the subject. From a distance, he noticed Liana approaching, prompting Nzifeng to discreetly distance himself. Why are you so quiet tonight? You haven't even invited me for a drink. This isn't characteristic of you, you charming rogue, Liana remarked, taking a seat beside him and playfully nudging the still distracted Ding Ran. Oh, it's you. Shouldn't you be off drinking with the boss? What brings you to me? Ding Ran asked, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Is that your heartfelt sentiment? Do you truly wish for me to seek him out? Liana teased, her captivating gaze fixed upon him. Well, of course. I wouldn't want you to go, Ding Ran stammered, flustered. My relationship with Lei is merely that of friends, and it shall remain unchanged. You fool, Liana declared before departing. It took a moment for Ding Ran to process her words, and upon realization, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy that nearly propelled him to his feet. Transforming into an entirely different person, he dashed into the crowd, seizing and Zifeng and pouring wine down his throat with fervor. As dawn broke, Lei awoke. Baron nestled within Christina's embrace. He attempted to shift away from her grasp, only to find her holding on even tighter. Don't move. Let me hold you like this in peace, Christina murmured softly, nuzzling against Lei's chest. This is quite perilous, you know. Silly girl, you might awaken all my wicked thoughts. And I wouldn't want you to come to harm, Lei replied, tenderly stroking her hair. I'm not afraid. I am your woman now. It is my duty to serve you, Christina asserted. That may not be possible. There are those outside who seek me, Lei cautioned. Rei's keen ears detected the sound of 2 soldiers outside, who, out of fear of addressing him directly, were shoving each other. As Rei opened the door, the soldiers snapped to attention and saluted. Commander, what brings you here after dawdling for so long? Rei inquired. In the future, simply call for me if you need something. Yes. Chieftain has summoned you to the council chamber. A guest arrived early this morning and is currently awaiting your presence. A sense of curiosity washed over Rei. Who could possibly be visiting on the very first day after the conquest of winter? If it were a local leader seeking to curry favor, it would not warrant his direct involvement. The inner city was vast, and the journey to the council chamber spanned several hundred meters. It would indeed be challenging to navigate without their guidance. As footsteps echoed from outside, a dozen individuals turned in unison to gaze at the entrance. Aside from Rei, all the other prominent leaders were already present. The moment Rei stepped inside, he became the center of attention. A middle-aged man clad in shadowy battle attire slowly turned around and said, "It has been a long time, Rei." His face bore the marks of smoke and battle, and his garments were tattered in several places. For a moment, Rei struggled to recognize him. After scrutinizing him for a brief period, he nearly gasped. You are Murphy yet? Is it hard to believe? In fact, I have been lurking in the shadows since I departed from the fallen plains, yet nodded in affirmation. Have you been surveilling me? The notion of being toyed with left Rei distinctly displeased, and he responded with a frosty demeanor. I understand your feelings, Rei, but why not interpret my actions as a means of covertly assisting you? Yed countered. If you doubt my intentions, just look at this. Miss Liana should recognize these 2 individuals, correct? As Yade spoke, he lifted a large bundle at his feet. Just as Liana looked on in confusion, he unwrapped the canvas, revealing 2 severed heads that rolled onto the stage. It was them. Liana was taken aback. Hubble and Johnny, the notorious assassins of the Illuminated Council. But who was the third? They were triplet brothers who had never been apart, possessing an extraordinary telepathic bond that allowed them to coordinate their combat efforts, nearly rivaling that of a 7th-tier warrior. If I were to confront them, I would scarcely have a chance to escape. After hearing Liana's words, a wave of dread washed over the others. Had these men intervened last night, the consequences would have been dire, for a 7th-tier opponent could significantly alter the course of events. They also gained a newfound respect for Murphy Yade's capabilities, realizing that none present stood a chance against him. I couldn't keep the other one. But he will survive no more than a month, Murphy Yade remarked as he repackaged the severed heads and discarded them at his feet. Now, do you believe we are on the same side? Fine, I believe you. However, it is time for you to reveal certain truths, such as the history of your family's grievances. I suspect that Cross was right when he suggested that one of your motives for having me settle in the lawless territory was to sow discord among the branches of the Murphy family. Am I mistaken, Lord Yade? Rei trusted that Yade bore him no ill will. Yet he was determined to clarify his own understanding of Yade's intentions before proceeding with any collaboration. Murphy Yade did not refute this, stating, "That is indeed one of my objectives. As for the other, I would prefer to discuss it privately with you, as it pertains to some of your secrets." His heart palpitated with accelerated rhythm. This enigmatic Murphy Yard invariably evoked astonishment and possessed an irresistible allure. The assembly harbored trepidation at the prospect of Rei confronting Murphy Yard alone, for the man's guile was profound, and his allegiance remained indeterminate. Rei assented with a nod, suggesting they confer in solitude, assuring them of his safety. Heeding his counsel, they acquiesced. Within the expansive hall, Rei and Yard were seated vis. Shall we commence? Rei extended a cigarette, igniting one for Yard and himself. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Yard unfolded an authentic narrative with composure. The No Man's Land was once known as the Fairest Territory, the private dominion of Yard's maternal lineage. However, due to the family's decline, it was annexed by the ascendant Murphy family, and his mother was held hostage by Murphy I to preserve the remaining forces from complete annihilation. His mother willingly married Murphy I, becoming his 3rd wife, on the condition that the Ferris territory not be partitioned among any collateral family branches. Murphy I, Yard's father, honored this pledge, refraining from establishing a presence in the region, thus resulting in the no man's land of today. However, upon his 16th year, Murphy I was assassinated. Despite overwhelming evidence implicating the eldest son, Phimus, the Council of Elders installed him as the patriarch. From that juncture, Yard and other heirs apparent were subjected to varying degrees of marginalization and even assassination. To ensure his own survival, he was compelled to retreat to the fallen plains. Within the no man's land lies a laboratory from a bygone era, housing the original genetic samples of the Apocalypse Project. This is the very reason our family has steadfastly guarded this land. This object holds immense significance. Not even the sacrifice of the entire family can permit it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Addy extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, stating that these were the exact words of my mother. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lay finally inquired, "But I still do not comprehend how this relates to me." Murphy Addy gazed at Lay and replied, "It certainly does, and you are the most pivotal part of this. My mother entrusted me with these 2 items." With that, he carefully retrieved an exquisite metallic box from his bosom. Upon glancing at the sleek, dark box, Lay recognized its considerable worth. Even a direct barrage would not mar its integrity. Murphy Addy cautiously manipulated the numbers on the dial. The code was known solely to him, and there existed but a single opportunity to enter it. Should he err, the explosives within would obliterate everything contained inside. With a click, the box opened, and Addy produced a yellowed photograph, handing it to Lay. As Lay accepted it and cast his gaze upon it, he became utterly rigid. The thin photograph felt as though it bore a weight of 1,000 pounds, nearly slipping through his fingers to the ground. Chapter 39. The revival of all things. The photograph was taken from a notably low angle, suggesting it had been captured clandestinely. It depicted a vacuum-sealed specimen chamber where a naked man floated serenely, arms crossed, adorned with an array of tubes and wires. In an instant, Lay recognized that the individual was himself. Moreover, he had encountered this very scene in his dreams. There is also an encrypted video file, regrettably. I have been unable to decipher it. Now, I entrust it to you. Lay, do you now understand why I chose you? On your very first day entering Kabukulin, I chanced upon you, which gave rise to this plan. Ade presented a minuscule data chip to Ray. You have surpassed my expectations in passing my trial, prompting me to divulge everything at this moment. There are no longer any secrets between us. It is entirely up to you how you choose to proceed. Ray fell silent for a moment, contemplating the words spoken. Very well, from this day forth, you, Murphy, and Ade shall be my friends. I will exert every effort to assist you whenever you require my help. I have one request that I hope you will honor. Ray quickly regained his composure and made a promise to Ade. I understand you wish to go to the location depicted in the photograph. The coordinates are inscribed on the back. Now, I would like to hear your plans for the arrangements. Murphy, perceiving Ray's intentions, took the initiative to inform him. Ray flipped the photograph over, glanced at it, and then exhaled a plume of fire, causing the photograph to dissolve into a wisp of black mist, dispersing into the air. Once the armament line of the Winter Throne is operational, I shall depart from here and first visit that location to destroy the genetic samples. You have no objections, I hope? Ray inquired tentatively of Ade. Thank you for your selfless assistance, Lord Ade. I am not as noble as you might think. I do intend to utilize you against Phimus, and that is indeed true. Ray smiled as he extended his hand, saying, I understand. Even so, you remain my friend. Murphy. Ade reciprocated the gesture with a smile, grasping Ray's hand, stating, This is perilous. You may still withdraw while you can. The family to which Cross belongs is merely a minor branch. I can handle it for you. This time, however, it may not be as simple as you imagine. The Murphy family will undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture me. Thus, we find ourselves aligned in purpose. I am in dire need of time. Once the shadows can envelop the entire lawless expanse, we shall possess the means to contend with the Murphy family. I shall strive to secure this for you. Though the circumstances are far from optimistic, you must brace yourself. Murphy yet furrowed his brow, acutely aware that many within the family council had begun to harbor doubts about him, leaving little time for the two of them. 2 days later, in the city of Siege, Cross knelt on one knee, the countenances of all present reflecting solemnity. Is what you say truly the case? The chairman, Cross's father, inquired, rapping his knuckles upon the table. I swear upon my life that every word I uttered moments ago is the unvarnished truth, Cross replied, his gaze cast downward. Preposterous. How could a person possess an infinite lifespan, impervious to aging? It seems you are merely fabricating excuses to evade responsibility. You should never have been entrusted with such weighty duties, had it been. Enough. Mind your words, Buckler. Are you questioning my leadership? You are well aware of the penalties for deceit within our family meetings. He is not so ignorant as to lie so brazenly. This matter will be substantiated in due time. Should he be proven a liar, I shall personally see to his end, even if he is my own son. The head of the family, Murphy Pad, asserted authority over the gathering. Step down for now, Cross. We have other matters to deliberate. Yes. Cross rose and bowed before exiting the council chamber. Though his status was high, he had yet to earn the right to participate in the family council. The subsequent content reveals his knowledge of how to capture Lei. It is not merely about Lei seizing the Winter Throne to challenge the interests of the entire Murphy family. Rather, Lei's intrinsic value transcends material comparison. He embodies a mythic presence, transforming this world into a realm of infinite possibilities. Lei, what truly are you? I eagerly anticipate our next encounter and the surprises you may bestow upon me. Standing outside the door, Cross muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with greed and fervor. Inside the Winter Throne, Sane was engaged in conversation with Lei, having learned that Lei was orchestrating a weapons manufacturing line. He proactively approached, as weapon trading had long been their means of survival. Should the colossal entity known as Shadow become involved? Sane feared there would be no place left for him to stand. Lei presented his terms, and Sane assessed the implications. Although he would relinquish control over the manufacturing line. As a businessman, he knew that all could be sacrificed for the sake of profit. Moreover, even a production capacity of merely 30% under full load would not be less than before. Especially considering the elimination of all taxes and the assurance of safe delivery, this arrangement could only be deemed advantageous. Lei, you are astutely shrewd. Collaborating with you yields no substantial benefit, yet it is also devoid of loss. However, you are ill-suited for business, for you lack the requisite greed. Sane remarked with a resigned smile. Then let me amend the agreement to accommodate your demands. What is your response? Lei humorously inquired. To a fruitful partnership. From this moment forth, I entrust my weapons manufacturing line to you. Trust me, I shall not disappoint you, Lei declared, grasping Sane's outstretched hand. After bidding farewell to Sane, Lei glanced at the overcast sky outside. A gust of wind, tinged with a chill, swept through, suggesting that snow might soon fall. He instinctively tightened his coat around him. In truth, he did not genuinely feel cold. With his current physique, he could remain bare-skinned in the frigid air for an entire day without any consequence. The warmth he felt was solely due to this leather coat, which Christina had sewn for him overnight. Upon exiting the reception room, Lei realized he had nowhere to go. Ding Ran had been incessantly clinging to Liana, and to Lei's astonishment, Liana did not seem to resist Ding Ran's attentions at all. Anzi Feng, on the other hand, was preoccupied with assisting Diana in organizing matters. Compared to the carefree and dismissive Ding Ran, Anzi Feng proved to be far more reliable. Meanwhile, the group of comrades from the Fallen Plains busied themselves with the task of managing captives and sorting through spoils of war. The only person Lei could think of was Ference, and he decided to see if there was any way he could lend a hand. As he traversed the courtyard, he heard boisterous laughter emanating from a small room to the east. He knocked gently on the door, only to be met with Ference's irritated voice. Why are you still outside? I've already stated that I do not require anyone's service, especially not when I am drawing. No one is to disturb me. Lei couldn't help but smile wryly at the sound of Ference's wooden leg thumping against the floor. When the door swung open, Ference's furious expression morphed into a comically mixed look of anger, surprise, and a hint of embarrassment upon seeing Lei. Oh, it's you, Lei. I thought it was those two young ladies. What brings you here? Having met Lei only a few times, I did not anticipate that he, as the Lord of the Winter Throne, would extend an apology. Even at his advanced age, he nearly stumbled over his words. I simply wish to engage in conversation with you. May I enter? Mina. Ellie. Damn it. Why can't I find you when I need you to handle something? Ference bellowed, momentarily forgetting that he had just sent them away. Oh, finally someone who understands the intricacies of the craft. Lei, I have increased the bore of the barrel by 3 millimeters and extended it by 5 centimeters. This modification allows for additional sets of rifling, and with the caliber of the bullets I've prepared, the effective range can surpass 500 meters. Even at a distance of 800 meters, shooting against a level 2 wind, the deviation will not exceed 2 centimeters. Ference explained, gesturing towards Lei. Lei recognized that these were merely the operational parameters of an ordinary person, a markswoman of the third tier could achieve near-perfect accuracy within a 1,000-meter range under standard conditions, offering a significant advantage of 500 meters over a conventional Barrett. In my view, the greatest reward from seizing the Winter Throne has been the opportunity to know you, Ferenc. On behalf of all the shadows, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all you have done for them. With that, Lei bowed respectfully to Ferenc. At that moment, two maidens entered bearing wine and meat, utterly astonished by Lei's demeanor. Their initial shock stemmed from his unexpected visit without a formal greeting, and secondly, in their perception. It was inconceivable for a lofty lord to bow to a subordinate under any circumstance. Do not come at me with that. I am a straightforward person, merely assisting you because I find you agreeable. Ah, what are you two standing there for? Hurry and bring it over. Ferenc urged the maidens while tidying up the wooden table. The two women turned pale and, after placing down their burdens, fell to their knees before Lei. Almost weeping as they pleaded, "We were unaware of our master's presence and did not greet you properly. Please forgive us." Lei felt a headache coming on. He lifted the two women and said, "I shall not hold this against you. Furthermore, there is no need for anyone to kneel before another. In the shadows, we are all equal. You are not anyone's servants. What you are doing is merely work, and should you wish to leave one day, you are free to do so." Mina and Ellie, unable to kneel due to Lei's support, could only sob and say, "Master, we understand our mistake. Please do not cast us out. If we leave here, we are doomed." Lei recognized that the oppressive rule of Chisau and Cross had tainted their minds, and a change would not come swiftly. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No one is sending you away. You may go now. There is no need to wait outside in the cold. I will call for you when I require your assistance." As he watched them depart, Ferenc gazed meaningfully at Lei and remarked, "Lei, I know you possess a kind heart, yet it is impossible to alter everyone's fate. This world is too dark, and you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future." Lei took a seat and replied, "Many have warned me in a similar fashion. Yet I have never found myself at a loss. In fact, I believe I have been quite fortunate to have met you all. My intention is not to change anyone, but rather to help them reclaim their dignity. Having a different perspective is merely another means of survival. However, the most arduous task for a person is to live with dignity, especially in this era. Nonetheless, you exude an aura of compelling charm. Just when I believed my life would unfold in a monotonous manner, you appeared, illuminating a path of transformation. This was once beyond my wildest imaginings and is now a cherished aspiration. Thank you." It was truly unexpected for the rugged Ferenc to articulate such delicate sentiments. Gazing into his deep blue eyes, which sparkled with the light of wisdom, one might ponder if the rough exterior is merely a fade concealing a weary existence. Chapter 40. A temporary farewell. As Lei and Ferenc shared drinks and engaged in conversation, they resembled old friends reunited after a long separation. With an endless array of topics to discuss, when Lei inquired about weapon crafting, Ferenc spoke at length, articulating his extensive knowledge of everything from the selection of steel and forging techniques to the composition of gunpowder and the principles of weapon design. With your talents, surely Sane must have recognized your potential? If you were willing, he would offer you a respectable position and wealth, Lei curiously questioned Ferenc. Sane is not an ill-natured man. He has repeatedly invited me to join him, but he remains a businessman focused solely on profit, which I find unappealing. Weapons are instruments of destruction, and if possessed by those with ill intent, they only bring misfortune to many. Ferenc set down his glass, his expression grave. Yet you are different. From our very first encounter, I sensed that you stood apart from them. These past few days in the shadows, I have felt the warmth of human connection that I have long missed. Yesterday, Brian recounted your shared experiences. To win the heart of an adversary is a feat far more challenging than merely vanquishing them. You may not be aware of the extent of that young man's admiration for you. If anyone were to utter a disparaging remark about you in his presence, he would likely confront them with fervor. Haha. Lei merely smiled and raised his glass, inviting him to drink, mentioning that the matter concerning the arms production line had been finalized. The production line of Sane would soon double, though it would not involve the Sane family. Every aspect would be under your supervision. So, are you preparing to depart from here? Ferenc did not exhibit any pleasure regarding his appointment, but discerned the underlying meaning in Lei's words. Ferenc nodded in acknowledgement, and after a brief silence, Lei shifted the conversation, and they continued their engaging discourse. When Lei departed, Ferenc had already succumbed to inebriation, slumped over the table. Lei draped a fur over him and ignited a flicker of flame in the hearth, ensuring the room remained warm for several hours. As the door closed, the previously intoxicated Ferenc slowly sat up, rubbed his temples, and murmured that the young rascal could indeed hold his liquor. "Rest assured, Lei, as long as I am here, no one can breach the defenses of the Winter Throne." With that, he picked up a pen and inscribed Lei's heavy artillery, meticulously sketching the outline of a formidable cannon. 3 months later, the Winter Throne had largely returned to a state of normalcy. For those residing in the city, the governance under Shadow had rendered winter even more harmonious. Lei and Murphy had discussed and concluded that the Cross family would not choose this moment to assault the Winter Throne. Due to the blizzard, not only were the supply lines rendered impassable, but the warriors' physical endurance was severely depleted in their struggle against the cold. Prolonged exposure to the radiation-laden snow posed a lethal threat. Furthermore, any individual exposed beneath the white snow, devoid of any cover and within the artillery's range, became a living target. Originally, Lei had intended to depart a month later. However, the unforeseen early operation of the production line necessitated an adjustment of the schedule. Christina was the most reluctant to part ways, yet she understood that this was Lei's destiny, an inescapable fate. On a morning blanketed with swirling snowflakes, the gates of the Frost King's castle were crowded with people, each face reflecting the somberness of the wintry weather. Gradually, Lei's figure faded into the tempest, leaving behind only 2 lines of footprints in the snow. Diana observed Nzifeng with keen interest, surprised to witness such emotional depth in someone so astute and perceptive. An instinct warned me that he was embarking on a perilous undertaking, yet I pondered why he did not include us. Nzifeng cast a discreet glance at him, signaling him to refrain from questioning such matters in front of Christina. Upon hearing Dingren's words, Christina's eyes glistened with unshed tears, prompting Liana to swiftly deliver a sharp kick to Dingren's rear. As he was sent sprawling, a binding spell was cast, causing him to tumble into a snowdrift, his rear end protruding helplessly as he whimpered. "Oh, second brother, please help me up. I can hardly breathe," Dingren cried out from the snow pile. Nzifeng merely glanced away and walked off, while Eileen approached and remarked, "It's about time you learned your lesson." After speaking, he delivered a kick to the man's rear, pushing half of his body into the snow. The snow continued to fall, gradually concealing the footsteps of Lei's departure. The coordinates were 500 kilometers away from the Frost King's throne, necessitating a venture deep into the uncharted territories. Upon traversing the vast expanse of the wasteland, one would arrive directly at the heart of the Lost City, another domain governed by the Murphy family's auxiliary system. The reason for not bringing Nzifeng and Dingren was that the Shadow and the Frost King required their presence, while Lei could operate alone without attracting undue attention. The radiation in the wasteland was evidently more intense than in other areas. Snowflakes landing on Lei's exposed skin elicited a faint burning sensation, yet they posed no significant harm. The primary dilemma he faced now was the scarcity of food and water. Lei felt a twinge of regret for bringing Xiaobai along, as the creature had an insatiable appetite. During the last night raid, Lei witnessed it pounce into the crowd, swatting several foes aside to rescue a comrade. Completely unaware of its formidable strength, particularly its speed, warriors below the 4th tier found it nearly impossible to track its movements. After much effort, he managed to procure a snow fox with minimal radiation and no mutated tissues, yet most of it was devoured, with Xiaobai eyeing the remaining meat hungrily. Lei tore off half of it and tossed it over, which was promptly snatched up in a single bite. This was all there was for now. "Hold on for 2 days," he said, "and once we exit the wasteland, you can feast to your heart's content." Xiaobai swallowed the 2 pieces whole, emitting dissatisfied whines as it lay beside Lei, gazing at the campfire. Ignoring it, Lei slowly tore off strips of meat, contemplating as he ate. What has one truly experienced to become the person they are now? Why do my genes differ from those of ordinary individuals? From my conversations with the soul of the Azure Dragon, I have learned that my mutations did not originate in the bygone era. There are countless unknown experiences awaiting me to uncover their answers. Perhaps in that place, I might discover some clues. Lei feels an intricate connection between the mutations of this era and himself, especially the overwhelming sensation of hunger that surged within him upon first encountering Christina. A desire so intense it seemed as though he wished to consume her to fill the void in his soul. As night deepens, the wind has ceased, and only the crystalline snowflakes dance and fall, evaporating upon contact with the azure flames, dissipating into the air. That faint azure glow appears particularly solitary in a world blanketed by pristine white snow. Chapter 41. The Beastman in the Snow within the legendary city of the Holy Light Duchy. Ebe Kindi cradled a steaming cup of tea as he gazed out the glass window at the falling snowflakes, feeling an overwhelming warmth within. In such stark contrast, one can truly appreciate a different kind of happiness, akin to a starving person suddenly confronted with a bounty of food, a profound sense of satisfaction. How is Dissen? After a long pause, Ebe Kindi finally turned to inquire. Can you perceive the attribute of his power? Is it lightning? His tone shifted to one of anticipation. Completely disregarding Dissen's fate, Aileen felt a twinge of curiosity about his demeanor, yet she understood that some matters were best left unasked. Lightning's ability was not so simplistic. It belonged to another. To simultaneously defeat all three of them was no trivial feat. Perhaps it would require Captain Maffei to intervene. Ebe Kindi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the matter should end here. However, have we not paid a tremendous price for this? Shall we simply abandon it? Aaron asked with a hint of agitation. And upon realizing her rudeness, she was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If Kindi were to direct his wrath at her, losing her life would be the least of her worries. Trembling, she lowered her head almost to the ground. Kindi regarded her with a frosty gaze and said, "You need only to obey. Those who presume to be clever often do not live long. Do you understand my meaning?" "Yes. I shall not repeat the same mistake," Aaron replied, nodding in affirmation. Kindi waved her away, then took a sip of tea, murmuring to the window, "Ray, grow up swiftly. I have awaited your arrival for decades." From the depths of the shadowy abyss at the heart of the Kano ruins, a chilling, ancient voice echoed, "He, I sense he has awakened. Our era has arrived. The Master must also be descending. He, the lost city is, in fact, the central region of the Phylos territory, which once housed tens of thousands but has dwindled to a mere fraction due to wars and turmoil." As Ray stepped into the ruins of Phylos City, the snow-covered ground revealed remnants of shattered walls, a testament to the ferocity of the battles fought decades ago. He crouched down, picking up a few dried twigs to gauge his position, discovering he was approximately 5 kilometers away from the laboratory's coordinates. Just as Ray intended to proceed, Little White suddenly grew restless, its nose burrowing into the snow, emitting a warning growl. Having spent considerable time together, Ray knew Little White possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, often detecting danger even before he could, especially in the absence of energy fluctuations. He unleashed his thermal sensing ability, extending his awareness to a radius of 150 meters, a tenfold increase from before. Yet, Lei had never expended a single genetic point on this skill. With a snap of his fingers, a sphere of lightning erupted, shattering the snow, and amidst the descending flakes, a young man clad in animal hides approached, wielding a short sword. "You possess remarkable strength," he remarked. "No one has ever accurately pinpointed my location at such a distance. I advise you to leave this place swiftly. Ahead lies forbidden ground, and any who dare tread upon it shall be our adversaries." The youth exhibited no fear of Lei, his voice sharp with warning. Lei gently patted Xiao Bai's head, wary of provoking an attack. He wished to avoid unnecessary enmity, particularly in such an unfamiliar environment. Better to err on the side of caution. "I apologize. I mean no intrusion. I merely have an urgent matter to attend to that necessitates passing through this area. I hope you can grant me this small favor, for I shall depart promptly." "Impossible. I shall reiterate. Beyond this point is forbidden territory, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering." The young man glared at Lei, his displeasure evident. "What if I insist on proceeding? What can you do to stop me?" Lei retorted sharply, advancing with determination. The youth's pupils constricted as he observed Lei drawing nearer. "Then prepare to meet your demise." With a swift motion of his short sword, he unleashed invisible waves of energy that sliced through the snow, hurtling towards Lei. Lei halted, gathering a sphere of flame upon his right fist, and with a decisive thrust, he unleashed a fiery punch that effortlessly dismantled the incoming assault. Remarkably, he had only employed a mere 20% of his strength. This initial skirmish clearly demonstrated Lei's formidable prowess. The young man, astonished by how easily Lei had neutralized his attack, found himself compelled to reassess the adversary before him. With a powerful thrust of his feet, the young man shot forward like a cannonball from its chamber, his body swiftly rotating, blending with the short sword to create a whirlwind of blades that rushed towards him. Lei discerned that the young man's strength was on par with Nox, yet he possessed an advantage in speed. Perhaps 5 months prior, Lei would have struggled to contend with such swiftness. Raising his hand, Lei channeled the flames into a force of lightning and then flung forth a sphere of electric energy, which transformed into the shape of a dragon's head just before colliding with the whirling blades. With a resounding bang, both forces dissipated, and the young man concealed within the tempest vanished from sight. A triumphant smile crept across Lei's lips as he swiftly maneuvered left and right, evading a relentless barrage of ethereal blades that pierced through the air with a rapidity rivaling that of a multi-barreled machine gun. Hundreds of thrusts barely grazed his clothing, and more terrifyingly, he remained oblivious to the entire ordeal, facing away from his assailant. After parrying Lei's advances with 2 arcs of light, the young man inquired sharply, "Who are you?" Recognizing that Lei bore him no ill will, he concluded that he was certainly not a denizen of the Lost City. Otherwise, given Lei's prowess, he would likely have already met his demise. "I am Lei, hailing from the Frost Throne in the northwest," Lei responded. "I advise you to leave this place. Irrespective of your strength, you shall perish here." However, the young man did not alter his demeanor in light of Lei's goodwill, issuing a warning instead. Having spoken, he discarded his short sword and, with limbs spread wide, propped himself against the snow, his eyes widening as they fixated on Lei's muscular form. The irises shifting to an amber hue. A familiar vision surged within Lei. He had witnessed the transformation of werewolves on 2 occasions before, and the circumstances now mirrored those past encounters. It was improbable that he could have injected a mutagenic agent under Lei's very nose without detection, as he had remained vigilant of his movements. In the fleeting moment when Lei's mind wandered, the transformation of the youth was complete, revealing a lion 3 times the size of Lei, its mane bristling as it unleashed a ferocious roar directed at him. Xiaobai, intimidated by this imposing presence, took 2 steps back, while Lei cast a disdainful glance at it, admonishing, "Stay there. Lei, summon your full strength, or I shall rend you asunder." The transformed youth astonishingly retained human cognition and speech, far surpassing Lei's expectations. "I had assumed you were a beastman devoid of personality. You are unlike any werewolf I have encountered. What has prompted this transformation? A potion, perhaps? How dare you equate us with those inferior modified monsters? Allow me to enlighten you. Our genes are remarkably unique, enabling us to shift between human and beast forms as needed. My current appearance is merely a preliminary combat form. Yet it suffices to contend with you." The voice of the mutated youth was deep and resonant, somewhat grating to the ears. Seemingly losing patience, he crouched and leaped, covering a distance of several meters in an instant. His claws crossed, tearing apart the afterimage of Lei left behind, the force of his strike emanating a radiant arc that shattered a distant crumbling wall into dust. Now, both his strength and speed had significantly surged compared to before his transformation, posing a lethal threat to Lei, a magic user. Lei, no longer daring to underestimate him, discreetly elevated his power to 80%, conjuring dozens of orbs of lightning to orbit around him. Having missed his initial strike, the youth beastman immediately sensed Lei's location and lunged once more, his sharp claws swiftly dispersing half of the electric orbs. With a deft sidestep, Lei evaded the oncoming assault, as the remaining spheres of electricity swirled behind him. With a flick of his hand, a dragon of lightning emerged, accompanied by a resonant roar, and charged towards the advancing orc. The orc's pupils contracted as he sensed the overwhelming force, yet he could not evade in time. The muscles in his forelimbs tightened, and his claws radiated a faint glow. Driven by madness, he sought to confront Lei's azure dragon head-on. With a thunderous crash, the orc was sent hurtling away, his body skidding across the snow for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. He rose, seething with fury as he gazed at his singed claws, blood seeping from the wounds. Lei had not anticipated that the orc, despite enduring such a blow, had only sustained minor injuries. Had it been Brian, with his 5th-tier iron will, he would have at least been rendered incapable of fighting. It appeared that the orc's defenses had significantly strengthened post-transformation. Not wishing to linger in this confrontation, Lei summoned forth a blazing inferno, causing the surrounding snow to evaporate instantly. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch that struck the ground with tremendous force, causing all his might to coalesce into a radiant fireball that lingered ominously. The gusts of wind, accompanied by the spreading cracks, fanned out in all directions, and when the fireball finally dissipated, an eruption of flames surged forth from the earth. The young orc was once again propelled back by the shockwave, landing several meters away. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to rise, his body marked by several charred spots. It was only now that he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Had Lei's strike been aimed directly at him, the consequences would have been far graver than mere injury. Even now, Lei retained his strength, compelling the orc to confront the undeniable truth of his inferiority. Yet, the pride ingrained within him prevented retreat. In his mind, there was only the prospect of dying in battle, not the option of withdrawal. Rising once more, he quickly assumed an offensive stance. A colossal axe descended from the heavens, cleaving the ground between the 2 figures, the tremor of its impact excavating a profound chasm. "Halt, Cheetah!" A resonant and commanding voice echoed from afar. "The chieftain has decreed passage." A stalwart warrior, clad in armor and towering at 2 meters, materialized, his hand brandishing a weighty, toothed great axe. He gestured towards Lei, his tone measured. "Desist as well. I am grateful for your leniency earlier. I shall escort you to the chieftain forthwith." The youthful orc, Cheetah, upon hearing this, voiced his discontent. "But Pain, he is." "Enough, Cheetah," Pain retorted, his voice a thunderous roar. "There are no buts. These are the chieftain's wishes. We are merely to execute them." Pain spun around, his tusks elongated and menacing, a testament to his agitation. Under their guidance, Lei traversed the ruins, arriving at a structure that had miraculously withstood the ravages of destruction. "Enter. The chieftain awaits you within," he was instructed. Lei nodded and stepped inside. The interior shrouded in darkness despite the daylight hours. Detecting the source of a voice, Lei advanced, inquiring, "Have we met before? Why do I possess no recollection of my past? I implore you to enlighten me as to what transpired." "Patience. All shall be revealed in due course," the voice responded. "Allow me to behold you. My memory of your visage has grown faint." A radiant glow gradually illuminated the hall, banishing the shadows. Lei finally discerned. At the far end of the chamber, an emaciated elder slumped upon a throne, his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation upon beholding Lei. "Oh, you are precisely as I envisioned, unchanged," he exclaimed. "Decades have elapsed, yet you bear no trace of aging. May you approach? I yearn to experience this marvel firsthand." The elder extended a trembling hand, his expression filled with longing. Sensing no malevolence emanating from the elder, Lei approached. Withered hands resembling claws gestured for him to crouch down. And then, trembling, the rough, mottled hands caressed his face. "How exquisite! I can feel every cell brimming with vitality. Is this the body of a deity?" The old man exclaimed in a daze. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lei inquired about the nature of a divine body, his origins, and what transpired during his slumber. "It is another name for the perfect genetic entity, for only legendary gods possess such a physique. As for your origins, my knowledge is limited. We are merely the successors of the Apocalypse Project, and few who knew your entire past remain," he informed Lei. He introduced himself as Ephesus Carlo, formerly a genetic research doctor of the Firas family. The Firas family boasts a long and illustrious lineage, having thrived during the ancient era. Once Carlo's strength and loyalty were recognized, the then head of the family took him to a highly guarded, secretive sanctum. That was the first time Carlo beheld a sample of the perfect genetic entity, a vibrant heart pulsating within a solvent vial. It was from that moment he learned of a grand idea from the ancient times. The Apocalypse Project. The essence of this project aimed to replicate and implant the perfect genes into humanity. Unfortunately, at that time, the deciphering of genetic locks encountered insurmountable obstacles. And the vast data was beyond the processing capabilities of even the supercomputers of the ancient era. Fortunately, the Firas family managed to acquire some data and a complete sample of the perfect gene. For the following decade, Carlo dedicated himself solely to the task of decoding the perfect genetic blueprint. As data accumulated, he uncovered a truth that sent shivers down his spine. The genes of Lei were irreplicable. Carlo discovered that the coding exons and introns of Lei's genes lacked any fixed values. Amidst trillions of colossal datasets, not a single constant could be found. This indicated the existence of supernatural laws, realms beyond human comprehension, territories deemed sacred by divinity. He fervently urged the head of the Filaris family to abandon the research, only to be met with stern refusal as his family's safety was wielded as a threat to compel him to persist. After years of relentless pursuit, a remarkable breakthrough finally emerged. The first batch of test subjects comprised 10 individuals, equally divided between genders, all of whom were ordinary humans devoid of any capabilities prior to the experiment. Following the injection of the genetic serum, each subject manifested distinct supernatural abilities, and their growth accelerated rapidly, reaching level 5 in less than a year. Regrettably, all test subjects ultimately succumbed to the collapse of their genetic chains. Although this trial ended in failure, it would have undoubtedly been inscribed in the annals of history in a bygone era. Carlo remained confident in his ability to discover a method to stabilize the genetic chains. However, he harbored deep concerns about the potential ramifications should this information be disseminated. How would the already tumultuous world react? The thought was utterly terrifying. Ultimately, the demons within his mind convinced him. After investing over a decade in research, he could not bear to let it all go to waste. A year later, he initiated a second experiment, once again involving 10 individuals. The outcome of this endeavor can be deemed satisfactory. 5 individuals have survived for 2 years, each surpassing the 5th tier in their abilities. Furthermore, one individual managed to endure for over 5 years, ultimately meeting his demise in the conflict against the Murphy family, having ascended to the 6th tier of strength. Had the Filas family been afforded a bit more time, the dynamics of the war would undoubtedly have yielded two entirely different outcomes. It is precisely for this reason that the Philas family regarded genetic medicine as their sole beacon of hope. Yet, for various reasons, the Philas family eventually fell into decline and oblivion, while Carlo remained steadfast in his vow to safeguard this place. "How did you know I was here?" Lay inquired of Carlo. "I sensed your approach. In fact, I am one of those who have pilfered your abilities. The orcs outside are also products of your genetic manipulations. They are my most cherished creations, having not only survived but also maintained their capacity for evolution and inheritance." Carlo's pallid visage contorted into a peculiar smile, akin to a tattered cloth marred by wrinkles being stretched to its limits. Observing Lay's silence, he continued, "I have lived for 81 years. Had I not transplanted the heart of the eternal motion, I would have long since perished. That heart rightfully belonged to you, lying quietly within my body until 2 years ago, when it suddenly began to reject me. I understood then that its rightful owner had awakened. As you approached the ruins, the heart of the eternal motion nearly burst forth from my chest, and thus I knew you had arrived." Lay gazed at Carlo's frail form, finding it impossible to harbor resentment towards him. "Are you not afraid I might kill you? There is little to fear, even if you were to refrain from violence. My days are numbered. Consider this a modicum of redemption before my end. I only hope you do not make things difficult for those outside. They are merely victims of this era." Carlo smiled bitterly. Lay felt a sense of confusion clouding his mind, reminiscent of what Nock once said, that sometimes being bewildered is more blissful than being lucid. With a sigh, he turned to leave, unable to bring himself to act against Carlo, despite knowing how crucial the eternal heart was to him. "Wait, Lay, come here. Trust me, I mean you no harm," Carlo implored earnestly. A sudden, overwhelming desire compelled Lay to approach. The other hand of Carlo glowed with a radiant light, and as Lay felt a warmth in his chest and looked down, he discovered a heart had appeared in Carlo's hand, the very one that had once resided within his own breast. He felt no pain, nor did he perceive any wound, leaving him utterly perplexed by Carlo's extraordinary ability. In a similar manner, Carlo placed the eternal heart into Lay's chest cavity. Thump. The first pulse from the eternal heart reverberated within Lay's body, as if a colossal drum had been struck with tremendous force. In the Holy Light Duchy, Abkindi set down the scroll he was reading and gazed towards the direction of the lost city. Bishop Kevin, who had been sleeping, stirred slightly, and the entities in the abyss of Kano grew restless. The rulers of the world received a simultaneous warning signal. Anzi Feng and Ding Ren felt the energy within them surge like a tempest, nearly torn asunder by this sudden, overwhelming force. Within the Winter Throne, the others noticed the pale faces and profuse sweat of the two, gathering around with concern. Christina, in a frantic manner, pushed through the crowd to reach them. Placing her hands on their foreheads, once she confirmed they were unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief and inquired, "What has happened? Why do you both appear so weakened all of a sudden?" And Zifeng understood that her anxiety stemmed from the soul bond between Lay and themselves. She must have presumed that Lay was in peril, which caused her to become flustered. "Do not fret, Christina. Just now, I sensed an overwhelming surge of power, which I surmise is the result of our leader's breakthrough in rank. I have experienced something akin to this before, though never with such intensity," and Zifeng reassured her. Ding Ran, who had been relishing Liana's embrace, shot him a fierce glance upon hearing this. "What do you mean it's nothing? I feel pain all over, here, and here. It aches everywhere. Ouch." Upon hearing his lament, Liana realized this fellow was indeed unscathed. With a flourish, she extracted a dagger from her waist and twirled it playfully in her delicate hand, smiling as she asked, "Where do you feel discomfort? Allow me to remedy it." Ding Ran gasped sharply, instantly leaping up with renewed vigor, exclaiming, "How peculiar. I feel fine now, truly fine." The others, well aware of his nature, tossed him a disdainful glance, nearly uttering the word "shameless fool." It was only then that Zifeng noticed she had been embraced by Diana all along. Both blushing with embarrassment, they withdrew with a soft thank you, hastily parting ways. "Haha, it's clear he's a Na'vi young man." A playful jab from Aaron made not promptly close his mouth, having received a sharp twist at his waist. The crowd erupted into laughter once more. Thus, within the Frost King's throne, a myriad of amusing events unfolded each day, as smiles warmed the chill of winter. Chapter 43. The meaning of existence. Lay stood motionless in place for half an hour. Immersed in the ethereal realm of space-time, his consciousness drifted, bombarded by a myriad of fragmented images, traversing millennia before settling upon the celestial expanse of the cloud sea. In that fleeting moment, Lay perceived the world as infinitesimally small, a mere glimmer beneath his feet. An utter stillness pervaded the expanse as Lei's corporeal form dissolved into an incorporeal will, surveying the cosmos from above. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. "You must not perish, for I require your assistance, Carlo," he uttered. As 2 drops of his blood descended upon the heart held in Carlo's hand. The sanguine droplets, as if imbued with life, burrowed into the organ with a swiftness. The heart, now imbibing the lifeblood, pulsated with renewed vigor. A glimmer of light ignited within Carlo's once dim eyes. With every ounce of strength, he placed the revitalized heart within his chest. Veins connected to the heart, and blood coursed through its chambers. Carlo, rising from his throne, beheld his empowered hands. Overwhelmed with elation, Lei addressed Carlo. "I extend my gratitude for your candor and for safeguarding and returning the perpetual heart. This is your just recompense. And no debt is owed." Carlo, with a hand resting obliquely on his shoulder, bowed in deference to Lei, proclaiming, "I am willing to pledge my unwavering allegiance. For this is my sole path to redemption." A spark of inspiration ignited within Lei's mind. Carlo's research into genetic elixirs would perfectly fill the void within the Shadow Syndicate. Moreover, his extensive experimentation on his own genome granted him unparalleled insight. If all sought to possess his secrets, why not unearth and comprehend them himself? "Are you truly willing to relinquish your current eminence to follow me? If your motives are solely rooted in gratitude, I must decline, for our debts have been settled." With a serious expression, Lei inquired, "Why do you believe this to be the case?" "Lei, do you comprehend the significance of your existence?" Carlo retorted. This question momentarily stunned Lei. He had posed this query to himself countless times yet still lacked a definitive answer. Carlo continued, "During the years of possessing an eternal heart, I was suffocated by an invisible pressure. On one hand, I sensed a formidable energy concealed within, yet I was unable to unleash it, which has been tormenting. Thus, upon your arrival, I felt a sense of liberation. Lei, this is yours. Once you discover the meaning of your existence, you shall be capable of creating miracles." Pondering, Lei nodded thoughtfully before diverting the conversation. "I have my territory in the northwest, yet I currently lack a laboratory for pharmaceuticals. If you could join us, it would be our honor. Not only would we possess our genetic formulations, but we could also produce other life-saving medications." "I am at your service, my lord." As Carlo attempted to bow, Lei gently grasped his shoulder to halt him, saying, "From this moment forth, we are partners, not master and servant. I prefer to interact as friends." Just as Carlo was about to speak, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Payne, accompanied by 2 burly men of similar age, entered. Upon seeing Carlo rise and noticing the changes in his physique, they were initially taken aback, then overwhelmed with emotion, nearly to the point of tears. Carlo, slightly irritated, glared at Payne and said, "I have made it clear, no one is permitted to enter without permission. I apologize, Chief. The situation is urgent, and we had no choice. Once the danger has passed, I am willing to accept any punishment," Payne replied, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. "Arise. Are they upon us once more?" "Indeed, Freya leads a horde of berserk orcs in a stealthy assault. We have already lost 6 valiant warriors. It will not be long before they breach our defenses. Chief, we shall provide cover for you to break through the encirclement. As long as you remain unharmed, we shall have the opportunity to seek vengeance." Payne gestured to the 2 individuals, indicating they should retreat. Carlo flicked his wrist, causing the 2 to stumble and falter, unable to approach. "Freya, does she dare to return?" Was the last lesson insufficiently profound? "Payne, organize our defenses. I must confront her once more." Carlo's eyes ignited with fury. Payne, with concern, cautioned, "But your health execute the order, Payne." "Yes." As the trio hastily departed, Lei inquired, "Who is she? Is she formidable?" Carlo opened a dusty wooden chest and replied, "Freya, the chieftain of the Dark Beast tribe, is on the verge of transcending to a 7th-stage mutant. I know little of her origins. She seeks the heart of eternal motion. Perhaps she is aware of the Apocalypse plan." In a brief moment, he donned a suit of iron armor, and Lei noticed several claw marks piercing the breastplate, alongside other signs of battle. Gratefully, Lei bowed and expressed, "Carlo, I am indebted to you for all that you have done. I shall handle the situation from here. You go command our forces to repel the berserk orcs." Carlo hesitated, yet upon meeting Lei's unwavering gaze, he instinctively nodded in agreement. Lei smiled at him before turning away. With a mere wave of her hand, Freya reduced 2 airborne orcs into dismembered fragments, scattering them in all directions. The damage inflicted by the thunder was not lethal. It was their own leader who dealt the fatal blow. Such malevolence and cruelty to turn against one's own subordinates. Yet the other orcs remained unfazed, each maintaining their resolve in battle. Thunder raised a finger and called out, "Are you Freya? The heart of eternity resides within me. Come and take it if you dare." This simple declaration caused Freya, mounted on her giant wolf, to exclaim in disbelief, "What? This is impossible. How could you possibly merge with the heart of eternity? Unless. She stared at Thunder in astonishment, rendered speechless. Thunder chose not to engage her further. Instead, he stomped his foot, summoning flames from the ground. A few oblivious souls attempted to charge at him, but with a snap of his fingers, the flames spiraled, ensnaring them before they could even emit a cry, reducing them to ashes. This marked his first use of ability after merging with the heart of eternity, signifying a significant enhancement compared to before. Although he had yet to transcend to the 6th tier, he was perilously close. With a mere thought, the flames coalesced into a soaring phoenix, diving towards Freya. As the azure light intensified, a thrill spread across her face as she murmured, "So it is you. I can sense this familiar power. Only you possess it." Thunder did not witness her evasion. The phoenix's impact engulfed her in a torrent of energy, which was subsequently swallowed by the explosive winds and dust. This was also Carlo's first glimpse of Thunder in combat, had he been at his peak. He might have posed a challenge, but enduring such a strike head-on would surely spell his demise. Ray understood that it was unlikely to easily vanquish his foe. Yet Freya had vanished right before his eyes, her very presence completely dissipated. "Be cautious. She may have employed spatial concealment," Carlo cautioned him. Indeed, as Ray had surmised, he remained on high alert. The turbulent space ahead momentarily calmed, and Ray detected this subtle shift. Silently, he gathered lightning and flame in his hands, unleashing a dragon of thunder towards the left, while simultaneously pivoting to launch a powerful punch behind him. The azure flames surged along his arms and enveloped his entire being, akin to an arrow slicing through the fabric of space. As his fist advanced several meters, it was abruptly halted, creating a violent tremor. Ray was forced to retreat, executing 2 somersaults before landing gracefully. The void struck by his punch resembled a shattered mirror, cracking under the force, while the encroaching flames rapidly infiltrated every crevice, culminating in a resounding crash as a bottomless black hole materialized in its wake. This black hole morphed into a vortex, voraciously drawing in everything nearby before gradually contracting, from which a billowing cloud of darkness emerged. As the mist dissipated, Freya reappeared, her armor grievously warped and broken in numerous places, black blood seeping from her wounds and hissing as it dripped onto the ground. This was the result of the spatial distortion inflicted by Ray's forceful breach. Had she escaped for but another second, she would have been irrevocably lost to this world. Carlo, witnessing the inky blood, felt his pupils constrict in shock as he exclaimed, "Corrupted blood, have you truly sold your soul to a devil in pursuit of the heart of eternal motion?" Freya smiled at him alluringly and said, "I am indeed the devil you speak of. It was merely that my bloodline had not yet awakened. So, what do you say? Would you care to join us? All it takes is a kiss from me, hee." Ray approached her slowly, inquiring, "Who exactly are you? It seems you know quite a lot about me." Freya, her charm replaced by a solemn demeanor, gazed intently at Ray and remarked, "I never anticipated you would have grown to this extent, Your Highness the God King." Just moments ago, Ray's feint had caught her off guard. She had not realized that he had already discerned her baiting tactics and precisely located her hiding place. Had Ray miscalculated and unleashed a full assault on the illusion created by her doppelganger, she was confident that she could have seized the heart of eternity from behind in less than a second. "What did you call me? Tell me everything you know, or you shall not leave this place." Ray, momentarily astonished, continued to advance toward her, emanating an aura of murderous intent that even the distant Carlo could perceive. Chapter 44. Who am I? You underestimate me greatly. You are not yet capable of such prowess. That was merely a moment of carelessness. Come, let us battle. Freya, feeling her dignity insulted, became frenzied. She leaped into the air, manifesting several doppelgangers wielding black energy spears, all of which charged toward Ray. With a mighty tremor of his arms, Ray summoned an equal number of lightning columns to meet her assault. The spears held by Freya's doppelgangers pressed against the lightning, gradually advancing until, after a brief stalemate, their energy surged and shattered the lightning, thrusting directly toward Ray. A cacophony of explosions erupted, an astonishing force of destruction surpassing even the earlier onslaught of Ray's vermilion bird. Carlo had been closely monitoring the battlefield, noting that Freya had improved significantly since their last encounter. At this moment, she was certainly no match for him. Amidst the dense black smoke and dust, Lay transformed into the form of the vermilion bird, soaring into the sky. Freya extended her hands, unleashing a stream of dark rays in an attempt to suppress Lei. However, the might of the vermilion bird of destruction was far more formidable than she had anticipated. The dark beam merely served as a feeble obstruction to Lei's advance before vanishing entirely. She screamed in flight, yet the wings of the bird grazed her arm. Enduring the excruciating pain, Freya severed her still burning left hand, from which thick black mist surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a new hand. In midair, fireballs accompanied by falling lightning relentlessly pursued her. Freya's figure leapt with the swiftness of lightning, as a cacophony of explosions erupted around her. The area was utterly devoid of solid ground, pockmarked with craters of varying sizes. Lei landed with poise, while Freya had once again slipped into a state of stealth. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky, and the tide of battle had shifted. The frenzied orcs, devoid of Freya's command, had become mere brutish machines of war. And under Carlo's leadership, their side quickly gained the upper hand. Lei reined in all his energy, poised and ready to strike, as snowflakes settled upon him. Emitting wisps of steam, he closed his eyes, acutely attuned to the fluctuations of energy surrounding him. At this level of confrontation, the eyes could no longer discern the source of danger at a glance. He sensed that time had come to a standstill around him, and when he opened his eyes, the snowflakes hung suspended in the air beside him. The sound of rending air filled the stillness, as 5 clones of Freya emerged from the rifts in space, their spears accurately pinning Lei in midair. The space he occupied gradually succumbed to the encroaching dark aura, forming an enclosing prison. The essence of Freya was reconstructed from the disintegration and reassembly of her being, and as she gazed at Lei, ensnared within the spatial matrix, a triumphant smile graced her lips. "In my spatial prison, no one can escape, not even you, the God King," she proclaimed with a sinister chuckle. Lei, unyielding, met her gaze with calmness, inquired, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge of my past. Will you enlighten me? Allow me to depart with clarity." "How delightful it is to see you in need of my counsel," Freya replied with a mocking laugh. "I shall indulge you, albeit briefly. You do not belong to this realm, and that is all I can disclose. Now, brace yourself for the impending judgment of darkness." Stunned, Lei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly forgetting to breathe. The weight of her words was utterly transformative, shattering his worldview. If her claims held truth, what did it mean for him not to be human? "Wait, what is your purpose in seizing the heart of eternity?" he queried, pressing for the final answer. "Naturally, it is to acquire your immortal capabilities. Others cannot truly activate the heart of eternity, but I possess the means to do so. I shall fulfill this desire now," Freya declared, performing an unusual gesture. Suddenly, Lei felt the matrix constricting around him, an overwhelming pressure that left him gasping for air, far surpassing the constrictive grip of the infernal serpent he had previously endured. He closed his eyes, and apart from the sound of his bones cracking, he could hear the relentless thumping of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The blood coursing through his veins surged with a fierce urgency, as if every drop yearned to burst forth from his being. Freya sensed the anomaly surrounding Lei, and when she beheld the flames swirling around him, she could scarcely believe her own eyes. The spatial prison was not merely a confined area, it was a space of sealing. All living beings were unable to resist the weakening effects of an alternate dimension, which was why she held such confidence that Lei would be no exception. With a roar, Lei broke free from the spear piercing his hand and unleashed a furious cry towards the heavens. The energy emanating from his body obliterated the matrix space, and the resulting shockwave upended everything within a kilometer radius. After rolling several times, Freya regained her footing, only to find that the space once occupied by the matrix had transformed into a singularity. The magnitude of the explosion was partly due to the spatial rupture that had just occurred. Lei emerged from the depths of the black hole, his upper body almost bare. Freya realized that the laws of space held no sway over him. His skin was smoother and whiter than her own, unmarred by even the slightest trace of injury. A pallor washed over her face as a singular thought consumed her: to flee. The farther, the better. As she vanished, Lei reached out to the side, his arm appearing to vanish into thin air. With a swift motion, he grasped the elusive Freya and hurled her forcefully to the ground. "This space is now under my dominion. Escape is futile," he declared, his gaze fixed on her trembling form. Slowly, he extended a finger, a faint azure glow igniting at its tip. For the first time, Freya was gripped by the terror of death as she watched Lei approach, desperately attempting to retreat. "Tell me everything you know, and I may consider sparing your life," Lei stated coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion, leaving no room for doubt regarding his resolve. I know nothing. Please spare me. I am willing to exchange everything." even if it means becoming your humble servant, Freya implored. Her face ashen as she beseeched Lei. You have 3 seconds to consider. 1, 2. Lei coldly replied. I know nothing. If you seek answers, go to the Nolan ruins. I truly know nothing. In a state of extreme fear, Freya managed to scream these words, seizing the moment when Lei was momentarily distracted. She conjured a doppelganger to lunge at Lei while she herself transformed into a shadowy mist and vanished underground. Lei unleashed the vermilion bird's original fire from her hand, causing the doppelganger to shriek as it ignited in azure flames. Several kilometers away, Freya endured the same excruciating torment, yet she dared not cease her cries, fleeing in agony. Regrettably, she has escaped. This cruel woman will inevitably become a menace, Carlo remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed Freya's retreat. For the time being, she poses no threat to us. After this battle, her strength will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. How much of my conversation with her did you overhear? Lei suddenly inquired of Carlo. Nodding, Lei felt a quiet relief. It was best that this secret remained undisclosed for now, as he remained skeptical of Freya's words. The Nolan ruins. Only by visiting can we uncover the truth, but the timing is not yet right. It was evident that Freya harbored a profound dread of the entity within the Nolan ruins, as she had only revealed it in the final moments before death loomed. The battlefield was swiftly cleared. Carlo had lost 13 subordinates, while the rampaging orcs were entirely annihilated, totaling a staggering 157. Every face bore the mark of sorrow, including Carlo's. These individuals had remained steadfastly loyal to him, their emotional bond akin to that of family, as if they were his own children. Ray placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, at a loss for words, for offering solace was not his forte. Ray, where do we go from here? Carlo inquired, crouching on the ground while grasping the hand of a fallen warrior, his gaze vacant. With a sigh, Carlo remarked, home? It has been so long since I have heard that word. Regardless, the purpose of my remaining days is to follow you. You must have your own plans, and I shall do everything in my power to assist you. The two fell silent, the only sound being the chilling wind that howled around them. What, then, is the purpose of my existence? Ray pondered once more in the biting storm. Still, no answer came to him. Snowflakes settled upon him, and he suddenly felt the profound chill of this winter. Chapter 45. Let more people live on. Ray resolved to depart from this place in 10 days. For the wounded warriors required rest and recovery. In his moments of leisure, Ray often sought out Carlo for conversation, delving into many perplexities regarding genetics. Carlo could speak at length, his words flowing effortlessly. How did you come to know that Freya's blood was tainted with decay? I have never heard of such a thing. Ray asked during one of their discussions. I came across this knowledge in some texts from the old era. Those who sold their souls to demons acquired malevolent powers, and within them coursed the sinful black blood. They ceased to be human, Carlo replied. Ray then pressed further. Do you truly believe in the existence of gods and demons in this world? Could it not be the result of genetic mutations? In the past, I was skeptical, however. The emergence of Freya and the Berserk orcs has transformed my understanding. I have studied the genetics of the Berserk orcs, and I have come to realize that they are entirely different entities from the orcs I have created. The genetic makeup of the Berserk orcs lacks the characteristics inherent to humanity. Now, when someone refers to me as a pig, I must touch my nose to reassure myself of my humanity. What else could be deemed impossible in this world? Carlo chuckled self-deprecatingly. A wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within Lei. If what Carlo said were true, he too might not be human. How would he confront Christina and all those who held him in high regard? A shadow lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate, prompting him to excuse himself. Suddenly, he felt a craving for a cigarette, only to realize, after patting down all his pockets, that he had finished his last one 2 days prior. As he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Chida. Hey, Chida, do you have a cigarette? I suddenly feel the urge for a puff, but I've run out, Lei admitted, though not particularly addicted. His restless emotions drove him to seek solace in a smoke. Chida was taken aback by Lei's approach. Their relationship had been quite strained. However, having witnessed Carlo's profound respect for Lei and Lei's true prowess in the recent battle, any initial hostility Chida harbored had dissipated. He cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, before beckoning Lei to follow him. Curious, Lei complied and followed him outside. After a considerable detour, Chida retrieved a tightly wrapped package from a hollow in the ruins. The leader forbids us from engaging with such items. Being discovered would result in punishment. You mustn't let anyone know that I am concealing these things, or I will face dire consequences. As he spoke, he carefully unwrapped the animal hide, revealing a bottle of wine within. What will happen if they find out? Lei jestingly inquired. If they do, you will find no one here willing to acquire such items from you. I would be confined in a dark room, starving for an entire day. Chida shot Lei a reproachful glance, reminiscent of a child. I swear, if you grant me that bottle of wine, I shall reveal nothing. Lei, with a grin, pressed his advantage. No way, this is my only bottle. At the very least, leave half for me. I have long suspected you were not a good person. I only blame myself for being soft-hearted and falling into your trap. Chida mournfully clutched the package. Fear not, I shall not consume it all. Moreover, I shall offer you 5 gold coins. Once we leave this place, you may procure more. Lei coaxed him gently. Wow, do you truly possess that much wealth? But riches are of no use. The leader does not permit me entry into the city of ruins. Chida's mood plummeted from elation to despair. Lei assured him that, in truth, he had an abundance of wealth and that they would eventually depart to a distant city where one could acquire anything desired with money. Really? I still find it hard to believe you. How about this? If you fail to give me the coins when the time comes, your white wolf shall belong to me. Chida suddenly mentioned the little white wolf, and Lei recalled that the creature had been following him closely these past few days. This white wolf truly possesses exceptional charm, winning hearts wherever it goes. Oh, isn't it rather afraid of you? How is it that you have become so amiable now? That day, during the battle, it was he who leaped upon the frenzied beast to rescue me. We have since forged a bond of friendship, as you can see. Upon finishing his words, he let out a sharp whistle. A white figure dashed from afar and soon arrived before the two. The little white creature dropped the massive bare leg it had been carrying and leaped onto Chida, enthusiastically licking his face, its tail wagging incessantly, never once glancing at Lei. Lei understood that it was Chida who had provided the food. This opportunistic creature truly made him want to give it a kick. Fine, let this ingrate be. Just hurry and hand me the goods. Lei took the package and extracted a cigarette, flicking it to ignite a spark. Taking a deep drag before unscrewing the cap of a flask to sip some liquor, his eyes lit up upon noticing the bare leg on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, flames engulfed the bare leg, and the little white creature whimpered in protest, sensing that Lei intended to seize its food. Not a chance. I won't share a single bite with you, Lei said, grinning at it. Fear not, little white one. Tomorrow I shall procure even more for you. Stick with me, and you shall feast to your heart's content every day. Chida comforted it, stroking its head. Upon hearing this, the little white creature immediately began to nuzzle him affectionately. Your skills just now were truly impressive. If only I possessed such abilities, Chida said enviously as he settled beside the fire. Any ability is meant for combat. Looking cool serves no purpose. Your youth and strength evoke the same envy in others, Lei remarked, reaching into the fire to retrieve a piece of perfectly cooked meat. Tearing off a bite and handing it to him as he spoke. You are right. All of this is bestowed by the chief, who is as formidable as you are. Chida accepted the chunk of meat and, emulating Lei, lit a cigarette and took a puff. Ahem, this thing is truly exhilarating. How did you come by these? Lei chatted while eating. He shook his head helplessly. He was merely a child, marveling at everything. The two engaged in conversation over drinks. Chida recounted how, a decade ago, he encountered a beast attack while migrating from another settlement to the lost city. All of his companions, over a dozen individuals, perished at the jaws of the ferocious creatures, including his parents. Fortunately, Pain appeared just in time to rescue him when he was only 4 years old. Subsequently, Carlo transformed him into his current self. Thus, when Lei attempted to breach the forbidden area, Chida was resolute in his determination to thwart him, for it was a mission entrusted to him by Carlo. Under the influence of alcohol, Chida's face flushed red. Stripped of his burdens, he resembled a naive child. Lei, filled with guilt, apologized to Chida, saying, I hurt you that day. We were both out of control, and besides, you didn't go easy on me, did you? You're an extraordinarily formidable individual, thankfully. We are not adversaries, or it would have been disastrous. Had it not been for your presence, we would have perished that day. I owe you my gratitude, Lei. Noticing the glimmer of tears in Chida's eyes, Lei understood he was reminiscing about his fallen comrades. He refrained from urging him to be strong. Tears do not always signify weakness, as was the case with Chida at that moment. Chida wiped away the tears threatening to spill over and took a hearty swig of his drink, exclaiming, I relish this stuff. Too bad I don't know when I can get more. You can have it any time. Just let me know when you wish to drink again. The journey to the lost city isn't far. By the way, Chida, have you ever harbored resentment towards Carlo? Have you ever contemplated living as an ordinary person, rather than in your current guise? Chida gazed at Lei in astonishment, questioning why he would presume that they harbored any animosity towards their leader. Were it not for him, they would not have survived to this day. He constantly reminds them, regardless of the transformations they undergo, to remember their humanity, even if one day their mutations become irreversible, rendering them forever as beastmen. They cannot dictate the course of their lives. It is only through this acceptance that they earn the right to exist in this world. As long as their hearts remain unchanged, they are, in essence, still human, irrespective of their outward appearances. All of this is in pursuit of survival. The hope for change lies in the survival of more individuals. A spark ignited in Lei's mind. Kita's words enlightened him. He realized that overthinking the meaning of life had led him away from the answers he sought. Viewing the world through the innocent eyes of Kita offered a clearer perspective. Was this not the answer he had been yearning for? To endure, and to ensure the survival of many others, is the hope for transformation. Lei took a deep breath, savoring the contentment that came with each inhalation, and he discovered that all his troubling concerns had dissipated. Unable to resist, Lei pinched Kita's cherubic face and exclaimed, "You truly are a genius. Thank you, Kita." Kita wriggled out of Lei's grasp, casting him a sidelong glance. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You aren't planning to weasel out of repaying me now that you've had your fill, are you? Let me tell you, if you don't pay up, little Bai will belong to me." At that thought, his heart fluttered with longing for Christina. Chapter 46, The Rise of Shadows in the Winter Throne. Christina rested her chin in her hand, gazing vacantly at the falling snowflakes. The fire in the hearth dwindled gradually, and the temperature began to drop, yet she remained oblivious. Liana closed the book she had been reading and rose to stoke the fire. "Are you thinking about him again?" Liana asked, waving her hand in front of Christina's face. She settled beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and said, "There's an old adage from the bygone era. No news is good news. You need not worry excessively. I once believed that Lei was merely an ordinary person. But as I became more acquainted with him, I discovered he was increasingly enigmatic. Despite his seemingly modest abilities, he exudes a sense of steadfast tranquility. And standing behind him instills a sense of fearlessness." Mentioning Lei animated Christina, who shook Liana's hand and exclaimed, Yes. He is like a fool, bravely standing at the forefront regardless of the danger. "Sister, how did you come to know him?" "I imagine there must have been many intriguing events. Would you share them with me? Someone like him only wears a stoic mask, trying to appear cool and charming. How could there be amusing tales?" Liana replied, "Had it not been for subsequent events, he and I would never have crossed paths again." With a smile, Liana recounted the entire story of her acquaintance with Lei. "Sister Liana, why do so many harbor ill intentions towards him? What are their motives?" Christina nodded, half understanding, as the persistent gloom in her heart weighed a little heavier. "How strange. That scoundrel Dingran has tea come to find me today," Liana murmured softly, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. Christina giggled, covering her mouth, and said, Hee, sister, you must be thinking of him, right?" Liana's cheeks flushed, yet she did not deny it, and the two began to playfully tease one another. Outside the city, a fierce wind whipped through the blizzard, swirling violently, limiting the visibility to scarcely 10 meters. A group of individuals struggled to assist one another as they navigated the storm. Their cloaks were laden with thick layers of snow, and their faces were crusted with ice shards. Nevertheless, none felt cold, only hindered in their movements by the heavy snow. Let us persevere a little longer. Just ahead lies the throne of winter. Carlo, are you all right? Carlo slipped as he approached Lei, who caught him just in time. "I'm fine. Is that truly the throne of winter?" "It certainly lives up to its name. The elevation here renders it much colder than elsewhere. Children, we are almost there. Just ahead is our home." Since departing from the forbidden grounds, Carlo had ceased to speak in the capacity of a leader, having entrusted command to Lei. He now resembled a venerable elder, caring for those around him. "Ah, we have finally arrived. How I detest such dreadful weather. Thank you for your hard work, little white." Cheetah, seated atop the white wolf, brushed off the accumulated snow, offering it comfort. Due to a debt owed to him, Lei had no choice but to pawn little white to Cheetah, who had initially intended for Carlo to ride, but Carlo had resolutely refused. Lei understood that Cheetah sought to prove his ability to conquer the arduous journey, truly a stubborn old man. The gates of the throne of winter loomed ahead, but a sudden barrage of gunfire echoed, halting the group's advance. "This is the throne of winter. The city is now under lockdown. Entry is strictly prohibited." Morande's voice thundered through the snowstorm. Currently, Morland, the captain of the city guard, possessing exceptional precision and marksmanship at the 3rd tier, swiftly detected the approach of someone through the swirling snow. Lei smiled knowingly. It appeared that his departure had not dulled the vigilance of the shadows. who maintained their heightened alertness even in such frigid conditions. He remained silent, advancing steadily as a volley of bullets erupted towards him. This was no mere warning. These shots were aimed directly at him. Lei nimbly maneuvered, unimpeded by the snowy terrain. This is your final warning. You are trespassing in the Winter Throne. Do not provoke my patience any further. Morland shouted in anger, raising his heavy sniper rifle and aligning the scope with Lei's silhouette obscured by the haze. The distinctive sound of the rifle resonated thrice, leaving Lei astonished by Morland's predictive prowess. Had he possessed only the fourth tier of abilities, he likely would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Damn it, prepare the heavy artillery to obliterate this bastard. The adversary seemed to be taunting him, igniting a fury that compelled him to command the deployment of heavy weaponry. Before Lei could intervene, 2 rounds of heavy artillery thundered forth, and he realized that the jest had escalated dangerously. He summoned all his strength as swirling snowflakes intertwined with the energies of dragon and phoenix, creating a magnificent display as he charged forward to meet the incoming shells head-on. Following a violent explosion, a cacophony of noise erupted from the city. The sound of hurried footsteps and jubilant shouts filled the air. It's the commander. Brothers, quickly, form ranks. As Lei and his comrades reached the city gates, they were greeted by hundreds of individuals standing in unison, their eyes brimming with respect and eagerness. A warm feeling enveloped Lei's heart as he heard the resounding chorus. Welcome back, Commander, safe and sound. Morland, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Captain, I apologize. I didn't realize it was you. Just then, his old comrades and Zifeng and Ding Ran rushed over after he had just dismissed their group. Lei warmly embraced everyone, and when he approached Christina, his breath became unexpectedly rapid. Wow, this scene is so touching. Why don't we join in? Ding Ran nudged Liana with his elbow. Sure, as long as you dare. I promise I won't be upset, Liana replied with a radiant smile. She had become quite adept at handling Ding Ran. The more irritated she appeared, the more he would speak without restraint, while yielding to his whims made him more subdued. Indeed, Ding Ran was taken aback by Liana's unprecedented compliance. Yet he felt a sweet warmth in his heart as it was the first time she openly acknowledged their relationship in front of so many people. Everyone assumed they were merely joking, and even Liana let her guard down. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Ran planted a quick kiss on her cheek and fled. Boss, I'll lay low for a bit. I'll show up when it's time for dinner, Ding Ran's voice echoed as he disappeared into the snowstorm. Liana's cheeks flushed as she grabbed the Magellan pistol tucked in Brian's waistband and emptied the magazine in a single breath. I've been shot. You're murdering your husband, Ding Ran shouted, not missing the chance to provoke her. You little rascal, just wait and see how I deal with you, Liana retorted, shoving the gun back to Brian and chasing after him. Christina, accustomed to their antics, had never witnessed Liana cursing and brandishing a weapon. Could you talk to your sister? She seems quite angry, she suggested. She anxiously shook Lei's hand, to which he pinched her nose and remarked, what could possibly be the matter? You must have overlooked Liana's expression. She is concerned about whether she truly injured him. If I go, I would only face disdain. Following a delightful little farce, Lei instructed someone to prepare a sumptuous lunch, as the weary travelers were now ravenous. He noticed Carlo intently gazing at Christina, his eyes unwavering. How could they resemble each other so closely? It is utterly astonishing, Carlo murmured. Lei's heart involuntarily quickened. He was well aware of Carlo's true identity. Could it be that Christina harbored her own secrets? We shall discuss this later. Let us go. Everyone has been famished all day. Soon, I will introduce you to the Brothers of the Shadows. Lei placed a hand on Carlo's shoulder and squeezed gently, signaling him to refrain from further commentary. The ever-cunning Locke understood Lei's intent and wisely remained silent. This was not to imply that Lei sought to conceal the truth. Rather, he wished to prevent any unpleasantness from befalling Christina, for guarding her was his lifelong duty. As Lei carried Christina on his back, they trailed behind the crowd, a halo encircling them and shielding them from the falling snowflakes. Christina leaned against Lei's ear and whispered, Why have you become so bold all of a sudden? You used to blush for ages if anyone saw you carrying me. Do you not like it? I could change, Lei teased playfully. Christina pouted, expressing her discontent. I never said I didn't like it. Humph, you mischievous rogue. You're becoming more like Ding Ran, so slick with your words. Suddenly, Lei halted, his demeanor turning serious as he declared, I am only like this in your presence. Christina, with a heart sweet as honey, lay quietly on Lei's back, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly requested, Please go slower. I relish this moment. Chapter 47. The Rise of Shadows 2. Everyone gave him a thumbs up. Aren't you just seeking torment? Why put yourself through this? And Zifeng couldn't help but remark, TCH, you know nothing. This is the mark of love. Hitting is affection. And scolding is love, Ding Ran proudly declared, gesturing to his own black eye. However, he would soon come to understand. In conclusion, Ding Ran cast a mischievous glance at Diana, who was stifling a laugh behind her hand. Liana cleared her throat, prompting him to sit up straight and silence himself immediately. Lei raised his glass and stood, addressing everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I am honored to introduce our new partner in shadows, Dr. Aphes Carlo, a pioneer in the field of genetics. With his addition, our entire operational framework is now complete. Come, let us all raise our glasses to welcome him. With enthusiasm, everyone lifted their glasses and drank heartily. Diana took the initiative to introduce herself, followed closely by others who presented their names and positions. Carlo acknowledged each in turn. After the introductions, the atmosphere grew quiet, punctuated only by the sounds of scattered eating. Lei cleared his throat. As always, let us maintain the same camaraderie. Carlo is not an outsider, and he will not mind. Why not say so earlier? I was suffocating, Aileen exclaimed, exhaling deeply as she drew her short sword and cut a piece of meat, devouring it heartily. This is how one should eat, with gusto. The others soon followed suit, their faces contorted in fierce delight. Dr. Carlo, please don't take offense. We are but simple folk. Come, let us share a drink, Knox said, wrapping his arm around Carlo's shoulder. That sounds delightful. From now on, just call me Carlo. It feels more intimate, he replied, clinking glasses with Knock and downing his drink in one go. Refreshing. Aha, you're going to grow fond of the shadows, my friend, Knock chuckled, patting his shoulder before wandering off to find Brian for another round. Naturally, Dingran became the target of everyone's playful banter. Thus, the atmosphere transformed into one of exuberance, filled with laughter. Across the vast ocean, in a laboratory on the eastern continent, a young man dressed in military attire stood rigidly before a sealed nutrient chamber, motionless. He was aware that it was the elderly figure submerged in the nutrient solution who summoned him, a call that only he could perceive. Chung Gong pressed his hand against the cold glass, a glimmer of silver emanating from his palm, and the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. He found himself amidst a myriad of experimental apparatus. Doctorin, given your frail health, why risk entering the realm of illusions? You could simply instruct me directly. Cheng Gong expressed with genuine concern. Clad in a pristine white coat, Doctorin maintained the appearance of a 70-year-old man, with silver hair and a face etched with wrinkles. In truth, he was 183 years old. Within his illusion, he controlled everything. Do not worry, my child. This will be the last time. Do not grieve for me, for all lives must eventually come to an end. Come closer. I wish to show you something significant. My past experiences hold great importance for an individual. With that, Doctorin touched his finger to Chung Gong's forehead. Chung Gong felt a sharp pain at his brow, rendering him immobile as countless images were forcibly imprinted into his mind. He lost track of time, and only after an indeterminate duration did he regain his ability to move. Do not inquire, my child. In the future, you will understand how to navigate this new era that has commenced, though regrettably, I shall not witness it. Doctorin sighed. It was then that Cheng Gong noticed the significant signs of aging upon him, as the illusion could dissolve at any moment. The once unyielding figure found his eyes moist with unshed tears. Do not weep, my child. You are the greatest pride of my life. Doctor, and attempted to reach out to caress his face, yet his hand hovered mid-air, as his form gradually disintegrated into shimmering specks of light, fading into nothingness. Rest in peace. Doctor, I shall not fail your expectations. Chung Gong rose, wiping away his tears, and turned to depart. Within the throne of winter, Lei and Carlo sat facing one another. Did you notice something when you encountered Christina? Lei inquired gravely. Indeed, she bears an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, an exact replica, if I am not mistaken. She must be a specimen possessing my genetic makeup, Carlo replied, nodding in agreement. Her appearance has overturned many of my previous hypotheses, perhaps under specific conditions. Your abilities may indeed be replicated or even inherited. It turned out that among the second batch of test subjects, there was a girl who had succumbed to the rejection phase and perished. It now appeared that this was merely a state of apparent death. She not only survived but also passed on Lei's abilities to her daughter. Lei finally comprehended the strange feeling he experienced upon seeing Christina. Based on your analysis, is this a positive or negative development? Lei found himself unable to think clearly, as even the slightest detail concerning Christina filled him with anxiety. I do not know. I perceive it as a good omen, provided that no rejection occurs in the future. As if I have implanted an eternal heart, I scarcely age before your arrival. Regardless, I cannot allow her even the slightest misstep. She is more precious than my own life. Carlo, I must expedite the establishment of the laboratory. I will provide you with everything you need, and I require a definitive answer. A standard laboratory must be equipped with precise instruments and tools, which only the great families, inheritors of the ancient technologies, can fully procure. Currently, the conditions of the Winter Throne would at best allow for the creation of a rudimentary setup capable of producing basic medications. Proceed with your endeavors. I will find a way to manage the rest. Even the ability to produce some simple emergency medications would represent a significant advancement for the shadows. I have a request. Allow Christina to be my assistant. I sense that her mental prowess is exceptionally strong, making her ideally suited for data processing tasks. With her assistance, our efforts will undoubtedly yield greater results. Carlo, being forthright, agreed readily. This is easily arranged. She has been seeking an opportunity to assist, and I believe this role is well suited for her. Ray promptly confirmed this and added that he had already informed Diana of your privileges at the Winter Throne, allowing you to directly mobilize personnel and resources as needed. Following a brief discussion, Ray departed, heading straight to the armory to find Ferenc. Amidst the clamor of machinery, Ferenc toiled alone before a machine, oblivious to Ray's presence beside him. In the biting cold of winter, he wore only a thin shirt, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Noticing him pause, Ray quickly offered a clean cloth, saying, Ferenc, you have been working hard. Greetings. How did you come to be here? Is there something you require? Wait a moment, let me detach that component and show you something. Seeing Leifern's excitement, he spoke with a certain disjointedness. Lei firmly urged him to take a seat, saying, allow me. With practiced ease, he dismantled the nearly 200-pound part and placed it on the ground. Leifern immediately lifted a kettle and took a few sips before addressing Lei. It's all a matter of first-hand experience. It cannot compare to your decades of expertise. What were you about to show me? Lei inquired. You'll know when you see it. Wait, coming. Have someone move these sets of parts over there? He shouted towards the other end. Instantly, several individuals rushed over, and upon noticing Lei, they stood at attention and saluted, Commander. They were new recruits of the Shadow, their eyes filled with admiration for Lei. He patted one of the young men on the shoulder, saying, be mindful of safety while you work. These items are quite heavy. Thank you for your hard work. After Lei and Leifern departed, the young men were as exhilarated as children. Wow, you were so lucky that the commander actually patted your shoulder. Lei followed Leifern to his separate compartment in the finished product warehouse. When the lights illuminated the space, he was taken aback. 3 mobile heavy artillery vehicles stood in perfect alignment, their olive-drab camouflage exuding an aura of formidable power. Lei could not resist climbing aboard to examine them closely. The design of the cannon was remarkably distinctive, far larger than any heavy artillery he had ever encountered, with significantly longer barrel lengths. Lei understood that these deliberate modifications maximized both range and lethality. This is my design for a novel assault cannon, which amalgamates the virtues of antiquated cannons and howitzers. Regrettably, it cannot entirely merge the strengths of both. Ferenc shook his head somberly. Unperturbed by his demeanor, Lei continued to explore the heavy artillery, remarking that it was the finest piece of heavy artillery he had ever encountered. What is the power of Ferenc's creation? He inquired. Instantly, Ferenc regained his composure, exuding confidence as he replied, though it may not achieve perfection, I assure you, there is not a single cannon in the entire lawless expanse that can rival it. Its maximum range is 30 kilometers. In addition to conventional shells, it can launch incendiary and armor-piercing rounds. I have specifically designed a shell loaded with C4 explosives. Lei was aware of the myriad types of explosive ordnance, yet he was astonished that a single cannon could possess such a diverse array of capabilities, particularly the destructive potential of C4, of which he had heard tales. Ferenc, could you simplify and illustrate it for me? Lei inquired, suppressing his burgeoning excitement. Certainly. Let me provide an analogy. If the enemy were to bombard the Winter Throne with 5 of these cannons, after 3 rounds of bombardment, the main gate's artillery array along with the city walls would be utterly obliterated, Ferenc stated with a calm and solemn demeanor. Lei gazed at Ferenc for an extended moment before leaping down from the artillery platform and grasping him firmly. Ferenc, you are truly remarkable. With this equipment, the Shadows will undergo a transformation. On behalf of the entire Shadows, I extend my gratitude to you. With that, Lei stood at attention and saluted him. Do not forget, I am also a member of the shadows. This is my duty, Ference replied modestly. After a brief contemplation, Lei inquired, how many artillery platforms can we equip in 2 months? 10, along with 200 armor-piercing explosive shells, Ference answered. Felons provided his answer with unwavering confidence. How splendid. Truly. It is a timely boon. I have matters to attend to, but I shall seek you out later for a drink. Upon finishing his words, Lei hurriedly departed. Felons, gazing at Lei's receding figure, murmured to himself, now Mord must be heartbroken to the point of insomnia. Even I hesitate at the cost of 300 gold coins per shot. After leaving the armory, Lei directly sought out Diana, only to find Anzi Feng and Mord present as well, engaged in discussions regarding the establishment of a laboratory project. Their conversation ceased upon Lei's arrival. Anzi Feng inquired, Boss, is there something you need? Lei replied, let us temporarily set aside our current tasks. I have summoned others. We must deliberate on matters concerning Seg City. The group quickly assembled. Keen-eyed Nock discerned that all present were leaders of troops. Realizing this was a strategic meeting. Damn it. Then I Haven T had the chance to stretch my limbs properly. It seems my moment to shine has arrived. Lei, which is our target this time? Nock exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing that Lei's next objective was Seg City, a profound silence enveloped the room. If the Frost King's throne was akin to a lion, Seg City loomed like a giant. Nock, who had recently been so ambitious, now breathed cautiously. Lei, do you think it's appropriate for us to challenge the Murphy family at this juncture? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until we are sufficiently powerful. Liana voiced her concerns with a furrowed brow. They will not grant us this opportunity. No path is devoid of obstacles. Our peace is destined to be built upon the corpses of our enemies. We have no choice but to engage in battle. With a calm demeanor, Lei spoke. Yet everyone could sense the unwavering, indomitable resolve emanating from him. What is there to fear? A mere scar from a beheading is but the size of a palm. One must act with purpose and restraint. From the day I joined the shadows, I entrusted my life to the leader's care. Wherever he directs, I shall follow, Brian declared. Rising and thumping the table emphatically, inspired by his fervor, the others expressed their support. Lei raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. Only by subduing siege can we truly strengthen ourselves. As for your concerns regarding the intervention of the Grand Lord, I possess strategies to navigate that without causing widespread disruption. For now, let us gather intelligence. The garrison numbers are as follows. The Frost Winter Throne has a total of 800 troops, with 500 stationed in both the Black Spring and Red Earth mines. If we include the nearby gathering places, the total could reach approximately 11,000. Anzi Feng is well informed about the circumstances of the shadows. Lei was taken aback by the shadows' growth to such a scale. Yet it still paled in comparison to the over 30,000 defenders of Siege City. Even with the full support of Murphy and Ad, they would only muster half of that number. For now, let us focus on maintaining our training and logistics. In 2 months, we will initiate the spring offensive. Tomorrow, I will personally venture to the Fallen Plains to secure additional assistance. Lei clearly articulated the preparations for war, as the Frost Winter Throne busily readied itself. Siege City had long been prepared. Had it not been for Lei's assertion that the timing of Winter's arrival was not yet right, this war would have already commenced. In the depths of the ruins of Nolan, Winter Chill was conspicuously absent. The falling snowflakes melted into droplets mid-air, leaving everything damp. Freya was pinned against a stone pillar, barely clinging to life, her hands and feet stained with congealed black blood. Incompetent fool, you cannot even handle the simplest of tasks. Had it not been for the imminent birth of the Dark Lord, which requires more hands, I would have obliterated you long ago. This slight punishment should serve as a reminder that betraying the Dark Lord is far more excruciating than death itself. In the enveloping darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Thank you, Apostle, for not ending my life. Freya swears. Should there ever be thoughts of betraying the demon kin, may I suffer the torment of an eternal descent into the abyss of demonic souls. Freya struggled to lift her head, speaking in a halting manner. Suddenly, the blackened spikes embedded in her body vanished, causing her to plummet to the ground. A wisp of black mist drifted past and entered her body, restoring some of her vitality. Freya, I hope you cherish this final opportunity to live. Now, go to the west and seek out your awakening companions. Remember, we must act discreetly and find opportunities to strengthen our forces. Freya rose and knelt on the ground, acknowledging with a submissive yes. Chapter 48, The Rise of Shadows 3 for reasons unknown. Everyone within the shadows felt that this winter was particularly prolonged, except for Lei. Naturally, Lei would not venture far and wide in search of the truth. At least time did not permit such a journey. However, he remained undeterred. Having nearly worn out over 100 thick archaeological tomes without uncovering any clues. Days passed, and as the snowstorm gradually subsided, the preparations for war among the shadows neared completion. On a sunlit morning, Lei stood resplendent in formal attire atop the city, as a formidable assembly of individuals lined up neatly in the open space below. At that moment, Lei felt a surge of fervor as he saluted the ranks with precision. With a commanding presence, he proclaimed his declaration of battle. Victory for the shadows. Victory for the shadows. His voice resonated with such intensity that it nearly eclipsed the cheers of the crowd. Let us depart. Upon landing, Lei gestured grandly and leaped onto the back of his steed, setting forth towards the east. Behold, this is the essence of true manhood. If only you possessed half of his prowess, remarked Liana, gazing at Lei's retreating figure as she spoke to Ding Ran beside her. Huh. The boss merely knows how to play it cool. You wouldn't consider abandoning me to join him, would you? Ding Ran teased lightheartedly. Liana, often adorned with the mantle of genius, felt increasingly overshadowed by Lei, perceiving herself as a mere toddler struggling to walk in his presence. Sensing her emotional shift, Ding Ran placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, Do not be disheartened. There is no one else in this world quite like him. You are not as inferior as you perceive. After all, over the past 2 months, you have bested me no fewer than 30 times, which speaks to your rapid progress, albeit slightly behind his. Incorrect. It was no fewer than 31 times, she retorted, playfully twisting his arm and sending him soaring through the air. Ding Ran, unscathed, executed several flips before landing gracefully in the back seat of a moving vehicle. And Zifeng, with his eyes closed, remained indifferent to Ding Ran's arrival beside him. Hey, brother, even in such a state, you show no concern for me? Ding Ran feigned a groan while rubbing his shoulder. What concern is there to offer? You are not incapable of defeating her. From our last spar, I can tell you are at least her equal now, Zifeng remarked, his eyes still closed. You wouldn't understand, my friend. A person as competitive as she is, losing to me would only bring trouble. To keep her spirits high, I would endure this slight discomfort, Ding Ran replied, his tone turning serious as he produced a cigarette, offering it to Zifeng. After a moment's hesitation, Zifeng accepted it and lit it, despite his aversion to smoking. But what was the harm in keeping this scrawny fellow company for a while? Don't you find this exhausting? Zifeng couldn't help but inquire. Exhausting? Not at all. Seeing her happy makes everything worthwhile, Ding Ran said, gazing at him incredulously. I suspect you might be a few marbles short. Otherwise, Diana would have been won over long ago. Ding Ran shot him a look, exhaling a puff of smoke. Let me ask you, if misfortune were to claim you in this battle, whom would you miss the most? Zifeng fell silent, discomfort washing over him as he snatched the cigarette from Ding Ran's hand, taking a puff. It was the first time he skillfully inhaled the thick smoke, holding it in for a moment before releasing it. You don't have an affinity for men, do you? As far as I know, many are quite fond of this. Ding Ran remarked, but immediately shifted the topic upon seeing the murderous glint in Zifeng's eyes. My apologies, I was merely jesting. You know precisely what I am asking. You simply fear confronting your own answer. Was she not the first person that came to your mind? Caught off guard by the piercing insight into his thoughts, Zifeng's face flushed crimson. His silence spoke volumes, a tacit acceptance of the truth. Ding Ran continued with a gentle admonition, finally placing a reassuring hand on Zifeng's shoulder. With a playful grin, Ding Ran, appearing deceptively wise, spoke words that were not without merit. Zifeng sighed and inquired, Well, what do you suggest I do? Upon hearing his question, Ding Ran immediately brightened, wrapping his arm around Zifeng's shoulder and exclaimed, Aha, you've finally seen the light, my dear fool. Trust me, you can't go wrong. I am quite the expert in this matter. Just go up to her, give her a kiss, and confess your feelings. You two are merely a step away. Surely you cannot expect a girl to take the initiative, can you? You aren't endowed with the same charm as our leader, are you? This aligns perfectly with your style, but I lack such audacity. Besides, she wouldn't appreciate me doing that, Zifeng retorted with a disapproving glance, outright rejecting the suggestion. All right, you may not possess my qualities, but allow me to strategize for you. Rest assured, my friend, your happiness is my responsibility. If all else fails, we can consult with our leader. Despite his reticent nature, he has quite the knack for winning a lady's favor. Just look at how smitten Christina is with him. Ding Ran resumed his usual flamboyant manner of speaking. Should our leader hear you say such things? I fear he might retaliate against you. It would be wise to refrain from such ill-conceived ideas, and Zifeng's mood improved, surprisingly tolerating Ding Ran's disparagement of Lei, something he would have previously found infuriating. This rascal, though lacking decorum, possessed an uncanny ability to uplift spirits and offer joy. As the shadow team advanced resolutely towards Siege City, Cheng Gong sat in peaceful repose on a simple wooden raft, eyes closed in contemplation. The obscure freshwater lake impeded his progress. Circumventing it would necessitate several days, while traversing the lake posed considerable peril, as the potential for lurking aquatic monstrosities to emerge and devour a person whole was unknown. Cheng Gong was as ignorant of his past as Lei. He had been a mere soldier in a wilderness cleanup crew. Following the cataclysm, the eastern structure did not descend into the chaos that befell other regions. The military continued to safeguard the populace. After sustaining an injury, he was dispatched to Dr. N for a battery of examinations, ultimately leading to his severance from the original organization and his induction into a grueling, high-intensity training regimen. For the subsequent 2 years, he and 2 taciturn teammates executed suppression and assassination missions, transforming into living instruments of death. Dr. N held him in special regard, serving as both mentor and confidant, and entrusted him with a vital mission during the final moments of his life. The raft glided effortlessly, propelled by Cheng Gong's telekinetic abilities. Abruptly, the waters ahead surged, and a colossal crocodile erupted from the depths, its jaws agape, lunging toward him. Its robust form dwarfed the raft he occupied, and Cheng Gong's slender frame seemed scarcely sufficient to sate its appetite. Cheng Gong's eyes snapped open, a glint of frigid light flashing within his dark irises. The domain of frost silently unfurled, solidifying the water within a 20-meter radius, encasing the crocodile in an icy prison, unleashing his telekinetic power. Everything within the frozen domain was pulverized by the intense force field. The lake's surface regained its tranquility, and he resumed his course, the preceding scene seemingly erased from existence. 5 days later, 30 kilometers from Seeger City, the Shadow Host paused to regroup. This battle differs significantly from those in the past, as it is impossible to engage in a dispersed manner against an enemy force that outnumbers us manifold. The crowd is oblivious to the source of Lei's audacity, urgently questioning whether he harbors any plans, to which he cryptically replies, "Everything is under control." Lei appears unfazed. During the 2-day respite for troop reorganization, he and Zifeng meticulously surveyed the surrounding terrain, only gathering the leaders to assign tasks on the eve of combat. At dawn, the main force had advanced to within 3 kilometers of Sage City, with 3 heavy artillery vehicles poised for action. With a mere gesture, Lei ordered the simultaneous firing of 3 shells, their thunderous roars echoing as the fiery trails vanished from sight. The guards of Sage City, still in slumber, were abruptly jolted awake by a violent tremor, and the unfortunate souls had scarcely comprehended the unfolding chaos before being engulfed by the shockwaves of the explosions. Detonations erupted in rapid succession, with dozens of shells precisely embedding themselves into the 5-meter-thick city walls, all striking their intended targets. In the shadows, every individual's potential was maximally harnessed. A well-trained artilleryman wields far greater suppressive power in a siege than a 5th-tier warrior. Within moments, hundreds of meters of the city wall lay in ruins, while the forces of Sage City had yet to complete their assembly. Cross, accompanied by a contingent, rushed to the front line, seizing a guard and bellowing, "What transpired? Whose forces are these?" The guard, bloodied and bewildered, stammered, "We had no inkling of the enemy's presence until..." "What?" Cross cast a glance at the devastated city wall, a chill coursing through him. The heavy artillery of Sage City had a mere 1-kilometer range, and its firepower was insufficient to breach the reinforced concrete and rock structures of the walls. Although his vision had not been enhanced, it was still several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A faint wisp of smoke billowed from deep within the distant forest, indicating the position of the artillery, at least 3 kilometers away. Cross could scarcely fathom who would possess the audacity to challenge the Murphy family, save for that madman, Aiden Murphy, who was hastily leading his troops forward. Cross stepped in front of the advancing vehicles, saying, "Uncle, please wait. The enemy may have laid a trap. We must not act recklessly. Cross, mind your behavior. If you do not step aside, I shall charge you with delaying military operations." Aiden retorted, "Coward. They have come to our doorstep, yet you fear to engage. You should have perished in the Winter Throne last time." He drew his magnum, slowly squeezing the trigger. A glint of cold light flashed in Cross's eyes as his fists clenched with a crackling sound. After a tense standoff lasting 2 seconds, he reluctantly stepped aside. With a cold laugh, Aiden led his troops out of the city to confront the enemy. Ray observed the oncoming foes charging toward their position and smiled faintly. A rough estimate suggested that the forces from Seg City numbered only in the thousands, and their equipment indicated they were merely the vanguard. Arrogant Aiden, upon leading his troops into the ambush set by the shadows, found himself besieged by artillery fire, leaving him battered and covered in dirt. As he attempted to command a retreat, he discovered that his escape route had been thoroughly blocked by heavy forces. "Protect me. Break through to the southeast." Aiden cried in panic, finally regretting not heeding Cross's advice. After he managed to break free from the encirclement, fewer than 100 men remained by his side. Gazing at the fearful and exhausted faces of his subordinates, he realized that his fate was sealed, even if he were to repel the enemy in the future. The lightest punishment for his command blunders would be expulsion from the family. After a brief respite, a troop emerged from the high slope, encircling them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Sage's forces, which eased their apprehension. Just as the group believed they were saved and erupted in cheers, the rapid fire of machine guns sent half of them to their doom. "It was I, dear Uncle Aiden." Cross sneered as he parted the crowd and approached Aiden. Aiden's pupils dilated slowly, cold sweat trickling down his face. He had always been at odds with Cross, wishing for the other's demise. Yet he never anticipated that Cross would dare to confront him publicly. "Old fool, because of your obstinacy, the Murphy family has suffered grievously. And you still have the audacity to flaunt your power here?" Recklessly, Cross stepped closer to Aiden, lightly slapping his face. With Aiden's mediocre abilities, Cross regarded him with utter disdain, determined to repay every humiliation and pain he had endured in double measure. Aiden, whose capabilities fell short by a level, could not even afford to feel angry. Gazing into Cross's cold, emotionless eyes, he realized his fate was sealed. "What if I offer all my wealth and status in exchange for a life?" Aiden wiped the sweat and grime from his face, feigning composure as he presented his last desperate bargaining chip. Cross, with his arms crossed and chin resting thoughtfully, raised a finger and shook it slightly, saying, "Do you really think I would relinquish this opportunity? In comparison, killing you would bring him the fierce battles on the main battlefield raged on, with no one hearing the distinct and resounding gunfire echoing in the distance. Aiden Murphy, lacking even the courage to fight, chose to end his own life, perhaps acutely aware that falling into the hands of Cross would subject him to tortures that would render life unbearable. Cross, caught off guard by Aiden's sudden resolve, could not act in time to prevent the fatal shot that shattered Aiden's skull. Enraged at the sight of Aiden's lifeless body, Cross unleashed his fury, delivering relentless blows with his colossal sand fists until the corpse was reduced to a pulpy mass. As the sand fists dissipated, they took Aiden's remains with them, erasing any trace of his existence. The main force of Sage City had arrived at the front lines, a formidable contingent of tens of thousands pressing down the momentum of the shadows, retreating in an orderly fashion under the command of Ray. The fighting had temporarily subsided, leaving the remaining vanguard forces rescued from Sage City dwindled to less than 1,000. Never before had anyone dared to confront the Murphy family's authority directly. The actions of the shadows today nearly drove the head of this branch to the brink of bloodshed, as thousands of elite troops were lost at his own doorstep, and his own brother perished on the battlefield. Chapter 49. The Rise of Shadows. For Murphy, Alubo did not lose his composure in the face of anger. He discerned that the shadows were executing a calculated retreat, and pursuing them would lead into a trap. It was Ray of the Winter Throne. This man and truly feared nothing. Recognizing the remnants of the battlefield strewn with chaos, Cross identified the attire of the Winter Throne. "Is it him? I hadn't even settled the old scores with him for occupying the Winter Throne, and yet he has come knocking at my door. Regardless of who he is, he shall not escape today." After a moment of calm reflection, Alubo proceeded to allocate combat tasks. "Cross, you shall lead 5,000 elite troops to encircle their retreat from the riverbed of the Misty Jungle. Barak, take an armored division along with 3 heavy machine battalions. 5,000 infantry to blockade from the western Beast Canyon. Nelson, position 5,000 men in ambush in the eastern hills. Ensure you coordinate your assaults. For you fight for your family. Do not emulate that fool Aiden. The movements of the forces in Sieg City are all under Lay's watchful eye." A smirk playing upon his lips, Alubo has divided his forces into 4 routes with the intent of preventing Lay's escape, never considering that Lay might gamble everything. As the main force of Sieg advances, the Shadow has initiated its counterattack with the first barrage, under the concentrated fire of 20 heavy artillery pieces. The vanguard of Sieg is utterly obliterated before they even ascertain the enemy's position, surrounded by numerous massive craters and scattered corpses. When the charge is sounded, The men of shadow surge forth like ravenous wolves. Perhaps I have indeed underestimated the shadow and Lei. The ability to swap the roles of offense and defense in mere minutes relies not only on formidable artillery, but, more crucially, on the unwavering morale of the shadow. This intangible energy proves indomitable. Alubo experienced this deeply during the battles that heralded the rise of the Murphy family in his youth. Murphy yet. The outcome of this endeavor rests solely upon your shoulders. Lei murmurs to himself as if conjuring a fireball from the heavens. Simultaneously, he bellows, "Foreshadow, for victory! Foreshadow for victory! Foreshadow for victory!" Lei's rallying cry ignites the fervor of the warriors. Even those wounded and fallen struggle to rise and follow the main force into the fray. As Lei transformed into the vermilion bird, he soared majestically above the throng. Leading the charge, with Nzifeng, Ding Ran, and Liana closely trailing into the enemy ranks. Waves of foes were sent sprawling as the colossal steel figure of Brian and Aaron maximized their defenses, paving the way for the formidable Dianak and other warriors to join the fray. The champions of Seg City hastily entered the fray, rallying to the cause. The Murphy branch, where Alubo resided, was not lacking in sixth-tier combatants, a fact that bolstered their confidence. Just as the two forces became locked in a fierce struggle, a barrage of artillery erupted from the rear of Seg City, falling like a torrential downpour. Lord of the city, the enemy has reinforcements. Seg City. What? Alubo's vision darkened as he collapsed before the command vehicle. Seg City stood as a titan in the lawless expanse, and throughout the entire Kamabang, a stronghold no one dared to provoke. Thus, the arrogant Murphy family had underestimated their adversary, particularly Lei, with Aiden serving as a prime example. In his fervor to annihilate the shadows, Alubo had nearly committed his entire force, leaving Seg City vulnerable and easily ensnared by their foes. It was only now that he comprehended why Lei had held back during the city's breach. He had intentionally used the entire shadow faction as bait to draw Alubo in. Indeed, Lei possessed both intellect and audacity. Had the bait been less substantial, Alubo would not have been so easily deceived. Furthermore, had the shadows failed to withstand the charge of Seg's forces, the repercussions would have been catastrophic, sealing the fate of the entire shadow faction. The disarray among the Seg soldiers had thoroughly eroded their fighting spirit, especially after witnessing Lei effortlessly slay two sixth-tier leaders. Liana invoked the will of the war god, her luminous wings transforming her into a beam of golden light that seamlessly sliced through her opponent. A fifth-tier defender endowed with sixth-tier strength and combat enhancement. The foe, oblivious to the pain, was disintegrated into fragments, blood erupting in a chaotic spray around him. Nzifeng and Ding Ran also dispatched their adversaries, assisting Brian Knox and others in battle, although Diana had yet to break through to the sixth tier. She possessed the agility of a fifth-tier speedster and the lethal precision of a fifth-tier Blood Red Reaper, ensuring her safety. Her opponent was the sixth-tier powerhouse, Cadice Aiden, the eldest son of Murphy. Amidst the omnipresent glint of blades and sword energy, she darted like a graceful wisp of white silk, ceaselessly circling Cadice while wielding her short sword, its crimson edge striking with pinpoint accuracy. In a clash of blades, Diana, at a disadvantage in strength, was sent flying from the impact, the chaotic winds of blades converging upon her. With no opportunity to evade, she faced certain dismemberment if struck. In that critical moment, Nzifeng leaped forth, enveloping her in his embrace and twisting to dissipate the force, his fist crackling with blue arcs of electricity crashing against the oncoming gale of blades. The moment of impact unleashed a surge of lightning, scattering the blade winds while coalescing into the form of a roaring azure dragon, charging T upon landing. Cadice thrust his longsword into the ground, twisting the hilt, which caused the earth to shatter and several tons of soil to be propelled into the air, colliding with the pursuing lightning arrows. After a series of explosions and a cloud of dust, he narrowly evaded Nzifeng's strike. In that single clash, the disparity in their strengths was evident, prompting Cadice to decisively retreat with his sword. "Are you all right? You scared me to death just now," Nzifeng inquired with concern, oblivious to the intimate manner in which she had been holding the sword in her embrace. The violent recoil left Diana pale, a trace of blood staining her lips. "Am I utterly useless? As the Lord of the Winter Throne, I lack even the power of the sixth tier. How can I command respect?" Diana lamented, her gaze sorrowful as she looked at Nzifeng. Observing the unguarded vulnerability she displayed, Nzifeng gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, reassuring her. "How could that be? In my eyes, you are flawless. In the shadows, everyone recognizes your exceptional capabilities. Even Liana concedes that she pales in comparison to you in that regard." "Really?" Diana asked, her spirits lifting with hope. Of course. You know I would never lie to you. As for your temporary lack in combat prowess, I am confident you will grow stronger in time, and I shall remain by your side to protect you. What I meant was, am I truly flawless in your eyes? You seem different today. Please don't emulate Ding Ran. He can say such things to anyone, and I dislike that, Diana said, her face radiating happiness. No, no, no. How could I resemble him? I speak only to you. And Zifeng replied earnestly. Well, I don't know what's come over me today. I just can't bear to see you being bullied, she stammered. Her nervousness palpable as she struggled to articulate her feelings. As Diana observed his anxious demeanor, she stifled a laugh, playfully chiding him as a fool. Let go of me. Hurry and assist the others. We are running out of time. If we do not rendezvous with Murphy and the others, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. Watching her silhouette vanish amidst the throng, Zifeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and quickly followed suit. Faced with the dual assault of the shadows, the main forces of Siege City found themselves ill-equipped to handle a two-front battle. Overwhelmed by the relentless tide of shadow warriors, Alubo was engulfed by profound despair. He promptly consolidated his troops, commanding a full-scale offensive towards Siege. His face ashen, he issued his final order. Despite their diminished morale, they still possessed a numerical advantage. Upon receiving the retreat order, a flicker of survival instinct ignited within them, prompting a fierce assault against the lines of Murphy and Yad. The walls of Siege loomed within sight, yet the distance of merely 1 kilometer felt insurmountable, as a force of over 10,000 was firmly pinned in the plains, unable to advance or retreat. Lei glanced at his comrades, Nock and Brian Moreid, both bearing varying degrees of injury, yet their eyes sparkled with indomitable fighting spirit. Slowly, Lei raised his hand and gestured with conviction. Without uttering a single word, everyone perceived his resolve. Upon the issuance of the charge command, Lei rose again. Enveloped in a tapestry of lightning and flames, accompanied by the roaring of dragons and phoenixes that propelled him straight into the enemy's ranks. Amidst the thunderous sounds of his comrades charging behind him, he appeared as a deity. Witnessing Lei's assault, Alubo finally recognized the young man's extraordinary talent, an instinctual dread whispering to him that his fate was sealed at the hands of this youth. Upon landing, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird obliterated the defensive positions, reducing them to ruins. He pointed towards Alubo and shouted from afar, Siege City is mine for the taking. If you possess even a modicum of compassion for your subordinates, do not subject them to futile resistance. Alubo's eyes blazed with fury. Lei's words struck him like a heavy slap across the face. If he wished to escape, no one, including Lei, could hinder him. Yet, what significance would life hold without Siege City? You must be Lei, he remarked. Your audacity and cunning indeed command my respect. However, had it not been for your negligence in underestimating me, the outcome today could have been drastically different. Allow me to remind you. This is the ancestral territory of the Murphy family. Even if you temporarily seize it today, you will inevitably provoke the wrath of the entire Murphy clan in the future. Alubo fixed his gaze firmly upon Lei. You need not concern yourself with that, dear brother Alubo. As long as the tax revenues are sufficient. Femus cares not who governs Siege City, even if it is a faction as diminished as yours. Murphy Yade interjected, suddenly appearing beside Lei. It's you, Murphy Yade. Alubo exclaimed, astonished, unable to fathom that he was the one who had orchestrated an ambush on his rear flank. Spare me that expression, elder brother. Although we belong to the same clan, I have not forgotten the underhanded dealings you and Femus engaged in against me in the past. Murphy Yade taunted, deliberately provoking Alubo. Over the years, Femus had certainly been vigilant regarding the expansion of Siege City, and Alubo understood that, as Yade had pointed out, Femus would prefer to witness his decline. However, what he remained unaware of was that a far more perilous shadow awaited to usurp his position. You have masked your true self quite adeptly these years, Yade. Well done. Very well done. In a fit of rage, you conspired with outsiders to exact your vengeance upon me. Back then, I should have eliminated you and that wretched mother of yours. Alubo was enveloped in seething fury, his power amassed to its zenith. After my father's demise, the Murphy family ceased to be the formidable, united bastion of glory it once was. Were it not for the leverage I possess, something you covet with insatiable desire, would I have survived this long? Yard, calm and collected, regarded the furious Alubo with an unwavering gaze. Throughout the years, Alubo had meticulously embedded his spies around Murphy and Yard, merely to obtain the experimental data concerning thunder that lay within Yard's grasp. It was clear to all that the unspoken truce existed solely because Murphy and Yard lacked the capability to retaliate. As a gesture of mercy, considering the lengths you have gone to acquire that coveted item, allow me to reveal a secret. It serves as a small consolation for you in your final moments. He possesses everything you desire, including your most fervent wish, the heart of perpetuity. Murphy and Yard gestured towards Lei as he spoke to Alubo. Indeed, as I surmised, it is no wonder you chose to oppose him and the entire Murphy lineage. Alubo sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. The grievances between us must reach a resolution. Today, your adversary is me. Are you prepared? Murphy and Yard discarded his battle attire, his once smooth muscles swelling with the surge of power, rendering him more robust in appearance. The torrent of blood coursing through him flushed his skin a vibrant red. I am coming. Murphy and Yard called out to Alubo, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Ray gazed intently at Murphy Yad, confident in his vision. No matter how swiftly the trajectory of motion, it could not elude his keen eyes. He was certain that Murphy Yad had initiated an assault by tearing through the fabric of space itself. Almost simultaneously, Alubo vanished from sight, and in the space between them, their fists collided with tremendous force. They stood like immovable mountains as fissures rapidly spread across the ground beneath them, resembling the intricate root systems of ancient trees. Extending over 200 meters in diameter, the shock waves emanating from their fists created two interconnected energy fields, akin to two atomic bombs undergoing fission, their thunderous roars resonating incessantly. The earth trembled and sank, causing the warriors at the periphery to retreat in haste to avoid the chaos. Chapter 50. The Rebels. Death. This was the arena of the confrontation between seventh-tier powerhouses. Ray was taken aback by the sheer destructive force before him. If he were to engage in battle with Alubo, he had no assurance of victory. The two combatants sprang apart momentarily before launching their next assault, and Ray noticed the traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. This raw and unrefined clash was devoid of any technique. Had there been even a half-tier disparity in strength, the outcome of their earlier exchange would have been decided. The Murphy family possessed an inherited talent for spatial manipulation, and in this regard, both combatants were nearly equal in skill, in addition to enhanced strength and spatial dominion. Murphy Yad wielded the sixth-tier element of storms, while Alubo, distinct from his opponent, commanded the sixth-tier element of flames. Their forms flickered in and out of visibility as the collision of their powers intertwined with the roar of elemental forces. In a fierce skirmish lasting less than 3 minutes, both combatants expended a considerable amount of energy. During a moment of misalignment, Murphy Yard seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Alubo's abdomen, while simultaneously receiving a brutal knee strike to his lower back. The force of their blows propelled both men a great distance, their bodies carving deep furrows into the earth. Murphy Yard, regaining his composure, struck the ground with his fist, causing an upward rebound that allowed him to land in a half-kneeling position, only to spout a mouthful of crimson blood. He felt as though his very insides had been rent asunder, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Alubo fared little better. He crashed to the ground, deeply embedded several meters beneath the surface. Upon emerging, he too expelled a significant amount of blood, with two of his ribs fractured and piercing his lungs. Both men, panting heavily, radiated an almost palpable fury that threatened to incinerate their adversary. Despite his agony, Murphy Yard summoned the Tempest, invoking a spatial distortion that ensnared Alubo at its core. The tightening storm grew in ferocity, drawing in the wreckage of battle-scarred vehicles, while flames erupted from the ground, swirling in a cataclysmic inferno that threatened to consume all. Ray could not see the two combatants locked in their central clash. Yet he understood that when the tumult subsided, one would emerge victorious. A kilometer away, Cross observed the unfolding scene, his face betraying an eerie calm born of profound rage. It became evident that this entire scenario had unfolded according to Ray's calculations. The artillery that had breached the city walls was terrifyingly potent, with several rounds raining down upon the ranks, effectively decimating 2 battalions. Prior to the encirclement, Cross had hesitated to caution his father about Ray's cunning stratagems, believing Ray would not act recklessly unless he had a meticulously devised plan. Truly, he was a madman with an unnerving streak of fortune. Despite the escalating intensity of the battle, Ray remained indifferent to Klaus's presence. Fire and Tempest coalesced seamlessly, their collision generating cataclysmic explosions and tumultuous energy fields that ravaged the surroundings, transforming them into an abyssal hellscape. A deafening detonation erupted from the epicenter, causing the storm and flames to violently burst outward, scattering the vanguard of both factions with an invisible force. The energy reactor, emitting intense golden rays, was compressed into a fist-sized, concentrated force field by the imploding spatial black hole, before undergoing fission as space normalized. The blinding white light momentarily obscured Ray's vision, and the earth-shattering explosion eclipsed all previous ones of magnitude. The ravaged terrain was now riddled with chasms and craters. Murphy Ard, bloodied and battered, plummeted from a spatial rift. After a prolonged struggle to regain his breath, he shakily rose to his feet, brandishing the severed head of Erebode, and roared triumphantly towards the heavens. "Death to the rebels," he proclaimed, before hurling the head towards the defenders of Seg City. Murphy Ard, in his berserker state, was an unstoppable force. The death of their commander shattered the Seg army's already fragile morale, and they exchanged bewildered glances. A lone soldier, unable to suppress his fear, cast aside his weapon and knelt on one knee, his action swiftly emulated by others, until entire ranks were prostrate. Klaus, overcome with despair, closed his eyes and turned away, his face devoid of emotion. Yet, his desolate figure and heavy footsteps left imprints of dark miasma with each stride. He resembled a demon traversing the mortal realm, his palpable hatred withering vegetation and draining the life from the earth. Ray had robbed him of everything. Let him henceforth live like a homeless lone wolf. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. The sole purpose of Cross's existence henceforth is vengeance, to cleanse the humiliation endured today with the blood of his enemies. Amidst the thunderous cheers of shadows, the era of Murphy Alubo is declared at an end. The cost of capturing Seg City is steep. Nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Shadow have perished, while the death toll in Seg City far exceeds that of the Shadow forces. Given the disparity in troop strength, such an achievement is remarkable, and it is all thanks to Ference. Were it not for the formidable firepower of the thunderous artillery, such success would have been unattainable. The grand procession advances into Seg City. Under the governance of the illustrious Murphy family, Seg City boasts a splendor surpassing any city that Lay has ever encountered, with its towering retro-style buildings exuding an air of modernity. In Seg City, Nock encounters two familiar faces, Lord Maka and Lord Mo. Both recognize Nock and express surprise upon seeing him alongside Murphy, Yade, and Lay, nodding in acknowledgement. "Lay, what method did you employ to bring these two irreconcilable old foes together?" Nock cannot help but inquire. "The most straightforward approach. I had Murphy Yade lead his troops to casually stroll in front of their city, and everything fell into place naturally," Lay replies with a cunning smile. Once arrangements are made, Lay convenes his subordinates to allocate management positions within Seg City. Murphy Yade formally announces his allegiance to the Shadow, and it is only fitting that he assumes the role of Lord of Seg City. In terms of both identity and capability, Murphy Yade is more than qualified, and there is unanimous agreement among all. It is well understood that no one would dare to oppose any decision made by Lay. His approach to problem-solving transcends conventional thought, demonstrating a foresight that is widely acknowledged. "How do you intend to handle the remnants of the siege forces?" Aide, wrapped in bandages with one arm resting across his chest, clutched a large cigar with his only free hand. Lay tapped the corner of the table, pondering for a moment before retorting, "Given your understanding of Cross, what do you believe he would do?" One cannot deny his exceptional talent, which is also the source of his arrogance. Having lost Siege City, he might seek refuge with his Uncle Murphy in the Lost City. However, this scenario seems unlikely. A more probable course would be to head north to the Regreen Exclusion Zone. This area, adjacent to the Kamon Empire, is a gray zone where warfare is prohibited, as conflict between the two federations could arise. It is here that he might find an opportunity to regroup and stage a comeback. Aide exhaled a plume of smoke, meticulously analyzing Cross's trajectory. "This would yield the best outcome for us. As long as he does not impede our progress, we need not concern ourselves with him. Our paramount objective now is to seize the Lost City. Only by fully controlling the unclaimed territories can we hope to contend with Fimus." Upon concluding his thoughts, Lay pointed to the map, articulating his strategic blueprint. To the right of the Lost City lies an expansive coastline directly bordering the Kamon Empire's territory, while to the east of the unclaimed land stretches a vast forested wasteland. Should we engage in war with the Shadows, our options are limited to advancing from the Lost City or flanking through another Federation's territory and launching a surprise attack from the Fallen Plains. However, the likelihood of this is negligible, as it would first necessitate Fimus clashing with the Hebei Federation. As long as the Lost City is within our grasp, we shall possess the strength to engage in battle. Lay pressed his hand upon the map of the Lost City, declaring that we must strive for a swift resolution, launching a full-scale assault on the Lost City in 1 month. With Lay's relentless campaigns, the group was filled with confidence in the Shadow's rise, which was no mere coincidence. It was an inevitable outcome, fortified by a cadre of formidable warriors and Lei's exceptional leadership. I lived to fight for the shadow. Fear is an alien concept. With a new objective at hand, the entire shadow became industrious once more. Chapter 51. The Descent into Darkness. Themis sat in his study, leisurely perusing a tome while savoring the rich aroma of his coffee. What dreadful news, he mused to himself before beckoning, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a tall, slender young man who half knelt in greeting, poised to speak but halted by a gesture from Themis. "Allow me to guess. Has the siege of Seg City fallen?" "How did you know, my lord?" Furus inquired, puzzled. "Your face gives you away. If Murphy had triumphed over Ad, you would surely be elated. Yet your expression betrays a sense of urgency, indicating the contrary." Themis replied with an air of calm. "Indeed, Seg City has succumbed to Ad, no, to the shadow. They now control the majority of the unclaimed territories. If they were to capture the lost city as well, I fear." Furus trailed off, the implication evident to Themis. "I have overestimated Alubo and underestimated the shadow and Ad. It seems my brother can no longer resist challenging me. First, what do you believe is the likelihood of their grasp over the lost city?" Themis inquired, his brow furrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, Furs responded, "Absolutely achievable." "Oh?" Themis expressed surprise at Furs's high regard for the shadows. The overall strength of the shadows was formidable, and their morale unprecedentedly elevated. Numerous individuals above the 5th tier had joined their ranks, and the addition of Murphy and Ad was like a tiger gaining wings. Particularly, the leader named Lei. Though I have yet to witness his true prowess, emanates a sense of danger that surpasses even my encounters with Murphy and Ad. Furs noted the advantages that the shadows possessed over the lost city. When Furs mentioned Lei, he observed a twitch at the corner of Themis's eye, revealing an unmistakable hint of jealousy. As Themis's trusted confidant, Furs possessed remarkable acumen. Few could sway Themis's emotions, and he recognized that Lei was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet he refrained from probing further into matters that were not his place to inquire. "Master, the lost city resembles the neck of a bottle for the shadows. Should it fall into their hands, it will become increasingly difficult to suppress them. Should we intervene?" "Furs, you truly possess extraordinary vision and wisdom, however. You remain unaware of the genuine predicament we face. The two factions in the northwest have long been eyeing us covetously. If we rashly mobilize our forces, they will undoubtedly unite to carve up the Murphy family's territories. At that point, we risk losing far more than just the lost city." Themis acknowledged Furs's foresight while articulating the pressures that weighed upon him. The Murphy family had encountered disputes with several neighboring factions since its establishment, and during the reign of Murphy he had been able to keep them in check. In recent years, various factions have exhibited a restless ambition. Even the authority of the Duke's Emperor cannot suppress the aspirations of the powerful. The Murphy family, once a bastion against the eastward advance of the Kamon Empire, now finds itself in a precarious position. Should Themis initiate a war against the shadows, the involvement of other federations would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. The consequences of a conflict between the two empires would be dire indeed. "You may leave now, Furus. I have my own plans," Themis said, massaging his temples as he dismissed Furus. In the dimly lit chamber, a cunning smile crept across Themis's face. "Alubo, you fool, sought to possess the heart of eternity. Yet you have sacrificed both the city of Seg and your own life, gaining nothing in return. Rei, I await you here. As long as I obtain the heart of eternity, every sacrifice will be worthwhile." Ha ha ha. Cross, leading the remnants of his forces northward, adhered to the words of Murphy. He dismissed the notion of seeking refuge in the city of lost souls, for aligning himself with his uncle could result in his vengeance being swallowed whole by others. More critically, he lacked the courage to confront Rei once more. He placed his trust solely in himself. Aside from quietly strengthening his own power, he sought a reliable ally. And perhaps the Morgan family of the Kamon Empire would prove to be a worthy choice. After days of traversing the wilderness, the Seg forces, devoid of supplies, had abandoned all mobile weaponry. The contingent of over 10,000 had been journeying through the desolate landscape. "There's no other option. If we take a detour, we'll all perish from thirst. Gather everyone. I will lead the way. We have over 10,000 armed individuals. What ferocious beast can withstand us?" Cross reassured his subordinate, patting him on the shoulder. The dark and foreboding entrance to Lorland resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, instilling an involuntary tremor in all who dared to glance upon it. Yet, as Cross had aptly noted, they found themselves devoid of choices. Should a legion of 1,000 shadows emerge in pursuit, it would take little effort to annihilate them entirely. The rustling of leaves echoed through the air, a reminder of the lurking predators hidden within the forest, ever watchful and poised to pounce. Cross became acutely vigilant as a fierce, toothy white tiger leaped forth. Claws bared and fangs glistening. The tiger, driven by an instinctual territoriality, knew no fear. In a swift motion, Cross found himself atop the beast, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the tiger's skull with ease. Before the creature's blood could congeal, he deftly severed the artery in its neck with a dagger. The gushing blood was pungent, but he disregarded his revulsion, drinking deeply to quench his thirst and gesturing for the others to do the same. For such a vast company, a single tiger was but a drop in a bucket. However, the forest teemed with various creatures, offering a glimmer of hope. As night descended, the company arrived at the heart of the forest, only to encounter a mountain obstructing their path, its mutated form revealing the remnants of ancient architecture. Before the calamity struck, this area had been a prosperous enclave for humanity, now reduced to mere wilderness. Master, beneath the mountain lies a cavern with a water source. After such a long journey, we are all weary. Perhaps we should rest there for the night, proposed Ginny's enthusiastic subordinate, rushing to deliver the message to Cross. The cavernous space was expansive, and it did not take the group long to reach the nether regions. The scene that unfolded in the torchlight was unnerving, to say the least. The flat, subterranean river shoal was replete with a dense array of animal remains. The sound of the crystalline stream flowing through the subterranean river assuaged their trepidation, and the soldiers, parched to the point of delirium, rushed to the riverbank over the ossuary of bones. Before Klaus could utter a word, they were cupping the water and gulping it down voraciously, with many even plunging into the river, gesticulating and exclaiming with delight. Klaus, however, was on edge, his gaze darting about restlessly. He felt as though a pair of eyes were fixed upon him from the shadows. In a neglected corner, a pair of sanguine eyes slowly closed, and a figure dissolved into a wisp of dark mist, vanishing into the surroundings. At the witching hour, while others were immersed in slumber, Klaus sat by the campfire, lost in thought, oblivious to the tendrils of dark mist that had stealthily arisen and enveloped him. "Who are you?" Klaus exclaimed, startled, as he scanned his surroundings, finding nothing. He realized that his shouts had not roused a single soldier from their slumber. "Fear not. Our discourse is privy only to us," the voice echoed, seemingly penetrating his innermost thoughts. "Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that I can empower you sufficiently. However, henceforth, you and your men must be subservient to my will." Klaus's heart pounded fervently. "Do you truly possess the ability to enable me to exact vengeance?" "Assuredly. I have no inclination to deceive. Deception is a stratagem favored by your kind. Now, apprise me of your decision." "Very well. To achieve my vengeance, I am willing to offer my very essence," Klaus declared without hesitation. As the chant progressed, Cross discerned the surrounding darkness thickening, a skull-faced black orb swirling erratically, tailed by shadows within the cavern. "You, devout supplicant, utter your name to fulfill the covenant." "Murphy Cross." No sooner had he spoken than the skull-like orb collided with his chest. An abyss of relentless darkness ensnared him, pulling him into an unfathomable void, where agonizing waves of pain surged through his body, manifesting in grotesque bulges of flesh, compelling him to scream in torment. Beneath the abyss glimmered a sinister red light, revealing an endless sea of blood where countless souls writhed, weeping and tearing at one another. Cross, plummeting into this chaos, was immediately besieged by the anguished spirits. No matter his resistance, it proved futile as chunks of his flesh were mercilessly ripped away. "Do you see? Infighting and selfishness are the inherent flaws of humanity. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only absolute power can command their submission. Now, ignite the flames of vengeance with your fury." That voice whispered again in Cross's ear, igniting a flicker of hope in his despairing gaze. "I cannot perish. I must not perish. I will annihilate all my foes. Erase their very existence." Cross's frantic cries transformed his deep blue eyes into a vivid crimson in a tempest of rage. Boom! A cerulean flame erupted from his being, expanding ceaselessly into every corner of the space. The spirits in the blood sea disintegrated like scraps of paper cast into a furnace, turning to ash. Time lost its meaning as Cross eventually awoke, finding himself naked beside a blazing fire. He rose and examined his body, discovering it intact as before. Yet his pristine skin was adorned with intricate black patterns. Under his gaze, these markings gradually faded, along with his blood-red eyes. Chapter 52. The Temptation of Uniforms. Cross clasped his hands, channeling an overwhelming power that surged at his command. He raised his hand, igniting a flicker of pale blue magical flame. This powerful sensation is truly delightful," Cross exclaimed with a maniacal grin. "Remember, from this day forth, your loyalty must solely lie with my kin, or I shall make you endure 100-fold the suffering of today. The arrival of the demon lord will herald our day of triumph." Kneeling respectfully, Cross vowed, "Rest assured, my lord apostle, I, Cross, shall remain eternally loyal to the demon lord, ensuring the everlasting glory of our kind." Having descended into the demon realm, Cross inherited the memories of AKAs and now recognized the voice's owner. The firelight danced as the black mist gradually receded, vanishing entirely after the satisfied approval of the demon apostle. Cheng Gong sat atop a treetop, patiently honing the short sword in his hands with a stone, while the moon cast a silvery glow upon the earth. He preferred not to wield hot weapons, despite his exceptional talent in marksmanship. The sound of the short sword slicing through flesh and severing bone provided him with an alternative thrill. The rustling of iron attracted a famished leopard, its eyes reflecting a ghostly azure light under the moon. It agilely sprang onto the tree trunk, deftly leaping among the branches, then launched itself at Cheng Gong in a bid to slay him. Such a clumsy attack could easily be evaded by any individual with fourth-tier abilities, let alone Cheng Gong. Beneath the moonlight, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed, and the leopard was severed in two before the sensation of pain could even reach its brain. Cheng Gong leaped down from the treetop, inhaling the scent of blood on the blade, confirming that this was a juvenile prey with minimal radiation. He then cut off 2 pieces of meat to serve as his evening meal. Apart from the alternation of night and day, Cheng Gong possessed no concrete sense of time. He vaguely recalled that this was the 3rd time he had witnessed a full moon in this utterly unfamiliar land. Apart from a coordinate deeply etched in his mind by doctrine, he knew nothing of the surrounding areas. He made every effort to remain distant from human cities and gatherings, avoiding any intersection with others. Seg City lay just 300 kilometers away, a distance he could traverse in less than a day at his walking pace. The takeover of Seg City proceeded more smoothly than anticipated, as Murphy Yad had directly expelled all surviving members of the Ilu family. Seg City retained a wealth of modern civilizational infrastructure, and as soon as the shadows took residence, Lei promptly summoned Ferenc and Carlo. Observing the precision of the armaments comparable to those from the era of civilization, Ferenc was overjoyed, kissing the grimy machine casing and then exuberantly dashing into the adjacent engineering room, slamming the door shut with a declaration that no one was to enter except for food deliveries over the next few days, not even Lei. Lei could only smile helplessly, instructing those around him to follow Ferenc's orders and keep personnel on standby 24 hours a day. He knew Ferenc would not disappoint him when the time came. The shadows would undoubtedly possess a more terrifying trump card than Lei's heavy artillery. Carlo also inspected the Murphy family's laboratory, and according to the classifications of the bygone era, it was deemed a level 3 laboratory capable of synthesizing gene serums up to the 5th tier. This revelation took Carlo by surprise, given the scale of Sage City and the fact that a prominent family had held dominion over it for so long. It was remarkable that there was not even a secondary laboratory. Carlo was certain that Sage City had never possessed the capability to formulate 6th-tier recipes in the past. As soon as Lei left the arms factory, he was pulled into Dr. Carlo's laboratory by Christina. Since Carlo had taken her under his wing, she had become immersed in the world of science, transforming into a fervent enthusiast who spent nearly all her time in the laboratory, except for meals and sleep. Several times, when Lei attempted to embrace her, he was swiftly rebuffed, his hand deemed intrusive, and was met with a soft reprimand of pervert before she hurried off to seek Carlo's guidance. "You silly fool, why have you brought me here?" Lei found himself unceremoniously pressed against the workbench, while Christina, clad in a white lab coat, short skirt, and stockings, began to remove his clothing. Intrigued, he gazed at her, noting the strikingly vibrant allure that was different from before, causing a certain part of him to respond. It was no wonder that people from the olden days were captivated by the allure of uniforms. "You silly fool. Are you attempting to make amends for your neglect these past few days? I appreciate the sentiment. I like it." Lei lay nearly bare, one hand already resting upon Christina's ample bosom. "Big Letcher, let go. There are others present." Christina, her neck flushed with embarrassment, took a couple of steps back. "Ahem. I apologize. I was just picking up the paper that fell on the floor. Do you need me to leave for a moment?" Carlo emerged from beneath a nearby work table, inquiring with a serious demeanor. "Professor." Christina stamped her foot in playful reproach. Lei silently chided himself for being careless, his face turning red but recovering quickly. "Well, I suppose I shall assist you both in completing your work." Whispering into Christina's ear, he suggested she await him in their chambers this evening adorned in that very attire. Pristina paused momentarily, then nodded subtly before expertly attaching various monitoring leads to his body as he lay on the bed. Now, I must reconstruct your research data, which may necessitate acquiring some muscle tissue and blood, Carlos stated in the lab, his tone turning rigid and formal. Ray seemed to have no option but to comply. Assembling a comprehensive experimental dataset held paramount significance for the research. Carlo had dedicated much of his life to studying Ray's genetics, but previous limitations were too great. Now, with Ray's full cooperation, he felt confident he could develop a stable Tier 6 formula. Upon completing the examination, Ray hastily departed the lab. Just as he exited the final sealed door, 2 sentries rushed toward him. "Commander, someone is here requesting to see you by name." Leaders Ding and attempted to intercept him, but were defeated. "What? Is it an enemy attack?" Ray asked, surprised. Given their combined strength, it would be improbable for a Tier 6 ability user to defeat them. It doesn't seem that way. Neither leader was injured, and he came alone. The guard barely finished before Ray vanished like a gust of wind. Cheng Gong stood at the city gate entrance, the ground and structures before him bearing the marks of a fierce battle. Were it not for Murphy Yard's composed restraint, the shadow captains would have overwhelmed the audacious intruder. Ray arrived swiftly, relieved to see Nzifeng and Ding ran unharmed. "Boss, this individual is exceedingly treacherous. As soon as we approach him, we find ourselves incapacitated. Exercise caution." Ding Ran warned as he pulled Lei aside. "Rest assured, if he harbors malice, you would likely not see me again," Lei replied, shaking off Ding Ran's hand on his shoulder and stepping forward. "I am Lei. May I inquire about your purpose for seeking me?" Cheng Gong met Lei's gaze directly and stated, "I wish to speak with you privately." Before Lei could respond, the others interjected with fervent objections, cautioning that this individual was exceedingly dangerous and might be an assassin sent by an enemy, merely employing subterfuge to get close. Lei raised his hand to silence the crowd, asserting, "I place my trust in him, just as I do in all of you." This was not a mere attempt to reassure. Upon encountering Cheng Gong, he felt no hostility or threat. On the contrary, he sensed a long-lost familiarity, as if greeting an old friend. In the small conference room, only Lei and Cheng Gong remained, a sumptuous spread of food and drink laid out on the table. "I have come at someone's behest to convey a message. Once I have done so, I shall depart. No need for undue concern," Cheng Gong stated, casting a glance at the banquet with an impassive expression. "Who is it?" Lei inquired. "Doctorin," Cheng Gong replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lei furrowed his brow, realizing he did not recognize the individual Cheng Gong mentioned. Noticing Lei's confusion, Cheng Gong remained silent, as it was in his nature to refrain from elaboration. In truth, aside from Doctorin, no one else could engage in a normal conversation with him. His prolonged life of slaughter had rendered him exceedingly reclusive, akin to an iceberg frozen for millennia. "Very well. You may proceed," Lei stated, not dwelling on trivial matters but rather directing the conversation toward its essence. Cheng Gong pondered for a moment before looking at Lei and saying, "I need you to close your eyes. I shall convey it to you through my telekinesis." He feared that Lei might doubt him, as this action, conducted in a nearly defenseless state, was perilously reckless, even for someone with Lei's 8th-tier agility. Nevertheless, Lei nodded without the slightest hesitation and shut his eyes. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Cheng Gong could not resist asking. Lei, still with his eyes closed, smiled and replied, "Long ago, I posed a similar question to a friend. He chose to trust me, just as you do now." Cheng Gong fell silent and extended his right index finger, gently touching the space between Lei's eyebrows. Chapter 53. The miraculous chill. As the azure halo illuminated the surroundings, Lei felt as though he were immersed in a tumultuous torrent, drifting like a reed lost amid the crashing waves. The scene mirrored his experience with the Eternal Heart, yet this time he swiftly perceived the illusion of telekinesis. Crystal-like snowflakes floated gracefully around him, revealing a world cloaked in pristine white. With his keen sight, he immediately discerned that aside from the snow-covered icebergs, no living creatures could be found in this desolate expanse. The only places that fit such a description were the frigid poles, known as the ends of the earth. A group of travelers trudged through the snow, laboriously reaching the sheltered side of an iceberg, from which they retrieved numerous instruments from their backpacks and began to embed them into the snow. "Professorin, when can we leave this place? We have been surveying for months, yet we have yet to pinpoint the source of the glacial tremors. The storms are growing more ferocious. If we do not depart before the endless day concludes, we shall be in grave peril," grumbled a young team member while setting up the instruments. "Feng Ning, Deeply engrossed in her research, found herself plagued by impatience and irritation. She had previously warned you that the environment here is exceptionally harsh. And yet you insisted on accompanying her. If we fail to uncover the source of the vibrations from the Antarctic glaciers, we will be unable to provide an explanation to the authorities, which would be a source of great embarrassment for me. The reply came from a middle-aged man whose face was etched with anger, clearly displeased with the words of the younger individual. If you wish to leave, you may do so on your own. No one here requires your protection. Beside Fong Ning, a young and beautiful woman, her brow furrowed with anxiety, exclaimed in frustration, "You." Enraged, Fong Ning found herself at a loss for words and hurriedly departed. In the perpetual daylight, with no night to offer respite, the group set up their instruments and retired to their tents for rest. Thunder echoed like a phantom traversing through time, witnessing everything while remaining undetected by them. Surroundings shifted, and several days slipped by. Thunder felt the ground tremble beneath him. From the tent housing the instruments, a person rushed out, tripping over the thick blanket of snow and tumbling towards a nearby tent, exclaiming excitedly, "Professor! Professor, come quickly. The sensor has just captured information from the recent seismic source." No sooner had he spoken than another person stumbled out of the tent, urging, "Quickly! Have you activated the recorder? We must not miss this opportunity. It's on." The source appears to be approximately 15 kilometers to the east. The illusion shifted once more, and Thunder observed a group laboriously making their way to the foot of the glacier, where towering ice formations, hundreds of meters high, were marred by numerous cracks. A piercing scream shattered the air as a girl named Yuan, trailing behind the group, slipped and fell into a crevice, sliding uncontrollably downward. Yuan. Fong Ning shouted without a moment's hesitation and leaped into the crevice, vanishing along the icy trench from sight. The depth of love can indeed compel one to forsake life itself. Fong Ning's courageous act is truly moving. It is unexpected that this arrogant young man possesses such a valiant side. "Professor, what shall we do now?" one team member asked with a worried expression. "We must save him. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we cannot abandon our comrade. Quickly, tie together all available ropes. I need someone to descend with me. Who will volunteer?" The group exchanged glances, yet no one responded. The peril of rescue was too great. If an avalanche were to occur, not only would they fail to save him, but they might also lose their own lives. "I will accompany you, Professor." A member who had been silently knotting the ropes suddenly spoke up. Professor paused, surprised to hear that the speaker was his student, Cheng Shan, who had always been taciturn. "Cheng Shan, have you truly considered this? There is a risk to your life." Professor expressed his appreciation while still urging caution. "It is fine, Professor. I am an orphan with no ties. You are the person I respect most and have treated me with utmost kindness. In my heart, you are like a father to me, and I cannot allow you to face this danger alone," Cheng Shan replied, gazing steadfastly into his eyes. With the assistance of the others, they secured the ropes and slowly began to slide down the icy trench where the two had disappeared. After descending several dozen meters, the light gradually faded. Beneath the silent ice layers, both men controlled their breathing to the barest minimum, fearful of triggering an avalanche. The beam of their helmets' flashlights sliced through the jagged ice formations like twin lasers, while the depths below remained unfathomable. Fortunately, the oxygen was still relatively plentiful. Descending to approximately 100 meters, the terrain gradually became level, and the expansive space below opened up significantly. In a corner, they discovered Fong Ning and Yuan. Unconscious and tightly entwined, they still exhibited signs of life, though both were bleeding, while the cold quickly stemmed the flow. Failing to transport them to a warmer locale in a timely manner posed a grave risk to their lives. After examining their bodies, Professor forcefully slapped their faces. Aware that once a person succumbs to hypothermic shock and falls asleep, awakening becomes nearly impossible. Eventually, the two stirred, and upon recognizing Professor and Cheng Shan, they burst into tears of joy, their emotions of relief expressed only through this outpouring. "Do not weep, children. All shall be well, and none shall forsake you," Professor said with a smile, tenderly wiping away their tears. "This rope may not bear the weight of 4. Cheng Shan expressed his concern regarding their precarious situation. "Take them up first and ensure their safety," Professor instructed, halting Cheng Shan from speaking further. "I understand your intentions. They are injured and will struggle to move. You are strong enough to carry them out. Be obedient, child. I shall be fine." Cheng Shan, with a furrowed brow and after a moment's contemplation, reluctantly nodded, securing the safety clips for Fong Ning and Yuan before leading them slowly upward. Watching them ascend, Professor exhaled deeply. feeling the weight of worry lift from his heart. In a moment of ennui, he took an interest in his surroundings, scanning the area. The beam of the flashlight reflected off a section of icy rock, revealing an unusual glow that piqued his curiosity. Through the uneven surface of the ice, he faintly discerned a shadow amidst the flow lines. He swiftly removed his glasses, wiped them on his sleeve, and placed them back on his nose. His eyes widening as he pressed his face against the icy rock to scrutinize closely. The sight before him compelled him to take several steps back, causing him to tumble to the ground, as the profound shock he experienced was beyond the realm of verbal expression. Encased within the ice was a figure. This revelation nearly rendered him speechless, for such a scene was deemed impossible. The formation of ice requires an immensely lengthy period. This glacier had been in existence far longer than the origins of human civilization. It was undoubtedly a miracle, a divine spectacle he could almost reach out and touch. Professor N endeavored to regain his composure, meticulously exploring the ice formation, which he discovered was cylindrical, affixed to the main body of the glacier. As he maneuvered through a crevice on the opposite side, he found the ice column to be smoother, allowing the beam of his flashlight to penetrate more effectively. He could now clearly discern a figure clad in armor, arms crossed over its chest, eyes closed in a serene repose. Was it indeed possible that prehistoric humans existed? Professor N's heart raced to its limits. Merely a minute ago, this notion seemed utterly absurd, yet now he faced compelling evidence. What puzzled him was the climate here, which seemed inhospitable to human life. At this moment, Lei, observing the scene, was drenched in sweat, fully aware that the figure encased in ice was himself. Each clue that emerged was accompanied by an equal measure of enigma. It felt akin to a candlelit journey through an interminable darkness that remained inscrutable. Chapter 54. The source of catastrophe. Lei gazed at his own likeness within the ice, and instinctively, he lifted his hand to press against the frozen surface. A slight tremor coursed through the ice, and he witnessed his frozen self open its eyes, revealing a faint smile. To quell this turmoil, the seal must be broken. Listening to a familiar voice, Lei was struck with astonishment. "Tell me, what must I do?" He pounded on the icy pillar, screaming in a fit of desperation. Yet the frozen version of himself had succumbed to slumber as if nothing had transpired. Lei could not fathom why such a scene unfolded within Dr. N's illusion, certain that even the doctor himself was unaware of it. The slumbering Lei seemed to possess an understanding, silently conveying a message about the significance of this encounter. The tremors intensified, and Lei distinctly felt a formidable force emanating from his encased self. The rigid ice began to crack and gradually disintegrate. The dormant Lei maintained his pose, suspended in midair, with 4 orbs of varying colors swirling around him before vanishing into his chest. The illusion shifted once more. He found himself not in the polar expanse, but within a meticulously organized laboratory from a bygone era. Various instruments beeped rhythmically as he was adorned with numerous tubes and conduits, while several individuals clad in white lab coats busied themselves around him. This scene was etched in his memory, having surfaced during his numerous unconscious states. "Doctorin, look, the sample has regained vital signs." One of the individuals exclaimed excitedly as subtle fluctuations appeared on the electrocardiogram. Another jolt. "Prepare the adrenaline injection." Dr. N's eyes were bloodshot, yet his expression bore no trace of fatigue. Suddenly, the people around him vanished. The illusion had transformed once again. "Did you see? This is the discovery and revival process of the divine body. I never anticipated the privilege of encountering you once more. Alas, I am already deceased. This is a fragment of my energy, residing within Chunggong's consciousness through telepathy, unbeknownst to him during our meeting." Dr. N appeared silently behind Lei. "If I recall correctly, your name is Lei, a moniker I bestowed upon you after your awakening, which you expressed great fondness for." Dr. N discerned Lei's discontent and, with a congenial demeanor, attempted to engage him. Lei, however, had no recollection of this. Since the inception of his memories, he had believed that the name was originally attributed to him. Noticing Lei's silence, Dr. N continued, assuring him that there was no malice intended. He further stated that he no longer existed in this world and sought redemption for his transgressions. "Lei, you must understand, you were never meant to exist in this realm. In truth, I should never have brought you out of the frigid wasteland." It was revealed that upon awakening, Lei's unique genetic composition was detected, a discovery that caught the attention of other nations. Bound by prior collaborative research agreements, Lei was subjected to genetic sampling like a mere laboratory specimen. 2 years later, after the successful application of the first drug replicating Lei's genes for disease treatment, the hidden secrets of his genetic power were unveiled. Although the potency of the drug had yet to be officially released, it was merely a matter of time. Under these circumstances, The eastern nation possessing Lei naturally held a significant advantage. Following clandestine skirmishes between East and West, Lei was ultimately abducted by operatives. Thus, the two factions found themselves irrevocably estranged, and after several conventional conflicts, they entered a state of nuclear standoff, giving rise to proton weaponry during that era. The root of calamity lies in human avarice. Do not blame yourself. Is there anything else you wish to share with me? Perhaps some secrets regarding Qinggong? Suddenly, Lei turned to Dr. N and uttered a single sentence. Dr. N's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by your observation. In truth, he is Qingshan, possessing a unique constitution that allows for a high degree of genetic fusion with you, acquiring the remarkable abilities of immortality, telekinetic fluctuations, and mastery over the icy grasp, all at the cost of his memories. Thus, it becomes evident why I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon encountering him. He is my greatest pride, and I have always regarded him as my own son. Lei, I hope you will look after him. His experiences after losing his memories have cast him into a dark abyss, rendering him quite reclusive. He scarcely communicates with anyone besides me. I have an instinct that he could be of immense assistance to you, so find a way to keep him close. Upon finishing his words, Dr. N's figure began to fade, yet his eyes remained filled with a yearning for Lei's response. After seeing Lei nod, he finally vanished completely from the illusion. Thank you. Lei murmured softly towards the place where he had disappeared. As Lei opened his eyes, Qinggong was already seated opposite him, looking extremely fatigued. His complexion pale and drenched in sweat, causing his hair to cling together in disarray. Are you all right? Lei inquired. Aware that maintaining the illusion demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy, had it been Christina, she surely would not have been able to sustain it for so long. Qinggong gazed at Lei as if he were a creature of wonder, panting heavily as he uttered, I have never witnessed a person's mental fortitude. The world is so vast, if I had delayed even a moment longer, I would have been utterly drained. Dr. N devoted his entire life to advancing telekinetic fluctuations, and Qinggong recognized him as the most formidable presence. Even he could not endure for long. Lei remained silent, waiting for Qinggong to stabilize his breathing before asking, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to lead a life steeped in numbness and slaughter? Lei's gaze fixed on Qinggong, noticing a fleeting expression of anguish cross his face. Did Dr. N tell you? Qinggong asked, his head lowered as he tugged at his own hair in despair. No, I have observed your gaze. It reflects the composure and steadiness only those who have endured countless deaths possess. Stay here, and you shall embrace a brand new life. This is also Dr. N's final wish. Of course, it is different. The shadow does not engage in slaughter for power, but rather strives to ensure the survival of many. The current world order is chaotic, and those outside the realm of power live devoid of dignity. My actions are not to establish my own dominion. Instead, I seek to cultivate a space where those under the shadow can live with dignity and equality. Why should I trust your words? Qinggong lifted his head to gaze at Lei. Let us do this. I will fight you. If I lose, the shadow shall be yours, and even if you choose to dismantle it, I shall not interfere. If you lose, you will stay and assist me for a month. What do you say? Lei shrugged his shoulders, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Are you so confident? Am I truly that significant? Qinggong asked, perplexed. This wager bore little risk for Qinggong, yet Lei was wagering all his effort. I merely wish to demonstrate my resolve and prove that my words are truthful. I shall await you at the city gate square tomorrow. With that, Lei stood and, as he passed by Qinggong, spoke with unwavering authority. Watching Lei's departing figure, Qinggong surprisingly refrained from objecting. This individual, seemingly arrogant, compelled him to submit. Qinggong pondered to himself. Seeing that Lei emerged safely, everyone exhaled in relief. When Lei announced the duel with Qinggong, betting the entirety of the shadow, the crowd was left in bewilderment, an uproar ensuing. Only Murphy and Yade remained silent. Why do you not speak? Ray patted him on the shoulder and inquired, I trust you have your plans. You never engage in a battle without confidence. After a brief chuckle, Yade walked away, and from his expression, Ray surmised that the old fox had discerned his intentions. As everyone else dispersed, only Nzifeng and Ding Ran lingered, hesitantly nudging each other, eager to speak yet reluctant to approach. Boss. The second-in-command asked me to inquire if you're considering bringing that cold-faced fellow into the fold? Ding Ran, unable to resist Nzifeng's prodding, slyly questioned Ray. Why? I sense that man is quite perilous. Can he be trusted? With Ding Ran having brought him into the conversation, Nzifeng felt compelled to engage Ray. Indeed. That fellow is as frigid as a venomous serpent, and crucially, he's exceptionally handsome. If he were to steal Dio Na away from us, the loss would be substantial. Ding Ran, relishing the drama, added. Strangely, this time Zifeng did not counter. In the realm of love, it seems that the presence of a third party, even a stranger, can inexplicably transform into a rivalry. This was because he was the unparalleled candidate for the Xuanwu legacy. Upon concluding his thoughts, Ray raised his hand. A chilling aura emanating from his palm, gradually morphing into a spectral blue. The temperature around them plummeted, and within a heartbeat, a delicate layer of ice adorned the nearby structures. Ray dispelled the cold energy and patted Zifeng on the shoulder, saying, When did you become so insecure? Dio Na is not the kind of woman to be swayed easily. Moreover, you should clarify your relationship, be bold, and don't act like a coward. You should take a leaf out of Ding Rant's book. Ah, indeed, the boss speaks so eloquently. With just a few words, he resolves such a significant matter. If only we could have him speak with Dio Na, perhaps this matchmaking would succeed, Ding Ran murmured as he watched Ray walk away. The passionate and enchanting night swiftly arrived. After an exhilarating roar, Lei fell into a deep slumber, tightly embracing Christina, clad in her alluring stockings and uniform. Only in her presence could he find solace and sleep. Christina tenderly caressed Lei's chiseled face, planting a gentle kiss upon it before quietly rising to change out of the wrinkled garments that had been ravaged. She stealthily opened the door and departed. By dawn, the square was already thronged with shadowy brethren. Chapter 55. The Awakening of the Black Tortoise Leader Ding. Is it true that the commander will duel with that young man today? One subordinate inquired. Isn't that simply courting trouble? Can't you see the multitude gathered to witness the spectacle? Ding Ran replied, his gaze fixated on Chang Gong, who stood in the center of the square, exuding an air of formidable resolve, seemingly indifferent to his subordinate's presence. Do you believe our commander is certain to win? The young man asked anxiously. Recalling Chang Gong's formidable prowess from their previous encounter, his heart heavy with concern for Lei. In their eyes, Lei was invincible, and they fervently wished for his triumph. Ding Ran shot him a disapproving glance, preparing to lecture once more, but then, with a sudden shift of thought, he stroked his chin in feigned contemplation and remarked, That is indeed difficult to ascertain. You witnessed how formidable that fellow is, even when combined with Leaderin, we could not gain the upper hand. How about this? I'll set up a betting pool for you to wager on the victor. Is that appropriate? What if the commander finds out and becomes angry? The young man expressed his reservations, reluctant to outright refuse Ding Ran. Fear not. My relationship with the commander is solid as iron. He wouldn't hold it against you. Ding Ran replied, playfully draping an arm around his shoulder. Noticing Ding Ran's mischievous demeanor, Zifeng shot him a disapproving look and took a few steps to the left, creating some distance. All right. We are willing to take that gamble. Chief, tell us the odds. Those nearby, hearing Ding Ran's proposition, eagerly gathered around, clamoring in a boisterous manner. In their hearts, Lei was an invincible entity. And this Ding rascal was clearly offering them money for nothing, so there was no reason to decline. Ahem, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I might as well distribute some wealth to buy happiness. Come, the odds for the commander are 20 to 1, and for the cold-faced man, 1 to 10. Ding Ran cheered excitedly. Wow, the difference in odds is too great. Many people protested. What are you afraid of? When has our commander ever lost? I've bet all my possessions on the commander. It's a sure win. That's right. Seeing the one-sided betting amounts, Ding Ran felt a little flustered. He thought he could cleverly gain some advantage, but he didn't expect these guys to be so stubborn. If Lei wins, he'll probably have to sell his backside to pay off the debt. Watching the crowd continue to place bets, Ding Ran wiped his brow and said, Second brother, I don't have any money, and even if I did, I wouldn't lend it to you. Zifeng interrupted Ding Ran's words with a sly smile. You're ruthless. Ding Ran gritted his teeth and turned around, shouting, All right. Betting is now closed. It's not that I don't want to help you all get rich. It's just that you were too slow. How can this be? Are you afraid you can't afford to pay? Stopping betting halfway through. Don't tell me you're trying to swindle your brother's hard-earned money. Aileen seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, inciting the emotions of the crowd. That's right. Too much. We'll find Sister Liana to reason with us. Someone in the crowd grabbed Ding Ran's sore spot and shouted. The wrath of the masses is not to be trifled with, especially given Liana's recent, marked improvement in her demeanor. If this incident were to affect her, it would indeed be a case of losing a hen while attempting to steal an egg. I am intimidated by you rascals. Let's proceed. Allow me to clarify. Should I falter, I will simply owe you a debt, but rest assured, I shall remain true to my word. Upon hearing Ding Ran's words, many hesitated, yet, upon careful reflection, They chose to cast their votes for Lei. How could one forfeit such a lucrative opportunity? Ding Ren certainly did not strike one as a fleeting presence. Clutching a bag brimming with gold coins, Ding Ren felt a chill run down his spine. He had underestimated Lei's influence within the shadows. When Lei made his entrance, the crowd erupted in fervor, cheering as he approached Cheng Gong. I have arrived. Are you prepared to regain your strength? Lei inquired with a smile. Cheng Gong merely nodded in response. Then let us commence. If you emerge victorious, I shall fulfill my promise. You will have complete dominion over the shadows, including myself. What is it about me that captures your attention so deeply? Cheng Gong asked, his gaze piercing into Lei's eyes. You shall learn that once I have triumphed, Lei replied. Astonished, casting a grateful glance at Christina, who stood a short distance away. I do not wish to lose credibility in front of so many. Let us engage in battle. If you defeat me, your fate is yours to decide. If I prevail, you shall join the shadows. I will grant you privileges beyond the influence of anyone, myself included, allowing you to pursue your desires unimpeded. Cheng Gong lowered his head in contemplation before slowly raising it again. Very well. I too wish to ascertain the true strength of the leader of the shadows. The square was teeming with spectators, yet an eerie silence enveloped the scene. As the combatants' resolve intensified, a palpable chill settled over the crowd, reminiscent of the return of a bitter winter. Christina sensed the tension in the atmosphere and intended to intervene, but was halted by Liana, who expressed her faith in Lei, believing that he had his reasons and would handle the situation adeptly. With a troubled glance exchanged between them, Christina and the others retreated to their original positions. As Lei took a step forward, an invisible force field constricted around him. The distance between the two now exceeding 30 meters, with the irregular fluctuations of the force field swirling like twisted strands of hemp. The sheer strength of the force field at its periphery surpassed Lei's expectations. Yet, he did not falter, advancing steadily and deliberately with each step. The pressure from the force field intensified exponentially. A ghostly blue aura enveloped him tightly. As the blue mist dissipated, a layer of frost armor emerged upon Lei. The awakening of the Xuanwu power providing a combat enhancement that compensated for his defensive vulnerabilities. Although merely a second-tier Xuanwu power, this delicate frost armor was sufficient to withstand close-range shots from ordinary sniper rifles, offering nearly all-encompassing protection. As the armor materialized, Lei raised both arms, summoning lightning to his left and flames to his right, gradually drawing closer. Witnessing Lei simultaneously manipulate three elements, Ding Ran and Zifeng exchanged a knowing glance. While Liana and Murphy Yade were visibly stirred, only those of their caliber understood the immense difficulty of wielding three distinct abilities at once. Cheng Gong also sensed an unprecedented threat, confronting a formidable opponent for the first time. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his telekinetic power to its utmost limit. The frost armor on Lei emitted a series of cracking sounds as fine fissures began to appear, and as he crouched, the ground beneath him, layered with thick stones, cracked and sank by over 10 centimeters. With a mere 20 meters separating him from Cheng Gong, Lei felt he had reached his limits. Without a sixth-tier defense, it would be impossible to approach him. Stopping in his tracks, Lei swung his arms backward and then forcefully hurled two vividly colored elemental energy spheres towards Cheng Gong. After flying several meters, their trajectories became distorted under the influence of the telekinetic field, ultimately halting in midair. The energy spheres twisted into swirling vortices, their contrasting colors resembling the yin and yang of a Tai Chi diagram. Observing that his attack had faltered, Lei smiled faintly and, employing the same method, launched two more energy spheres to linger in different positions, encircling Cheng Gong with three energy vortices that formed the vertices of a perfect triangle. Beads of sweat began to bead on Cheng Gong's forehead. He had initially intended to harness his telekinetic force to impede Lei's advance and seize an opportunity to counterattack. He was well aware of the irregular distribution of his telekinetic field, and he was baffled by how Lei could so precisely position the energy vortices beside him. Are you ready? Lei called out to Cheng Gong, signaling the commencement of battle. Cheng Gong's eyelids flickered as the power fluctuations emanating from the three energy vortices tightened his chest. He swiftly dispelled the telekinetic field and leaped upward, the violent explosion below propelling him to several dozen meters high. Remaining calm, Cheng Gong executed a midair somersault, summoning the power of ice to manifest a massive conical iceberg weighing several tons beneath him. He stood firmly atop the icy mountain and unleashed a telekinetic blast, utilizing the reactive force to accurately and swiftly hurl himself towards Lei. This fierce counterattack transpired in less than a second. The combined weight of the iceberg and the amplification of the telekinetic push promised immense destructive potential. As the thunder remained immobile, it raised its hand, gripping tightly, and emitted a piercing wail from the lingering smoke of the recent explosion. The fiery bird, Zhuke, spread its wings and soared skyward to meet the descending iceberg. In the instant of collision, the flames of Zhuke surged forth, enveloping the entire iceberg, which instantly transformed into water and subsequently evaporated into mist, resembling a vast cloud floating in the air. The mist obscured the light, casting a dimness upon the ground, occasionally shedding droplets of rain. Chen Gong appeared behind Lei without any forewarning. With no hesitation, he swung his brilliant blade in a crosswise slash toward Lei's back. The speed was so swift that Lei had no time to react. Chen Gong's sudden assault was akin to the agility enhancement of the 6th tier. Amidst the piercing sound reminiscent of grinding steel, Lei's frosty armor shattered with a crackling sound. Just as the blade was about to graze Lei's skin, a chilling aura erupted forth from within him. This frigid energy forcefully repelled Chen Gong back 2 meters, while a blue essence materialized into the phantom of a dragon tortoise, roaring defiantly toward the heavens. Upon landing, Chen Gong charged forward, his short knife merging seamlessly with his body. There were no extraneous or flamboyant moves, yet this strike, akin to splitting gold and shattering stone, would cleave even a sheet of alloy steel in twain. In Zifeng's eyelids twitched, in that moment. All he beheld was Chen Gong transformed into a blade, a lethal instrument of death. It gradually magnified as it swept past Lei, leaving behind a thin white line, a scar in the air that lingered indefinitely. After the line passed, the phantom of the dragon tortoise flickered with a haunting blue, and with a roar, it shattered into fragments, dispersing into the atmosphere. And Zifeng was unaware of the immense strength of the dragon tortoise's defense. He only knew that had he been in Lei's position, he would undoubtedly have been cleaved in two. From the very moment the battle commenced, Lei found himself in a passive position, while Chen Gong consistently seized the opportunity to strike first. You are truly formidable. A month ago, I certainly would not have been your match. If this is the extent of your power, then you are destined to lose, Lei remarked, gazing at Chen Gong with a calm demeanor. A flicker of intensity flashed in Chen Gong's eyes as he begrudgingly acknowledged that Lei was the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. A fervent desire for conquest ignited within him, a yearning for battle that could only be quenched by the blood of his foe. He exerted effort to regulate his breath and the surging battle spirit within him. Any misstep against such a formidable opponent could lead to utter defeat. Lei's gaze, too, grew fervent, as though a stealthy leopard lay in wait within his heart, poised to spring forth. With a powerful push from his feet, he surged forward, and simultaneously, lightning and flames erupted from his body, transforming into the forms of the vermilion bird and azure dragon, charging fiercely toward Chen Gong. Taking a deep breath, Chen Gong unleashed his psychic energy to its utmost limit, creating a sealed space where the air burned violently under extreme heat. Without the protection of his frost armor, Lei was brutally anchored in place, his bones cracking audibly, as though his body were being torn apart in agony. The azure dragon and vermilion bird, having lost Lei's command, exploded in place. The psychic energy space expanded relentlessly under the overwhelming force until it erupted like an atomic bomb, sending energy clouds soaring, while all observers below the 4th tier were left reeling from the shockwave. Download the latest TXT ebook of this book by clicking here. Mobile reading of this book. Leave a review. Chapter 56, Source of Power. The battleground of the two combatants lay in ruins, pockmarked and scarred. Lei sprang forth from a deep, gaping pit, his upper garments tattered and his lips stained with blood. In stark contrast, Chen Gong emerged unscathed. Enveloped within a thick encasement of ice, he had utilized his icy powers to shield himself from the explosive shockwave. As the ice shattered, Chen Gong gasped for breath, blood blisters forming at the corners of his mouth. The backlash from the forced rupture of the psychic space had inflicted severe harm upon him, rendering him unable to channel his psychic energy for the next fortnight. Lei, however, had withstood the brunt of the damage with sheer physical fortitude, appearing barely affected, not even sustaining minor injuries. It was evident that Chen Gong was at a disadvantage in this encounter. Lei's mind had already pinpointed the location of Chen Gong's true body to the left. His thermal sensing ability proved exceptionally effective against such ruses. With a flicker of ethereal blue light, Lei unleashed a punch encased in ice, striking to the left. Chen Gong, taken aback, could not fathom how Lei had discerned his true position so accurately, and it was too late to alter his stance. As the frosty air manifested, the chilling essence crystallized around Chen Gong's dagger as he thrust it forward, forming thick spikes of ice. The spectators felt an involuntary shiver, puzzled as to why Lei would confront Chen Gong's icy blade with his fist. With a sharp metallic clang, a burst of dual-hued icy energy erupted from where they met, and the frigid air caused ice to rapidly coalesce, instantaneously erecting a formidable wall of ice between the two. The aura of the black tortoise surged in Lei's hand as he exerted his strength once more, the blue energy rising through Chen Gong's grasp like a vine, solidifying into unyielding ice. Chen Gong hastily stamped his feet and retreated, yet the black tortoise energy persistently entwined around him like fine threads. Wherever the blue energy spread, icy spikes erupted from beneath his feet, relentlessly driving him back for more than 10 meters before it ceased. Lei summoned the flames of the vermilion bird, encircling himself, rendering the barrage of ice spikes from Chen Gong utterly impotent against him. The two locked eyes as crystalline snowflakes drifted down from the ominous sky, vanishing silently upon touching the ground. The snowfall intensified, and Chen Gong raised his head, bellowing, "Extreme cold storm." He struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the snow-covered terrain to tremble like a quagmire, while the snowflakes spiraled around Lei, accelerating and forming a white tempest. Rather than unleashing the vermilion bird's power to break free from the predicament, Lei chose to endure, without any defense. The frigid winds at the storm's center stung his skin painfully, gradually encasing him in ice from below. Chen Gong's figure surged forth from the storm's periphery, creating 4 doppelgangers that flashed and intersected through the tempest, leaving behind 4 deep gashes as if cut by knives. He did not pause upon landing. He leaped high into the air once more, conjuring a colossal conical iceberg that struck the storm. Witnessing this spectacle, Christina fainted instantly. Only Zifeng and Ding Ren observed the battlefield with composure. Their presence alone attested to Lei's survival. This explosive assault had drained all of Chen Gong's strength, leaving him gasping, unable to lift a hand. "You have lost." Lei suddenly appeared atop the iceberg, arms crossed. Chen Gong sighed and inquired, "How did you achieve this?" He was acutely aware that the frigid temperatures of the storm could instantly encase a person in ice, and logically, without the flame of protection, escape would be impossible. "In truth, I possessed numerous methods of extrication." Lei leapt down, his fingers aglow with a cerulean luminescence, gently touching the iceberg, causing the blue light to gradually radiate outward. This was the most effective technique. With a resounding crash, the iceberg shattered and collapsed, while the accumulated snow swiftly melted away, disappearing in mere moments. Within 10 seconds, Chen Gong's icy domain was completely dismantled, the temperature returning to reveal a damp ground marked only by the scars of battle. Chen Gong's mind went blank. Even if Lei's ice powers surpassed his own, it was implausible for him to annul the energy field he had established. There was only one possibility: shared origins of power. In Chen Gong's understanding, this was an impossibility. Each individual's energy was inherently distinct, and even the legacy between father and son could not be replicated entirely. Lei approached slowly, extending his right hand, saying, "Welcome to the shadows. Like you, I possess no memories of the past, and I have been in search of answers. Stay here. This is your home." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Gong finally reached out, clasping Lei's hand. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Their leader had triumphed and gained a companion of unfathomable strength. More importantly, there was wealth to be gained. Everyone gathered around, except for Ding Ran, who stood frozen in place, murmuring, "It's over, it's over." Christina rushed into Lei's embrace, weeping, "You terrified me just now." "If." Lei silenced her with a kiss upon her crimson lips, tenderly wiping away her tears, assuring her, "As long as you are here, I will live well." Liana stepped forward, casting a fierce glare at Chen Gong, declaring that sparring would suffice. "Look how worried she is." Chen Gong, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced at Christina and murmured an apology, admitting that his abilities were solely meant for killing. Just as Liana was about to retort, Lei interjected, stating that this matter should end here. "From now on, he, like the madman Ding Ran, shall be my brother. Let us make introductions. This is Liana, and this is Chen Gong. Welcome, fourth. I am Zifeng, the second in rank." And Zifeng graciously stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Ding Ran, the third. This time, you have led me to my doom. Fourth, how wonderful it would have been if you had emerged victorious." As soon as Ding Ran finished speaking, Liana kicked him away. "What are you all standing around for? Go make him pay." Aaron pointed at Ding Ran. The crowd finally snapped back to reality, pulling out their bills and surrounding Ding Ran. In the dense forest outside Sage City, Lei revealed the secret of the power of Xuanwu to Chen Gong. Without hesitation, Chen Gong agreed, having decided to remain. A ghostly blue silhouette of Xuanwu emerged, emanating a chilling aura that froze the trees and ground within a 100-meter radius. The explosive awakening of this potential had vastly increased the freezing range compared to before, and it had ascended from the realm of cold to the significant domain of ice. Gazing at the shimmering blue icy world, Chang Gong, somewhat lost in thought, remarked, "Lei, I recognize your strength and boundless potential, yet our powers still cannot alter this world." Lei smiled and replied, "My aspirations are not so grand. Yet some things must have a starting point. When shadows become a guiding faith, people will come to understand that regardless of how harsh the world may be, dignity, kindness, and unity are the prerequisites for overcoming adversity. Only when individuals possess the courage to confront adversity can they triumph over it. Your heart is indeed vast. It is the shadow, including yourself, is it not?" Chapter 57. Bargaining with the tiger. News of the fall of Sage City reached the Lost City the following day. The once inconspicuous shadow had suddenly consumed Sage, leaving Murphy Nash in a state of agitation, prompting him to urgently request assistance from Fimus. After a 10-day wait, he received nothing more than Fimus's terse command to hold the line firmly, accompanied by a shipment of military supplies, which he angrily discarded. In the Lost City, defenses were heightened to unprecedented levels, yet Nash remained restless. At the family council, he appeared gaunt as discussions turned to strategies for resisting the Shadow's assault. "Mercenaries seem a viable option," one suggested. "If we can suppress their firepower, we might find an opportunity to strike back and eliminate the enemy." "I concur," another chimed in. "Indeed, indeed." As Nash listened to the cacophony, a headache began to throb. He rubbed his temples and, in disappointment, remarked, "Do you truly believe Sage City fell due to this? Moreover, what combat effectiveness can we expect from a ragtag group we hire? Can anyone propose something of actual merit?" "I have a suggestion," a hoarse voice interjected from the crowd. "The forbidden entity within the Phila's ancient cathedral." A collective gasp echoed through the assembly hall, plunging it into a profound silence. Nash's hand trembled involuntarily as he fumbled for a cigarette, struggling to light it after several attempts. In all his years at council meetings, he had never engaged in such a compromising act. This was the first time he had smoked in over a decade. After taking several deep drags, he finally managed to calm down slightly. He extinguished his cigarette forcefully and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "Our father repeatedly admonished us against releasing him, for we cannot foresee the consequences of such an action." Nash's brother, Pharma, held a contrary view. "Clinging to convention can often be exceedingly foolish. If the Lost City falls, who would heed your father's legacy?" Pharma asserted, "Adaptability fosters progress." The speaker was a frail old man in his 60s, Nash's uncle. "Are you afraid of death? The enemy has yet to appear, and you are already quaking in terror. Though the Lost City may not be as prosperous as Seg City, we possess a geographical advantage. If a battle ensues, the outcome remains uncertain." Pharma passionately pounded the table in defense, as his uncle's tone dripped with disrespect towards their father. "You," Sevi stammered, pointing at Pharma, his anger palpable. "We are here to resolve issues, not to quarrel. Please exercise restraint and be mindful of your tone in the face of great peril. Creating discord within our ranks is a grave mistake." Nash banged the table to quell the dispute between the two. In truth, Sevi's words held merit. As long as we remain on the defensive, even with geographical advantages, we cannot turn the tides of war. "I concur with Sevi's perspective." "I also agree." "I agree." The Assembly of Representatives voiced their opinions, with all but Pharma expressing unanimous support. "Do you know who he is?" "He was once the demon suppressed beneath the churches of Old Jerusalem. Who among you can guarantee control over him?" Pharma surveyed the crowd, questioning them. "If we can preserve the Lost City, I am willing to pay any price." With the support of the crowd, Siwei spoke with conviction. "Nash, what is your opinion? Do you not heed your father's counsel?" Pharma placed his last glimmer of hope upon his brother. "Pharma, you ought to respect the spirit of the council. Under the absolute majority, I am powerless to sway the decision." Nash averted his gaze from Pharma, for everyone was aware of his choice. "Very well. Since you have all made your decision, my words are of no consequence. I trust that one day you will regret this choice." With that, Pharma stormed out of the assembly hall in fury. During the gathering, Lei introduced everyone to Chung Gong, and when it was Diana's turn, and Zifeng, after sipping a drink, gallantly invited her to join, saying, "Shall I introduce you?" Diana, uncertain of his intentions, reluctantly extended her hand to him. "This is Diana, the head of the Winter Throne." And Zifeng stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. "Wow, the second is confessing," someone exclaimed. "What is she to you?" Ding Ran, excited, took Liana's hand and kissed it, while she, in anticipation, gazed at Nzifeng, oblivious to being taken advantage of by a rogue. Brother, say it. What are you afraid of? Urged Blade, encouraging him from the side. Come on, don't act like a coward. It's not a big deal. Nock's words were abruptly silenced by a slap from Eileen, who promptly rendered him obediently quiet. Diana blushed to her neck, yet her eyes sparkled with expectation as she looked at Nzifeng. She is my fiancée, Nzifeng declared through gritted teeth. Both Lei and Ding Ran were taken aback by the sudden news, causing them to spew their drinks in surprise. It seems that this genteel individual, when shameless, is indeed more audacious than I, a seasoned rogue. Ha ha. Ding Ran, with a carefree spirit, made a remark that evoked hearty laughter. Diana, feeling flustered, wished for a crevice to hide in, wondering when she had become his fiancée. Yet, there was no trace of anger in her tone. If you wish, from this moment on, you may consider it so. There are words I've long hesitated to share with you. In truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Each day spent with you brings me immense joy. After enduring battles together, I have come to realize just how significant you are to me. I vow to protect you for a lifetime, and as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to harm even a single hair on your head. Nzifeng gazed deeply into Diana's eyes, professing his feelings. Such a touching and sincere declaration. Liana exclaimed, her fists clasped under her chin, embodying the essence of infatuation. I, too, could have done the same, and nearly perished for your sake, Ding Ran added, indignantly. Liana's eyes sparkled mischievously. She had never seen her behave so playfully before. At least you possess a semblance of conscience, she remarked, placing her hand on Ding Ran's palm. Ding Ran's heart soared with joy, thinking to himself, wow, your romantic words are truly remarkable. Had I known, I would have prepared my own declaration and perhaps won the lady's heart today. Hee hee. Liana's expression immediately soured. What are you grinning about? Surely, you're not contemplating something lewd? Ding Ran quickly redirected her attention, wiping away the sweat from his brow. Heavens. Even a slight dip in IQ would be insufficient for her games. Diana's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she covered her mouth with her hands, remaining silent for an extended period. Agree to him. Agree to him. The crowd urged, adding to the fervor, with Lei joining in the excitement. Eventually, Diana nodded, only to be enveloped in Nzifeng's embrace. All right, this matter is settled. As for the kiss, let us not provoke the other singles present, Ding Ran jested. Liana playfully twisted his ear, chiding, you talk too much. Sister, give it your all. It would be best to hit him hard, Aaron happily remarked, witnessing her signature submissive gesture being utilized. Yes, knock him out, cheered the Mori brothers and a group of other single gentlemen. Congratulations, third brother, Chung Gong smiled, raising his glass to Nzifeng, and the two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. He was no longer the cold, distant figure. A rare, warm smile graced his face. You are truly omnipotent, even managing to thaw that millennium-old ice, Christina said, resting her head on Lei's shoulder. I may be formidable, but I still yield to one person. Lei replied softly, tilting his head to rub against Christina's cheek. Who is that? Christina inquired, her concern prompting her to sit upright. A warmth spread in Lei's heart. This was the bliss of being cherished. It's you, my little fairy, he said, smiling as he playfully pinched her nose. Christina, touched, felt her eyes welling up as she pressed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Tonight, I want you to wear that outfit, Lei whispered softly. Christina shyly nodded and said, but please do not tear my stockings. You have no idea how expensive they are. As the world indulged in displays of affection, how could we be left out of this romantic scene? How about a kiss? Ding Ran cautiously inquired, gazing at Liana. She nodded, and indeed, Ding Ran planted a kiss on her cheek, marking the first time Liana refrained from striking him. Lunch unfolded amidst this transgressive atmosphere, with Nzifeng taking center stage, drinking to the point of inebriation amidst the unreserved congratulations he received. 3 days later, in the afternoon, after Lei Gang and Ferenc had concluded their discussion on weapon production progress, they were hastily summoned by Murphy Ye to his residence. What is going on? What is so secretive that cannot be said? Lei wondered. Liana, you're here. What is the matter? At this critical moment, it was clear that the inhabitants of the lost city approaching him could not bode well. Welcome, Falma. Lei extended a cordial hand. However, Falma did not reciprocate the handshake, stating, You are the Shadow's Lei, much younger than I had envisioned. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to ally with the Shadow. Once we leave this place, we remain adversaries, and if the opportunity arises, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Despite Falma's harsh words, Lei bore no signs of anger. After all, their opposing positions were immutable. His composed demeanor earned him Falma's respect. My brother has lost his mind. He, along with those cowardly old fools in the council, intends to unleash the sealed demon, Count Dreus, to contend with you. What a bunch of fools. As Lei furrowed his brow, he contemplated the battle with Freya, which had profoundly altered his perception of the world. Humanity was not the sole intelligent race. It sounded rather troublesome, more severe than one might imagine. Suddenly, Liana, who had been silently with her arms crossed, spoke up. I have encountered references to Dreus in the ancient relic known as the Vatican Exorcism manuscript from the bygone era. Liana recounted everything she knew about Dreus. His existence predates the Bible itself, emerging during the Church's period of flourishing development. He had been evading the relentless hunts of the Church's purification knights, thus remaining elusive. For centuries, he lay dormant, nearly forgotten, until the Church faced challenges from other religions and was embroiled in regional conflicts, prompting his resurgence. Wherever this sanguinary demon tread, he left behind lifeless husks. Drained of their very essence, on one occasion, he annihilated dozens in a small village. Dreus' actions ultimately provoked the Church, which dispatched 1,000 purification knights determined to eradicate the demon. After years of pursuit, they finally located his lair. This information is classified. How did you manage to capture Dreus? If he were to resurrect a legion of vampires, who knows how many lives would be lost? Liana inquired with a furrowed brow. I am not fully aware of the specifics. My father repeatedly warned us against releasing him. If Dreus were to cause further casualties, I would prefer the city of lost souls to fall rather than witness such an outcome, Falma lamented. Thank you for your profound sense of responsibility. I shall do everything in my power to prevent this, I swear. Perhaps we should engage in a discussion? If you are willing to assist me, not only can we swiftly eliminate Dreus, but we can also minimize unnecessary sacrifices. Lei understood his intentions and seized the opportunity to draw Falma closer. What do you wish for me to do? He inquired, without hesitation to decline. Join the shadows. Do not be hasty in your refusal, but rather consider my proposition. Should you align with us, I assure you that the lost city shall remain under the dominion of your Murphy family, and I shall not interfere in any governance matters. There is no need to rush your response. Simply make your choice before the shadows launch their offensive against the lost city. Falma remained silent for a moment before stating, I must take my leave. As he reached the door, Lei called out to his retreating figure, I hope that when we meet again, we are not adversaries. Falma paused briefly but ultimately departed. Lei recognized that Falma's potential alliance with the shadows was imminent, especially since he had not outright rejected the proposal. He could discern the hesitation in Falma's gaze, as someone of his caliber would weigh gains and losses carefully. As Lei exited, the sun dipped low in the western sky, casting an unsettling crimson hue that left him feeling somewhat disquieted. That night, in the subterranean